Chapter 2. Transcended Time. Gained espouse Meng, and Tong smiled with a hint of irony. Sister Tang is your wife, if I don't call her sister-in-law. Should I refer to her as brother-in-law? Lu Yunzhan. 2 seconds later, Lu Yunzhan, taken aback, gazed with disbelief. I am only 17 this year. I haven't even reached the legal marriage age, so how do I suddenly have a wife? Lu's father, exasperated, gave his head a light smack. What do you mean 17? You are already 27 this year. Lu Yunzhan. Lu Yunzhan never anticipated that upon waking, he would find himself a decade into the future, and unexpectedly, with a wife. Indeed, he did not believe the doctor's claims of amnesia. Rather, he was convinced he had traversed time. He distinctly remembered that before his slumber, he had been attending evening classes, feeling somewhat drowsy. He had rested his head on the desk for just a moment, only to awaken in a hospital, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. His first thought was that he had been kidnapped. After all, his father was the wealthiest man in Huagua. It would not be surprising if someone sought to abduct him for ransom. Yet, to his astonishment, the reality was that he had crossed over into another time. Truly, life is unpredictable. Lu Yunzhan's injuries were not severe, allowing him to be discharged from the hospital after 2 days of observation. Duan Yingtang had work commitments of her own, yet the role she had taken on was merely that of a secondary female character in a production, with only a couple of days left until filming wrapped. This marked their second encounter since Lu Yunzhan had awakened. His gaze towards her remained unfamiliar, yet within his eyes lay a subtle hint of curiosity. Lu Yunzhan exclaimed, "What brings you here?" Duan Yingtang cast a light glance at him and remarked, "If I do not sit here, should I perch atop the car?" Lu Yunzhan retorted impulsively, "You could take the front seat." Duan Yingtang paused for a moment before slowly turning her head, casting him a sidelong glance that was both teasing and enigmatic. "Your previous position was always there." She pointed towards the driver's seat. Lu Yunzhan scoffed lightly. How could the illustrious young master of the Lu family ever play the role of a driver? He clearly found it hard to believe, adding, "With my abundant pocket money, do I still need to borrow from you to purchase a car?" Duan Yingtang replied in a calm tone, "I forgot to mention, your current allowance comes from me." Lu Yunzhan was left speechless, his shock palpable. "Why is my allowance coming from you?" he inquired. "Because after our marriage, your salary card and bank card were handed over to me," she stated matter-of-factly. Lu Yunzhan was taken aback. Had he lost his mind? How could he have committed such a foolish act of surrendering his salary and bank cards? Duan Yingtang maintained her expression, even cheerfully agreeing, "That works." The mention of divorce made Lu Yunzhan's heart clench abruptly, as if gripped by invisible hands. He instinctively countered, "I won't divorce." His demeanor grew despondent as he lamented the plight of the once prominent figure from the second high school, now reduced to a mere 500 yuan monthly allowance. If word of this reached his friends, would he not be utterly humiliated? Wait, yes, he still had friends. The wife of this body does not provide him with any extra pocket money. Can he not seek assistance from his friends? Upon this realization, Lu Yunzhan felt rejuvenated in an instant. The car came to a halt in the garage of the Shui Lanting. It was only after completing these tasks that he grasped the situation. Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow, her peach blossom eyes curving into a shallow arc that resembled a smile, yet devoid of warmth. "So, you have indeed sheltered other girls from the rain?" Lu Yunzhan immediately stiffened, akin to a student caught off guard by a teacher's inquiry. "Though my aunt is older, in my eyes, she will always be a girl." Duan Yingtang cast him a nonchalant glance, uttering no further words, before striding away. Lu Yunzhan finally exhaled a sigh of relief, only to feel foolish in the next moment. Why was he so apprehensive about being misunderstood? After all, the person in question was his wife, Lu Yunzhan, at the age of 27. What concern was it of his 17-year-old self? The underground garage of Shui Lanting spanned approximately 400 square meters, filled with luxury cars and motorcycles that were nearly omnipresent. It is a universal truth that men adore vehicles. However, Lu Yunzhan had a preference for off-road sports cars. Though motorcycles were undeniably cool, he felt that they lacked the exhilarating thrill of off-road vehicles, and without a helmet, his meticulously styled hair would be tousled by the wind. Thus, his garage bore no trace of a motorcycle. Yet, at that moment, he spotted 7 or 8 dazzlingly new motorcycles. Could it be that I have changed so much in 10 years? Have I shifted my preference from off-road cars to motorcycles? Lu Yunzhan murmured softly. Duan Yingtang pressed the elevator button, her voice tranquil. "Those motorcycles belong to me." Duan Yingtang entered the elevator, casually leaning against the wall, the slight upward curl of her eyes betraying a hint of indifference. During my university days, I was a member of the racing club, she remarked. Typically lacking in interests and characterized by a languid demeanor, she would only take her motorcycle out for a spin when her mood soured. Yunzhan, having somehow learned of this passion, gifted her with 8 or 9 motorcycles over the course of their 3-year marriage. Meng Yingtang, that insufferable girl, may not be much, but her taste is commendable. Chapter 3. A commercial marriage, lacking affection. Yunzhan's ideal wife since childhood was undoubtedly one of those soft, endearing types, who clung to him and loved to act coy, beauty being the only requisite. It was evident that their relationship was far from harmonious. Sitting on the sofa with an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "She is not my type. How could our relationship possibly flourish?" A fleeting glance at her teasingly amused eyes sent a shiver down his spine, and a voice in his mind echoed, "It's over." She heard that, instinctively straightening his posture. He found himself explaining, "I meant to say you are not the type I liked at 17. Duan Yingtang leisurely descended the staircase and settled onto the sofa beside him, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. "You are not wrong. We are indeed in a commercial marriage. How could there be any feelings involved?" Upon hearing this, Yunzhan frowned slightly, an inexplicable discomfort stirring within him. He pondered, "Am I not handsome? Why does she not like me? If she does not like me, then whom does she favor?" The moment this thought crossed his mind, he was taken aback. Why do I even wish for her to like me? Am I out of my mind? The housekeeper has prepared dinner and come to inform them. Duan Yingtang rose and walked to the dining room. Pulling out a chair to sit down, a glass of honey lemon water placed before him. He cast a glance at Yunzhan, who stiffened, attempting to appear nonchalant, and said, "What? Am I not allowed to sit here?" Yunzhan replied, "The facade of a plastic marriage has been solidified. I am no longer who I once was. I am now the 17-year-old me. I will sit wherever I please, and there is no need for your concern." Duan Yingtang silently deemed him childish, yet a warm smile graced his lips. At that moment, the housekeeper approached to inform them, "Miss Meng has arrived." Meng Yingtang had come with a purpose. Upon seeing her, Yunzhan's expression soured. "What are you here for? To see when you plan to divorce?" Meng Yingtang replied with a sly smile, "So I can seize the opportunity and turn my sister-in-law into my wife." Hearing this, Yunzhan's face darkened. "Meng Yingtang, if you're unwell, seek treatment. Do not come to my house and act insane." Yunzhan's countenance turned grim, and he extended his long leg beneath the table to kick Meng Yingtang's chair. "If you keep speaking nonsense, get out." The kick nearly sent Meng Yingtang tumbling from her chair, and she glared at Yunzhan in anger. "Do you even understand what it means to cherish and protect a lady?" Yunzhan sneered. "Huh? Cherish and protect? The fact that I haven't buried you in the ground is already a show of my mercy." Duan Yingtang found it rare to witness a confrontation between the two, so she propped her head with one hand, her peach blossom eyes curving with amusement as she observed Yunzhan. In her memory, although Yunzhan and Meng Yingtang were step-siblings, their relationship was remarkably harmonious. Yunzhan, with his aloof and composed demeanor, would merely cast a dispassionate glance at Meng Yingtang whenever she acted up, never engaging in quarrels. To her surprise, their interaction a decade ago had been so combative. Their words were laced with barbs, as if they were rivals in love, with tensions palpable, as though they were on the brink of annihilating each other. Duan Yingtang had a distaste for spitting out bones while eating, hence the housekeeper seldom prepared dishes with bones, and if she did, she would ensure they were mostly removed. It was evident that Yunzhan had become acutely aware of his actions, which appeared almost instinctive, as if he had longed to do so internally. This was undoubtedly the mischief of the 27-year-old Yunzhan. The 17-year-old version of him would never have behaved in such a manner. At that moment, Meng Yingtang spoke up. "Sister-in-law, I wish to have the cucumber salad in front of you." Yunzhan retorted with dissatisfaction, "If you want to eat it, can you not serve yourself?" Duan Yingtang smiled helplessly and was about to use the communal chopsticks to serve her when, suddenly, the plate of cucumber salad was whisked away. Looking up, she saw Yunzhan irritably tossing the dish in front of Meng Yingtang, declaring, "It won't kill you." Meng Yingtang could only stare in silence as Yunzhan, in a fit of rage, nearly flung the cucumber salad at her face. After dinner, when Meng Yingtang expressed her desire to stay over, she was unceremoniously dismissed by Yunzhan. Yunzhan crossed his arms and looked down at her with disdain. "In 3 minutes, will you leave my house on your own? Or shall I throw you out? How could this possibly be your home? This is the residence of my 27-year-old brother and sister-in-law. At 17, you ought to be residing with the Liu family. Thus, It appears they are merely engaged in a marriage of convenience. Chapter 4. If we are to have children, it must be with me. After Meng and Dong departed, the living room was left with this pair of plastic spouses. Duan Yingtang remained fixated on the computer, her posture scarcely shifting. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over Yunzhan. Did she truly harbor no affection for him at all? Moments later, he chastised himself for such thoughts. If she did not like him, so be it. After all, he did not have any feelings for her either. Yunzhan opened the contact list on his phone, and the first entry was baby. Who was this baby? Did he know anyone by that name? Driven by curiosity, he dialed the number. She glanced at her phone, then turned her head to look at the man. What do you want by calling me? Indeed. Their marriage was one of convenience, yet they were legally wed. It was impossible for nothing to transpire on their wedding night. However, both were rather naive, resulting in a chaotic first night together. And when they awoke the following day, she was running a fever, perhaps due to the unsatisfactory experience of their wedding night. Yunzhan became less enthusiastic about such matters, indulging only once a month at most. Duan Yingtang shot him a glance, a sly smile gracing her lips. Forget it. I cannot bring myself to act against a minor. Yunzhan's lips were pressed into a straight line, his brows furrowed together. After a moment, he murmured softly, My body is not that of a minor. Duan Yingtang shook her head in disapproval, saying, That is still not permissible. She pondered for a moment, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt at the thought of sharing a bed with a soul that was merely 17. After finishing her grooming, Duan Yingtang descended the stairs to fetch some water and noticed Yunzhan still seated in the living room. Curiously, she inquired, Aren't you going to sleep? The mere mention of sleep sent a flurry of inappropriate thoughts racing through Yunzhan's mind. His ears, partially concealed by his hair, flushed a vibrant pink akin to the blossoms of spring. Pausing for a moment, he caressed the handle of his cup and slowly added, If you feel uncomfortable sharing a bed with me, I can have the maid prepare the guest room, which is right next to the study. Alternatively, if you prefer the master bedroom, I can take the guest room instead. Yunzhan opened his mouth, intending to clarify that he did not feel uneasy about sleeping alongside her. After all was said and done, he lazily stifled a yawn, donning his delicate pink slippers as he ambled outside, stretching his body in the process. His pajamas, somewhat short, rode up with his movement, revealing a slender waist of porcelain-like skin, strikingly pale and almost blinding to the eye. Yunzhan found himself unable to control his gaze, his mind racing with a fleeting thought. It seemed as though one hand could easily encircle it. The moment this idea crossed his mind, he felt as though he had glimpsed something inappropriate. Hastily averting his eyes, his ears burning with embarrassment as he quickly shut the door behind him with a loud bang. Duan Yingtang paused momentarily, feeling somewhat perplexed. What have I done to provoke him? Then, a faint smile graced her lips, her peach blossom eyes sparkling. She had not anticipated that Yunzhan at 17 would possess such charm, which was not entirely unappealing. Initially, she and Yunzhan had slept in separate beds. Yet perhaps due to her restless slumber, she would awaken each morning to find herself on his side, her limbs entwined around him like a cephalopod. As for her own blanket, it was often inexplicably kicked off the bed. Eventually, Yunzhan, with an air of aloofness, remarked, Do not ruin the blankets any further. From now on, we shall share one. Duan Yingtang concurred, sensing the redundancy of their separate bedding arrangements, and thus stored one blanket away. Furrowing her brow, Duan Yingtang inquired, Why are you not wearing a shirt? Yunzhan lifted his chin, exuding a certain pride. I do not wish to wear one. He felt a twinge of defeat, somewhat reluctant to admit, I do not know where the hairdryer is. Duan Yingtang rose on her tiptoes to assist him in drying his hair. As she leaned closer, a delicate fragrance enveloped Yunzhan, stirring his thoughts and causing his heart to race. Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of her alluring collarbone through the slightly open neckline. And well, those who understand, understand. Chapter 5. I would rather sleep with a dog than with you. Yunzhan inexplicably felt his nose grow warm. He hastily tilted his head back. Duan Yingtang lightly tapped his arm, cautioning, Do not move around. With a smile, she added, If you wish to extend your stay in the hospital for another 2 days, I can certainly arrange that. Yunzhan. He wisely chose to remain silent. Duan Yingtang could hardly be bothered to argue with a minor. She grasped his shoulders and gently pressed him down onto the single sofa. Her actions were tender and remarkably practiced, suggesting she had engaged in such gestures more than once. Yunzhan couldn't help but ponder. Did she often assist the 27-year-old me with drying my hair? His heart felt as though it had been pricked by a tiny needle. A bittersweet ache that left him discontented. Unbeknownst to him, Duan Yingtang remained oblivious to his inner turmoil. The man's hair was short and soft, and it was soon dried. Sitting on the sofa, Yunzhan inexplicably felt reluctant to leave, even harboring thoughts of resentment. Why doesn't she try to keep me here? Is our marriage truly so superficial? His temper flared, and he thought to himself, who would willingly share a bed with you? I would sooner sleep with a dog than with you. With that, he slid on his slippers and stormed off, expressing his displeasure by slamming the door behind him. Duan Yingtang, perplexed, wondered what had provoked his outburst. A warm yellow lamp remained lit by the bedside. Ever since that day, Yunzhan had made it a nightly ritual to turn on the bedside lamp before sleep. Though his demeanor was somewhat aloof, he acted with a maturity that was entirely unlike the 17-year-old Lu, lying in the expansive double bed. Duan Yingtang hazily mused about what the 17-year-old Yunzhan looked like, undoubtedly more youthful than he appeared now. Oh, and with a temperament far more volatile. Meanwhile, Yunzhan, unable to find rest in the guest room's large bed, tossed and turned countless times before suddenly sitting up. Without donning his shoes, he dashed out onto the balcony. Between the guest room and the master bedroom lies a study. From the balcony, one can discern whether the lights in the master bedroom are aglow. Yunzhan leaned against the railing, stretching his body to glimpse into the master bedroom, only to find no light seeping through. The curtains had been drawn by the occupants within, even if the other party had succumbed to slumber. Could he really sneak into the master bedroom? The thought struck him, and he found himself momentarily frozen. Then, with a sharp rap to his own head, he exclaimed, of course, he could indeed stealthily slip inside. Yet, in the next breath, he felt a wave of hesitation wash over him. 2 minutes later, a shadow materialized in the night, akin to a thief, vaulting from one balcony to another. The glass door to the balcony remained unlocked. This furtive figure cautiously pried the door open a crack, pushing aside the curtains. Unlike the darkness outside, the room was illuminated by a small desk lamp. Duan Yingtang lay on the bed, facing the balcony. Her eyes, which sparkled with mirth by day, were now closed, and her long, thick eyelashes cast delicate shadows upon her eyelids, rendering her slumbering visage gentle, softening her striking features. A faint click echoed in the hushed room, startling the intruder into stillness. Yunzhan breathed a silent sigh of relief, once more opening the glass door wide enough for a single person to pass through. He tiptoed into the room from the balcony. What are you doing? The sudden voice caused the foot he had just planted on the ground to freeze in place. After a moment, Yunzhan managed to find his voice, maintaining an impassive facade as he replied, I'm looking for the bathroom. Yunzhan. There isn't one. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of regret. Why did she have to wake up? He was on the brink of success. At that moment, Yunzhan appeared rather comical, with one foot inside the room and the other yet to leave the balcony. Duan Yingtang noticed he was barefoot and initially intended to tease him, but ultimately decided against it. She pointed towards the bathroom beside her. The restroom is over there. After a brief pause, she tentatively asked, so, may I come in? Even as he fully entered, Yunzhan still felt somewhat bewildered. He turned to close the balcony door and locked it, drawing the curtains as well. Duan Yingtang remarked, weren't you supposed to go to the restroom? Yunzhan hastily averted his gaze and, in a feeble attempt to cover up, retorted, do you still sleep with the lights on? Are you a child afraid of the dark? He immediately fell silent, obediently slipping on slippers before stepping into the restroom. In truth, he had no intention of using the toilet, yet he sat on the commode for a full 5 minutes to substantiate his claim of needing to use the restroom. Before exiting, he cleverly flushed and washed his hands. Reluctant to leave, Yunzhan leaned against the bathroom doorframe, his gaze fixed intently on the girl's serene sleeping face. It was as if a little figure in his mind was spinning and leaping. She possesses an unusual beauty. It seems my taste is quite discerning. No wonder. Even though she isn't my usual type, I still agreed to marry her. However, their marital relationship is rather superficial. She slept soundly. Yunzhan. Chapter 6. Good-looking, hence a wife. She had no plans to go out today. Her manager, well aware of her temperament, would not disturb her in the 3 days following the conclusion of her work. The nanny did not anticipate waking up so early today. Glancing at the clock, it was only around 7. Although no one would scrutinize the boss's attendance, Yunzhan adhered to a routine of spending an hour at the gym each morning, causing his biological clock to awaken him punctually at 6. However, today, despite Zhao Qian's arrival, Yunzhan was still conspicuously absent. Duan Yingtang had no choice but to ascend the stairs to rouse him. The curtains were not drawn, and sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the entire space. The occupant of the bed seemed to find the morning light too glaring, pulling the covers over his head to shield himself from the brightness that intruded upon his slumber. Duan Yingtang approached and decisively tossed the blanket aside. Lu Yunzhan, rise and shine. Who is it? How annoying. Stop disturbing my sleep. Lu Yunzhan shouted without even opening his eyes, irritation evident in his voice. Duan Yingtang crossed her arms and, with an impassive expression, declared, Your wife has run off with someone. Upon hearing this, although Lu Yunzhan's mind had not fully awakened, his body instinctively sat upright, and he hurriedly swung his legs over the side of the bed, searching beneath the sheets for any sign of his wife. Where's my wife? Duan Yingtang succinctly replied, Get up, it's time for work. Lu Yunzhan wanted to retort that, as a high school student, he had no business working. Attending school was more relevant. Yet, as the words formed on his lips, he recalled that he was now 27, married, and at the helm of the Lu family business. But at 17, how was he to know how to manage a company? Duan Yingtang tossed him the suit he typically wore to work and calmly stated, I will accompany you to the office today. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzhan, who had been troubled about what to do upon returning to the company, suddenly brightened, feigning a cough and declaring, Then you shall accompany me. Duan Yingtang had no inclination to admire the man's physique. She turned and entered the bathroom to squeeze out some toothpaste, noticing the electric shaver prominently placed. When she emerged, she was greeted by the sight of the man with only 4 buttons of his shirt casually fastened, his collar turned up, exuding an air of reckless abandon. Perhaps convinced of his own charm, Lu Yunzhan puffed up his hair with a breath, boasting in a rather conceited tone, At 27, I remain as dashing as ever. It was no wonder he had a wife. Duan Yingtang thought to herself, He has amnesia. I cannot resort to violence against a minor. The girl's fingers were slender and fair, with nails neatly trimmed into soft, rounded shapes, adorned with delicate crescent moons. Lu Yunzhan dared not argue, simply responding with an "oh." Zhao Qian waited downstairs for 10 minutes before finally catching sight of their esteemed president. Duan Yingtang held a thermos in her hand, saying, We're almost late for work. Let us eat breakfast on the way. Lu Yunzhan had no objections, although he still regarded Zhao Qian with a sense of unfamiliarity. He had learned over the past 2 days in the hospital that the man was his assistant. The Lu Corporation, situated in the commercial heart of Yunzhan, boasted towering skyscrapers filled with the rich heritage accumulated since its inception, making it a coveted destination for every graduate striving to secure a position within. This was not Duan Yingtang's first visit to Lu Yunzhan's company. However, she typically took the exclusive elevator for the president, thus few within the company had encountered her, with only those from the president's office being somewhat familiar with her. With a chime, the elevator came to a halt at the top floor. 2 secretaries, clutching files, stood at the entrance, respectfully commencing their report on the day's tasks. Mr. Lu, here are the documents requiring your signature today. Additionally, you have a routine meeting scheduled at 10 o'clock in the conference room downstairs, where matters will be discussed. Mr. Lu, composed and dignified, nodded in acknowledgement, exuding an air of confidence regardless of his familiarity with the tasks at hand. Duan Yingtang lingered a few steps behind, observing as the man was surrounded by secretaries and assistants, making his way toward the office. Upon reaching the office door, Lu Yunzhan suddenly paused and turned to look at her. Why are you lagging behind? Hurry up. The secretaries were taken aback to hear Mr. Lu address his wife in such an authoritative tone. One, in her high heels, nearly stumbled. Duan Yingtang, however, remained unfazed, calmly stating, I would like to review the documents that Mr. Lu has approved before you take them. Of course, madam, the 2 secretaries replied without hesitation, not daring to express any dissent. Although Lu Yunzhan had reservations, he refrained from voicing them. Duan Yingtang had not studied drama, but rather finance in university. While she may not possess the same instinctual grasp of corporate management as Lu Yunzhan, she understood many aspects nonetheless. In the spacious office, despite his amnesia, Lu Yunzhan navigated his previous responsibilities with ease, managing company affairs without any issues and approving documents without error. Feeling somewhat reassured, Duan Yingtang settled into the sofa, engaging in a game on her tablet. Lunch was brought back by Zhao Qian from the restaurant. Lu Yunzhan cast a glance at her, his eyes inexplicably filled with a hint of resentment. Did you not promise to accompany me today? Adults can be so fickle, and yet they dare to break their word? Suddenly realizing that his current demeanor resembled that of a petulant young girl, Lu Yunzhan swiftly altered his tone, coldly stating, "If you wish to leave, then do so quickly. I do not require your company." Duan Yingtang nonchalantly nodded, "I will leave after I finish my meal." Lu Yunzhan's expression soured. He gritted his teeth, thinking, my wife is truly the most detestable creature in the world." As she was departing, his loathed wife unexpectedly turned back, and taking advantage of Lu Yunzhan's momentary distraction, she lightly rose on her toes and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. The sound echoed distinctly in the quiet office. Lu Yunzhan was momentarily stunned. Duan Yingtang, acting as if nothing had occurred, waved her hand casually, "I'm leaving now." And with that, she slipped away. His handsome face gradually flushed, the color rising from his neck to his ears, akin to an affronted gentleman. His long lashes quivered as he slowly raised a hand to touch the spot where she had kissed him. Zhao Qian entered from outside. Observing the president lost in thought while touching his own face, and found it somewhat peculiar, "President Lu? Here are the materials you requested." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzhan dropped his hand, adopting a demeanor of cool maturity as he cast a brief glance at his assistant, seated at his designated position. Lu Yunzhan remained steadfast as a mountain, diligently attending to his work, concealing any signs of distraction. How could Duan Yingtang dare to kiss him without his consent? Little Lu would not be at a disadvantage. In the parking lot of the Lu family, a private car belonging to Lu Yunzhan was stationed. Duan Yingtang obtained the keys from the driver and departed in the vehicle. She then diverted her course to the largest racetrack in Yun City. The racetrack boasted not only an endless expanse of racing track, but also an expansive entertainment venue. From the second-floor lounge, one could enjoy a panoramic view of the track. As Duan Yingtang pushed open the door to the private entertainment room, the excited voice of the racing commentator immediately greeted her. Two unfamiliar men were engaged in a game of billiards, while a young woman in a crop top lounged against the glass window, casually observing the intense racing action being broadcasted on the screen. Duan Yingtang gestured towards the billiard table, inquiring about their presence. The young woman smiled sweetly, wrapping her arms around Duan Yingtang's, playfully explaining, "I was feeling a bit lonely, so I called a couple of people from the bar to keep me company." With that, she waved her hand, signaling the two unfamiliar men that they could take their leave. Understanding the cue, the men discreetly exited, aware that their role as companions had concluded. Standing before the expansive glass window, Duan Yingtang watched the car race unfolding below. It was evident that a group of wealthy second-generation heirs were indulging in a playful competition. With a stunning beauty seated in the passenger seat, frolicking and laughing, hardly resembling a serious race, Su Hetao chimed in with a playful suggestion, "Darling, would you like to go down and take a couple of laps?" Duan Yingtang shook her head, replying, "I only ride my own bike. My bike has been brought here. Otherwise, I could take you for a ride." Su Hetao eagerly proposed. Duan Yingtang cast her a sidelong glance, leisurely responding, "I would rather not enter walking only to leave sideways." Su Hetao felt disheartened and remarked gloomily, "How could my driving skills be so poor?" Duan Yingtang refrained from offering any praise. Even after graduating from university, the two maintained a close bond. However, just as Lu Yunzhan had recently emerged from the hospital, she found herself admitted once more. Reflecting on it now sent a chill down Su Hetao's spine. She harbored an inexplicable premonition that had she not been a girl, Lu Yunzhan would undoubtedly have struck her. Duan Yingtang settled on the sofa, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly as she spoke in a measured tone. On the contrary, the situation is rather serious. Upon hearing this, Su Hetao's brows furrowed in concern. "What happened? Is your husband severely injured?" Duan Yingtang sipped her freshly squeezed juice, her tone nonchalant. "He has lost his memory." "Lost his memory?" Su Hetao exclaimed in astonishment, nearly losing her grip on the glass. "Has he forgotten everything? Up until he turned 17? Duan Yingtang suddenly let out a soft laugh. Su Hetao responded incredulously, "You can still laugh? Surely, this must have traumatized you." Anyone in a normal situation would feel distressed, not to mention angered and even aggrieved. Duan Yingtang smiled slightly. "Of course, it's nothing to worry about." After a pause, a playful smile graced her lips. The 17-year-old Lu is far more amusing than the 27-year-old Lu Yunzhan. He was simply stunned after a mere kiss on the cheek. No wonder men enjoy teasing innocent beauties. It must be quite gratifying. To truly savor the thrill of the racetrack, one must take a few laps. Su Hetao had just donned her racing suit and was about to head out when the door was abruptly pushed open. Standing at the entrance were 3 young men and 4 stunningly attractive women, accompanied by a visibly flustered waiter. One of the young men, sporting dyed red hair, arrogantly declared, "Hey, this place is reserved for us. If you know what's good for you, scram." Su Hatao's expression hardened, and she spoke sharply to the waiter. "Is this how your establishment treats its guests? Allowing just anyone to intrude upon the private entertainment area of VIC clients?" Upon hearing this, the waiter's face shifted in distress, and he quickly apologized. "I'm terribly sorry, miss. I attempted to stop these guests, but it was evident that his efforts had been in vain, or perhaps he had not exerted himself to the fullest extent." Chapter 8. No time. "Do you not have a wife? Who are you calling trash?" The red-haired youth glared at her, his anger palpable. "Wang Xiao, since she is so unappreciative, there's no need to be kind." One of the women nestled against the red-haired man purred, suggesting they should simply be thrown out, lest they disturb Wang Xiao's enjoyment. The red-haired man sneered. "Throw them out? Offending me, and you think you can leave unscathed? I'm not so forgiving." The other two young men tossed the waiter aside, decisively moving to close the door. In the next moment, a hand suddenly propped against the door. Long legs encased in tailored trousers kicked the two young men aside in an instant. The newcomer stepped through the threshold. A gleaming bald head, adorned with oversized sunglasses perched upon a prominent nose, dressed in a tailored suit, and possessing a tall stature, turned slightly towards Su Hatao. As Su Hatao approached, she pouted in displeasure, remarking, "You are truly late." The bald man remained silent for a moment before apologizing. Su Hatao let out a soft huff, then turned her gaze, beaming at the red-haired man. "Having offended me, do you really think you can leave unscathed? I am not so magnanimous." Young Master Wang, realizing he had provoked an undesirable adversary, frantically turned to the waiter, blustering, "I am a VIP patron at your racetrack. If anything happens to me, your establishment cannot evade responsibility." The waiter averted his gaze, recognizing that this bald man was not to be trifled with. Should he assist the red-haired man, he would likely share the same fate as the two young men. Moreover, the lady had claimed to be a VIP client. Those who held such status at the racetrack were typically influential and affluent individuals, far beyond the means of a mere waiter. Su Hatao declared, "Throw them out. My good mood has been utterly ruined." The bald man slightly nodded, his expression unchanging as he regarded the red-haired man. Suddenly, the latter shuddered, stammering, "I shall leave on my own." A flurry of individuals hastily fled the scene. The waiter, sensing the urgency, promptly sought out the manager. With the situation evidently resolved, the bald man calmly stated, "I apologize for the disturbance." He then turned and departed. Su Hatao, behind the bald man, made a face, muttering, "Insufferable bald fool." Duan Yingtang remained motionless before the single-pane window, her peach blossom eyes slightly raised, wearing an enigmatic smile. "A newly hired bodyguard? My elder brother. Fearful that I might encounter another pervert as I did previously, arranged for an additional protector." Su Hatao discarded her motorcycle jacket onto the sofa, completely devoid of the spirit to run laps after the competition. It was said that he emerged from some temple in the Qing mountain, bearing the name Xiao Xiaoang. Su Hatao's background mirrors that of a protagonist in a romantic novel. Her parents were true lovers, blessed with 4 children, of whom she is the sole daughter. This circumstance implies that Su Hatao has 3 elder brothers, positioning her firmly within the cherished narrative of a beloved daughter. However, unlike the pampered heroines in such tales, Su Hatao did not experience the same abundance of affection. Following the births of her and her 3rd brother, her mother's health declined, leading her father to devote his attention entirely to his wife. Thus, Su Hatao was predominantly raised by her elder brother. Her elder brother was stern and unsmiling, treating her and the 3rd brother with equal severity. Yet, both Su Hatao and her 3rd brother inherited none of their father's intellect. Their academic performance was consistently poor. Being a girl, she received fewer beatings than her brother, yet punishments still abounded, including standing against the wall with a book held aloft in contemplation or shouting, "I am a fool," 10 times at the window. Within the Su household, Su Hatao harbored the deepest fear for her elder brother. Encountering him felt akin to a mouse facing a cat. Conversely, her closest bond was with her 3rd brother, possibly due to their bond as fraternal twins and the shared struggle of surviving under the formidable rule of their elder brother. Thus, among all in the Su family, Su Hatao held the greatest affection for her 3rd brother. Although Su Hatao did not inherit her father's intelligence, she certainly possessed the physical attributes bestowed upon her by her parents. With a pair of innocent, round, dark eyes that exude a soft allure, she easily attracts unwelcome attention. Concerned for her safety, Her elder brother from the Su family appointed bodyguards for her protection. Previously, when Su Hetao encountered a pervert in the art studio, the bodyguards failed to arrive in time, prompting her brother to replace them in a fit of anger. It was during this tumultuous moment that Xiao Xiaoheng caught her brother's attention. Duan Yingtang lightly remarked, "Didn't Su Ge also send someone to protect you when you encountered that greasy man before?" Su Hetao responded with teary eyes, exclaiming, "But training in martial arts is truly exhausting. Moreover, that heartless monk, Xiao Xiaoheng, insists I continue my horse stance even after I sprain my ankle. He shows no compassion at all." After listening to Su Hetao's grievances about the detestable bald bodyguard, Duan Yingtang accompanied her to watch a comedy film before leaving the racetrack. Prior to her departure, the racetrack manager approached them to apologize and offered compensation, demonstrating a humble demeanor, clearly anxious to retain Su Hetao as a valuable client. Su Hetao admonished the manager to ensure that the racetrack does not allow just anyone to enter in the future. The manager readily agreed, and thus the matter was settled. She was engrossed in a public service examination guide, its dense text proving quite hypnotic. Just as she reached the office door, her phone rang. "Yunzhan, my friend. I've just gone through a breakup. Care to join me for a drink tonight?" Yunzhan frowned and replied, "Who are you?" The man on the other end of the phone expressed his surprise. "Surely not, my friend. We have only been out of touch for a week. And you have already forgotten me? I am your childhood companion, Daiyu." Yunzhan quickly came to his senses. "Ah, it is you, Lin Mimi. I shall reiterate. My name is Daiyu, not Lin Daiyu," he exclaimed. "I have experienced yet another heartbreak and require the company of a brother to drown my sorrows in drink." Without hesitation, Yunzhan declined. "I am not available." Daiyu chuckled mischievously from the other end. "Is it that you are truly busy or merely short on funds?" Daiyu continued, "What is so splendid about having a wife? I have no desire to be like you, surrendering my entire salary and receiving a mere few hundred as pocket money each month, needing to report my outings with friends." He sighed with sincerity. A romantic relationship is far preferable. When feelings fade, parting ways is simple. It is certainly less troublesome than marriage. Chapter 9. Not enough. Shall we share another kiss? Yunzhan remained non-committal regarding Daiyu's remarks. Perplexed, Daiyu queried, "How did you come to know each other? Were you not introduced through a matchmaking arrangement?" Yunzhan glanced at the reflection of himself in the elevator mirror. His handsome features and chiseled visage clad in a tailored suit revealed a maturity that contrasted with the youthful innocence of a decade prior. "Let us meet at the bar tomorrow night. I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you," he stated. Daiyu, puzzled, asked, "Why must we wait until tomorrow night? I am currently at the bar." Eventually, Daiyu acquiesced. "All right, tomorrow night it is. After all, I am a solitary soul, lacking a charming wife at home." At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the car came to a stop in the garage of the Waterplay Orchid Courtyard. It was an ice cream. As Yunzhan ascended the staircase, he instructed, "Place it in the refrigerator to freeze. I shall have it later." The temperature today was not particularly high, hovering around 29 degrees. Upon reaching the upper floor, he pushed open the door to the master bedroom, revealing a serene atmosphere within. The delicate rays of the setting sun cast a soft golden veil over the girl, and her comfortable loungewear diminished her vibrancy, instead imparting an air of innocence. Her eyelashes curled gracefully, and every feature, from her brows to her rosy lips, appeared exquisitely crafted, akin to the finest masterpiece of an artistic virtuoso. Yunzhan found himself momentarily entranced. When his gaze fell upon her delicate, peach-like lips, he could not help but recall the resounding kiss from noon. Yes, precisely. Thus, Yunzhan gradually leaned down, with a hint of trepidation, and gently pressed his lips against the girl's fair cheek. After the kiss, he quickly straightened up, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. However, his mind raced with whimsical thoughts. Her skin felt remarkably soft. Did I kiss her too lightly? After all, her kiss at noon had been quite resounding. Should I kiss her again? I kissed her right cheek just now. Perhaps I should bestow a kiss upon her left cheek for the sake of fairness. With her enchanting, doe-like eyes still tinged with the remnants of slumber, she seemed to recognize Yunzhan. She reached out, wrapping her arms around his neck, her voice soft and dreamy. "What time is it?" Yunzhan had not anticipated such a turn of events. Instinctively, he encircled the girl's slender waist, his face tinged with a blush. She had just awakened. Her voice laced with a slight nasal tone, soft and endearing, reminiscent of playful coaxing. Yunzhan's heart surged with emotion. This was indeed the delicate wife of his dreams. He felt he had not held her close enough. Duan Yingtang vaguely recalled that when she opened her eyes, she seemed to see the man leaning in towards her, his demeanor suggesting he intended to kiss her. She leaned back languidly, her charming eyes sparkling with a playful smile as she regarded him. What were you just doing? Surely you weren't planning to kiss me? Upon hearing this, Yunzhan reacted as if someone had stepped on a cat's tail, his response fierce. Who plans to kiss you? He felt the need to assert himself further, to convey his unyielding conviction. Thus, he declared emphatically, I've told you before, you are not my type. Although we are married, you should harbor no expectations. I will never like you, nor will I ever kiss you. Duan Yingtang feigned agreement, nodding with a casual demeanor. Little Lu Gugu is absolutely right. Yunzhan was momentarily stunned by her calling him brother, his ears flushing with embarrassment. Do not call me brother. Duan Yingtang smirked slightly, taking her time. Then, how about husband? Yunzhan erupted. You cannot call me husband either. Duan Yingtang stretched lazily, her eyes narrowing playfully. She suddenly hooked her arms around Yunzhan's neck and pulled him down, planting a kiss squarely on his lips. All right, husband. Yunzhan. Duan Yingtang kissed him and darted away, leaving no time for him to react. It wasn't until 3 minutes later that Yunzhan's face turned a vibrant red, akin to the blossoming crabapple in spring. From his neck to the base of his ears, he felt as though he had been engulfed by a fever, overwhelmed by an intense sense of embarrassment. Slowly extending his hand, he brushed his fingers against the lips that had just been kissed. Lost in thought, he mused, her lips are so soft, akin to cotton candy. After washing his face in the bathroom, Duan Yingtang descended the stairs. The housekeeper had prepared dinner, a delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup. More than sufficient for the two of them, her and Yunzhan. Meeting the girl's gaze, Yunzhan maintained his composure, even exuding a hint of pride. We are even now. Duan Yingtang, with a touch of puzzlement in her enchanting eyes, gradually broke into a gentle smile. Resting her chin on her hand, the slight upward tilt of her eyes seemingly beckoning. Did you not say it was impossible for you to kiss me? Yunzhan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, deftly diverting the conversation. Who told you to kiss me first? This is merely a matter of reciprocity. He spoke those words with such conviction that he almost convinced himself. With a playful lilt, he added, if you kiss me again, I shall return the favor twice. Just to show you that I am not to be trifled with. Duan Yingtang, with a twinkle in her eye, replied, Is that so? Then I shall certainly refrain from repeating my mistake in the future, lest I find myself at a disadvantage. Yunzhan. This was not the outcome he had anticipated. He opened his mouth to speak, yet no words escaped him. The notion that had surfaced took him aback. In disbelief, Yunzhan chastised himself internally. Am I out of my mind? Why would I want to kiss someone I do not care for? She is Yunzhan's wife at 27, not mine. What reason do I have to kiss her? Chapter 10. A slacker, yet still an early marriage. Logically, unless there was something of utmost importance, the agent would not reach out during her downtime. Duan Yingtang rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, connecting the call. Sister Zhou, what is the matter? Qin Yuping has publicly announced his relationship on Weibo. On the other end of the line, Sister Zhou's voice was tinged with anger. As an idol, his relationship being exposed would undoubtedly lead to a loss of fans. Yet, his team had the audacity to shift the public's attention towards your supposed affection for him. It was they who initially suggested the mutually beneficial publicity stunt, only for him to turn around and disclose his relationship on Weibo, attempting to retreat from public scrutiny by stepping on your head. Do they truly think we are easy prey? Duan Yingtang listened nonchalantly to Sister Zhou's aggrieved ramblings, logging onto Weibo. Indeed, she found her name sitting at the 34th position on the trending topics list. 1L. The blogger need not censor, just use the full name Duan Yingtang. 2L. Taking away the little fish, they broke up ages ago. Can Duan Yingtang stop riding the coattails? Speechless. 3L. This must be a desperate attempt to cling on, right? What benefit does she gain from the little fish's publicity stunt? What is she after? That pathetic reputation of hers. In a matter of minutes, the comments on the marketing account's Weibo were inundated with posts from Qin Yuping's team of hired commenters. There were also bystanders expressing confusion. A newly minted vase in the entertainment industry. A worthless individual devoid of talent beyond appearance. The pinnacle of mediocrity? Bystander. Sister Zhou paused. Stop looking. It's all just the nonsense of Qin Yuping's hired commenters. By the way, you should let the studio manage your Weibo account for the next few days, lest you find yourself, once again, idly engaging in online disputes with netizens. Duan Yingtang was indifferent to entrusting her Weibo account to her studio for safekeeping, as she still possessed a secondary account. She declined the cigarette offered by Sister Zhou. Her peach blossom eyes glimmering with a faint smile, she sought to carve out a comfortable niche for herself. This was the first time Sister Zhou had heard someone refer to the entertainment industry as a cozy haven. To outsiders, the entertainment world appeared to be a chaotic blend of authenticity and deceit, a place that devours its own without remorse. While some realized their dreams here, others saw their lives shattered. No one considered the entertainment industry an easy path, nor would anyone dare to label it a sanctuary. Duan Yingtang entered this realm without aspirations for fame, embodying a distinctly laid-back attitude. Out of the 365 days in a year, she only wished to work for half of them and was unwilling to work overtime. For her, the entertainment industry genuinely represented a comfortable circle. Once she completed her tasks, she could take a vacation, the duration of which was entirely at her discretion, free from the fear of being dismissed for an extended absence. Sister Zhou had initially secured her a role as the second female lead in a television drama, yet she unexpectedly transferred that opportunity to another female artist in the company. Sister Zhou was left speechless, nearly gasping for breath. This little ancestor exhibited no ambition for her career and, to make matters worse, had married young. Who in the entertainment industry ties the knot at the age of 21? Sister Zhou found herself utterly at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the business circle revealed news that the current president of the Liu family was married, reportedly in a business alliance, with the partner being a daughter of the Liang family. Few outside are aware of Miss Liang from the Liang family, and her presence is rarely seen at upscale social gatherings. Despite the media's relentless pursuit, they have failed to uncover any substantial information about Mrs. Liu, not even a single frontal photograph. However, matters concerning the business realm seldom attract much attention. And with the rapid updates online, the news of the Liu Corporation president's marital status quickly faded from public discourse. Duan Yingtang remarked, "The injury isn't severe. I stayed in the hospital for a few days and have since been discharged, now lively and energetic." She turned her gaze towards the sofa, only to discover that the man who had been watching television there was no longer in sight. Instead, she found him clad in a gray leisure outfit. His dark hair tousled against his ears, shuffling in slippers, and holding a popsicle, poised to take a bite. Duan Yingtang suddenly inquired, "What are you doing?" He replied, somewhat feebly, "Eating a popsicle. Is there a problem?" Duan Yingtang approached, lowered her head, and bit into the popsicle he held, swiftly confiscating it while Yunzhan stood bewildered. With wide eyes filled with disbelief, he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "That's my popsicle." Duan Yingtang cast him a nonchalant glance, stating, "You can't eat it." Yunzhan protested. "Why not?" His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed, and as if he had stumbled upon an earth-shattering secret, he quickly turned away, his ears flushed crimson. In an exasperated whisper, he retorted, "Could you please not eat a popsicle like that?" Chapter 11. No popsicles. Drink more warm water. Duan Yingtang appeared quite perplexed, asking, "If you don't eat a popsicle this way, how else would you eat it?" She pondered for a moment, then suddenly bit down on the ice pop held in her mouth, her words muffled. "It seems a bit hard when bitten." Hard? What could be hard? A series of inappropriate thoughts inexplicably whirled through Yunzhan's mind, causing his throat to feel slightly parched. Angered and embarrassed, he scolded, "Do not speak of such things," entirely oblivious to the fact that it was he who had initially suggested the ice pop. Duan Yingtang frowned. "Why throw it away? Aside from being a bit icy, I find it quite delightful." Yunzhan turned to glare at her. What business does a girl have eating ice? It would be better to drink warm water. After a brief silence, he added, "From now on, you are not to eat ice pops in front of others." Duan Yingtang was bemused. Why not? Yunzhan gritted his teeth and replied, "There is no reason." Although she found his reaction rather odd, she thought little of it and realized the call had not yet ended, so she continued conversing with her agent. "Understood." Yunzhan bargained, "I won't eat it anymore. And you must refrain as well." The trending topic on Weibo was clearly fabricated. Retracting it would not be difficult, but Chen Yuping's team evidently sought to shift the blame. Compared to the exposure of an idol's romantic relationship, scandalous topics like infidelity were undoubtedly more captivating. Below were images that perfectly illustrated the adage, "Where there is a picture, there is truth." Duan Yingtang. Sister Zhou was filled with righteous indignation. Utterly exasperated, this so-called friend of Chen Yuping's girlfriend is clearly a paid accomplice from Chen Yuping's team. And that photo insinuating that you seduced him, If these netizens are blind to the truth, perhaps they should donate their eyesight to someone in need. Can't they even discern that this is a staged act? What are you doing? Yunzhan replied with an air of indifference. The accompanying image was precisely the hand-holding photo taken moments ago. One hand, unmistakably masculine, intertwined with another, smaller hand, adorned with a wedding ring on the ring finger. Sister Zhou's vision darkened, nearly causing her to faint with rage. Didn't Ti instruct you to hand over your Weibo account to the studio for management? Duan Yingtang leisurely responded. Let the PR department have a proper rest tonight. Sister Zhou retorted. This indeed spares the PR team from a sleepless night. But it also constrains your future in the entertainment industry. With a tone of resignation, Sister Zhou continued. If you announce that you are married now, once you achieve fame, you will inevitably lose a significant portion of your male fans. Duan Yingtang appeared unfazed by this, remarking, Do I even have 30 active fans across the internet? Sister Zhou sighed, forget it. If you are truly married, then you should release a photo together. Duan Yingtang paid no heed to the keyboard warriors who only sought to boast behind the safety of their screens, discarding her Weibo account into the studio's care without a second thought. After all, engaging in petty disputes with fools only serves to render oneself a fool as well. Furthermore, allowing anger to fester only leads to wrinkles, a price not worth paying for the sake of internet trolls. Yunzhan cast her a sidelong glance, nonchalantly inquiring. After such a lengthy phone conversation, it wouldn't happen to be someone you have feelings for, would it? Duan Yingtang failed to detect the underlying jealousy in the man's tone. He is my manager. Manager? Yunzhan queried, perplexed. Are you an actress? Isn't this a marriage of convenience? To ally with the Liu family, one must at least be of equivalent status. As this thought crossed his mind, his heart felt as though it had been pricked by a needle, filled with a bittersweet ache. Hadn't Duan Yingtang married him? He had entrusted her with his salary card, which meant she could easily access the funds to support her family. Why then would she venture into the entertainment industry to earn money so publicly? If your family is in any trouble, do not hesitate to tell me. Yunzhan suddenly blurted out, seemingly without reason. Although our marital bond may be superficial, you are still, in name, my wife, and I would not stand idly by in your time of need. Duan Yingtang was bewildered by his words. What is wrong with my family? Isn't your family in decline? Yunzhan asked, astonished. Who told you my family is in decline? Duan Yingtang retorted. Is it not true? Yunzhan pressed, incredulous. Then why did you enter the entertainment industry to act? Suddenly, Yunzhan sprang to his feet, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, becoming immediately defensive. Who cares about you? Do not flatter yourself. With that, he abandoned the television, stomping upstairs in his slippers. Chapter 12. Husband. Duan Yingtang's exclusive the housekeeper had baked some cookies and pressed apple juice. Yunzhan was indeed sulking. Having not emerged from his room, Duan Yingtang carried a plate of cookies upstairs and knocked on the guest room door. Lu, have you finished sulking? Annie has baked some cookies. Would you care for a taste? The guest room remained silent, clearly indicating that little Lu was still sulking. Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow, casually tapping twice. If you don't want any, then so be it. She turned with the cookies in hand, feigning a complaint as she murmured to herself. I truly am not accustomed to sleeping alone. I shall call on Tong shortly and ask her to keep me company for the night. Not long after her words faded, Yunzhan opened the door. He had changed into his pajamas, evidently preparing for sleep. Duan Yingtang had not ventured far when the sound of the door prompted her to halt. Turning her head with a faint smile in her peach blossom eyes. You finally decided to emerge? Yunzhan replied calmly. I came out for the cookies. The cookies were crafted by the nanny, who had learned from culinary videos online. They were quite delightful, albeit slightly burnt. Duan Yingtang had intended her words to lure Yunzhan out. Meng Antong's nightlife was far more vibrant than theirs, and she was likely still reveling in some entertainment venue or bar with friends. The residents of Shui Lanting were predominantly affluent, with each villa spaced at least 500 meters apart, ensuring a tranquil night. In front of the villa lay a spacious plot of land, reportedly reserved by Lu's father for a small playground for his future grandson. Upon learning of his father's intentions, Yunzhan pondered, is this truly my father? Nonetheless, after thorough consideration, Yunzhan found no issues, save for a slight stomach ailment. Lu's father, reflecting on his stepdaughter, felt a twinge of frustration, realizing that children often brought burdens. The matter of children remained an elusive concern, prompting Yunzhan to take matters into his own hands and construct a swing on that vacant lot. The esteemed president of the Lu family unexpectedly took it upon himself to construct a swing. Duan Yingtang, bewildered, inquired about the reasoning behind this whimsical endeavor. Where did they find children? She pondered. Moreover, even if there were children, wouldn't they have to be at least 4 years old to play? Yunzhan replied. I am 17, not 7. He then mused. Who, exactly, is the minor here? Despite his words, he remained rooted in place. Duan Yingtang, with her charming almond-shaped eyes slightly narrowed and her head tilting playfully, unabashedly pleaded, I beg you, dear little Lu. As she spoke, she gestured with her right fingers in a mock kneeling position upon her left palm. Yunzhan found himself somewhat charmed. Clearing his throat, he feigned seriousness, stating, There is no sincerity in your request. Duan Yingtang, amused by his demeanor, decided to indulge him. After a moment of pretense, she stated in a monotonous tone, Husband, please push me. Though the term husband lacked sweetness, Yunzhan felt his ears grow warm, his youthful pride compelling him to maintain a stoic expression. Duan Yingtang smirked, playfully repeating, Husband, husband, husband. She then playfully removed his hand and teased, Yet, I can't help but feel you seem to relish it. Yunzhan, taken aback, thought to himself that Duan Yingtang was far from his ideal delicate wife. Their union was merely a business arrangement, more artificial than the plastic flowers sold at a discount. Though it was night, the lights in the courtyard remained aglow, casting shadows that swayed gently across the ground as the man pushed. After a moment, Yunzhan unexpectedly encountered a textured sensation on the back of the swing chair, reminiscent of letters carved with a small knife. He lowered his gaze and indeed found a line of engraved words upon the swing chair. The artisan of this inscription, perhaps inexperienced in such endeavors, had etched 5 brief characters in a rather unrefined manner, yet the style was unmistakably recognizable. Yunzhan realized it was his own handwriting. What on earth is this? Is he emulating a traveler's inscription? At 27, how could he be so juvenile? Yunzhan thought to himself, is this truly a swing? It resembles a cradle more closely. Moreover, as the male head of this household, it was ludicrous. Who has ever seen the male host of a home sleeping in the guest room? His clothing and toiletries were all present, so it was only natural for him to occupy the master bedroom. Chapter 13. You plead. And only then do I stay. Despite fabricating countless justifications in his mind, Yunzhan still hesitated to climb into bed immediately. To ascend the bed without consent, what would that make him? Thus, he began to create a series of soft clattering sounds throughout the room. Duan Yingtang had yet to sink into a deep slumber. Upon hearing the noises, she drowsily opened her eyes. After a brief moment, she discerned the figure of the man standing by the door. Yunzhan, with an impassive expression, knocked gently on the wall. I'm just testing the soundproofing. Duan Yingtang. Yunzhan maintained his stoic demeanor, as steady as a mountain, just checking. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, a series of persistent coughs abruptly roused her. Duan Yingtang felt no desire to even open her eyes, and, suppressing her irritation, asked, What do you want now? Yunzhan coughed twice more, maintaining an impassive expression as he replied, I'm thirsty. Oh. Yunzhan approached the table and poured himself a glass of water, sipping it languidly. It took him nearly 5 minutes to finish a single glass. After setting the glass down, he patted around the room in his slippers, deliberately producing that irritating, scratchy sound. Duan Yingtang furrowed her brow and then opened her eyes, fixing him with a death glare. Can you walk properly? Feeling a twinge of guilt, Yunzhan straightened his back, attempting to exude confidence as he declared, I need to use the restroom. Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight sparked within Yunzhan, yet he feigned ignorance, asking, Are you implying that I should sleep here? Very well, he thought, his heart blossoming with joy, all the while pretending to be nonchalant. I don't usually share a bed with others. It is only because you pleaded with me that I have stayed. Duan Yingtang responded dismissively, Yes, yes. It was me who begged you. I beg you to let me sleep peacefully. With that, Yunzhan abandoned any pretense of needing the restroom and swiftly made his way to the bedside, shedding his shoes before climbing into bed. At last, the room returned to a tranquil silence. Although 17-year-old Yunzhan was undeniably more endearing and amusing than his 27-year-old counterpart, he was indeed quite a handful. Duan Yingtang closed her eyes, prepared to continue her slumber. Just then, Yunzhan suddenly poked her back with his finger. Are you asleep? Duan Yingtang had no intention of responding to him. Yunzhan murmured to himself, Do you know Dayu? I have an appointment with him tomorrow, but I'm short on cash. Could you possibly lend me a few hundred? Duan Yingtang suddenly turned around and nestled into his embrace, placing her hand over his mouth. If I give you an extra 200, will you be quiet and let me get a good night's sleep? The girl's body was soft, and it struck him that this was indeed his first time holding a girl, especially his wife. It felt akin to a cat encountering catnip. So this is what it feels like to sleep with one's wife. Reflecting on the contact name in his phone, he blurted out, "Baby." Duan Yingtang had already fallen asleep and thus did not hear his words, nor did she notice the fleeting flush on Yunzhan's face. Duan Yingtang slept soundly until 8 o'clock. However, when he suddenly found himself alone, Yunzhan instinctively awoke. Duan Yingtang was already getting out of bed. Yunzhan reached out to search for his phone, wondering, what time is it? Could it be related to last night's events? At this thought, Yunzhan felt a twinge of guilt. Duan Yingtang was focused on her tie and remained oblivious to the man's changing expressions. Confused, Yunzhan asked, "Who is Liang Jingyuan?" He added, "I don't wish to wear a tie clip today. Do you have no other accessories?" Duan Yingtang's demeanor remained unchanged, her tone flat. "Because I was adopted by the Liang family." Yunzhan paused momentarily, then looked up at the girl before him, his lips slightly pressed together. "I'm sorry." After a year of adoption, Liang's mother became pregnant with a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Uncle Liang believed this blessing was bestowed upon them by her presence. Thus he treated her with utmost kindness. However, human emotions are complex, and occasionally bias may arise. Chapter 14. A significant day. A night unreturned. Duan Yingtang held a deep sense of gratitude towards the Liang family. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to marry Yunzhan during their time of hardship. Although the Liang family's standing in Yun City did not rival that of the Liu family, they were still quite affluent, residing in the prestigious Tinglan No. 1, where their European-style villa, though not ostentatious, blended seamlessly into the affluent neighborhood. Duan Yingtang nodded and retrieved the items she had brought for the Liang family from the trunk. Aunt Pan hurried forward to take them, saying, "Sir has gone to the company. Madam and the second young lady are at home." Duan Yingtang inquired, "What about Liang Jingyuan?" Aunt Pan's expression became somewhat peculiar, as if she hesitated to divulge the information. After a moment's contemplation, Duan Yingtang made an educated guess. "Did he go to a bar again last night and not return?" With a resigned nod, Aunt Pan lowered her voice. "Sir was quite irate this morning. Today is a crucial day for both families to discuss the engagement. Yet Liang Jingyuan was out indulging himself the night before and did not return. How could Liang's father not be upset?" Before Duan Yingtang's marriage to Yunzhan, Liang Jingyuan frequently stayed out late. As she stepped into the living room, she immediately sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. Liang's mother was sulking on the sofa, while Liang Jinxiu paced restlessly, engaged in a phone call. Aunt Pan softly reminded, "Madam, Miss Tang has arrived." Duan Yingtang nodded slightly, glancing at Liang Jinxiu, who had been unable to connect the call. "Do you know which bar he is at?" Liang Jinxiu, feeling somewhat agitated, responded with a hint of impatience. "If I knew, I wouldn't be making calls. I would have gone directly to the bar to find him." Liang's mother shot a disapproving glance at her daughter, Jinxiu. Seated on the sofa with her legs crossed, Liang Jinxiu fell silent. "Yingtang, have you had breakfast? I can ask Aunt Pan to prepare some noodles for you." Liang's mother offered. Duan Yingtang replied, "No need, I've already eaten." Liang's mother found herself at a loss for words. Her bond with this adopted daughter had never been particularly close, especially after she had her own children, pouring most of her energy into the care of her twins, leaving little room to attend to someone else's child. Duan Yingtang was not the type to actively engage in conversation, and thus the living room was filled solely with the persistent beeping of Liang Jinxiu's calls to Liang Jingyuan. "Let them head to the hotel first. I will arrive a little later." Upon receiving this message, Liang's mother finally felt a sense of relief. The meeting with the Song family was scheduled for 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and by the time Liang's mother and Liang Jinxiu were ready, it was already 11. "So, isn't she your sister?" a close friend exclaimed in surprise. "What sister?" Liang Jinxiu frowned, expressing her dissatisfaction with her friend's remark, emphasizing that there was no blood relation. Sensing Liang Jinxiu's aversion to her parents' adopted sister, her perceptive friend deftly shifted the topic. Duan Yingtang was lost in thought when her phone suddenly rang. Noticing the caller ID, she saw it was Meng Yantong. Duan Yingting answered the phone, her voice measured yet laced with a hint of perplexity. "And Tiang, what is it?" "Sister-in-law, are you still at the Liang residence?" "Yes, I'm feeling quite bored. May I come to see you?" Duan Yingting teased with a light laugh, Is it possible for the illustrious Miss M. Ing to experience boredom? All right, I'll be candid. My mother has been lecturing me again. Ming Ing sighed softly from the other end. Sister-in-law, have compassion for me and allow me to seek refuge at your place. Duan Yingtang replied helplessly. I have no idea when this will conclude on my end. That is fine. As long as I have a place to hide, I'll be content. Ming Ing declared decisively. I'll arrive in half an hour. See you soon, sister-in-law. With that, Ming Ing hung up. On such an important day, it was natural for Li Ying F to be present. Li Ying J Nexi muttered quietly, what does she have to offer? As the Li Ying family headed towards the hotel, Ming Ing arrived just in time. She greeted Li Ying F. Good day, uncle. Li Ying M smiled. What brings you here, Ying? Ming Ing feigned a pitiful demeanor before returning to her nonchalant self. I was hit with some documents by my mother. Duan Yingtang cast a fleeting glance her way. You came home late again last night, didn't you? Ming Ing pondered briefly. It wasn't tea that late, just past 4 in the morning. Duan Yingtang's expression remained impassive, devoid of sympathy. You could afford to stay out even later, and our next meeting might very well be in a hospital. Meng Antong waved her hand dismissively, stating that she would simply ride with her sister-in-law. Chapter 15. A pair of twins in 3 years, named Lu Di soon after the group arrived at the hotel. The Song family made their entrance as well. Upon seeing Meng Antong, Madame Song approached her with a warm smile and a friendly greeting. Meng Antong, feeling quite indifferent, added 2 ice cubes to her cola and waved her hand, indicating that she preferred to be left alone, as she was merely there to accompany her sister-in-law. Duan Yingtang, unfazed by Madame Song's inconsistent demeanor, took the cola with ice away from Meng Antong and poured her a cup of hot water instead. Meng Antong looked up at her in bewilderment. Without batting an eye, Duan Yingtang calmly stated, "Drink more hot water." Meng Antong replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. "I'm not on my period." She then expressed her disdain, questioning, "What kind of typical male comment is that?" With the cola now out of reach, Meng Antong felt unable to snatch it back from her sister-in-law, so she reluctantly took a sip of the hot water placed before her. Supporting her head with her hand, she yawned, feeling drowsy. Liang Jingyuan had yet to arrive punctually, while Liang's mother crafted a convenient excuse for her son's tardiness, citing an unforeseen issue at school. Liang Jingyuan, now in his junior year at a local university, had only resided in the dormitory for half a year during his freshman year. Since then, he had lived at home. Madame Song displayed no visible signs of dissatisfaction, and Song Jiu understandingly indicated that it was perfectly fine to wait for Liang Jingyuan to finish his matters before joining them. Meanwhile, Liang Jinshu was discreetly messaging her brother, urging him to hurry along. Perhaps it was the incessant barrage of messages from Liang Jinshu that prompted his arrival. After a delay of more than 15 minutes past the agreed time, Liang Jingyuan finally made his entrance. Upon pushing open the door to the private room, he immediately offered his apologies to the assembled company. Liang's mother, noticing his impeccable attire and the evidently groomed state of his hair, felt a quiet sense of relief wash over her. She had feared he might have hastily arrived from a bar, a situation that would have rendered his tardiness all too apparent. Upon noticing her presence, Liang Jingyuan's expression momentarily faltered, as if taken aback. However, Duan Yingtang remained oblivious to him, her attention directed towards Meng Antong. Liang Jingyuan averted his gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Duan Yingtang, puzzled, questioned his motives. What was the purpose of his inquiry? Meng Antong responded, "Not sending it. You focus on your work and refrain from interrupting my time with my sister-in-law." Lu Yunzhan, gritting his teeth, retorted, "To hell with your world of two. That is my wife." Meng Antong shot back, "Haven't you heard the saying? Nothing tastes better than dumplings, and nothing is more enjoyable than my sister-in-law." Feeling provoked, Lu Yunzhan was on the verge of smashing his phone in anger. Had Meng Antong not been a woman, he would have long since dealt her a blow. Observing Meng Antong typing on her phone, Duan Yingtang assumed she had shared the address with Lu Yunzhan, stirring a sense of confusion within her. The distance to the commercial center was considerable, requiring approximately half an hour by car. It seemed unlikely that Lu Yunzhan would have chosen to dine in this location. Ever since his amnesia, his actions had become increasingly unpredictable. This time, the Liang and Song families convened to discuss the date of the engagement and the venue for the engagement banquet. Both parties were already pleased with the union, ensuring that the negotiations proceeded with remarkable ease. Duan Yingtang did not partake in their discussion, choosing instead to eat in silence. Upon exiting the restroom, she spotted Liang Jingyuan leaning against the wall. As soon as he saw her emerge, he straightened his posture and directed his gaze towards her, clearly waiting for her. Duan Yingtang hesitated for a few seconds before approaching him, inquiring, "Do you need something?" Liang Jingyuan remained silent for a moment before nodding. "How have you been lately?" She regarded him with a hint of confusion, as he did not strike her as someone who would concern himself with her well-being. "I meant your relationship with Yunzhan," Liang Jingyuan persisted, his eyes intently fixed on her, scrutinizing every subtle nuance of her expression. "How are things between you two?" Duan Yingtang pondered for a moment before responding. "We are affectionate and have welcomed 2 children in 3 years. At her words, Liang Jingyuan's pupils quivered momentarily, his gaze instinctively drifting to her abdomen, incredulity saturating his tone. "Are you saying you are pregnant?" Meanwhile, Yunzhan, who had come in search of his wife, felt as though his feet were glued to the floor upon hearing this revelation, unable to move an inch. He happened to be stationed just behind the wall, and neither of them noticed his presence. The expression on Yunzhan's face shifted from bewilderment to confusion, then to shock, and finally to a state of utter disarray. How could she be pregnant? Was it truly his child, at the age of 27? He, a distinguished student from the esteemed second high school, found himself inexplicably thrust into a new reality, suddenly burdened with a wife and, astonishingly, the prospect of fatherhood. Uncertain of the child's gender, he mused that if it were a son, he would name him Lu Di, and if a daughter, Lu Di would transform into Lu Ti. Liang Jingyuan felt a twinge of awkwardness, his fingers tracing the seam of his trousers. "Oh." Meanwhile, concealed behind the wall, Yunzhan seethed. "Damn. My dreams are shattered." Liang Jingyuan regarded her with a gaze imbued with sincerity. "I do not harbor any affection for Song Jiayu. I have no desire to marry her." Duan Yingtang shot him a puzzled glance. "You ought to convey that to your mother." "Why should I tell her? She has no authority over Liang Jingyuan's marital affairs." Liang Jingyuan's expression shifted subtly, his tone tinged with urgency. "Do you not wish to know whom I truly like?" Duan Yingtang, in fact, had no interest in this revelation and felt no curiosity. Their relationship hardly seemed intimate. Without a hint of hesitation, Liang Jingyuan began, "I like." His words were abruptly interrupted. "Wife, what are you doing here?" Yunzhan stood a short distance away, his face betraying no emotion as he observed them. Liang Jingyuan frowned involuntarily. Yunzhan gritted his teeth. "Damn it, this fellow clearly intends to encroach upon my territory." Chapter 16. Addressing his brother-in-law. Do not harbor ill intentions. Men possess a keen intuition, particularly when sensing a potential threat to their romantic interests. Once this thought crossed Yunzhan's mind, he could no longer contain himself and immediately interjected, casting a warning glance at Liang Jingyuan. Liang Jingyuan gazed steadily, displaying not the slightest hint of embarrassment or guilt at being caught. He then lifted his foot, intending to depart. Yunzhan suddenly spoke. "What was young Master Liang about to say to my wife? Perhaps you could share it with me as well?" His voice was devoid of emotion, calm like a stream gently flowing through a mountain gorge, yet tinged with a chilling coldness. Liang Jingyuan hesitated momentarily, turned around, and with an expression of indifference replied, "It was nothing, merely a casual chat." "Is that so?" Yunzhan chuckled mockingly, leisurely continuing, "After all, I am young Master Liang's brother-in-law. Shouldn't young Master Liang greet me before taking his leave?" Upon hearing this, Liang Jingyuan's demeanor shifted drastically, the facade of calm shattered, and his expression darkened considerably. Witnessing Liang Jingyuan's discomposure, Yunzhan felt a slight uplift in his spirits. It is best not to covet what does not belong to you. Duan Yingtang's expression remained unchanged, and when Yunzhan turned his gaze towards her, a hint of confusion flickered across her features. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yunzhan approached her, lowering his gaze to scrutinize her. "Aren't you angry?" Duan Yingtang, bewildered, replied, "Angry about what?" Yunzhan fixed his gaze upon her. "Are you not upset by what he said?" The he in question referred, of course, to Liang Jingyuan. Duan Yingtang shook her head. "Not at all. Our relationship isn't particularly close." Upon hearing this, Liang Jingyuan's expression subtly altered, and he lowered his eyes, concealing the bitterness that lingered beneath. He chose not to linger any longer and turned to leave. Duan Yingtang, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, then ordered a plate of pasta to share with Yunzhan. Before getting into the car, Yunzhan couldn't help but ask once more, "Are you truly not coming to the company with me?" Duan Yingtang shook her head. "Taozi has invited me to play tennis." "Taozi?" Lu Yunzhan furrowed his brow. Is this a friend of yours? Male or female? He muttered. The one who met her was the old me, not the current me. Duan Yingtang waved her hand dismissively. Focus on your work. Call me if you need anything. I'm leaving now. Lu Yunzhan called out to her. His tone somewhat bashful. Are you just going to leave like this? Duan Yingtang looked at him, puzzled. If not like this, how should I leave? Lu Yunzhan was exasperated, gritting his teeth as he retorted. Don't you have anything you wish to do? Duan Yingtang regarded him, lowering her gaze in contemplation for a moment, then hesitantly shook her head. No. Lu Yunzhan's expression darkened, resembling the grim countenance of Liang Jingyuan from earlier. His phoenix eyes glazed with a thin veneer of ice, before he stormed off in anger, slamming the car door with a resounding bang. Once she settled into the car, she realized the subtlety of her emotions, a flicker of astonishment passing through her almond-shaped eyes. Could it be that Lu Yunzhan wanted me to kiss him? She found it somewhat amusing. If he wanted me to kiss him, why not just say so? Is this what pure-hearted high school students are like? Su Yitao graduated alongside her, albeit from a different major. She studied finance, while Su Yitao pursued the fine arts. After graduation, she partnered with her classmates to establish a comic studio, where her daily tasks involved illustrating comics and negotiating business, aided by individuals sent by her elder brother. Su Yitao was notoriously discerning, not in terms of the quality of the works, but rather in her personal affinity for them. She was willing to create pieces for free if they appealed to her, yet no amount of money would sway her if she took a disliking to a project. Thus, Su Yitao emerged as the most leisurely artist in their studio, as the daughter of the Su family lacked financial worries. While her colleagues toiled late into the night, she enjoyed a peaceful slumber on her spacious bed. While others navigated the demands of difficult clients, she leisurely watched races at the racetrack, inciting envy and resentment among her studio companions. The tennis club, named Tianshu, was situated outside the city center, as it required ample space for its courts. In addition to the tennis facilities, the club boasted a golf course, attracting well-dressed elites who came to play golf or conduct business. Duan Yingtang handed the car keys to the valet and followed the attendant to the tennis center. This time, Su Yitao chose not to invite anyone for conversation. Instead, she sat on the sofa sulking, with a tall, bald man wearing sunglasses standing behind her. The private room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Su Yitao hurriedly interjected, "No." She glanced at the unflappable bald man, irritated, and remarked, "I simply do not wish to see a certain someone." The bald man stood motionless, as if he had not comprehended who Su Yitao referred to. Su Yitao felt a mix of indignation and grievance. He had sent away the friends I invited to play. In the face of her accusation, the bald man remained utterly unfazed, his expression showing no signs of alteration. Duan Yingtang tugged at the corner of her mouth, yet her eyes revealed little mirth. "Did you invite others?" Su Yitao inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt, her voice descending a few notches. "I met them at the club." Duan Yingtang, of course, could not be angered by Su Yitao's invitation of others. She merely found it curious. Who did you encounter? If it were friends with whom Su Yitao shared a close bond, even if Xiao Xiaoang was the bodyguard arranged by the Su family elder brother, he would not impede Su Yitao's social interactions, unless among them were individuals who posed a threat to her. Chapter 17. 3 years of marriage. Yet no romance when Xiaoning was the illegitimate daughter of the one family. The Su family elder brother was indeed strict with his younger siblings, yet he was also protective. Upon discovering that when Xiaoning was the one who pushed Su Yitao into the water, he resolutely severed their ties. Fortunately, Su Yitao was still young. After a few days of gloom, she regained her vivacity, and new companions soon surrounded her. The Su family elder brother had arranged for Xiao Xiaohang to be Su Yitao's bodyguard, undoubtedly informing him of these matters. Duan Yingtang casually remarked, "So what are you angry about?" "I am no longer angry." Su Yitao rose, cleverly diverting the subject. "Shall we change into our sports attire and play?" Dressed in the sportswear brought by Su Yitao, the two made their way towards the tennis court. The tennis rackets and balls are provided by the club, although guests may bring their own. Today is not a weekend, so the tennis courts are relatively empty, with only a few affluent young men accompanied by their partners. Duan Yingtang received a racket from the attendant and walked onto the court. A bald man steadfastly followed them, resembling an immovable mountain standing nearby. With a soft thud, Su Yitao sent the ball soaring towards her. The black sports tank top accentuated the girl's graceful figure, revealing a slender waist while the tight-fitting athletic pants emphasized her long, straight legs. Her slightly curled long hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, showcasing her exquisite and striking features that drew glances from onlookers. Neither Duan Yingtang nor Su Hetao were particularly avid sports enthusiasts. After a few rounds, they decided to take a break and stepped aside to grab towels. Duan Yingtang took one and said, "Thank you." Just as she was about to twist open the bottle cap, a hand suddenly reached over and snatched the mineral water from her grasp. "How could I let a lady struggle with the cap?" A young man chuckled, assisting her by opening the bottle and then returning it to her. Duan Yingtang frowned slightly, refusing the water he offered and turning to Su Hetao for another bottle. The young man felt a bit awkward, scratching his nose. Yet he mustered the courage to continue his conversation. "Miss, you play tennis exceptionally well. Shall we exchange contact information and play together next time?" Duan Yingtang ignored him, taking a sip of her water without even glancing at the young man, as if he were invisible. The young man remarked that it is quite natural for beautiful individuals to possess a hint of arrogance. Duan Yingtang raised her hand, revealing a diamond ring adorning her ring finger, 3 years of marriage and 2 children. The young man, seemingly taken aback, walked away with a lightness in his step. Upon returning to his friends, they eagerly inquired about his encounter. "Did you learn her name? Did you obtain her number?" The young man's expression grew somewhat complex as he replied, "She is married and has 2 children." His friends reacted with disbelief. "Is that true? She appears to be barely in her 20s. Could it be that she married too young?" Duan Yingtang languidly commented, "Before I got married, no one pursued me." Su Hetao expressed her astonishment. "Really?" Duan Yingtang cast her a sidelong glance. "What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Are the boys around you blind?" Su Hetao seemed perplexed by this. Duan Yingtang continued, "I have received love letters, but no one has ever confessed to me in person." In truth, her social circle was quite limited, and she rarely attended gatherings. During high school, her life revolved around the dormitory and classroom. Without any particularly close friends, just classmates she could converse with. In university, her social network shrank even further. Over 4 years, she barely recognized all her classmates and participated in only a couple of social events, subsequently declining any similar invitations. Her roommate had tested the waters, inquiring if she had any desire for romance. The roommate mused, what trouble could there be in merely dating? Since entering university, Duan Yingtang had scarcely utilized the Liang family's finances. Throughout her freshman and sophomore years, she had engaged in tutoring to earn her living expenses, and during her junior year, she took a part-time job at a tattoo studio, where she was subsequently discovered by a talent scout and transitioned into the entertainment industry. Her leisure time was entirely consumed by work, leaving no room for romantic pursuits. One of her dormitory mates, an art major, had been supported by a wealthy patron while working as a game companion, and rather confusingly, ended up in a romantic relationship, which ultimately fizzled out. Without her benefactor's financial support, this roommate found her living conditions drastically diminished. Previously, she had indulged in carefree spending, but now, with a meager budget of 2,000 yuan for living expenses, she was forced to be frugal, a stark contrast that proved difficult for her to accept. This led her to cope by drinking heavily in the dormitory, often becoming inebriated. Duan Yingtang appeared unfazed by the situation, though it was merely her disinclination to engage in conflict that masked her feelings. It was during this period that a rift formed between the two. Chapter 18. A strict wife. No alcohol or smoking. Dinner was spent dining out with Su Hetao. After work, Yunzhan headed directly to the bar where he had arranged to meet Dayu. Understanding Yunzhan's temperament, Dayu refrained from excessive revelry. Their booth was occupied solely by him and a few familiar friends, without any hired companions. Upon entering, Yunzhan was greeted with warm enthusiasm. "Brother Lu, it's truly a challenge to get you out here." Approaching with a casual demeanor, the third son of the Yang family, Yang Zichuan, playfully draped his arm over his shoulder. Previously, he often engaged in merriment with Yunzhan and his companions. His family, involved in real estate, may not boast the same lineage and status as Yunzhan's. Yet he is undeniably a scion of wealth. Yunzhan cast a fleeting glance at him, shaking off his hand, his striking phoenix-like eyes conveying a clear message. "Who are you?" Unfazed, Yang Zichuan smiled cheerfully, oblivious to the unfamiliarity in Yunzhan's gaze. Surrounded by his friends, Yunzhan settled into the center of the group. Initially, he had no intention of inviting these fellows, but upon hearing that he had summoned Yunzhan, they insisted on tagging along. Dayu poured him a drink. Since his marriage, Yunzhan had refrained from drinking alcohol. citing his wife's aversion to the scent of liquor, a fact that was hardly a secret among their circle. Should anyone else have used their spouse's distaste for alcohol as a pretext to abstain, they would surely be met with ridicule. Yet, when it comes to Lu Yunzhan, no one dared to voice any dissent. Since Lu Ji's marriage, it has become increasingly difficult to gather him for social outings. A man with a buzz cut took a hearty sip of beer and sighed deeply. Dai Yu remarked, with Lu Ge now having a lovely wife at home, he has little desire to join us, a bunch of old men, for mere banter. As the group of men conversed, their discussions revolved around work-related matters, interspersed with nostalgic reminiscences of their school days. Lu Yunzhan, known for his reticence, was a familiar presence in this dynamic, and thus, no one perceived anything amiss. It was only when someone broached the topic of the Liang family's prospective union with the Song family that Lu Yunzhan, seemingly indifferent, interjected. What do you all know about the Liang family's affairs? As he opened his mouth, the previously cacophonous scene fell silent for 2 seconds. Until Dai Yu ultimately shattered the stillness. No way, Lu Ge. The Liang family is your wife's maternal home. If anyone understands them, it should be you more than us. Right? Lu Yunzhan's expression remained unchanged as he replied nonchalantly, my wife seldom discusses matters pertaining to the Liang family with me. Dai Yu swiftly connected the dots, smacking his forehead in realization. How could I forget? Your sister-in-law was adopted by the Liang family. In fact, if it weren't for your impending marriage to her, we wouldn't have even known that the Liang family had a daughter. Lu Yunzhan shot him a sidelong glance and casually inquired, am I not aware of this? How could you possibly be unaware? Although I cannot fathom why you agreed to the union with the Liang family. Did you not meet your sister-in-law a few times before the wedding? Surely, you haven't forgotten even that? Dai Yu questioned, his expression laced with skepticism. Lu Yunzhan remained as steadfast as a mountain. I haven't forgotten. I merely sought to test your memory. Dai Yu retorted. Lu Ge, I am merely 27 years old. I have yet to reach the stage of senility. Lu Yunzhan took a sip of his drink, his tone languid. So, it seems you all lack a deep understanding of my wife's relationship with the Liang family? With a slight elevation of his chin, Lu Yunzhan signaled, speak. The man with the buzz cut remarked, I have heard that the Liang family adopted my sister-in-law because Liang Shuyuan and her father were university roommates, and they were close friends. Hence, when a tragedy befell her parents, Liang Shuyuan took her in. However, there is another rumor circulating within the circle. What rumor? There are whispers suggesting that Liang Shuyuan adopted his sister-in-law due to his affection for her mother. Is there any truth to this? Dai Yu harbors doubts regarding this notion. If Liang Shuyuan were indeed enamored with his sister-in-law's mother, how could his wife consent to the adoption? The man with a crew cut shook his head, stating that he had only heard this from his mother. Nonetheless, some rumors do not arise from thin air. It is likely that Liang Shuyuan once pursued the mother of his sister-in-law. He turned to Lu Yunzhan and inquired if his sister-in-law had ever mentioned such matters. Lu Yunzhan slightly lifted his phoenix-like eyes, revealing no discernible change in expression, and replied, no. After a brief pause, he continued, are you implying that the Liang family does not hold my wife in high regard? Do you believe she was mistreated during her time with them? Lu Yunzhan set down his drink, no more. He rose, casting a nonchalant glance at Dai Yu, and instructed him to follow. Dai Yu put down his half-finished drink and looked up at him, asking, what's the matter? Allowing the others to continue their revelry, Dai Yu followed Lu Yunzhan to a quieter corner. Noticing the seriousness etched on Lu Yunzhan's face, Dai Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he crossed his arms over his chest. Yunzhan, you aren't about to tell me that you... Lu Yunzhan punched his shoulder lightly. Get lost. I have no interest in men. Then why the serious expression? Lu Yunzhan replied gravely. Lin Mimi, what I am about to say may seem outrageous. But you must believe me when I say you are my dearest childhood friend, and I would never deceive you. And you must promise not to call me Lin Mimi. Dai Yu's expression grew serious as he inquired, what have you done? Surely you haven't taken a lover outside, and are now hesitant to reveal it to your siblings? Lu Yunzhan retorted with a slap. Nonsense. Do I strike you as the type of scoundrel capable of such actions? Dai Yu instinctively shielded his head. Gradually realizing something was amiss, his gaze scrutinizing Lu Yunzhan with suspicion. Ever since Lu Yunzhan's marriage, his demeanor had transformed significantly, not for the worse. Previously, he would engage in playful banter, but post-marriage, he had matured and become more composed, often donning a cool, aloof expression on his handsome face. Yet now, an emotion other than indifference graced Lu Yunzhan's features, reminiscent of the spirited, rebellious youth from their high school days. Dayu murmured. Did I not pour you a drink earlier, not alcohol? I certainly did not consume any liquor, Lu Yunzhan replied, rummaging through his pockets. Do you have any cigarettes? Dayu, taken aback, exclaimed, Did you not quit smoking ages ago? You said if you smoked again, your wife would deny you kisses and, in severe cases, make you sleep on the couch. Dayu pondered. Perhaps this was merely his imagination? It seemed he was still under the thumb of his wife as before. Yunzhan, why do you seem so strange today? Lu Yunzhan could not convey his depth through smoking. Instead, he spoke in a somber tone. I have traversed time. What? Lu Yunzhan placed a hand on Dayu's shoulder. I am now my 17-year-old self, not my 27-year-old self. Do you comprehend? Dayu stared blankly, perplexed. Just a few days ago, I was still in the classroom of the 3rd class of senior year, attending evening study. Oh, that day? You were penalized by Old Gua for not wearing your school badge and had to copy the legend of the Condor heroes. Dayu, during evening study, I felt a bit drowsy, so I rested my head on the desk for a moment. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a hospital. Dayu caught the keyword. Hospital? How did you end up in a hospital? Lu Yunzhan patted his shoulder. That's a good question. Dayu. Chapter 19. It's not time travel, it's amnesia. When I awoke, I was equally perplexed as to why I was in a hospital surrounded by strangers. Lu Yunzhan appeared serious and solemn. Later, my father informed me that I was already 27 years old and had a wife. Dayu, bewildered, responded, You indeed are 27 this year. Lu Yunzhan ran his fingers through his hair, his tone somewhat urgent, but I distinctly remember being a senior at City No. 2 high school before I woke up. Huh, do you understand? Dayu shook his head in confusion. I don't understand. Lu Yunzhan, exasperated, exclaimed, What I mean is, I have traveled through time. Time travel. Do you comprehend? Dayu. 2 seconds later, Dayu's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice involuntarily rising several octaves. Time travel? Lu Yunzhan slapped him. Keep your voice down. Dayu, in a state of shock, raised his hand to touch Lu Yunzhan's forehead, staring blankly. It's over. What I just poured for you couldn't possibly be alcohol. Lu Yunzhan gritted his teeth. I am not drunk. Dayu muttered softly. If you're not drunk, then why are you babbling nonsense? Lu Yunzhan sighed, resigning himself to the fact that he should not expect Dayu's intellect to grasp the meaning behind his words. Dayu retorted, If we're talking, why resort to personal attacks? Lu Yunzhan waved his hand dismissively. All right, you all enjoy yourselves. I'll take my leave. Returning to the booth, he grabbed his coat and, disregarding the pleas of others, departed. He stood up, allowing everyone to continue their revelry while he stepped outside to make a phone call. The housekeeper had prepared dinner, keeping it warm, and was now tidying up the villa with the help of the servants. Both Duan Yingtang and Lu Yunzhan preferred not to have anyone enter their rooms. Thus, only the housekeeper was permitted to clean the master bedroom and study, while others managed the communal areas. Receiving the honey water brewed by the housekeeper, Duan Yingtang settled on the sofa, sipping the sweet drink while watching a variety show. Chen Yuping also shared a few details about his girlfriend. She was not from the industry, a junior in the music department, had participated in renowned domestic concerts, and was quite attractive, being the one he pursued. Duan Yingtang logged onto Weibo with a secondary account and indeed spotted the trending topic bought by Chen Yuping's team, Chen Yuping's girlfriend. She scoffed, thinking, if she is still flirting with other male stars while married, I would have long divorced her if I were her husband. Is it not utterly disgusting for someone to be married yet engage in an affair? Those who indulge in such trifles will inevitably face the consequences of their actions. Duan Yingtang, with a stoic demeanor, reported and blocked those comments and Weibo accounts, only to discover her studio had posted a statement, a legal notice warning certain netizens and marketing accounts to cease their slander against their artist. However, pursuing legal action against such accounts is a daunting task. With the multitude of rumors and the prevalence of anonymous profiles, identifying and filing complaints against each individual would require an exorbitant amount of time and effort. After giving her studio's statement alike, Duan Yingtang exited Weibo and picked up the remote, switching channels while immersing herself in a game of Tetris, accompanied by the background score of a drama. Not long into the game, her phone rang. Dayu? Wasn't he with Lu Yunzhan? Why would he be calling her? Could it be that Lu Yunzhan was intoxicated? Duan Yingtang answered the call. Hello? Sister-in-law, have you noticed anything unusual about Yunzhan these past few days? Duan Yingtang blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Yunzhan mentioned some rather nonsensical things to me today. Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow. What kind of things? He said he has traveled through time. He insists that he is not the 27-year-old version of himself, but rather the high school senior still attending the second high school in the city. Yu's tone was incredulous, finding such claims utterly absurd. Duan Yingtang. After a brief silence, she rubbed her temples. It was not time travel, but rather amnesia. Yu's expression mirrored the shock of hearing Lu Yunzhan claim he had traveled through time. Amnesia? Duan Yingtang disclosed to Yu that Lu Yunzhan had been involved in a car accident, resulting in a blow to his head that led to amnesia. After listening, Yu fell silent for a few moments. So, does Yunzhan only retain memories from before he turned 17? Duan Yingtang replied, though he has lost his memories, he remains Lu Yunzhan. Upon understanding the current situation of Lu Yunzhan, Yu ended the call. Duan Yingtang continued to lie down and play games. Chapter 20. I hold you. Don't hurt your back. At the dining table, he found himself alone, and little Lu inexplicably felt a sense of desolation. She met the gaze of the man who was staring at her. Duan Yingtang. She paused, somewhat hesitantly. What are you looking at me for? Lu Yunzhan remained silent, gave a soft snort, and turned his head away. Duan Yingtang. What had she done to provoke this young lady? Lu Yunzhan. Little Lu tossed her fork aside and, with a rather displeased tone, declared, I don't want to eat. Lu Yunzhan, unwilling to admit that he did not wish to dine alone, concocted a flimsy excuse. I don't like foie gras. Duan Yingtang found his demeanor rather endearing, suppressing a laugh. She feigned concern. What should we do then? Throwing it away seems such a waste. Why don't you just have a couple of bites? Lu Yunzhan crossed his arms and maintained his earlier posture. Then you take a bite first. Although Duan Yingtang had already dined, she was not entirely unable to eat. Following his suggestion, she took a bite of the beef. The aunt's culinary skills were exceptional, and the beef was both fragrant and tender. The flavor was indeed delightful. She had already dined, and now she felt so full that she scarcely desired to move. The bowls and plates were left in the sink. Awaiting the maid's arrival the following day, Lu Yunzhan, feeling a twinge of guilt, blurted out, I can carry you out. Duan Yingtang shifted her gaze from the screen of her phone and, with a half-smile, glanced sidelong at the man. You wish to carry me for a stroll? Lu Yunzhan soon realized the awkwardness of his earlier remark. Duan Yingtang set her phone aside and extended her hand toward Lu Yunzhan. Pull me along. She stumbled forward a couple of steps and fell against him. Lu Yunzhan maintained his composure and replied nonchalantly, Oh. He continued to hold her hand, seemingly unwilling to let go. Duan Yingtang glanced up at him but chose not to remind him to release her, trailing lazily behind as Lu Yunzhan pulled her forward. After a brief pause, he followed her into the gym. Duan Yingtang engaged in no vigorous exercise. Instead, she changed into yoga attire to practice. Lu Yunzhan, on the other hand, began warming up beside her. He halted his movements and turned to her, his expression one of confusion. What joy do you find in this? Duan Yingtang smiled, urging Lu Yunzhan to rise. He regarded her with suspicion. What are you planning? Lu Yunzhan fell into silence, a strange silence. Moments later, the tips of his ears turned crimson, followed by a noticeable flush across his entire face. It seemed as though he had been stepped on the tail. And in a fit of embarrassment and anger, Lu Yunzhan retorted, How can you be so shameless? Lu Yunzhan, with a facade of sternness masking his inner trepidation, urged, Please, rise quickly. Duan Yingtang gradually sat up, gazing at him with a contemplative expression, inquiring, Do you not enjoy this? Lu Yunzhan hesitated, responding, Well, it's not that I dislike it, but it feels rather inappropriate, does it not? Observing the crimson hue of his ears, Duan Yingtang's lips curled into a subtle smile as she leisurely stood, dusting off non-existent particles from her attire, and acquiesced, Very well, if you do not fancy it. So be it. As Lu Yunzhan exhaled in relief, an inexplicable sense of regret and loss surged within him. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he suddenly felt an added weight upon his back. Pausing momentarily, she softly uttered, Husband. Originally intent on persuading the girl to dismount, Lu Yunzhan found himself at a loss for words. He pressed his lips together, finally conceding, As you wish. Duan Yingtang then captured a selfie, posting it on her social media with the caption, Perhaps this is the sweet burden? Shortly thereafter, comments and likes began to pour in. Su Hatao, I refuse this bowl of dog food. Thank you. Meng Antong. If my brother's back cannot handle it, he ought not to strain himself. After all, this concerns a lifetime of happiness. Meng Yukyu. You young folks certainly know how to have fun. Father Lu. Ahem, let Yunzhong be cautious. lest he strain his back. Chapter 21. Little Lu retreats. No longer a grievant, what began as a duo entering the gym culminated in Lu Yunzhan being the sole participant in the exercise. Duan Yingtang remained fixated on the flat screen, her eyes unwavering as she responded affirmatively. Carefully turning to the side, she glanced at the girl beside her who was still engrossed in her tablet. Duan Yingtang was engaged in a competitive game, and from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a man with clear, bright phoenix-like eyes observing her. She raised an eyebrow slightly. "Aren't you supposed to be asleep?" Lu Yunzhan replied, maintaining his composure. "Your gaming sounds roused me from slumber." He resolutely refused to admit that he had not actually been asleep at all. "What game are you playing?" As he spoke, he sat up. "If it's one of those dress-up games you girls enjoy, I have no interest." Since he was already awake, he might as well play a couple of rounds. His words sounded somewhat reluctant, yet Lu Yunzhan quickly picked up his phone. During high school, he often accompanied Dai Yu and others to internet cafes to play games. His addiction was not severe, merely wanting to escape the confines of the classroom. Whenever Dai Yu beckoned to head to the internet cafe, he would follow suit. Sometimes, after a few rounds of gaming, his interest would wane, leaving him to idly play solitaire on a high-spec computer. However, now he was playing games with his wife, which instantly piqued his interest. He felt a surge of excitement and silently vowed, "I must win." Casting a sidelong glance at the girl, he added, "I won't go easy on you." Duan Yingtang logged into the game, her tone devoid of any emotion. "You needn't worry about that." Lu Yunzhan perceived her words as bravado and slightly raised his chin. "If you lose, you mustn't cry." Duan Yingtang was perplexed as to how he could assume her defeat before the game had even commenced. "Let us battle until the end," Lu Yunzhan declared. "Very well," Duan Yingtang replied. The name resembles something a typical high school student might choose. Lu Yunzhan, being a novice at this game, naturally lost the first round. Duan Yingtang glanced at the man whose expression was far from pleasant, a half-smile dancing on her lips. "You mustn't cry if you lose." Lu Yunzhan stubbornly refused to admit his inferiority and retorted, "I was merely letting you win. If you're capable, let's have another round. This time, I won't show mercy." Duan Yingtang shrugged indifferently, and thus, in the second and third rounds, Lu Yunzhan continued to face defeat. Lu Yunzhan. Duan Yingtang yawned lazily. "No more games, let's sleep." The gaming session had stretched into the early hours of the morning. The car's level could easily be enhanced through in-game purchases. As the esteemed heir of the Lu family and the current president of Lu Enterprises, how could he possibly lack funds? Checking his WeChat, he noted a balance of 326 yuan. Lu Yunzhan. The gaming app notified him of an unpaid order. Lu Yunzhan stared at the amount displayed on the order, silently opting to exit. Spend money? Huh. He refused to be that unfortunate soul. Turning off his phone, he drifted off to sleep. In the morning, Lu Yunzhan lingered in bed. Duan Yingtang emerged from the bathroom after freshening up and noticed Lu Yunzhan still cocooned in the covers. She approached, lifted the blanket, and burrowed in beside him. Half a minute later, Lu Yunzhan abruptly opened his eyes, flinging the covers aside, his astonished gaze fixating on the girl curled up innocently within the blanket. The warmth on the man's face swiftly spread to his ears, igniting a mix of embarrassment and anger. "How dare you touch me?" Lu Yunzhan shot her a glare before turning his face away, his ears still flushed. "It's none of your business." Duan Yingtang pretended to approach him, and Lu Yunzhan immediately halted her, his gaze wary. "What are you planning to do?" Simultaneously, his hands pressed firmly against the blanket, as if guarding something precious. Duan Yingtang hesitated, pausing her steps. "Why don't you go to the bathroom and take care of it?" Lu Yunzhan remained silent, enveloped in his own thoughts, unwilling to speak. Duan Yingtang cleared her throat, breaking the silence. "I'll head downstairs first." When Lu Yunzhan finally descended, half an hour had passed. Duan Yingtang was seated at the dining table, enjoying her breakfast. Upon seeing the man, neatly dressed, her eyes curved playfully. "Come and have breakfast." Lu Yunzhan's back stiffened abruptly, refusing to turn and face her. "I'm not eating. It's almost time for work. I have to leave." His hurried demeanor bore an air of evasion, tinged with an inexplicable sense of guilt. Suddenly, Duan Yingtang spoke. "Wait." Lu Yunzhan's body became rigid, akin to a straightened pole, as he heard her footsteps drawing closer. Duan Yingtang stood before him, offering the packed breakfast. "Take this and eat on the way." Lu Yunzhan mechanistically extended his hand to accept it. Then, unexpectedly, Duan Yingtang took a couple of steps forward, reaching for his neck. Lu Yunzhan instinctively recoiled, but she grasped his tie, her delicate, fair fingers smoothing out its creases. It turned out he was simply helping him adjust his tie. Yunzhan quietly exhaled in relief. The morning kiss. He released his grip on the tie. Chapter 22. The morning kiss, immune to none however. It wasn't until he stepped outside and boarded the car that was to take him to the company that Yunzhan finally came to a realization. His right hand seemed to act of its own accord, moving towards his lips. 2 seconds later, whether out of frustration or agitation, he tousled his hair into a disarray. Damn, he was utterly immune to it. Most importantly, he had forgotten to return that morning kiss. Sister Zhou, having been in the industry for many years, had her connections. A few meals and some flattering words were all it took to secure an invitation. As the driver escorted her to the airport, Sister Zhou and her assistant were already waiting for her at the entrance. Duan Yingtang handed her small suitcase to the assistant, looking at Sister Zhou in confusion. What self-awareness? She tucked the loose strands of hair behind her ear nonchalantly. Should I hire a dozen bodyguards to surround me, don my hat, sunglasses, and mask, and foolishly announce to the world that I'm a celebrity? Sister Zhou envisioned that scene and found it somewhat cringeworthy. The plane tickets were booked by the assistant, and they had first-class seats. Arriving in Huangcheng at noon, Duan Yingtang felt a bit lethargic after a nap on the plane. Clearly wishing to continue sleeping, she walked with a lightness that suggested she might topple over at any moment. Assistant Xiao Ding followed closely, attentively watching her steps, and quietly asked, Sister Tang, would you like to rest your head on my shoulder for a while? Duan Yingtang shook her head lazily, stifling a yawn, her eyes glistening with moisture. No need, she replied, moving slowly as if devoid of bones, languidly inquiring about which restaurant Zhou Jia had reserved and how long it would take to arrive. Zhou Jia halted her steps, casting a look of exasperation at her. I shouldn't have granted you 3 days off. After resting at home for a few days, you've cultivated a slothful disposition. You're becoming increasingly like a salted fish. Zhou Jia, frustrated by her lack of ambition, pressed on, why haven't you landed any roles? I went to great lengths to secure you a supporting role last time, only for you to hand over your opportunity to someone else. Please, you are an actress, not a philanthropist. Duan Yingtang explained with a hint of indifference. Wen Mingwei is more suited for that role. Zhou Jia regarded her for a moment, her lips moving slightly, yet ultimately, she chose to remain silent. Indeed, Wen Mingwei possessed commendable acting skills, but she had previously offended the upper echelons of the company, which led to her being sidelined. Now, her return to acting was merely due to the diminished influence of that high-ranking official within the company. Nevertheless, the adage a starved camel is larger than a horse held true. The personnel within the company still harbored apprehension towards that official and refrained from getting too close to Wen Mingwei. Consequently, the roles she could secure were limited to minor parts. The acquaintance between Duan Yingtang and Wen Mingwei had originated from their time together in the same production. Attractive yet obscure actors are often the target of unscrupulous investors. Little did she anticipate that one day, the rumors would encircle her. After finishing the filming, the assistant director approached her with a beaming smile, indicating that the director intended to offer her an expanded role and requested her presence at the hotel for further discussions that evening. However, he was accompanied by 7 or 8 imposing bodyguards. The assistant director and the investors were completely taken aback. This was far from what they had envisioned. Consequently, Lu's father reinforced the security detail around his son. Yet, Yunzhan despised the sensation of being constantly watched, prompting him to pursue training in combat and marksmanship. Duan Yingtang had a modicum of self-defense training, but it was undeniable that women generally lag behind men in terms of physical strength. If she ventured forth alone, it would be akin to delivering herself to the wolves. At that moment, Xiao Ding remarked, Sister Tang, I thought you would stride in solo and stylishly take them down. Duan Yingtang cast her a sidelong glance and tousled her hair. You should read fewer online novels. By the way, do you know who slipped you that note? Wen Mingwei played a minor role as a female inmate in the production, and when she passed the note, she was dressed in prison garb, her face adorned with a grimy makeup look. With so many actors portraying prisoners, Xiao Ding initially failed to recognize her. It wasn't until they shared an elevator at the company that Xiao Ding's perception began to shift, finding the silhouette increasingly familiar. Sister Tang, wait, she exclaimed, her suspicions igniting. Chapter 24. Complaints to the Superior. Mr. Lu's intrigue. Wen Mingwei, of course, had not written the note. She simply replied in a voice as calm as still water, you have mistaken the person. Duan Yingtang did not press her to confess, as she had already formed her own conclusions. Xiao Ding, too, believed she had misjudged the situation. When Sister Zhou inquired about her actions, she claimed she needed to take a marriage leave and lacked the time to work. However, she did not allocate the role to anyone else, but rather to Wen Mingyue, thus transparently indicating that she had already identified the individual responsible for passing notes. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou further questioned her about how Wen Mingyue had offended her. Initially perplexed, Duan Yingtang recounted the events that had transpired on set to Sister Zhou after she explained the context. Sister Zhou spoke with a hint of disappointment. Didn't you say you assigned this role to Wen Mingyue because you were taking a marriage leave? Duan Yingtang replied, rumors can spread like wildfire. Yet debunking them requires considerable effort. Even though Sister Zhou attempted to clarify that her artist had not clashed with Wen Mingyue, few believed her. Weary from explaining, Sister Zhou eventually let them speak as they pleased. Duan Yingtang even seized the opportunity to offload a script she was unwilling to perform onto Wen Mingyue. Sister Zhou was exasperated by her lackadaisical attitude, but could only turn a blind eye, unable to bear the sight of her idleness any longer. Sister Zhou stepped out to make a phone call. Duan Yingtang waved her hand dismissively. No need, just plain water will suffice. She opened one eye, sleepily gazing at Xiao Ding. If you wish to have milk tea, go buy some, I'll reimburse you. Xiao Ding, a year her junior, had just entered the industry and was assigned by Sister Zhou to assist her. She had anticipated the role would entail the relentless hustle typical of assistants in the field, but was surprised to find her boss so lethargic. After a week of work, Duan Yingtang would take 5 days off, and if she worked for a month, it would be nearly impossible to reach her during the subsequent half-month of rest. Xiao Ding often felt that her salary was somewhat unwarranted. Duan Yingtang remarked, my assistant can serve only me. Zhug, sensing the brewing storm, prepared to unleash her ire, but Xiao Ding hastily interjected, Sister Ting, while I am certainly your sole assistant during work hours, I am available for additional tasks during your time off. Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on her lips, only to swiftly suppress it, coldly retorting, no. Zhug, both amused and exasperated, quipped, if you desire a dedicated assistant, then you shall be responsible for Xiao Ding's salary henceforth. Instantly, Xiao Ding's face flushed crimson, and she fervently shook her head. The salary can remain unchanged. Duan Yingtang lightly tapped her on the head, exclaiming, are you foolish? I have encountered those who grumble about low wages seeking an increase, but never someone who complains about high pay and requests a reduction. Xiao Ding, her face aglow, found herself at a loss for words. Duan Yingtang, with an indifferent expression and a weary tone, stated, the salary you receive is precisely what you deserve. Stretching languidly, she mused softly. If only I could encounter such a boss, I would wake from dreams with a smile. Xiao Ding's attentiveness was indeed meticulous, often eager to shoulder tasks, bordering on excessive zeal. Duan Yingtang closed her eyes, yet sleep eluded her amidst the profound silence of the private room, where even the footsteps outside could be discerned. Suddenly, her phone in her pocket buzzed. Upon checking, it was a call from Assistant Zho. Duan Yingtang's brow furrowed. Could there be an issue with Lynzhn? Hello? Madam, are you available? Could you come to the office? Assistant Zho's tone was tentative. Or perhaps, something has happened to Lynzhn? Duan Yingtang was perplexed. Was this a report on Lu Yunzhan's work schedule? Assistant Zhao continued on the other end of the phone. Then, President Lu went to the entertainment area next to the company and began playing video games. He has now been playing for 2 hours and seems inclined to continue. Duan Yingtang. So, neither Lu Yunzhan nor the company is in trouble. It's just that this president has taken a rather unorthodox approach, indulging in video games during working hours. After approximately half a minute, the video call was finally answered, but it was quickly switched to a voice call. Duan Yingtang narrowed her peach blossom eyes slightly, her tone somewhat frosty, switched to video. Lu Yunzhan had just begun to speak when the voice call was abruptly cut off. Realizing he had no choice, Lu Yunzhan resigned himself to initiating the video call. The man still wore a well-tailored dark black suit, his tie slightly askew, despite his attire suggesting he was a diligent and serious executive attending to work in his office. He was inexplicably situated in an arcade, a setting utterly incongruous with his identity. Duan Yingtang gazed at the man's strikingly handsome features, the corners of her lips curling into a faint smile, her tone chilling. President Lu seems to be in quite the spirited mood. A sudden chill ran down Lu Yunzhan's spine, his body tensing, a flicker of guilt flashing in his eyes. Little Lu trembled slightly. His wife's smile is truly terrifying. Chapter 25. Working Overtime. The heart wild in Lu Yunzhan's predicament at that moment was akin to a schoolboy caught skipping class to play games at an internet CAF by the stern headmaster. He weakly defended himself. I'm only 17. What's wrong with playing games for a while? Duan Yingtang momentarily restrained her emotionless smile and replied flatly. Leave the gaming city within 3 minutes. Lu Yunzhan. Upon returning to the office, Assistant Zhao awaited him at the door with 2 secretaries. Lu Yunzhan's gaze swept over the trio, seeking the one who had discreetly reported him. Assistant Zhao, feeling guilty, maintained a facade of calmness as he stepped forward, speaking respectfully. Mr. Lu, the madam has instructed that you must finish this stack of documents before you can leave the company today. The 2 secretaries behind him clutched a pile of thick documents, all accumulated from Lu Yunzhan's work that morning. Lu Yunzhan crossed his arms and cast a sidelong glance at Assistant Zhao, scoffing. So it was indeed you who informed on me. Assistant Zhao. Assistant Zhao was quite flustered but managed to compose himself. With a businesslike tone, he stated, It is my duty to assist you in completing your work. Lu Yunzhan let out a cold scoff, choosing not to respond further, and stepped into the office. Faced with the mountain of documents on his desk, Lu Yunzhan felt both angry and frustrated. With so much paperwork to handle, he would undoubtedly have to work overtime. He muttered with resentment, I despise working late. Overtime is as irksome as a teacher dragging out class time in school, annoying yet inescapable. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already lunchtime. Assistant Zhao, it seems to be in Huacheng. Lu Yunzhan's thoughts fell flat, leaving him with a sense of regret, and he could only instruct Assistant Zhao to order food. At that moment, in Huacheng, how could a colleague, so lacking in ambition and notoriety, ever be accepted by them? Duan Yingtang sat idly, her phone suddenly vibrating. It was a message from Assistant Zhao, accompanied by a candid photograph. The image depicted a man seated at his desk, pen in hand, diligently engrossed in the documents before him. His handsome visage radiated seriousness and composure, with the top button of his suit fastened, the sapphire-studded cufflinks reflecting a cool, muted light. Duan Yingtang found herself instinctively saving the photo. Aware that artists must maintain their figures, Xiaoding consistently purchased unsweetened milk tea. As she distributed the beverages among the artists present, she also spoke favorably of her boss. Duan Yingtang lifted her drink and took a sip, declaring, I don't particularly enjoy milk tea. You should have it. Xiaoding whispered, Sister Tang, I had the staff add half the sugar. Unlike other actors, Duan Yingtang harbored no anxiety about her figure, nor did she meticulously monitor her sugar intake, especially since she experienced mild hypoglycemia. During her work, Xiaoding always prepared a few glucose oral solutions. A dining gathering served as an excellent opportunity for conversation, with everyone discussing work, scripts, and variety shows. Suddenly, the chatter at the table ceased. Sister Zhou cast a dispassionate glance at the girl with naturally curly hair, her tone equally indifferent. Why bring him up? It's rather unappetizing. Duan Yingtang showed no change in expression, methodically extracting a fishbone from her mouth. She lifted her gaze, her eyes gliding past the girl with curls, and replied with an air of nonchalance, She's married. If I recall correctly, you are merely 24 years of age. And yet you have chosen to marry at such an early stage in life. Are you not concerned about the possibility of future regret? The girl with natural curls spoke in a tone that suggested she was considering the matter on your behalf, positioning herself as a mentor. Duan Yingtang curled her lips slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor as she replied, If you are not afraid of tripping over your own words, why should I be? The girl with natural curls seemed poised to say more, but Sister Zhou interjected with a frosty tone, This is Yingtang's personal matter. Instead of meddling in others' affairs, perhaps you should devote more time to honing your acting skills. Are you not weary of the audience's criticisms? The latter remark was clearly directed at the girl with natural curls. Though she felt a pang of indignation, a companion beside her tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to desist. The girl cast a glance at Sister Zhou's icy expression and wisely chose to fall silent. Duan Yingtang did not attempt to ease the tension. She continued to eat and drink, her appetite wholly unaffected. It was a fellow actor, known for his amiable nature, who finally shattered the frigid atmosphere. After lunch, the other entertainers departed. 2 years prior, Xiaqing's television drama had skyrocketed to fame. Sister Zhou's voice remained flat, betraying no hint of emotion. Yet her rising fame had propelled her into the ranks of emerging stars. Duan Yingtang, with a milk candy in her mouth, spoke with a slightly muffled voice. So, with fame comes a wild heart. She crunched the candy, her eyes sparkling with a teasing smile as she added, I suppose everyone knows you have a soft spot for me. Sister Zhou shot her an exasperated glance, retorting, if you are aware of my favoritism, then why do you not strive harder in your craft? Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow, remarking, these two matters are utterly unrelated. Your favoritism only serves to attest to my charm, leaving our manager, Zhou, utterly captivated. Sister Zhou replied, thank you. She is straight and has a preference for men. Chapter 26. This seems to be true. At that time, 100 flowers would bloom, each vying for attention. Sister Zhou retrieved the pillow that had been stuffed at the very bottom, leaving the suitcase empty. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Duan Yingtang expressed her bewilderment. Why must the gown be brought from home? Sister Zhou inhaled deeply, suppressing her rising irritation. You yourself said that the company wouldn't assist you in borrowing a gown. Aside from retrieving one from home, from where else could you procure a haute couture gown? Duan Yingtang cast a sidelong glance at Sister Zhou's less-than-pleasing expression and replied nonchalantly, someone will deliver it shortly. Sister Zhou was both amused and exasperated by her nonchalant demeanor. Very well, I shall wait and see who will bring you a gown. High-end luxury brands like Chain and PRDD are notoriously difficult to borrow from, unless one is an ambassador for the brand in the Asia-Pacific region, and even then, prior arrangements are essential. It is certain that the company cannot procure haute couture from brands like Chain. However, bespoke gowns from mid-range brands might be attainable. Of course, if borrowing proves impossible, the organizers would also provide high-end replicas for the red carpet. Sister Zhou felt a wave of despondency wash over her. So be it. Wearing a replica is far preferable to donning a hoodie and black trousers while gracing the red carpet. Meanwhile, Xiaoding stood with a makeup brush, uncertain of where to begin. Duan Yingtang has always possessed exquisite skin, fair and delicate, her eyebrows neither too thick nor too thin, resembling distant green mountains shrouded in mist. Her nose is elegantly high and refined, while her lips are exceptionally alluring, their hue reminiscent of tender peach blossoms in March. Most captivating are her enchanting peach blossom eyes. Sparkling with a glimmer of water, when she refrains from smiling, they exude an air of aloofness, yet when she does smile, it seems as if her eyes conceal hooks that tug at the heartstrings. Sister Zhou rose to open the door, revealing 3 individuals outside, 2 men and 1 woman. The man at the forefront, clad in a tailored suit, greeted Sister Zhou with a friendly smile. Hello, may I inquire if Mrs. Liu is inside? Sister Zhou hesitated momentarily. Mrs. Liu? Which Mrs. Liu? Is there such a person here? The man replied, we are here to deliver a gown for Mrs. Liu. Here is my business card. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou suddenly understood. They were representatives of the event organizers. She accepted the business card without scrutinizing it in detail. Catching sight of the title person in charge, and inwardly reflecting on the organizer's sincerity in having the person in charge personally deliver the gown. The 2 individuals accompanying the suited man each carried a box, presumably containing the gown. Sister Zhou tucked the business card away and invited the trio inside. Duan Yingtang offered a slight nod. Thank you for your trouble. You are too kind, the man responded. Additionally, Mr. Liu has arranged for the jewelry and perfume he ordered for you a month ago to be delivered as well. Would you like to inspect the items first? If they do not meet your satisfaction, I will have them remade according to your preferences immediately. Having concluded his words, the man cradling the box stepped forward, half squatting as he unveiled its contents. A dazzling array of necklaces, earrings, bracelets, and other exquisite jewelry captivated the onlookers. While nestled in a corner of the box lay a beautifully packaged bottle of perfume. However, Duan Yingtang's gaze did not linger on the opulent adornments. Instead, she reached for the bottle of fragrance. She took a delicate whiff, discerning a scent reminiscent of men's cologne. Yunzhan had previously eschewed the use of perfume, perceiving it as a hallmark of effeminacy for men. Yet, inexplicably, a year ago, he had begun to don fragrances, each one a subtle, crisp scent, cool yet composed, exuding an air of elegance. The perfume now presented by the representative bore a striking resemblance to those he had chosen before. Vaguely, Duan Yingtang recalled that Yunzhan had once used a similar fragrance. Given his wealth, it was likely that his perfumes were custom-made, unavailable in stores. The suited gentleman, with a congenial smile, revealed that Mr. Liu had expressed great fondness for the previous bespoke scent, prompting them to concoct a new bottle. He added that this particular fragrance was named Deadly. Duan Yingtang was taken aback, pondering the absurdity of such a name. Please send the rest to Yunzhan, she instructed. Certainly, Madame Lu. As she glanced at the conspicuous logo emblazoned on the box, even Zhou De, a seasoned agent accustomed to navigating tumultuous waters, found himself slightly unsettled. Had the organizers truly embraced such extravagance? The high-end counterfeit they presented was shockingly a chain. With a playful arch of her almond-shaped eyes and a nonchalant tone, she remarked, I apologize, but I have never adorned myself with fakes. This is not a fabrication. Could it possibly be genuine? Sister Zhou settled onto the sofa to her left, pondering the peculiar behavior of the event organizer. It was one thing to provide a gown, but to also offer counterfeit jewelry was quite another. The fragrance of the perfume was indeed delightful, suggesting it was of a quality that could not be purchased for mere dozens of yuan. Sister Zhou felt as if she were watching a fantastical short play. Could this be an impromptu script devised by the organizer? Duan Yingtang. Her expression became somewhat difficult to articulate. Sister Zhou, perhaps you should take a closer look at that business card? Just a business card. Surely I cannot misread it? Sister Zhou retorted, retrieving the card from her pocket. Although I am 8 years your senior, I am not yet at the age of failing eyesight. With that, she lowered her gaze to examine the card. Initially, she noticed the Chinese name, followed by a complex line of English, and finally, in an ornate font, the title, Chain Asia-Pacific Regional Head. Sister Zhou. She was momentarily dazed, as if entranced. This business card was quite convincingly crafted. Duan Yingtang silently counted to 3. 3, 2, 1. Sister Zhou, wait. This seems to be genuinely authentic. Chapter 27. I already have a girlfriend. I refuse to be the one to chase. She had no desire to lead a lavish and extravagant life as a member of a wealthy family. Yet Lu Yunzhan insisted that, as the young mistress of the Lu family, all her possessions must be of the finest quality. In addition to the master bedroom's walk-in closet, the third floor housed 2 interconnected rooms, filled entirely with her clothing, accessories, and bags, predominantly consisting of the latest seasonal releases. As a VC, one undoubtedly enjoys certain privileges. For instance, the head of Chain's Asia-Pacific region specifically traveled to Huangqing to present her with a bespoke gown. In the vast realm of entertainment, how many artists can truly claim the title of Chain's VC? At least, from what Sister Zhou knows, there are fewer than 5. I heard that gentlemen refer to you as Mrs. Lu, which implies that your husband bears the surname Lu. Which Lu might that be? When it comes to this surname, Sister Zhou's first thought is of the illustrious Lu family from Yunzhan. She speculated, could your husband possibly have ties to the Lu family of Yunzhan? Duan Yingtang nodded in acknowledgement, affirming the connection. Lu Yunzhan is indeed the current head of the Lu family. How could there be no relation? However, after his amnesia, Lu's father temporarily took over the family affairs. Sister Zhou thought to herself, the case is cracked. Duan Yingtang's husband must be a collateral branch of the Lu family. It is well known that even collateral branches within such prominent families possess wealth and status beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. This is not without foundation. Given that conflicts often arise between agents and artists, agents sometimes resort to orchestrating the online exposure of an artist's scandals or private matters. With such precedents, artists have become increasingly cautious before signing contracts with agencies. Having managed numerous artists, Sister Zhou understands that those who work long hours under the scrutiny of cameras are particularly eager to preserve their privacy regarding family matters and past experiences. Thus, apart from work obligations, Sister Zhou seldom inquires into the private lives of the artists under her care. Naturally, the company enforces stringent regulations. Any act of lawlessness or misconduct is strictly prohibited for its artists. Should one contravene these stipulations, the consequences are borne solely by them, and they may even be liable to compensate the company for breach of contract. Contemplating this, Sister Zhou felt a pang of concern and remarked, Yingtang, while I acknowledge your husband's wealth, it is ultimately his fortune, not yours. Romantic relationships possess an expiration date, and the affections of the affluent can be as fleeting as a blooming flower. If, one day, he ceases to love you and finds solace in another, what will you do? Will you humbly extend your hand for financial support, becoming a mere trophy wife? As your manager, I wish to see you thrive independently. You must cultivate your financial autonomy, work diligently, and liberate yourself from familial constraints. Strive not to be a parasite clinging to a man, but rather a formidable individual in your own right. Duan Yingtang opened her eyes and replied languidly, I merely wish to be a salted fish. Besides, I am preparing for the civil service examination. If I succeed, I shall retire from this industry to serve the people. Sister Zhou. So, did my previous words fall on deaf ears? Although Duan Yingtang was not fervently passionate about her career, she approached her work with a sense of seriousness. She did not possess any notable film or television projects to showcase, and her presence at this event was merely to grace the red carpet. Today, she donned a black evening gown, its hem elegantly fashioned in a mermaid design. As she moved, the slender, porcelain-like legs occasionally peeked through, subtly revealing a faint, cool fragrance that enveloped her. The necklace adorning her neck sparkled with a chilling luminescence, while her peach blossom eyes arched slightly, dissolving any semblance of aloofness. However, she was not alone. She attended the event hand in hand with her boyfriend. This marked the first public appearance of Chun Yuping's girlfriend since he publicly acknowledged their relationship. Though her appearance was not extraordinarily stunning, it was undeniably graceful and refined, enhanced further by her makeup, rendering her no less captivating than the majority of the female stars present. Meanwhile, those waiting to walk the red carpet, including Xia Qing, observed this scene with a variety of thoughts. Yet, with a business card from the regional head of chain nestled in her pocket, the truth was unmistakable. Chun Yuping's girlfriend was clad in counterfeit attire. Sister Zhou crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. Although she was aware that Chun Yuping's girlfriend wore a fake gown, she felt a twinge of annoyance at the coincidence of her artist donning the same outfit. More significantly, this actress happened to have clashed in style with the girlfriend of her former on-screen partner. The vast online community immediately sensed the unfolding drama. The trending hashtag, "What is it like to wear the same outfit as your ex's current girlfriend?" elicited a wave of sympathy for the individual involved. It was comical. How could an obscure 18-line star, barely scraping 30 followers on Weibo, afford haute couture worth millions? Little Fish's bold statement was clear. I already have a girlfriend. No unsolicited advances, please. Chapter 28. The dress is stunning, but it's a fake. Sister Zhou harbored resentment towards Chun Yuping for previously dragging her artist into a public scandal to divert attention. Now, with the incident of a wardrobe malfunction, a cold smile crept onto her lips. An opportunity to retaliate had presented itself, and she would not let it slip away. She uploaded the photos taken by Xiao Ding onto Weibo, meticulously arranging them into a 9-grid format to showcase her artist's allure from every angle. Before long, comments began to pour in, mostly mocking or derisive in nature. How shameless to flaunt a counterfeit. What audacity. Hey, your artist has clashed in style with their ex-screen partner's current flame. Aren't you embarrassed? Chun Yuping has already staked his claim. Surely your artist isn't seething with impotent rage behind the scenes? There were also some innocent bystanders who left casual remarks. Finally, someone with insight had appeared. To wear a fake and still exude the charm of millions of genuine articles is no ordinary feat yet. No one anticipated that Xia Qing would retweet the studio's post. Where could one find a haute couture gown for merely a few thousand? Sister Zhou narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of profound displeasure flickering within. She promptly called Xia Qing, warning her that if she could not restrain her impulses, the company would take over her Weibo account. On the other end of the line, Xia Qing explained that it was not intentional. Her nature was simply too straightforward. She would delete the post immediately. Shortly after hanging up, Xia Qing indeed removed the retweet, but then edited a new post visible only to her fans. Xia Qing, it's wonderful to have someone in your corner. Beneath the shade of a tree, some bask in lush foliage while others are left with but a few withered leaves. Xia Qing's presence went unnoticed by Xiao Ding, and thus he missed her painfully evident hint on Weibo. Perhaps it was fate that brought them together. Just as she prepared to depart, she unexpectedly encountered Chun Yuping and his girlfriend. The girl with enchanting peach blossom eyes glanced lightly in her direction, yet chose not to speak. Intending to continue on her way, Duan Yingtang cast a sidelong glance at Chun Yuping, who averted his gaze, avoiding her stare. Unperturbed, she replied in a calm tone. It was a gift from someone else. She stifled a giggle, teasingly remarking, I wonder who could afford to gift you such an exquisite gown. If they can't procure a few million for haute couture, how could they possibly bestow upon you a counterfeit? Duan Yingtang chimed in, indeed. How could one gift their girlfriend a fake? Chun Yuping's expression stiffened. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, do not heed her words. I would never present you with a counterfeit. His voice was low and deliberately softened, reminiscent of the charming tones often found online, making Xiao's ears blush with delight. She firmly believed that Chun Yuping would not deceive her. After all, Aren't celebrities typically quite affluent? Surely, he could afford genuine haute couture rather than resorting to subterfuge. She linked her arm with Chun Yuping's, adopting an air of a rightful partner, proudly declaring, "A Ping loves me dearly. You cannot sow discord between us. Consider this a gentle warning. Abandon any illusions you may hold regarding him." I fail to comprehend. Didn't you publicly announce your marriage on Weibo? A married woman still indulges in flirtations. How unattractive must your husband be? Duan Yingtang's eyes, shaped like delicate peach blossoms, held no trace of mirth. Her lips curved in a manner as frigid as a layer of frost. This remark was directed toward Chen Yuping. She had no desire to further entangle herself with the two individuals, taking 2 steps forward before pausing. Moreover, my husband is quite handsome. Thank you for your concern. As Duan Yingtang exited the venue, Sister Zhou and Little Ding awaited her by the unremarkable nanny van. The vehicle was rented, other artists had won, and her artist could not be an exception. Little Ding hurriedly approached. "Sister Tang, you must be hungry, right? Sister Zhou has already made a reservation. Shall we head there now?" Duan Yingtang cast a discerning glance at her, suspicion flickering in her eyes. What's going on? Typically, Little Ding was attentive. Yet today her eagerness bore an air of veiled secrecy. Sister Zhou, supporting her from behind, urged, "Let us get in the car first." Duan Yingtang lazily reclined against the seat, speaking slowly. "Before I came out, I encountered Chun Yuping and his girlfriend." At this, Sister Zhou frowned. "How did you run into them? Were they unkind to you?" Duan Yingtang chuckled softly. "Do I appear so easily bullied?" Sister Zhou replied, "There were 2 of them, and only you. I was concerned they might take advantage of the numbers. I called Mr. William, hoping he could assist in clarifying matters, and he has agreed." The notification panel displayed several missed calls, all from Yunzhan. Chapter 29, I miss you, and I have a slight affection for you. Ultimately, the restaurant could only prepare the meal and send it to the hotel. Duan Yingtang first took a shower in the bathroom, and when she emerged, dinner had already been delivered to the dining room. Sitting by the window, she dialed Yunzhan's number. The call was answered promptly, as if he had been eagerly awaiting her call. "Hello? Do you remember?" Listening to the exasperated tone of the man on the other end, a subtle smile curved her delicate peach blossom eyes as she leisurely remarked, "You weren't waiting for me, were you? Who was waiting for you?" It seemed her words had struck a nerve, for Yunzhan's voice took on a slightly frantic edge. "Don't flatter yourself." Upon hearing this, the man on the other end fell abruptly silent. Yunzhan furrowed his brow in contemplation. At 27, was he truly like this? Could he endure a month without his wife? "The person you speak of is not the man I am now," Yunzhan retorted, his confidence wavering. "Yes, exactly. How can the actions of my 27-year-old self be blamed on my 17-year-old self? Who's afraid to sleep alone?" Yunzhan insisted, stubbornly declaring, "Without you, I actually sleep better." At that moment, a thought struck him, and with a blank expression, he stated, "The guest room bed is broken." Duan Yingtang, amused by his intentions, maintained her calm demeanor and replied, "There's more than just the one guest room you used to sleep in." Yunzhan responded, "All the beds in the guest rooms are broken." Suppressing her laughter, Duan Yingtang inquired, "So, only the master bedroom bed remains intact?" "Yes," Yunzhan replied, his expression unchanged. "Only the master bedroom bed is fine." Yunzhan solemnly affirmed, "Indeed." A sigh of relief escaped his heart. Surely, they would no longer need to sleep apart. Not wishing to prolong this subject, Yunzhan shifted the conversation to another matter. "By the way, some jewelry and perfume were delivered to our home today. They mentioned that the perfume was crafted at my request. As a grown man, how could I possibly indulge in such frivolous scents?" Duan Yingtang leaned against the sofa, her eyes tinged with a faint blush from the effects of alcohol, her voice increasingly languid. "You've been using it since a year ago. I sprayed some on myself. It smells rather pleasant." Initially intent on discarding the perfume, Yunzhan suddenly reconsidered. "How can you use my perfume?" "Because I missed you." Yunzhan's ears flushed a deep red. "Why do you miss me? Do you perhaps harbor a slight fondness for me?" Silence enveloped the other end of the call. 2 seconds later, a murmured dream escaped. "I want to eat hot pot." Yunzhan, frustrated, he hung up the phone in a fit of rage and embarrassment. The tweet from Xia Qing that was visible only to fans had been screenshotted and sent to Sister Zhou. To any discerning eye, the meaning behind Xia Qing's post was glaringly obvious. Sister Zhou scoffed, playing a double game. Back in her day in the entertainment industry, Xia Qing was but a novice. Observing the public discourse surrounding the tweet reach a crescendo, Sister Zhou sent a message to Mr. William. However, no sooner had she sent it than she promptly added, "Although Xiaqin can no longer participate, I have someone I would like to recommend to you." At 11 o'clock, Sister Zhou approached her to discuss matters related to Weibo, which finally roused her from slumber. Duan Yingtang mumbled a vague response and, without even covering herself with the blanket, drifted back to sleep. Sister Zhou sighed lightly, dutifully covering her with the blanket before leaving the room. "Shall we talk? Have you blocked me on WeChat?" Duan Yingtang typed, "Who are you?" "Stranger, Chen Yuping." Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow and, without a moment's hesitation, added this number to her blacklist. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Yuping had spent the entire night without sleep. Although he was with Xiao Shi and had little time to browse Weibo, he could not escape the notifications from Xiao Shi's friends. Prompted by a friend, Xiao Shi logged on to Weibo and stumbled upon the official account of Chain, which had retweeted a particular post. The post showcased a gown worth over 4 million, with the audacious claim that the individual simply purchased it. It is well known that in the entertainment industry, most celebrities borrow haute couture gowns for red carpet events. Few would ever splurge millions on an outfit worn just once. Netizens reacted, "Wow, so wealthy." Chapter 30, No Wife. But I am wealthy. This raises an intriguing question. How could an obscure actress like Duan Yingtang afford a multi-million-dollar haute couture gown? Typically, netizens are quick to assume the worst and speculate about the truth. In the entertainment circle, a strikingly beautiful, yet relatively unknown actress likely earns insufficient income to even maintain her appearance. Thus, where does she procure such wealth? Some netizens suggested, perhaps she is being kept by a benefactor? That sugar daddy must be quite generous. This sentiment echoed the prevailing thoughts of the majority of netizens. After the truth came to light, Xiao Shi had a fierce argument with Chen Yuping, demanding to inspect his phone, which Chen refused. In the heat of the quarrel, Chen inadvertently struck Xiao Shi, prompting her to storm off in anger. Though Xiao Shi alone would not have caused Chen Yuping considerable distress, it was the uproar on Weibo that kept him awake through the night. As a public figure devoid of any embellishments, the tumult of fans and detractors was a familiar ordeal. His manager reassured him, suggesting he could deflect all blame onto Xiao Shi. However, perhaps due to his prior smooth sailing during the public revelation of his relationship, where he garnered attention through sweet interactions with his girlfriend, the haters and rivals seized upon this opportunity to exploit his misstep. To his dismay, he discovered that both his WeChat and phone numbers had been blocked by the opposing party. Once they realized his identity, they promptly blocked him again. Chen Yuping. The flight was booked for 10:30 a.m. Arriving at the airport an hour and a half early, the rental company came to take away the van. Duan Yingtang was not wearing sunglasses today, opting instead for a cap, paired with a white shirt and black pants, exuding none of the charm typical of a female star. Sister Zhou had grown tired of lecturing her, choosing instead to don sunglasses and feign ignorance. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Yunzhan City International Airport. Sister Zhou remarked, "Shouting will shadow me for the next couple of days." Duan Yingtang lifted her gaze, her languid, enchanting peach blossom eyes gazing back. Upon seeing her expression, Sister Zhou understood immediately, retorting with exasperation, "If I'm not going to exploit your personal assistant, then let Xiao Ding accompany me to learn for a couple of days. Today is Saturday, and Yunzhan does not need to attend to his duties at the company." However, perhaps due to the habitual rhythm of his work life, he awoke at 7 o'clock. He gently massaged his forehead, feeling as though he had not rested well the previous night. The expansive 2-meter-wide bed contained only him, and the room was astonishingly quiet. Ruffling his hair in mild agitation, Yunzhan arose, tossed aside the covers, and shuffled into the bathroom to take a refreshing cold shower. At 8 o'clock, the housekeeper suddenly heard a cacophony of sounds emanating from upstairs. Cautiously, she ascended the stairs to inquire about the commotion, only to find Yunzhan dismantling the bed. The housekeeper was perplexed and tentatively asked, "Sir, what are you doing?" Yunzhan rolled up his sleeves to his elbows and replied with an impassive demeanor, "These beds are old. I want them replaced with new ones in a week, no, in half a month." The housekeeper was taken aback, "But these beds are practically new. And why wait for half a month to replace them?" Although she was filled with doubt, she refrained from pressing further. Once he had disassembled the guest room's bed, Yunzhan felt a sense of relief wash over him. He was quite pleased with himself, convinced that his plan was foolproof. With nothing else to occupy his time that day, he decided to call Dai Yu, inviting him to the shooting range for a few rounds. "Young Master Lu, it's the weekend. Couldn't you wait just 2 hours before calling me?" Dai Yu's voice sounded heavily laden with sleep, and it was unclear what time he had gone to bed the previous night. Lu Yunzhan glanced at the clock. It was already 10 o'clock. I only fell asleep around 4. Forget it. You who have no nightlife cannot comprehend. Lu Yunzhan frowned, feeling quite indignant at his words. You don't even have a wife. What kind of nightlife could you possibly have? Yu chuckled softly. I may not have a wife, but I do possess wealth. Currently, his WeChat balance stood at 326 yuan. However, due to Lu's expenditure of 200 yuan after spending 2 hours at the arcade yesterday, his total assets had dwindled to a mere 126 yuan. Consequently, the young Lu, with only 126 yuan in his WeChat account, was rather displeased upon hearing this. Lend me some money. Yu inquired from the other end of the phone. What do you need to borrow money for? Before Lu Yunzhan could articulate his response, Yu erupted into laughter. Infuriated, the younger Lu retorted, What the hell are you laughing at? Lu Yunzhan's WeChat was not linked to a bank card, but was associated with another payment application. Upon hearing this, he paused momentarily. What is the payment password? Continuing as before, he reached the payment order stage. Lu Yunzhan opted for bank card payment, and the system prompted him to enter the payment password. He input his birth date, only to be met with a notification of incorrect password. Surely, at the age of 27, wouldn't he still use his birth date as a password? Probably not. Thus, Lu Yunzhan attempted several other passwords, yet they too were incorrect. The system warned him that he had only one final attempt to enter the password. Should he fail again, his card would be frozen. Lu Yunzhan thought, Damn, what password could a 27-year-old possibly have? At that moment, a sequence of numbers flashed through his mind. 621815. Regardless of his lack of knowledge regarding the password, Lu Yunzhan resignedly entered the sequence of digits. He patiently awaited the notification of his card being frozen, only to be taken aback the next moment by the system's alert. You have successfully completed your order payment. Lu Yunzhan. The surprise arrived too swiftly, leaving him momentarily speechless. He even pondered why, at the age of 27, he would choose such a string of numbers as his password. This was neither his birthday nor any number imbued with special significance. Chapter 31. Bringing his wife home, not for convenience if she were to take over the household finances. Wouldn't it complicate matters in the event of a divorce? On the surface, it appeared that Lu Yunzhan needed to request pocket money from her, yet he retained the right to freely manage his own salary card. The allowances that Duan Yingtang provided Lu Yunzhan did not originate from his salary card, but rather from her own funds. These matters were well within the knowledge of Lu Yunzhan before his amnesia, while the 17-year-old version of him remained blissfully unaware. The appointed time with Yu was approaching. Lu Yunzhan grabbed the car keys, intending to drive himself to the shooting range. However, upon reaching the garage, he noticed the driver preparing to leave as well. Lu Yunzhan called out to the driver, who was just about to open the driver's side door. I can drive myself. You needn't accompany me. The driver hesitated for a moment, displaying a hint of confusion. Sir, are you also going out? Yes, Lu Yunzhan realized, meeting the driver's bewildered gaze, that the driver was unaware of his plans to leave, which implied that the driver was not taking him to the shooting range. Where, then, was the driver headed? He inquired, Are you heading out for something? Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzhan, who had originally been walking in another direction, halted his steps. How could he have forgotten? Lu Yunzhan turned around, his expression devoid of emotion, and asked, Which airport is she at? Duan Yingtang had messaged the driver before the flight took off, instructing him to pick her up at the airport in an hour and a half. It wasn't long before a Mercedes-Benz G-Class came to a stop before her. Duan Yingtang recognized it as her family's vehicle, but did not make a move. She couldn't help but furrow her brows. What was the driver doing? She raised her hand and tapped on the passenger window. 2 seconds later, the window slowly descended. Why is it you? Not specifically here to pick you up. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzhan could no longer contain himself, turning to look at her in surprise. His tone laced with dissatisfaction. I came to pick you up, so why are you still taking a taxi? Duan Yingtang gave him a sidelong glance, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Wasn't it just a convenient pickup? Lu Yunzhan. He muttered under his breath, it was just convenient. The interior of the car fell into a silence, punctuated only by the sound of the vehicle gliding through the wind. Duan Yingtang languidly leaned back against her seat, glancing at the man who was focused on driving. Her eyes, shaped like peach blossoms, curved slightly as she broke the silence. This seems to be your first time picking me up. One could say the driver knew her schedule better than Lu Yunzhan did. Lu Yunzhan subtly furrowed his brow. Has he never picked you up before? That can't be right. Duan Yingtang's lips twitched slightly. Who is he? Isn't it all you? Lu Yunzhan. Though it was indeed the actions of a 27-year-old Lu Yunzhan, he inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt and unease. He endeavored to present himself with a sense of assurance. You didn't call me to pick you up. Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you implying that if I were to call you, you would come for me? No sooner had the words left his lips than his phone rang abruptly. Glancing at the screen with his peripheral vision, he noticed it was a call from Daiyu. Lu Yunzhan chose not to answer. Thus, the ringtone persisted. Duan Yingtang inquired, aren't you going to answer it? Calmly, Lu Yunzhan replied, it's a telemarketer. No need to pay it any mind. Meanwhile, Daiyu, who had been waiting at the shooting range for half an hour, was left bewildered. Shortly after the call was automatically disconnected, it rang again with unyielding persistence. Duan Yingtang leaned over to take a glance, then raised his gaze to Lu Yunzhan. It's Daiyu. He invited me to shoot, but I have no desire to go. Without a flicker of emotion, Lu Yunzhan responded. Please hang up for me. Maintaining his composure, he added, Daiyu wants to go, but I am quite occupied and lack the time. Duan Yingtang remarked, I heard from Yintang that you excel in shooting. It's a pity I have yet to witness your prowess, young Master Lu. Speaking of his expertise, the 17-year-old Lu Yunzhan could not suppress a trace of pride. If you wish to see, then I shall show you. Thus, when Daiyu called for the third time, Lu Yunzhan finally picked up. Before Daiyu could utter a word, Lu Yunzhan swiftly declared, on my way, and promptly ended the call. On the other end, Daiyu was left speechless. Hey, you can answer the call, but you can't keep it on the line? Inviting him to the shooting range for some leisure shooting, Daiyu found himself waiting in vain as his companion did not appear for quite some time. Are you still the punctual Lu Yunzhan I once knew? At that moment, Daiyu remained unaware that Lu Yunzhan had nearly left him hanging. An hour later, their vehicle arrived at the largest shooting range in Yun City, where Daiyu had already made his way to the shooting area. Consequently, Lu Yunzhan raised his hand, removed his hat, and declared, let us go. The weather was pleasantly mild, with the sun not too harsh, prompting Daiyu to shift the activity outdoors. As they made their entrance, Daiyu, initially brimming with indignation and ready to confront Lu Yunzhan, was momentarily taken aback. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Duan Yingtang replied with a gentle smile, her eyes resembling blossoming peach flowers. I came to take a look. Chapter 32. Little Teacher Lu, I wish to learn as well. Daiyu, under the impression that she was there to oversee him, patted his chest and assured her, Sister-in-law, rest assured, aside from myself, there are absolutely no dubious characters here. Just then, he heard someone calling his name. It was Yang Zichuan and a group of about 5 individuals. 3 men and 2 women. Daiyu exclaimed, what the? And promptly strode over, delivering a playful punch to Yang Zichuan's shoulder while lowering his voice. What the hell are you doing here? Yang Zichuan, nursing his shoulder, replied, I heard you and Brother Lu were at the shooting range, so I came over. Daiyu retorted, damn it, have you planted spies around me? Yang Zichuan chuckled softly, I slipped a couple of good cigarettes to your security. Daiyu, feigning annoyance, shot back, get lost. Hello, sister-in-law, Yang Zichuan greeted. Duan Yingtang nodded slightly, her charming eyes curving with warmth. Hello, everyone. For a moment, he felt somewhat disoriented. He glanced around, noting the ample space. Lu Yunzhan cast a sidelong glance at Daiyu, signaling him to escort the others away. Daiyu remained silent. Ultimately, Yang Zichuan and the others managed to stay. Yang Zichuan, a spirited individual, found the idea of each pursuing their own amusement rather dull. Thus, he proposed an intriguing notion. Let us compete on scores, and the cumulative lowest score after 3 rounds would face a penalty. A girl inquired, what kind of penalty? Is it a dare? Yang Zichuan pondered for a moment, wary of pushing boundaries with Lu Yunzhan present, and replied, the loser must perform squats while embracing any participant present. Upon hearing such a lackluster challenge, the 2 girls seemed somewhat disenchanted. Duan Yingtang paid no heed to their chatter and approached Lu Yunzhan, observing him intently selecting a pistol. The shooting range utilized replicas rather than real firearms, employing air pistols and air rifles instead. They would be engaging in a 10-meter event, allowing the use of either air pistols or air rifles. Lu Yunzhan opted for the compact and lightweight air pistol. While Yang Zichuan and the others continued their deliberations about the penalty, a sudden gunshot echoed through the air. All gazes instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. It was Lu Yunzhan testing the firearm. The target was of an intelligent design, capable of automatically reporting scores. A mechanical female voice announced, 9. 5 points. This score was not particularly poor, yet Lu Yunzhan exhibited visible dissatisfaction. He felt inexplicably irked. Wasn't she the one who wanted to see? She inquired, what was the score? Lu Yunzhan casually remarked, the firearms I previously handled were indeed real. Of course, private ownership of firearms is prohibited in the country, which is why Lu Yunzhan learned shooting abroad. He even engaged in offline live-action CS with other trainees. Dai Yu interjected, this is China. Where would you find real firearms to play with? After a lengthy discussion, Yang Zichuan and others finally devised a penalty that was not overly outrageous, yet still posed a considerable challenge, sending a confession text to one's first love or ex. But what if one had no contact information for their first love or ex? In that case, they would send it to their best male friend. Lu Yunzhan felt confident he would not lose and readily agreed without hesitation. The competition commenced formally, with Lu Yunzhan demonstrating remarkable stability, firing 3 shots that scored 10 rings, 9, 8 rings, and 10, 1 rings. Such a performance clearly indicated a victory. Ultimately, the one who lost was Dai Yu. Damn, I missed just 1 ring compared to that guy, Yang Zichuan. Yang Zichuan burst into laughter. A bet is a bet. Quickly send that confession text to your ex. Dai Yu responded with silence. Lu Yunzhan raised an eyebrow. Would you like me to teach you? Duan Yingtang innocently blinked. Is that not permissible, darling? Lu Yunzhan maintained a composed expression and arrogantly replied, I charge a fee for teaching. Will you increase my allowance? He, however, shook his head impassively, as he was no longer in need of money. Duan Yingtang tilted her head slightly. Then what do you desire? Lu Yunzhan spontaneously replied, you may allow me to steal a couple of kisses, one for yesterday's morning greeting and another for this morning's. She cast a sidelong glance at the man with her enchanting, shimmering peach blossom eyes, the mirth within them reminiscent of a cup brimming with intoxicating rice wine. Very well. The other party agreed with such alacrity that Lu Yunzhan found himself momentarily taken aback. Yet, regardless of how one assessed the situation, he could not possibly suffer a loss. It was the very men's fragrance she had used the previous day. Duan Yingtang tilted her head, catching sight of the man's strikingly handsome profile. Her voice steady and unhurried, much like the mature and composed Lu Yunzhan. As he meticulously elucidated the intricacies of shooting, he suddenly felt a warm touch beneath his chin. His voice faltered, and he looked down in bewilderment at the girl before him. Duan Yingtang, unfazed, remarked, a token of appreciation for Mr. Lu's efforts. Lu Yunzhan quickly grasped the source of the warmth, his ears flushed with embarrassment as he sternly reprimanded the student who had dared to ambush her instructor. Pay attention. Duan Yingtang casually nodded. I believe I am beginning to understand. A strange impulse arose within Lu Yunzhan to draw the girl before him into his embrace. But he hastily dismissed such thoughts and retreated 2 steps. Then you may give it a try. Dai Yu and the others, noticing the commotion on their side, approached in unison. My eyes are nearly blinded by your displays, Dai Yu remarked. Lu, could you perhaps consider the feelings of us single folks? Lu Yunzhan cast him a sidelong glance. Who told you not to have a wife? Dai Yu, damn it. That's a heartless strike. A girl interjected. I would also like to learn shooting. It seems that Lu Ji's teaching posture is quite exemplary. Could you possibly teach me as well? The girl, momentarily embarrassed by such a blunt rejection, found it difficult to maintain her composure. Yang Zichuan promptly intervened to ease the tension, stating, Brother Lu is a married man, thus unsuitable for instructing other girls in marksmanship. I am quite skilled myself. Allow me to teach you. With the offer of assistance, the girl readily acquiesced. The bullet sliced through the air, striking the illuminated target, yet the mechanical voice announced the score, 0. She had missed the target entirely. Duan Yingtang, caught in the moment, remarked, Chapter 33, The First Kiss, with the 27-year-old Mr. Lu. It was a girl's uncontrollable laughter that shattered the silence. Duan Yingtang set the gun down and turned her gaze toward Lu Yunzhan. Despite her strikingly beautiful face betraying no emotion, Lu Yunzhan discerned an unmistakable hint of awkwardness. He discreetly nudged Dai Yu with his foot. Lu Yunzhan nodded in agreement, observing, her grip on the gun is quite standard. Dai Yu, lacking in subtlety, chimed in, indeed. The others merely observed in silence. Lu Yunzhan approached the girl, encouraging her to lift the gun once more. Duan Yingtang, feeling a sense of pride, hesitated, saying, perhaps it's best to give up. It seems I haven't unlocked this skill. Lu Yunzhan replied, I will teach you. After a brief pause, he added, I shall guide you step by step. Between them, an invisible barrier seemed to form, preventing outsiders from intruding. Dai Yu and the others could only retreat to the side. Upon hearing that the shooting range was hosting an outdoor live CS event, Yang Zichuan eagerly urged everyone to participate. Dai Yu glanced over at Lu Yunzhan's group, but ultimately refrained from dampening the mood by calling out to him. Although the two other girls were not skilled in shooting, they chose to leave rather than merely observe the display of affection between others. Duan Yingtang noticed the commotion involving Dai Yu and the others, and as she turned her head, Lu Yunzhan adjusted her position, urging her to focus ahead. Instinctively, he placed a hand on her waist, frowning at her fatigue after such a brief period of practice. However, being a girl, and, more importantly, his wife, the stern Lu Yunzhan refrained from saying much, merely casting a disparaging glance her way, implying, "You are quite inept. I could hit the target better with my eyes closed." Duan Yingtang narrowed her enchanting eyes and retorted, "Don't assume I shy away from shooting at minors." She lowered the firearm and flexed her wrist. Lu Yunzhan instinctively took 2 steps back, his tone cautious. "What are you doing? Domestic violence is against the law." With an air of nonchalance, Duan Yingtang shot him a glance, pivoting on her toes to stand face to face with him. She advanced a step, and as Lu Yunzhan attempted to retreat, she deftly grasped his tie. "What are you hiding from, little Lu?" She teased with a playful glint in her eyes. "I am merely here to pay my tuition." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzhan momentarily froze, only to exhale in relief. So she did not intend to strike him. His gaze fell to her face, more precisely, to her delicate, rosy lips. Sensing where his attention lay, Duan Yingtang smirked slightly, coldly shattering any inappropriate notions swirling in his mind, declaring, "Only kisses on the cheeks and forehead." "Why?" Lu Yunzhan instinctively countered, recalling that she had previously kissed him on the lips. Duan Yingtang cast a sidelong glance at him, a mischievous smile flickering in her eyes. "So, you still have lingering thoughts about that morning kiss?" Lu Yunzhan, reluctant to concede, turned his head away, stealing glances at her from the corner of his eye. Amused by his demeanor, Duan Yingtang feigned reluctance, saying, "Very well, I shall permit you a kiss." She closed her eyes, inviting him. At that moment, however, Lu Yunzhan found himself unexpectedly anxious. The silence of the shooting range was pierced by a sound of swallowing. Neither too heavy nor too light. He silently scorned his own reaction. "Why the hell are you so nervous? It's not as if you've never kissed before." After all, he was merely collecting his due. He could almost hear the rhythmic pounding of his heart, intense and uncontrollable. Just one more moment. Duan Yingtang's eyelashes fluttered, as if she might open her eyes. In a sudden impulse, Lu Yunzhan, not quite understanding his own thoughts, covered the girl's eyes with his palm. He said, "Just one more." Thus, in this posture, Lu Yunzhan leaned in once more, and this time, he did not merely graze the surface. Instead, he ventured deeper, eager to explore uncharted territories. In truth, Duan Yingtang seldom kissed Lu Yunzhan, as she felt such acts were meaningful only when shared with someone cherished. Since their marriage, although Lu Yunzhan had engaged in intimate acts with her, the instances of kissing had been few and far between. Duan Yingtang had once thought that he intended to reserve kissing for a future partner he truly loved, and she had subtly inquired about when he planned to divorce her. The man's initially indifferent expression grew increasingly frigid, as if cloaked in a layer of icy, piercing frost. In a composed tone, he declared, "I have never contemplated divorce." Duan Yingtang prided herself on being an empathetic individual and kindly reminded him, "What if you encounter someone you truly admire in the future?" Without a moment's hesitation, the man retorted, "That won't happen." Duan Yingtang was momentarily taken aback. Did this imply he would never find someone he cherished? Had he already severed the ties of affection? She often felt that work was truly Lu Yunzhan's spouse, while she merely cohabited with him as a roommate. He surely knew without needing a mirror that his face was now flushed. That was a genuine kiss. In the memory of 17-year-old Lu Yunzhan, it remained his first kiss. Was it the Lu Yunzhan of 27, or someone else? The delight in his heart was swiftly replaced by a pang of jealousy. Duan Yingtang blinked, taking a moment to adjust to the light, and when she looked up, she noticed a hint of displeasure etched on the man's brow. He even turned his head away, refusing to look at her. Duan Yingtang felt utterly perplexed. What had caused this young master to be upset? She had allowed him to kiss her, and even when he pressed further, she had not objected. Yet here he was, seemingly incensed. The youthful Lu resembled a capricious and unreasonable young lady, her temperament fluctuating unpredictably, making her difficult to please. Duan Yingtang playfully prodded his chest with her finger, her almond-shaped eyes curving into a gentle smile. "Oh, Young master, Lu Yunzhan. You have kissed me. What more could you possibly be dissatisfied with? I am the one at a disadvantage here. Lu Yunzhan seized her mischievous hand, his tone laced with displeasure. Who is the young lady? You are not permitted to bestow upon me peculiar nicknames. He pinched her lips to prevent her from continuing her banter. Her soft, plump lips were pursed, reminiscent of a beckoning kiss. Chapter 34. She is my wife. Do you not have a wife? Lu Yunzhan. Duan Yingtang did not feel particularly disadvantaged. As a legally wed couple, they had shared intimate moments. So why would a lingering kiss matter? Yet, as she departed, Lu Yunzhan would inevitably follow. Even on weekends, this CEO could not escape the clutches of overtime. Sister-in-law, good evening. Meng Antong sat casually on the sofa, a cheerful smile gracing her face as she waved in greeting. Duan Yingtang approached, a teasing smile playing on her lips. What brings Miss Meng here on such a breeze? Before Meng Antong could respond, Lu Yunzhan interjected with a cold chuckle. Were you cast out of your home? Duan Yingtang settled beside Lu Yunzhan, speaking with a composed demeanor. Did you receive another scolding? Not at all. Meng Antong leaned back nonchalantly, her tone indifferent. I merely accidentally broke an antique my mother recently acquired at an auction. Before Meng Yuchio could discover the mishap, she hurried to seek refuge with her brother and sister-in-law. Duan Yingtang. Well, you're in trouble now. Lu Yunzhan's expression bore a hint of schadenfreude. If Auntie personally came to demand reparation, neither he nor his wife would shield her. Meng Antong replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. I do not seek your assistance. The siblings exchanged barbs, their conversation sharp and pointed. Duan Yingtang interrupted the heated exchange between the two, suggesting they all go out for dinner. Meng Antong stood up, waved her hand dismissively, and declared her commitment to dieting, opting not to join them for dinner. With that, she ascended the staircase, leaving her alone on the upper floor. The only sounds were those she had made. There was no one else around. Upon opening the door to the guest room, she found herself awkwardly ensnared in a collapsed bed. Sister-in-law, how is this bed broken? Meng Antong struggled to rise from the fallen mattress, rubbing her sore waist. Duan Yingtang, puzzled by the state of the guest bed, noted that all the furniture in their home was custom-made, renowned for its exceptional quality. It was inconceivable that it could simply break without cause. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to the man beside her. With a cool tone, Duan Yingtang inquired, "It broke for no reason?" "Indeed," Lu Yunzhan replied, his expression unchanged. "Perhaps it has simply fallen into disrepair over the years." Meng Antong, supporting her waist, approached and cast a light glance at Lu Yunzhan. "If you wish for me not to stay, you could have said so directly. Was it necessary to orchestrate a mishap?" Lu Yunzhan remained silent, devoid of guilt, almost convinced that it was merely Meng Antong's unfortunate timing. Why, of all days, did she choose to arrive today? If anyone was to be unfortunate, it must be her. Duan Yingtang, suspecting how the bed had met its demise, noticed Meng Antong's persistent grip on her waist and asked, "What happened to your back? Did you strain it?" Meng Antong attempted to straighten her back, but a sudden jolt of pain made her gasp. Hearing this, Lu Yunzhan interjected, a flicker of surprise in his phoenix-like eyes. "Then where shall I sleep?" Duan Yingtang, choose between the study or the sofa. Lu Yunzhan, there is indeed a bed in the study, albeit only 1.5 meters wide. Lu Yunzhan lay on this constricting little bed, feeling utterly dejected, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber for a considerable time. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Daiyu. "Hello? What is the matter? You seem quite irritable. Who has offended you?" The impatient tone of Lu Yunzhan startled Daiyu on the other end of the line. "Just get to the point. Have you seen Weibo? You and your sister-in-law have been photographed." Since turning 15, Lu Yunzhan had ceased using such social media platforms. While he did possess a personal Weibo account, he had not logged in for ages, having forgotten his password. Daiyu evidently anticipated this, so he captured the image and sent it to him. The original post was from a marketing account, claiming to have encountered the CEO of the Lu Corporation accompanied by a paramour at a shooting range. Duan Yingtang had also noticed the paparazzi surrounding them, which was why she had put on a hat. Regardless of the potential backlash, the publicity had certainly been gained. Lu Yunzhan did not bother to read the comments below, fixating only on those 2 words, infuriated as he sat up in bed. What the hell is this nonsense? To hell with the notion of a lover. That is my wife, legally bound. Daiyu remarked, marketing accounts thrive on sensationalism. You need to remain calm. I suspect this individual is being paid to fabricate this story. Lu Yunzhan sneered, Those who dare to meddle in my affairs must be prepared for the consequences. Dai replied, I will have someone investigate. Whoever dares to provoke you has likely spent a considerable sum behind the scenes. After ending the call, Lu Yunzhan contacted assistant Zhao. At that moment, in the master bedroom, Duan Yingtang and Meng Antong were still awake. Meng Antong, a quintessential affluent beauty, possessed a private account on Weibo with a considerable following of over 100,000 fans. As per her usual routine, she scrolled through Weibo before sleeping, only to unexpectedly stumble upon a scandal involving her brother. Oh my, sister-in-law, my brother has been unfaithful, Meng Antong exclaimed, holding her phone up to show Duan Yingtang. Upon seeing the words shooting range, the displeasure swirling in Duan Yingtang's eyes dissipated considerably. However, as she continued to read, her expression became utterly devoid of emotion. Meng Antong, keenly observing her, inquired curiously, sister-in-law, aren't you angry? Duan Yingtang returned the phone to her and replied nonchalantly, not angry. Why? Because the woman in the photograph is me. Meng Antong was momentarily taken aback and clicked on the candid photo to enlarge it. Although it captured only half of a face, it did appear somewhat familiar. She murmured softly, these marketing accounts are ridiculous, daring to spread rumors about my brother. Before long, Meng Antong noticed that the official account of Lu's company had issued a lawyer's letter. Mr. Lu was in a rather irritable mood that day, making these marketing accounts feel as though they had struck a brick wall. In less than half an hour, all the Weibo posts from these accounts had been deleted. The onlooking netizens were left astonished. When had they ever witnessed such swift action? Lu's company was undeniably formidable. Refreshing the page, Lu's account posted a new message. Lu official, relaying the boss's exact words. That is not my mistress, she is my wife. Boredom, do you not have wives? Chapter 35, The Despicable Man, Cheating and Bullying Duan Bao. As soon as this post was made official, some netizens felt as though they had been subtly insulted and erupted with impotent rage in the comments section. She personally commented with her main account. Immature. Due to a back injury, Meng Antong spent the entire night sleeping on her stomach, maintaining the same position throughout the night. It was no surprise that she woke up with a stiff neck. Su Hetao, having nothing to do today, sent her a message inviting her for a massage and foot soak. Duan Yingtang mentioned that she was at the hospital. Su Hetao, at the hospital? Are you ill? Duan Yingtang replied. Not me, it's Antong. However, this time, the bald bodyguard who usually accompanied Su Hetao was nowhere to be seen. Su Hetao sat down beside her, chewing on a lollipop, and offered her an orange-flavored one. She inquired, what happened to Antong? She refrained from discussing how Meng Antong had injured her back. After a doctor's examination, it was confirmed that Meng Antong's spine was unharmed, and there was no injury to her bones. With a few days of rest and some ointment, she would recover. As for her stiff neck, the doctor suggested she consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. The old doctor, skilled in his craft, swiftly alleviated Meng Antong's ailment. Regarding her back, the old doctor also provided a massage. By the time they left the hospital, Meng Antong's back pain had significantly diminished. Sister-in-law, don't you and Su Hetao have an appointment? She sighed with a hint of melancholy. I'll call the driver to pick me up. Given my current condition, my mother should refrain from being harsh with me. Duan Yingtang remarked. Why complicate matters? Allow driver Li to take you. I shall depart in Taozi's vehicle. When Lu Yunzhan awoke, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The villa lay in serene silence, with only the faint sounds of the housekeeper and servants engaged in their cleaning duties. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzhan couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Was Meng Antong's back injury truly that severe? Given that he bore some responsibility for her injury, he ultimately decided to send her a message of concern. Meng Antong thought to herself, the weasel is paying a New Year's visit to the chicken, with ulterior motives. Indeed, a moment later, Lu Yunzhan sent another message. Let me know after your appointment. I will come to pick you up. Meng Antong, you mean to pick up my sister-in-law, right? Sorry, you're too late. Lu Yunzhan, what do you mean? Meng Antong, your sister-in-law has been taken away by someone. Upon reading this message, Lu Yunzhan's eyes narrowed dangerously, and he typed, Who? Who is this person? The name seemed somewhat familiar. Was it a girl? However, regardless of the gender, one cannot abscond with his wife on such a splendid weekend, can they? Is this person even in a relationship? Achu, wrapped in a bathrobe and slowly sipping juice, Su Hetao suddenly sneezed, nearly dislodging her face mask. Duan Yingtang lay comfortably on the massage table, relishing the treatment, her eyes remaining closed. Caught a cold? No. Su Hetao hurriedly secured her mask, her tone melancholic, convinced someone was cursing her from behind. It must be that foul monk secretly berating her. Duan Yingtang opened her eyes, casting a cursory glance upwards. No. Su Hetao poked her lightly, raising her chin to indicate, look over there, isn't that Qin Yuping? The private room is not entirely enclosed, rather, it is surrounded by intricately carved screens made from yellow pine. Upon hearing this, Duan Yingtang opened her eyes and followed Su Hetao's gaze. Indeed, she spotted two figures in the corridor, a man and a woman. The man was undoubtedly Qin Yuping, while the woman, with her alluring figure and dreadlocks, was intimately entwined with his arm. The sight of her struck Su Hetao as somewhat familiar. Furrowing her brows in contemplation, she soon realized it was the daughter of the president of Qilin Entertainment. Ordinarily, the daughter of an entertainment mogul would not be deemed worthy of entering Su Hetao's social circle. However, this woman had mingled with Wen Xiaoning and her friends, attending several soirees within their realm. It was no wonder that Qin Yuping had experienced a meteoric rise in his career ever since starring in a particular drama. Seemingly blessed with extraordinary resources, all thanks to his association with the president's daughter. Su Hetao remarked coolly, aware of Qin Yuping's true character. Despite having a girlfriend who had clearly rejected him, he relentlessly pursued her with suggestive messages on WeChat. Irritated beyond measure, Duan Yingtang had blocked him immediately after finishing filming. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the entertainment industry. Su Hetao sent the photograph to her elder brother, requesting that he arrange for its public release. Duan Yingtang remained oblivious to Su Hetao's machinations. After leaving the mansion, the two ventured out for afternoon tea. Their acquaintance was not deep, and more importantly, she found little interest in it. With Duan Yingtang opting out, Su Hetao's enthusiasm waned, but she had already promised to attend. Yunzhan did not venture outside today. He spent the entire afternoon engrossed in video games. It was Sunday. Casting a fleeting glance behind her, Yunzhan inquired, "Is it just you?" Duan Yingtang tossed her bag onto the sofa, responding, "Who else could it be?" Yunzhan let out a light scoff, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 36. I forgive you. I will strive to like you. As Yunzhan contemplated the prospect of sleep that night, he obediently followed her out. Dinner was served a bit later than usual. Descending the stairs in his soft pajamas, he found the space devoid of Yunzhan's presence. Upon inquiring with the housekeeper, she learned that the man had retreated to the wine cellar. With a slight lift of her cherubic eyes, Duan Yingtang remarked leisurely, "Is President Lu planning to drown his sorrows in wine?" Unflinching, Yunzhan replied with the composure of a mountain, "A bit of red wine before bed aids in sleep." Duan Yingtang did not decline. She accepted one of the glasses of wine, her eyes curling into a gentle smile. "Minors are not permitted to drink." Yunzhan. Duan Yingtang extended her glass toward him, clinking it lightly against his, wishing little Lu a pleasant dream tonight. Yunzhan cleared his throat softly. "You too." The guest room's bed had not yet been changed, and the study's bed was too small, thus Yunzhan could only settle in the master bedroom. Duan Yingtang had already reclined on the bed, though she was not yet asleep, absorbed in her phone. As Yunzhan showered, the faint sound of water could be heard. He sensed the mattress beside him dip slightly, a subtle cool fragrance wafting into her nostrils, reminiscent of perfume. Leaning a bit closer to the man, Duan Yingtang sleepily inquired, "Did you apply perfume?" Yunzhan wore a stoic expression, responding calmly with a simple hum. Duan Yingtang fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Why do you spray perfume while sleeping?" An inexplicable stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Suddenly, Yunzhan felt a pang of uncertainty. It was indeed rather foolish for a grown man to douse himself in fragrance before slumber, bordering on absurdity. He began to berate himself internally. Am I mentally unhinged? Feeling as though his thoughts had been laid bare, the embarrassed Lu grasped her face, exclaiming, "Do not envision me as some nonsensical figure." Duan Yingtang nonchalantly nodded. "Yes, yes. Not a little flower peacock, but the illustrious and dashing Lady Lu, handsome and graceful as a jade tree in the wind." Yunzhan exploded, "Do not call me lady." Duan Yingtang continued to feign compliance. "Whatever my husband says goes." Yunzhan was left speechless. It was evident she was not taking his words to heart. Infuriated, he instinctively embraced her. Duan Yingtang lazily yawned. "I'm tired. Let's sleep. Good night." Yet, reluctant to release the one nestled in his arms, Yunzhan glanced down at the girl's fair, delicate face and bit her lightly, a means of venting his frustration. Half awake, Duan Yingtang swatted him gently, mumbling, "Stop it. To prevent further nibbles, she instinctively nestled closer to him. Yunzhan tightened his embrace, whispering, "This time, I shall forgive you. In the future, I will strive to like you more." The following day heralded the onset of a workday, and Yunzhan was obliged to report to the office. Fortunately, he has gradually acclimatized to the transition from school to work, which is not a significant change. She still has 2 days of vacation left. Logically, Sister Zhou would not contact her at this juncture. However, before she had finished her breakfast, she received a call from Sister Zhou. The first thing the other party said was, "Chen Yuping is in trouble." Duan Yingtang, perplexed, asked, "What happened?" Sister Zhou, still sounding somewhat drowsy as if she had only recently awakened, could not conceal a trace of excitement that was unmistakably palpable. News of his infidelity has surfaced on Weibo, complete with photographic evidence. Currently, the top trending topic is Chen Yuping cheating, and his team is attempting to suppress the trending topic and delete the posts. Yet, within mere seconds, it re-emerged at the top. As a seasoned figure in the entertainment industry, Sister Zhou instinctively sensed that there must be someone orchestrating these events behind the scenes. Otherwise, the trending topic would not be so resilient. She mused, which powerful figure has Chen Yuping offended? Duan Yingtang logged onto Weibo and, indeed, immediately spotted the trending keyword Chen Yuping cheating, accompanied by an explosive symbol. The most popular post was from an entertainment blogger, Entertainment New Generation. "I happened to encounter a certain Chen-named artist who had just announced a relationship, holding hands with a beautiful woman. Is this considered infidelity?" Gossip. Though the blogger referred to him as a certain Chen-named artist, the attached photographs were unmistakably clear, appearing as if they had been partially censored, yet still revealing enough. Upon viewing these 2 images, Duan Yingtang found herself momentarily transfixed. Despite the photographs being enlarged, she noted the intricately carved yellow pearwood screen in the corner. She had already formed a rough idea of whom Chen Yuping had offended. Sister Zhou called out to her from the other end of the phone. "Yingtang, are you listening to me?" She continued, "The comment section is in an uproar, and people are digging into the identity of Chen Yuping's alleged affair partner. It won't be long before the truth is unearthed." However, in light of this unexpected situation, Chen Yuping's team has not been idle. When the photos surfaced, Chen Yuping's studio promptly clarified on Weibo, asserting that the woman in the pictures is merely a friend, and that he was helping her as she was intoxicated. This explanation may convince some fans, but the skeptics and onlookers are not so easily deceived. The woman in the photo is seen linked arm in arm with Chen Yuping, both appearing to share laughter, showing no signs of inebriation. More importantly, would a friend of Chen Yuping truly be oblivious to the fact that he is in a relationship, knowing he has a girlfriend? Why would she dress so provocatively and walk closely with him? Who would believe that there is nothing amiss between them? The studio hastily released another statement, claiming that Chen Yuping was not alone with the woman, as Xiao was also present at the scene. Fans and online supporters have been fervently defending him in real time across social media, yet this has failed to sway the majority of netizens. Chapter 37, Delivering Lunch. Do not take me lightly. Duan Yingtang chose not to follow the developments further, leisurely enjoying her breakfast, and informed Sister Zhou. The woman beside Chen Yuping is the daughter of the president of Qilin Entertainment. Sister Zhou was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Duan Yingtang replied. "The woman next to Chen Yuping is the daughter of the president of Qilin Entertainment." Sister Zhou expressed mild surprise. "How do you know?" The place where Chen Yuping and his companions resided was a members-only private mansion. "Yesterday, I happened to meet them while enjoying a bath and massage with friends." Sister Zhou, appearing contemplative, remarked, "I see." It became evident why Chen Yuping had recently acquired such excellent resources. He evidently had influential connections. During her leisure time, she seldom made plans with others, typically preferring to stay at home and immerse herself in books. Duan Yingtang's aspiration to take the civil service examination was not a jest. She had harbored this ambition since graduating from university. However, passing the examination was no simple feat, especially since she often wavered in her dedication, barely managing to complete half of the civil service study guide. The teacher's voice during lectures had transformed into the most effective lullaby. By the time she roused from her slumber, it was nearly midday. It was Assistant Zhao calling. Duan Yingtang answered the phone. "Has Yunzhan skipped work again to play video games?" Assistant Zhao paused momentarily before responding in a calm tone. "No, Mr. Liu has been diligently working today." "Then what is the matter with him?" Mr. Liu expressed that he no longer wishes to eat from the cafeteria or order takeout. Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow. "So, Mr. Liu's request is for you to bring him lunch." Duan Yingtang pondered. "Is Is he deliberately trying to assign me chores? Nonetheless, she had little else to occupy her time. So she decided to deliver his meal after all. The money he earned was not without its benefits for her as well. As she approached the kitchen, the housekeeper was already preparing lunch. Duan Yingtang said, "There's no need for you to busy yourself. I will handle lunch." Though she was capable of cooking, she simply did not do so frequently. She had no intention of preparing extravagant delicacies. Rather, it was a selection of simple home-cooked dishes. Having been married to Lu Yunzhan for 3 years, she had come to understand his preferences, albeit to some extent. By the time she finished preparing lunch, it was nearly 1 o'clock. Duan Yingtang packed the food into a thermal container and took 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls. She scanned her face to gain access to the underground parking garage, and then took a private elevator directly to the floor where the CEO's office was located. Upon exiting the elevator, she encountered Father Lu in the corridor. Duan Yingtang paused, smiling as she greeted him. "Father." Father Lu replied, "I came to take a look." In truth, the chairman of the Lu Corporation was still Father Lu, although he had largely stepped back from the company's affairs. Duan Yingtang expressed her gratitude, saying, "I appreciate your help with the family matters." After marrying, Lu Yunzhan had taken over as the head of the Lu family from Father Lu. However, with Lu Yunzhan's memory loss, Father Lu had to resume his role in temporarily managing the family affairs. "It's merely trifling matters," Father Lu waved off dismissively. Even though he had relinquished the position of head of the family, his authority remained intact. The other members of the Lu family dared not challenge his influence. Currently, the direct descendants of the Lu family consisted solely of Father Lu and Lu Yunzhan, while the rest were collateral branches. Nevertheless, it was a large clan, with family reunions bringing together nearly 20 people of all ages. Displeased with his father's ways, Grandfather Lu had taken only one wife. After her passing, he did not follow in his father's footsteps by marrying a woman 30 years his junior. After Grandfather Lu's death, Father Lu inherited the position of head of the family, which he later passed on to Lu Yunzhan. She perceived that Lu Yunzhan's background was as intricate as that of a domineering CEO from a novel, a tale too audacious for an ordinary person to fabricate. As Duan Yingtang watched Lu's father enter the elevator, she turned and made her way to Lu Yunzhan's office. Upon pushing the door open, she found him seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Hearing the commotion, the man glanced up and, upon seeing her, couldn't help but complain, "Why have you arrived so late?" "I'm nearly starving." Duan Yingtang replied, "I ran into Dad in the corridor." Lu Yunzhan frowned. "Did he give you a hard time?" "Who has angered him?" He indignantly retorted, "It's clearly his midlife crisis. He merely mentioned not wanting to go to work." And Lu's father shot him a fierce glare. After reviewing his recent work documents, he nodded in approval, praising him for a job well done. Amnesia does not equate to a failing intellect. With such erratic temperaments, isn't it indicative of a midlife crisis? Duan Yingtang, disinterested in the argument, opened the thermal box and extracted the dishes within. Lu Yunzhan inquired, "Why are there 2 sets of chopsticks?" He eyed her suspiciously. "You're not intentionally skipping lunch at home to come to the office to dine with me, are you?" Duan Yingtang responded, "You certainly think a lot." With a soft sigh, she added, "Shall I leave then?" Lu Yunzhan fell silent. The dishes were meticulously arranged, comprising 4 courses and a soup. After just one taste, Lu Yunzhan sensed a difference. It seemed not to have been prepared by the housekeeper. His expression froze. "You made this?" Duan Yingtang cast him a nonchalant glance with her enchanting eyes. "What's the matter? Is it not to your liking?" Lu Yunzhan shook his head. "No." The grip he had on his chopsticks tightened, seemingly casual as he remarked, "Does the Liang family not have a maid? They require you, a young lady, to cook." Meng Antong, though merely a stepdaughter, had once been a pampered young lady before Meng Yuqiu married Lu's father. Afterward, she became the Lu family's adopted daughter, treated as if she were his own by Lu's father. From a tender age, she had never lifted a finger to do any household chores. It was said that even boiling a pot of noodles would result in chaos in the kitchen. Duan Yingtang replied, "I do not reside often at the Liang household." She cast a playful glance at the young man. "What's this? Are you concerned for me?" This remark unexpectedly pricked at the 17-year-old's pride and sense of shame, causing Lu Yunzhan to flare up in indignation. "Who is concerned about you? I am merely curious." Duan Yingtang began to dismiss him. Yes, you are absolutely right. Dear husband." Lu Yunzhan resembled a disgruntled cat. "You are not allowed to dismiss me." Duan Yingtang nodded. "No, I shall not dismiss you." Lu Yunzhan. It was evident that she was still brushing him off. Duan Yingtang calmly stated, "Let us eat first." Chapter 38. Supporting the fool, not the ungrateful wolf. Duan Yingtang paused momentarily, turning to face the man, her brow arched. "Shall I join as well?" Yunzhan responded matter-of-factly, "We are husband and wife, of course. You should accompany me." It was not long after their marriage that she attended her first family banquet at the Lu residence. Yunzhan insisted that they must not allow others to perceive any flaws, thus requiring her to collaborate in portraying their relationship as harmonious and affectionate. With Lu's father present, the family gathering did not exhibit any undercurrents of rivalry. Upon her arrival, peers of Yunzhan approached her to exchange pleasantries. However, since she was not well acquainted with most, after a brief appearance, she found herself idly seated on the sofa, sipping a beverage. At that time, her acquaintance with Ming Yingtang was minimal, and Ming Yingtang was not particularly fond of such gatherings. Perhaps sensing her disconnection from the family affair, Yunzhan refrained from bringing her to subsequent family dinners. Young Lu believed that if he were to have a wife, he would be compelled to showcase her to the world, thinking, "Surely, there cannot be someone without a wife." Duan Yingtang gathered the lunchbox and utensils, preparing to leave, and casually waved to Yunzhan, saying, "Work well, I'm off." Yunzhan sighed inwardly, yet again. "I dread going to work." She drove directly to the company, where Xiao Ding awaited her at the entrance, having received prior notice of her arrival. As Duan Yingtang parked the car and stepped out, she noticed Xiao Ding sporting two conspicuous dark circles under his eyes, prompting her to frown and inquire, "How many days have you gone without sleep?" Xiao Ding touched his face, looking puzzled. "Do I appear that haggard?" He instinctively fiddled with his earlobe, somewhat embarrassed. "There are so many aspects I need to learn from Sister Zhou. But don't worry, Tang Jia, my condition will not affect my work." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding quickly shook his head. "No, you've come to work. How can I take a day off?" Duan Yingtang lightly declared, "I am the boss, heed my words." Without regard for Xiao Ding's consent, she summoned a vehicle and unceremoniously ushered him inside. Sister Zhou's office was located on the 6th floor, alongside other agents' offices. As Duan Yingtang exited the elevator and proceeded towards Sister Zhou's office, she encountered Xia Qing. The look in the latter's eyes was tinged with a profound resentment and a palpable hint of unmasked jealousy. Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow, subtly bracing herself for confrontation. However, Xia Qing uttered nothing, merely casting a malevolent glare her way before strutting off in her 5-centimeter heels. Duan Yingtang dismissed this minor incident from her mind. Yet as she neared Sister Zhou's office, she was alerted by Wen Mingyue, who had fortuitously witnessed the exchange. "Xia Qing has had a falling out with Sister Zhou." Upon hearing this, she turned to the speaker. Wen Mingyue's voice was measured and unhurried, imbued with a refined cadence and poise. "Yesterday, Xia Qing had a fierce argument with Sister Zhou at the company. Consequently, their discord had become common knowledge within the establishment. Sister Zhou had not acknowledged Xia Qing's accusations, merely retorting coldly, 'Even if I were to support a fool, I would never support an ingrate.' With that single remark, Xia Qing's face flushed crimson. When an artist and their agent are at odds, the company cannot forcibly bind them together. Otherwise, it would only breed suspicion among outsiders. Thus, the company decided to assign a new agent to Xia Qing today. Though Wen Mingyue was not one to gossip, the matter had already stirred enough commotion to be widely known, rendering it no secret. Duan Yingtang nodded slightly at her, indicating her understanding, and then pushed open the door to enter. With a change in artist management, Sister Zhou naturally had some handover tasks to complete. Pausing momentarily, she resumed organizing her belongings. "Have you heard the news?" Sister Zhou cast a subtle glance at her. "Are you aware of your lack of ambition?" Duan Yingtang retorted confidently, "I am already quite wealthy. Why should I exert myself further?" Sister Zhou responded with a smirk, "Is that your money? That belongs to your husband." Unfazed, Duan Yingtang replied, "Well, I still don't want to work. It's a basic principle of being a lazy person." Sister Zhou sighed lightly. "Men are unreliable. Don't place all your hopes on them." Duan Yingtang reassured her, "Rest assured, Sister Zhou, I am well aware of my situation." Sister Zhou chuckled. "What an audacious attitude you have." Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow. "Is this where our paths diverge?" Sister Zhou clarified. "The relationship between an agent and an artist is not one of hierarchy, but of collaboration. Such collaboration can lead to mutual benefit or may yield no profit at all. Nevertheless, I genuinely appreciate our partnership." Without a hint of hesitation, Duan Yingtang replied, "Then you might as well continue to cherish that appreciation." Sister Zhou thought to herself that she should not harbor excessive expectations for this perennial slacker. Chapter 39, Married. Yet still participating in romantic reality shows, Sister Zhou arranged for her to participate in a dating reality show as a flying guest, requiring only a single recording session. Meeting the Best You is a romantic variety show that premiered last year, featuring 3 regular guests in the studio, along with 1 or 2 guest stars each episode, who analyze the actions and romantic intentions of 5 couples. This year, a new batch of romantic participants has been introduced, along with 2 changes among the regular studio guests. Duan Yingtang glanced at the screen before passing it to Sister Zhou. As they chatted, Sister Zhou suddenly exclaimed, "Is that Chen Yuping, the other guest star this episode?" Indeed. Chen Yuping has managed to secure a prominent position, despite the scandals surrounding his infidelity that nearly tarnished his reputation. His agency surprisingly chose to pay Xiao Shi to publicly defend him. Although Su Jai brother, following Su Hatao's suggestion, had exposed the compromising photos, he did not further intervene in the matter. After all, he is merely a minor celebrity, not worth excessive concern. Thus, Chen Yuping was able to navigate this crisis unscathed. Duan Yingtang cast a sidelong glance at her with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, slowly remarking, "I typically refrain from conversing with scoundrels." Sister Zhou, understanding her character well, opted not to press the matter further. While scrolling through Weibo, she stumbled upon a meticulously edited grid of images posted by the studio and instinctively liked the post, only to notice a comment that read, "Didn't they say he was already married? Why is there no sign of a wedding ring on his hand?" Duan Yingtang's gaze instinctively fell upon her own left ring finger, which indeed bore no ring. She always removed her wedding band while working, especially during filming, for fear of misplacing it. After all, the wedding ring was designed by a renowned foreign designer, featuring a remarkably precious diamond known as the Radiant Diamond, weighing a mere 8.6 carats, yet its price soared to over 100 million. Upon learning of the ring's value, Duan Yingtang jestingly remarked to Lu Yunzhan, "If we were to go bankrupt one day, we might just sustain our lives by selling the wedding ring, right?" Lu Yunzhan, maintaining a neutral expression, replied, "We will not go bankrupt. Even if we did, there would be no need for you to sell the wedding ring. I can support you." Duan Yingtang gazed at her left hand for a few moments, then captured a photograph and sent it to Lu Yunzhan via WeChat. "Lu Yunzhan, what happened to your hand?" Duan Yingtang. She typed in the chat box, "Lu Yunzhan, what is missing?" Shortly after sending that message, another one followed swiftly. "Lu Yunzhan, you're not wearing the ring." Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow, momentarily thinking that he might not have grasped the situation. "Lu Yunzhan, what is a romantic variety show?" "Lu Yunzhan, what dating show? Why wasn't I informed?" Duan Yingtang. "Why would I inform you?" "Lu Yunzhan, why not? Who says married couples can't appear on dating shows?" Duan Yingtang smirked slightly. "Oh, so you mean you want to go on a dating show with me?" Upon reading this message, Lu Yunzhan, who was discreetly checking his phone during a meeting, momentarily froze in surprise. The morning session was a routine meeting held in a large conference room with nearly 20 individuals, predominantly senior executives of the Lu Corporation. However, any subtle expression from Lu Yunzhan during this meeting would stir the emotions of those present, instilling a sense of trepidation. A senior official responsible for the report paused, his anxiety palpable, and cautiously inquired, "General Lu, is there something amiss?" Among the attendees was Chen Yuping. Their past grievances on Weibo were hardly a secret. Yet upon seeing her, Chen Yuping maintained a warm smile. "Yingtang, what a coincidence. We are working together again." Sister Wan suppressed the urge to roll her eyes, inwardly chuckling at the pretense. Duan Yingtang languidly reclined on the sofa, her tone unhurried. "I wouldn't dare work alongside Teacher Chun, otherwise. What would happen next time when I have to take the blame? After all, I am merely a nobody, incomparable to a top-tier celebrity like Teacher Chun who has millions of fans." Her words left no room for politeness, rendering Chen Yuping's smile momentarily faltering. Nevertheless, accustomed to the entertainment industry, he swiftly regained his composure, exhaling softly. "Yingtang, if you are referring to my public relationship, I sincerely apologize." Duan Yingtang retorted sharply. "What are you apologizing for? Apologizing for not preventing your fans from dragging my entire ancestry through the mud?" Chen Yuping regarded her with disapproval. "You know that is not my intention. Involving you was never my desire. It was merely the result of fan overreaction. I hope we can still remain friends." Friends appearing together in a private members-only mansion? Upon hearing these words, Chen Yuping was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. How could you? He began, only for Duan Yingtang to respond nonchalantly. Do not misunderstand. Exposing a scoundrel is not my line of work, but I must admit, your time management skills are commendable. Chen Yuping fell silent, and then stood up, excusing himself to retouch his makeup before departing the lounge. Once outside, his expression darkened significantly. His assistant cautiously ventured, Brother Chen, could it be that the leak from a few days ago was her doing? Chen Yuping narrowed his eyes, shaking his head. She lacks that capability. Chapter 40. Marriage, naturally, is for love. As the recording commenced, it indeed proved to be as effortless as Sister Zhou had suggested. At that moment, a female host unexpectedly directed a question to everyone present. By the way, what does everyone consider their ideal type? It was well known among them that he had a girlfriend, especially since their relationship had created quite a stir when it was made public. With a practiced smile, Duan Yingtang discreetly revealed a hint of bashfulness. My ideal type is my husband. Internally, she scoffed. Do we know each other so well? I haven't even offered you poison. However, her outward demeanor remained cheerful. We have been married for 3 years. The female host was taken aback. 3 years? How did you marry so early? Duan Yingtang replied, her expression unflinching. Of course. It is because of love. Once the topic of love arose, lively conversation ensued. She focused on her performance, striking a balance between enthusiasm and restraint, ensuring she did not come across as overly dramatic or dull. Thankfully, someone played the peacemaker, yet the awkwardness remained palpable. The surprise arranged by the program director this time was to invite the guest partners to visit the set after the recording concluded. Duan Yingtang sat on the sofa, nodding in agreement. It was introduced by my parents, she replied. Oh, what an unexpected answer. Xiaoya glanced at the card and asked, at home, who holds the authority between you two? Duan Yingtang responded, it should be him. She added, he tends to be rather aloof. Indeed, the unamnesiac Lu Yunzhan embodied this demeanor, aloof, mature, and composed, likely a consequence of his long-standing position of power, which bestowed upon him an air of cold detachment. Have you prepared any small surprises for each other since your marriage? Yes. Could you share what that surprise was? Duan Yingtang pressed her lips together, seemingly at a loss for words. On his birthday, I gifted him a pair of red underwear. Xiaoya, does that really count as a surprise? Her expression shifted to one of complexity. What led you to choose such a gift? Duan Yingtang rubbed her forehead in exasperation. The merchant sent the wrong color. Can we move directly to the next question? Xiaoya chuckled softly and turned to the next topic. What is the most romantic thing you have done together? Duan Yingtang paused momentarily. During winter, we turned on the heating, enjoyed roasted sweet potatoes, and watched the snow. Surprisingly, Lu Yunzhan nodded in agreement. Yes. Duan Yingtang emerged from a steaming hot bath just as snow began to fall outside. She took a soft cushion and settled herself by the floor-to-ceiling window, savoring roasted sweet potatoes while gazing at the falling snow, beckoning Lu Yunzhan to join her. Lu Yunzhan observed her in silence for a few moments before stepping forward, gracefully folding his legs to sit on the cushion beside her. Finally, the last question emerged. Xiaoya inquired, is there anything you wish to convey to one another? Duan Yingtang turned her gaze towards the camera, her expression quite serious. When do you plan to replace the bed in the guest room? Xiaoya, is that permissible to say? By the time the interview concluded, it was already 7 in the evening. As they boarded the chauffeur-driven vehicle, Sister Zhou suggested treating her to dinner. Sister Zhou took a couple of steps forward. Yingtang, what's the matter? She waved her hand towards Sister Zhou, saying, I'll be leaving first. Sister Zhou only caught a glimpse of another figure in the car before the door closed. Watching the black Maybach gradually recede, Sister Zhou murmured to herself, could it be that the person in the car is Yingtang's husband? At that moment, inside the vehicle, Duan Yingtang sat beside the man, her enchanting peach blossom eyes casting a sidelong glance. What brings you here? Lu Yunzhan similarly cast a glance her way. Just taking a stroll. Duan Yingtang. Lu Yunzhan. Believing she had inadvertently pricked the pride of the illustrious Miss Lu, Duan Yingtang was about to change the subject when unexpectedly, Lu Yunzhan spoke up. Am I not allowed to pick you up from work? His tone, though seemingly assertive, carried an undercurrent of subtle inquiry. Lu Yunzhan frowned. Why haven't you put on your ring yet? Duan Yingtang instinctively glanced at her left hand. The ring was left at home. Knowing she had work today, she chose not to wear it when stepping out. Duan Yingtang, all right. After a brief pause, her gaze suddenly took on a sly glint. You wouldn't have been thinking about this all day, would you? Lu Yunzhan. Lu Yunzhan replied matter-of-factly. You are already married. Isn't wearing a wedding ring something a married person ought to do? It seemed that Yunzhan had grown accustomed to the term husband, having fully accepted the reality of having a wife. At some point, he had begun to think that having a wife was rather nice. Chapter 41. The Iceberg Beauty. Married, please do not disturb. Recently, the Lu Corporation had initiated a new project, which meant that Yunzhan, who previously left work on time, was now required to stay late at the office. Meng Yingtang had her pocket money confiscated after she accidentally broke the antique that Meng Yuqiu had purchased at the auction. Haicheng, true to its name, was surrounded by the sea on all sides. It was less a city and more a small island. Meng Yingtang curiously inquired, "Sister-in-law, did you not find anything you liked?" Duan Yingtang lazily handed over her black card, stating, Angel had already sent most of the haute couture pieces to the Zishuilan pavilion before this show. The reason she said most instead of all was that some haute couture simply did not suit her style. Meng Yingtang cast her a wistful glance. I have grown weary of expressing envy. As the daughter of the Lu family, Meng Yingtang has never lacked for financial resources. However, her father mandates that his offspring refrain from extravagance and indulgence, which is why her pocket money has yet to surpass 7 figures. To her knowledge, during the New Year celebrations, her father bestowed an 8-figure red envelope upon her sister-in-law. At a fashion show, some recognized Meng Yingtang and, whether out of courtesy or eagerness, greeted her. They could hardly fathom that the person standing before them was the much-discussed young mistress of the Lu family. Duan Yingtang, with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, cast a sidelong glance at her, smirking. Aren't you afraid your brother will come after you? Meng Yingtang remained silent. Although she was conservatively dressed, it still accentuated her exquisite figure. Unable to resist, she stealthily captured 2 photographs with her phone and impulsively sent them to Yunzhan, commenting, sister-in-law's waist and legs. I could enjoy them for 100 years. Duan Yingtang, despite her languid demeanor, was not devoid of skills beyond motorcycling. She had previously engaged in surfing with Su Hetao a few times and had become quite adept. Waving her hand, she encouraged Meng Yingtang to enjoy herself while she retreated to the shade of a parasol to watch the sea. At that moment, someone approached her unexpectedly. Miss, are you here on vacation alone? Duan Yingtang opened her eyes, her sunglasses still on, casting a fleeting glance at the intruder without responding. The man, seemingly oblivious to her indifference, persisted in his attempts to engage her in conversation. His face flushed with embarrassment. He huffed in annoyance and turned to leave. Duan Yingtang either ignored him or outright rejected him, embodying the essence of aloofness with remarkable finesse. As Meng Yingtang passed by, she overheard someone muttering, "She truly is an ice queen." Meng Yingtang pondered. So, her sister-in-law is that ice queen? Duan Yingtang's expression remained unchanged, merely replying, Meng Yingtang settled into an adjacent beach chair, teasingly remarked, "Sister-in-law, you've become famous, did you know?" Duan Yingtang retorted, annoying. Meng Yingtang burst into laughter. "Sister-in-law, you should put up a sign that says married. Do not disturb." Suddenly, Duan Yingtang sat up, grasped Meng Yingtang's hand, and pulled her closer. With a playful smirk, Duan Yingtang inquired, "Darling, why did you arrive so late?" Those observing them were momentarily stunned, then contemplative, subsequently diverting their gazes. Meng Yingtang chuckled, "Sister-in-law, that was quite clever." With an air of nonchalance, Duan Yingtang was about to rise. Yet Meng Yingtang swiftly flipped over, pinning her down. "Darling, is this a matter of reciprocity?" Duan Yingtang, exasperated, responded, "Get off." At that moment, someone unexpectedly grasped her nape. "Who dares to touch me?" Meng Yingtang whirled around, her anger dissipating upon encountering the cold visage of Yunzhan. He regarded her with an impassive stare, his eyes icy. "Move aside." Unable to suppress her sarcasm, Meng Yingtang retorted, "Why should I move just because you say so?" Yunzhan narrowed his phoenix eyes dangerously, directly seizing her shoulders and pushing her away. Meng Yingtang glanced at her slightly reddened shoulder, forcing a smile as she remarked, "Yunzhan, do you understand the meaning of cherishing beauty?" Duan Yingtang placed her hand in his palm, lazily allowing the man to pull her up. She cast a sidelong glance at him, questioning, "What brings you here?" Duan Yingtang, with a half-smile, retorted, "Your eye mask seems quite ample." Yunzhan. A sense of inexplicable irritation washed over Yunzhan, and he abruptly turned to glare at Meng Yingtang, sneering, "Whose waist are you trying to play with? Whose legs?" At his words, Meng Yingtang froze for a moment. only to decipher Lu Yunzhan's insinuation a moment later. She had likely surmised why he appeared in this place. With a cold laugh, she caustically countered, "Surely. No one could be so petty, right?" Chapter 42. The Virtuous Wife. "Do not force my hand against minors," he commanded Meng Antong to keep her distance. "What? Am I not allowed to come?" Lu Yunzhan's gaze involuntarily fell upon her smooth, jade-like legs, a surge of irritation igniting within him. It was certain that many had noticed his wife in such a state. The thought only heightened his anger. "Why are you dressed like this?" Duan Yingtang seamlessly interjected, "The fabric of your eye mask is more than what you are wearing." Lu Yunzhan. With a languid tone and a hint of playful laughter, Duan Yingtang continued, "Coming to the beach without a swimsuit, should I dress like President Lu? As if attending an international finance conference?" In stark contrast to the casual and refreshing attire of other men on the beach, Lu Yunzhan's outfit appeared rather out of place. Clad in a white shirt, adorned with a silver-threaded tie, and black dress trousers, complemented by polished black leather shoes, he seemed as though he had just disembarked from a flight. With the temperature in Haicheng reaching a minimum of 30 degrees. Lu Yunzhan's fair skin had begun to take on a slight redness after a brief exposure to the sun. Duan Yingtang pulled him beneath a beach umbrella, inquiring, "Little Lu, are you feeling hot?" She then turned to Meng Antong. "Antong, could you please fetch us 2 cups of cold drinks?" Ignoring Lu Yunzhan's earlier comment, Duan Yingtang continued conversing with Meng Antong. "Make sure to add less ice." Meng Antong replied helplessly, "Sister-in-law, surely I can afford 2 cups of cold drinks?" With that, he departed. Duan Yingtang settled into a beach chair, gazing up at Lu Yunzhan, who was still sulking. "So what brings you here? Surely you haven't skipped work again?" Duan Yingtang was perplexed, but chose not to inquire further, instead taking out her phone to send a message to Assistant Zhao. Setting her phone aside temporarily, she noticed Lu Yunzhan still standing there, and she reached out to tug at him. "Sit down. You're blocking my view of the sea." This remark seemed to provoke Lu Yunzhan further, as he abruptly turned his head, a fierce expression crossing his face. "Am I obstructing your view of the sea or of the bodies of other men?" Duan Yingtang responded, "What does that even mean? I have no interest in the bodies of other men. I've only seen one man's body." Lu Yunzhan's expression darkened. "Who?" Duan Yingtang naturally spoke, "My husband." Xiao Lu's expression suddenly soured. Duan Yingtang inquired, "Should we remove our shoes as well?" Lu Yunzhan shook his head. His upbringing was impeccable, and he would never commit such an act in public. "I have plans with a handsome gentleman to visit a bar," Meng Antong declared. Duan Yingtang nodded and discreetly transferred 200,000 yuan to Meng Antong via her phone, subtly advising, "Don't stay out too late. Call me or your brother if anything arises." Meng Antong flashed an okay gesture and, upon noticing the unexpected transfer, cheerfully responded, "Thank you, sister-in-law." The hotel was not far from the seaside, merely a 10-minute walk away. With this delay, it had already become 7 in the evening. Assistant Zhao. After concluding the meeting today, President Lu glanced at his phone, his expression darkening. He attempted to reach Miss Meng, but was unsuccessful. Consequently, he instructed me to investigate your whereabouts, madam. Upon discovering that you were in Haicheng, President Lu had me book the nearest flight to Haicheng. It was astonishing that it could prompt Xiao Lu to hastily rush to Haicheng. Could it be that he received a photograph of her in a swimsuit? Duan Yingtang changed into a dress, applied a touch of uplifting lipstick, and then exited the room. She retrieved a bag concealed beneath a pile of haute couture garments belonging to Meng Antong, which contained a casual suit. Duan Yingtang remarked, expressionless, "Don't force me to involve minors." Lu Yunzhan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, wisely fell silent. Duan Yingtang chose not to dwell on the trivialities with the 17-year-old boy. "Hurry and change your clothes. We're going out for dinner soon." Arriving in Haicheng, it was only fitting to indulge in seafood. However, due to Lu Yunzhan's allergy to crabs, none graced their table. The restaurant was of exquisite caliber, with seafood impeccably prepared and devoid of any fishy odor. Melodious and refined piano melodies wafted through the air, and a mere glance revealed a mesmerizing nightscape. It felt as though this was his first date with a girl. The fleeting sweetness that blossomed in Lu Yunzhan's heart was swiftly eclipsed by a tinge of sourness. Duan Yingtang also enjoyed seafood, but she had little fondness for shelling, opting instead for dishes like salmon and abalone that required no such effort. Lu Yunzhan noticed this and, donning disposable gloves, began to peel shrimp for her. Hadn't he, the waiter, just mentioned that the restaurant's signature dish was hairy crab? Why had she not ordered it? Lu Yunzhan inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Duan Yingtang replied, "You're allergic to crabs. You can't eat them." Assistant Zhao had booked Lu Yunzhan a flight for 10 o'clock that evening. "I detest working." As the clock inched toward 8:30, Lu Yunzhan found himself compelled to rise. Little Lu was displeased. He raised his voice a few notches. "I said I'm leaving." This time, Duan Yingtang finally reacted. "Wait for me for 2 minutes." Thus, Lu Yunzhan stood still, awaiting her. Chapter 43. Reluctance. Little Lu quietly wept as he departed, yet still grasped a small suitcase in hand. She lowered her head to message Meng Antong, saying, "Let us go." At her words, a fleeting hint of disappointment flickered in Lu Yunzhan's eyes. However, this sentiment did not endure for long, soon fading into the depths of her gaze. Duan Yingtang cast him a half-smiling, half-derisive glance. Her tone languid and tinged with indifference. I truly cannot bear to part with little Lu. Once he departs, I shall undoubtedly hide beneath the covers and weep in secret." Lu Yunzhan. Yet again, she feigns disinterest. At 12:45 a.m., the airplane landed at Yunzhan International Airport. Assistant Zhao arrived to pick them up, observing the president balancing his wife in one arm while dragging a suitcase with the other, marveling at the impressive strength of their president. Rushing forward to take the suitcase, Assistant Zhao respectfully murmured, "President Lu." He lowered his gaze in acknowledgement, responding, "Yes, President Lu." Although there were numerous official matters awaiting the president's attention, when faced with a choice between work and his wife, his spouse would always take precedence. At this hour, the housekeeper had already retired for the night, leaving the grand villa illuminated solely by the lights in the courtyard. As they ascended the stairs, Lu Yunzhan instructed in a hushed tone, "Wait in the study." "Yes, President Lu." That night, Assistant Zhao did not leave the lawn ting until 4 in the morning. After completing 2 laps of morning exercise, he finally washed up. The housekeeper seemed to notice that Lu Yunzhan had stayed up late, preparing breakfast and even brewing him a cup of coffee. After breakfast, Lu Yunzhan did not summon Assistant Zhao for a ride. Instead, he drove himself to the office. Duan Yingtang awoke at 8, feeling no surprise at finding herself sprawled on the large bed in the master bedroom. She was simply too fatigued to open her eyes. The filming location was outdoors, and it was said that horseback riding would be involved. "Sister Tang, you are not the protagonist of this advertisement, and your lines consist of merely 2 sentences. The greatest challenge lies in horseback riding." Although Duan Yingtang has previously acted in period dramas, her roles seldom required her to ride, which has caused a modicum of concern for Xiaoding. Xiaoding remarked, "I have heard that actors frequently encounter accidents while riding. Thus, many contemporary dramas resort to special effects instead of using real horses for such scenes." Tentatively, Xiaoding proposed, "Sister Tang, perhaps I could discuss with the director about utilizing special effects as well?" Duan Yingtang lifted her enchanting peach blossom eyes, lightly tinged with a smile, and replied, "No need." The chauffeured vehicle came to a halt outside a private equestrian facility. It was said that this venue was lent to them by a wealthy second-generation friend of a certain internet celebrity, without charge. Save for one condition, the affluent individual wished to bring friends along to observe during the filming. The director and camera crew had already arrived, busying themselves with the adjustment of equipment and camera angles. The internet celebrity had yet to make her entrance, requesting an additional 30 minutes of patience from everyone. The director's countenance reflected displeasure. However, given the substantial savings afforded by the loan of the equestrian venue, he refrained from voicing his discontent. Duan Yingtang changed into the equestrian attire prepared by the production team in a makeshift dressing room. The tailored design accentuated her slender waist as her long hair was fashioned into a low ponytail, presenting a clean and poised appearance. Turning her gaze, she noticed a few young people had appeared beneath the sunshade, both male and female. Observing this, Xiaoding whispered in her ear, "Shang Yao has arrived." Shang Yao is the internet celebrity participating in today's shoot. Xiaoding recently used his phone to investigate the identity of a certain individual on the forum. Shang Yao is not her real name. Her true name is Zhuang Shanshan. She rose to fame by creating short videos on a popular app, establishing a persona as a wealthy heiress. With her sweet appearance and slender figure, she garnered millions of followers overnight with a single dance video. Duan Yingtang, however, had little interest in the achievements of others, focusing solely on finishing the advertisement and clocking out. Before her arrival, she had specially requested the makeup artist of a top-tier celebrity to prepare her look. Initially, Shang Yao felt quite satisfied, but now, she inexplicably sensed that she was overshadowed by the person before her. Clenching her teeth, She thought to herself, is the production team truly attempting to belittle her by casting someone like this? At that moment, her wealthy friend approached with a few companions. Yao Yao, why haven't you started filming yet? Inquired a young man with dyed blonde hair. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the girl standing opposite Shang Yao, and he couldn't help but be captivated. Duan Yingtang ignored the group's curious or envious glances and made her way toward the director's team. As soon as she departed, the wealthy heir leaned closer to Shang Yao, eagerly asking, Yao Yao, where did you find this girl? She is truly to my taste. His tone carried a hint of irritation as he continued, I don't know her. She is an actress sourced by the production team, Shang Yao replied curtly. The wealthy heir raised an eyebrow in surprise. An actress? How have I never encountered her before? What is her name? She is so beautiful. I can't believe I don't recognize her. He pondered, concluding that unless she was a complete unknown in the industry, she must be a silent, inconspicuous presence. Shang Yao cast a glance at him, and then her face brightened with a smile. Young Master Wang, could it be that you have taken a liking to her? Although her name is not widely recognized, I have heard she has been navigating the entertainment industry for several years, yet remains an obscure figure. If you truly have an interest in her, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune for her that she could hardly have anticipated. Chapter 44. A favoritism as strong as for one's own daughter. Though Shang Yao had filmed numerous short videos, the multitude of cameras before her made her feel somewhat apprehensive. Shortly thereafter, a horse trainer led a white horse towards them. Duan Yingtang, with an air of nonchalance, shot him a fleeting glance before mounting the horse with grace and decisiveness. Grasping the reins, she lowered her gaze to the wealthy heir. Despite the latter's silence, he inexplicably felt a sense of mockery directed at him. Just as he was about to defend his dignity, someone approached to inform him, Young Master Liang and the others have arrived. At this, the wealthy heir turned his attention towards the entrance and indeed spotted the important friends he had invited. From atop the horse, the view expanded considerably. Duan Yingtang, feeling a wave of annoyance, was about to turn and leave when she heard a surprised female voice. She paused, tilting her head slightly to look. The Liang siblings stood together, their expressions of astonishment mirroring each other. Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by why Liang Jingyuan and Liang Jinxiu were present. However, seeing them in the company of the wealthy heir, referred to as young Master Wang, suggested a friendship. The wealthy heir, perplexed, asked, Xiu, do you know her? Liang Jinxiu replied with a hint of indifference. She is the daughter of my father's friend. Duan Yingtang remarked, let's shoot an advertisement. Liang Jingyuan furrowed his brows and inquired, with whom? Duan Yingtang gestured toward Shang Yao, who was seated on a folding chair, engrossed in the unfolding drama, with her. Shang Yao remained silent. Duan Yingtang shook her head. I need to visit a private auction house. Thus, she arranged for Su Hetao to accompany her to the auction that evening. Liang Jingyuan nodded. I will wait for you. Duan Yingtang arched an eyebrow, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with a teasing glint. Is there something you wish to discuss? Liang Jingyuan fell silent, and after a few moments, he shook his head. I merely wish to share a meal with you. Liang Jinxiu's expression stiffened, followed by a cold snort as she turned away. The wealthy heir was taken aback to discover that this seemingly inconspicuous actress was acquainted with the Liang siblings. Although Liang Jinxiu appeared to harbor disdain for her, Liang Jingyuan's demeanor remained somewhat inscrutable, blending familiarity with an underlying awkwardness that was difficult to discern. The wealthy heir felt a twinge of uncertainty. When Duan Yingtang concluded her shoot, Shang Yao was still trembling as she attempted to mount the horse. Upon exiting, she noticed that Liang Jingyuan and the others had yet to depart. Liang Jingyuan cast a frosty glance at Wang Xiao, his expression somewhat somber. Duan Yingtang adjusted her sleeves and, upon hearing this, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips, her tone languid. At the Pharaoh auction house, the smile on Wang Xiao's face instantly faltered. The Pharaoh auction house, an exclusive members-only establishment, required one to be a member to gain entry, often necessitating an invitation. However, acquiring membership or an invitation to Pharaoh was no simple feat. Fei Luo offers merely 20 membership slots each year, each of which is often inflated to an astronomical price. Indeed, the memberships are auctioned. As for the invitations, Fei Luo traditionally extends them solely to the illustrious families of Yun City. In the case of young Master Wang, he currently lacks the qualifications to enter Fei Luo and would likely be intercepted at the entrance. Duan Yingtang paid him no further attention and called for Xiao Ding to leave work together. Young Master Wang frowned. hesitating for a moment before deciding to follow and observe. Liang Jingyuan witnessed everything and scoffed, "Fool." Liang Jinxiu, upon seeing his demeanor, was filled with indignation. "Brother, why haven't you given up on her? You're about to become engaged to Sister Jiayu." Liang Jinxiu exclaimed angrily, "What makes Sister Jiayu any less than her? And what if she truly is our father's?" Liang Jinxiu. Liang Jingyuan reprimanded in a low voice. "Is your brain merely for decoration? Do you actually believe such fabricated rumors? Are you doubting father?" Liang Jingyuan's gaze at Liang Jinxiu bore a hint of disappointment. Upon meeting Liang Jingyuan's eyes, Liang Jinxiu felt a fleeting moment of trepidation, yet she remained obstinate, turning her head away in silence. Liang Jingyuan cast her a heavy glance before striding away with purpose. Meanwhile, upon exiting the company, she spotted a flamboyant red convertible Ferrari, with Su Hetao seated in the driver's seat, who immediately waved upon her emergence. Duan Yingtang thought to herself, "So conspicuous, it's difficult to pretend not to see." She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a sly smile curving her lips. This person had yet to leave? Duan Yingtang settled into the passenger seat of the Ferrari, expressing her mild disdain as she inquired, "How do you drive this car?" XHTO leaned on the steering wheel, her enthusiasm waning as she replied, "My third brother gifted it to me a couple of years ago. It's been collecting dust in the garage for years. My mother saw it and remarked that if I didn't use it, she would have it modified and give it away." After a brief pause, she added with a light scoff, "Of course, I must handle my own car." Chapter 45. Supporting a wife. Even if it means indulgence. Half an hour later, the crimson Ferrari arrived at the parking lot of the Feilu auction house. A valet approached with a respectful demeanor. "Miss Su." Duan Yingtang indeed seldom visited, having accompanied Lynzh and only on 2 occasions. XHTO reminded, "She is Mrs. Lynzhn." The valet was well aware of Lynzh's significance. Prior to commencing his duties, the manager had briefed them on the prominent families in Yunzhan, with the L family highlighted as particularly notable. "Madame L," the valet hurriedly bowed in greeting. Duan Yingtang questioned, "Isn't he your bodyguard?" XHTO retorted with a light scoff, "It's better that he is not here, lest he follow me around like a hawk watching a suspect." Upon reaching the entrance of the auction house, the attendant promptly approached to welcome them. "Miss Su, Mrs. L." XHTO inclined her head slightly and glanced back at the young man trailing behind her, stating, "He is my bodyguard." The attendant, displaying utmost respect, responded, "Understood. Please proceed." Noticing the young man did not appear to be a bodyguard, the attendant halted him, saying, "Good day, sir. May I kindly request your membership credentials or an invitation?" Wang Xiao. The attendant furrowed his brow but maintained his professional demeanor, explaining, "Miss Su and Madame Lu are esteemed guests of our auction house. Individuals of the Su and Lu families do not require membership proof or invitations. They may enter simply by showing their faces." Wang Xiao's eyes widened in surprise, his expression incredulous. "What, Madame Lu? Isn't she merely an insignificant actress?" The attendant replied, "Sir, if you cannot provide membership credentials or an invitation, we must kindly ask you to leave." He gestured towards the nearby security. The security guard understood immediately and swiftly approached, lifting Wang Xiao despite his protests, and politely escorted him out. Duan Yingtang suppressed a laugh. She nodded, saying, "A wealthy second generation, seemingly acquainted with Liang Jingyuan and his companions." Upon hearing that the other party had connections with the Liang siblings, Su Hetao immediately lost interest in further inquiry. Duan Yingtang paid no more heed, and together with Su Hetao, they entered the interior of the auction house. The auction venue was spacious, accommodating up to 200 attendees at once, and a sale was currently underway. Instead of taking seats in the main hall, Duan Yingtang and Su Hetao proceeded to the exclusive room of the Lu family. The auction house featured 4 large private rooms located in the 4 cardinal directions. The Lu family's room was situated to the east, while the Su family's was to the north, not far apart. Within the room, a massive display screen vividly showcased the ongoing auction and the items being sold below. As soon as Duan Yingtang and Su Hetao settled onto the sofa, an attendant arrived with an assortment of fruits and desserts. Duan Yingtang observed and noted that the diamond presented was of a quality that could be deemed less than exceptional. However, rarity lends value, and thus the price seemed justified. Ultimately, this 4.8-carat radiant gem was auctioned off for a staggering 200 million. Su Hetao, indulging in a dessert, remarked, "The quality of this diamond pales in comparison to that of your ring. The seller has undoubtedly profited." As for Duan Yingtang's wedding band, the mere diamonds it contained were valued at an astounding 1 billion. Su Hetao, biting her spoon, lamented inwardly, I have never spent such a sum throughout my entire life. Duan Yingtang reclined languidly on the sofa, her tone leisurely. Is there anything you fancy? I shall purchase it for you. Su Hetao shook her head, focusing solely on the dessert before her. Not long after she secured the antique, Yunzhan received the bill. Have you finished work? Duan Yingtang glanced at the display screen, her voice nonchalant. Yes. Have you received the bill? Indeed. What did you buy? A gift for Aunt Ming and father. Yunzhan inquired, puzzled. Did you not buy anything for yourself? Duan Yingtang replied, I have no need. Yunzhan insisted, if there's something you desire, purchase it. There is no need to save on my account. After all, he worked diligently to provide for his wife. Duan Yingtang chuckled softly, a glimmer of playful mockery in her eyes, and when she spoke again, her voice took on a surprisingly tender tone. But I wish to save money for my husband. Otherwise, what shall we do if he cannot support me in the future? Yunzhan felt a delightful warmth in his heart as he heard his beloved being addressed as husband. Purchase whatever your heart desires. Spend as lavishly as you wish. For I can certainly provide, he assured her, for young Lu was never short of funds. Duan Yingtang, with a playful smile, inquired, what if I wish to acquire an island? Without a moment's hesitation, Yunzhan replied, buy it. It's merely an island, after all. Once the call ended, he promptly messaged Daiyu, asking him to keep an eye out for any islands available for purchase. Daiyu, perplexed, responded, you wish to buy an island? Yunzhan clarified, my wife has a fondness for islands. Daiyu recalled, didn't your father gift you a small island when you wed? It's located in the waters near X country, where you spent your honeymoon. Yunzhan retorted, that was a gift from my father. This will be from me. He then asked, what is the name of that island? Daiyu replied, Haidang Island. Duan Yingtang had merely jested about buying an island, never truly believing Yunzhan would take her whimsy to heart. Later, several auction items appeared, one of which was a rare metal. Its utility was uncertain, resulting in a modest starting bid of only several hundred thousand. Yet it was ultimately claimed by the occupant of the private room to the north for 800,000. Duan Yingtang glanced toward that northern room, and then shifted her gaze to Su Hetao, who evidently noticed as well. It seems to be the Su family's private room, she remarked. Access to that room was exclusively reserved for members of the Su family. Su Hetao speculated, could it be my second brother? He is certainly one to indulge in peculiar pursuits. Duan Yingtang inquired, shall we go take a look? Su Hetao shook her head, replying, let us wait until the auction concludes. At this moment, the thought of entering the room only to find her eldest brother instead of her second or third brother sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. That would indeed be quite distressing. In Chapter 46, A Heartfelt Dinner, where desire overcomes friendship, Duan Yingtang failed to find the desired tea set and gemstones at the auction, ultimately spending $1 million on a few grams of exquisite red tea. As Duan Yingtang and Su Hetao exited the private room, they coincidentally collided with someone emerging from the northern suite. Upon seeing the stern and handsome man at the forefront, Su Hetao instantly transformed from an elegant young lady into a timid girl. Elder brother. What a surprise. Why was her eldest brother here? The eldest son of the Su family nodded expressionlessly, offering no further words, before departing with his companions. Su Hetao secretly exhaled in relief, yet when she cautiously raised her gaze, she noticed an exceptionally conspicuous bald man, blinking in disbelief. She seemed to confirm her observation. He wore his usual dark sunglasses and held a white stick in his mouth, resembling a cigarette. In the next moment, he removed the white stick, revealing it to be a lollipop. Su Hetao instinctively caught the item he tossed her way, discovering it to be a strawberry-flavored lollipop. She murmured softly, why just one? Can't you see there are two of us? Duan Yingtang shook her head, retrieving 2 milk candies from her pocket. I have my own. Su Hetao teasingly shot her a sidelong glance, laughing. Is this another one of Yunzhan's gifts to you? Duan Yingtang experienced mild hypoglycemia, and upon learning this, Yunzhan consistently kept a selection of candies at home. Occasionally, he would discreetly slip a few into her pocket. The brand of these candies was called Haitang Garden, with packaging similar to most candies available on the market. However, the candies that Duan Yingtang held were also labeled Haitang Garden, yet the wrappers were adorned with various styles of chibi characters or charming little animals, and occasionally featured vibrant illustrations of flowers, rainbows, and clouds. The appearance of these wrappers seemed more suited for children rather than adults. In essence, each candy was wrapped uniquely. Duan Yingtang unwrapped the candy, revealing a white milk candy within, and she did not discard the wrapper. "No, I brought this myself." After a brief moment, she suddenly spoke up. "Peach, you can go have dinner alone tonight." Su Hetao, puzzled, asked why. "Do you have something to do?" Su Hetao questioned. "A heartfelt dinner? Who is it for?" Su Hetao added. Duan Yingtang playfully winked at her. "Be good, I'll accompany you next time." With that, she grabbed her lunchbox and exited the car, bidding farewell. Duan Yingtang did not visit the Lu Corporation often. Each time, she would take the underground parking lot and ride the exclusive elevator directly to Lu Yunzhan's office. This was her first time entering the Lu Corporation through the main entrance. Upon arriving in the lobby, the receptionist, unfamiliar with her, maintained a professional smile and softly inquired, "Hello, are you here for an interview as a university student? Please proceed to the leisure area on the second floor and wait for further information, if you would." At merely 24 years of age, Duan Yingtang exuded a casual demeanor, leading the receptionist to prematurely assume she was there for an interview. However, arriving at such a late hour for an interview seemed rather unusual, didn't it? Before she could voice her denial, the receptionist beckoned a young woman from the Human Resources Department. The HR representative said, "Please follow me." Duan Yingtang found herself inexplicably compliant, trailing behind the young woman to the second-floor lounge, perhaps out of curiosity to observe the interview atmosphere at the Lu Corporation. Unbeknownst to her, her movements had already been reported to Lu Yunzhan by the security team. With the company's owner working overtime, the employees were inevitably bound to the same fate. The lounge at Lu Corporation was more spacious than a CAF, yet at that moment, only a handful of individuals occupied the area, seemingly all university students awaiting interviews. Duan Yingtang chose a seat at random. It was likely due to her striking appearance and an air of distinctiveness that she soon attracted the attention of others. "Are you also here for the interview?" one inquired. "Which university do you attend?" Duan Yingtang glanced at the speaker and replied in a calm tone, "Yunzhan University." The questioner's expression remained unchanged. After all, who among those invited for an interview at Lu Corporation was not from a prestigious university? Another student, visibly excited, chimed in. "You're from Yunzhan University too? What a coincidence. We're alumni. What is your major? Are you also a graduate student?" Responses ranged from disdain and suspicion to envy and contempt. A young woman, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "Indeed, the lowest degree held among us is a master's." Duan Yingtang remained silent, her captivating eyes observing them with keen interest. The young woman continued, "You wouldn't have gotten in through the back door, would you?" Duan Yingtang shook her head, leisurely responding, "I entered through the front door." The young woman, seemingly agitated, crossed her arms and glared at her, saying, "Before the interview begins, I advise you to reconsider. With just a bachelor's degree, you cannot compete with us. It would be wiser to apply to smaller companies. You might find better opportunities there." Duan Yingtang chuckled softly, her posture relaxed, and raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" The girl, with a tone of sage advice, added, "Several candidates with bachelor's degrees have interviewed before you, and unsurprisingly, they were all dismissed. You, I presume, will not be the exception." A curly-haired young man frowned, seemingly disapproving, and called out to the girl, "Xiaohe." Duan Yingtang glanced at her, seemingly in agreement, and nodded, "I am indeed not the exception." Just as the girl was about to retort, a sharply dressed man approached them briskly, addressing her respectfully, "Madam." Duan Yingtang stood up and coolly remarked to Assistant Zhao, "When hiring, the company should not solely focus on academic qualifications." Assistant Zhao, aware that something had transpired before his arrival, discreetly surveyed the three interviewees and replied, "Understood. I will inform Manager Zhong in HR shortly. Mr. Liu is still in a meeting. Madam, please take a seat in the office for the time being." Duan Yingtang walked past the ashen-faced girl while holding a food box, her peach blossom eyes slightly curved. Her voice calm and unhurried. "You might consider investing in some smaller companies." The girl's complexion turned even paler. In Chapter 47, the question arises, is it preferable to be with an older man or a high school boy? She noticed the name tag on the suited man's chest, which read Executive Assistant to the President. Thus, her presumed identity as a female university student was rendered unmistakable. The other two individuals, though somewhat flustered, appeared to be marginally more composed than the girl. Having yet to truly enter the workforce, the girl had already received a devastating lesson. Upon reaching the president's office, Duan Yingtang found that Lu Yunzhan had not yet concluded his meeting. She casually flipped open a page, her peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed she was both amused and exasperated. Lu Yunzhan, you truly are something else, she mused, to disguise a comic book as a philosophical tome. And to top it off, this is not even a legitimate comic, but rather an adult-themed one. Suddenly curious, she wondered if this book belonged to President Lu or to little Lu. Just then, the door to the president's office swung open. Duan Yingtang remained silent, casting a languid sidelong glance at him with her sparkling eyes. Lu Yunzhan, taken aback, questioned her indignantly, "Why are you rummaging through my books?" Duan Yingtang tilted her head, her expression innocent. "Is there something wrong with this book?" Lu Yunzhan replied, "No." With a stoic expression, he insisted, "It's just an ordinary book." Duan Yingtang shot him a knowing look, a smile dancing at the corners of her lips. "So, it is merely an ordinary book." Accentuated emphasis was placed upon the word ordinary as he spoke. Comprehension dawned upon Lu Yunzhan. Duan Yingtang had undoubtedly perused the book in question. The younger Lu felt compelled to offer an explanation. "The book is not mine." Duan Yingtang arched an eyebrow inquisitively. "Belonging to Assistant Zhao, perhaps?" Lu Yunzhan demurred. "Nor is it his." "Whose is it then?" Lu Yunzhan averted his gaze, ultimately confessing, "It belongs to an older gentleman." Duan Yingtang's expression conveyed bewilderment. "An older gentleman?" Lu Yunzhan clarified, specifically, Lu Yunzhan, age 27. Duan Yingtang's gaze prompted Lu Yunzhan to exclaim, "What is that look? Do you doubt me?" His composure momentarily shattered. He conceded to having seen the book, but it was already present on the bookshelf upon his discovery, given that it was situated within the elder's office. Its ownership was self-evident. Duan Yingtang responded with gentle resignation, "I merely harbor skepticism regarding my auditory perception." Duan Yingtang retrieved the dishes, arranging them upon the tea table. Observing the delectable array, Lu Yunzhan, barely suppressing his enthusiasm, inquired, "Did you prepare all of this?" Lu Yunzhan offered a taciturn response. Lu Yunzhan attempted to feign nonchalance, uttering, "Oh." However, a subtle flicker of disappointment betrayed his true sentiments. Unaware of the inner machinations of the man's mind, Duan Yingtang partook of the meal before inquiring, "Why do you refer to yourself as an older gentleman?" At merely 17 years of age, Xiao Lu remains a high school student, standing in stark contrast to the 27-year-old Lu Yunzhan, creating a decade-long chasm between them. To the youthful perspective of a 17-year-old, a man of 27 is nothing short of an old man. Duan Yingtang remarked, "Does he truly believe he has traversed time from the age of 17? She inquired with a hint of melancholy, "Do you consider old men preferable? Or is it better to be a high school student?" High school students are spared the burdens of work, the incessant overtime, and the headache of managing a plethora of tedious documents. With an air of nonchalance, Duan Yingtang replied, "Oh, but high school students do not have wives." Lu Yunzhan remained silent. Duan Yingtang continued, "High school students are also prohibited from engaging in romantic endeavors." Lu Yunzhan was at a loss for words. Duan Yingtang, her eyes sparkling with mischief, added, "When high school students fall in love, it is merely labeled as puppy love." Lu Yunzhan was rendered speechless once more. In her concluding remarks, Duan Yingtang posed the question, "So, Xiao Lu, do you still believe being a high school student is preferable?" Lu Yunzhan, in a moment of realization, thought, upon comparison, being a high school student does indeed seem inferior to being an older man. Wait a moment. Why had he wavered so easily? Lu Yunzhan lifted his gaze and asked, "What?" Duan Yingtang shot him a knowing glance, a smile playing on her lips. Lu Yunzhan, flustered, exclaimed, "Where are your eyes wandering?" He nearly raised his hand to shield himself from her gaze. Duan Yingtang casually picked up a slice of cucumber with her chopsticks and remarked, "Yet your current physique belongs to an older man." Lu Yunzhan was left speechless, and the flustered Xiao Lu could only feign indignation as he admonished her. "How can you say such things?" Duan Yingtang blinked in confusion. "What should I say?" Suddenly enlightened, she remarked, "Are you saying your skills are lacking?" Lu Yunzhan was infuriated. How could he possibly be lacking in skill? Lu Yunzhang's irritation only intensified. Duan Yingtang nudged him gently with her shoulder, teasing, "Little Lu, are you upset?" Lu Yunzhang ignored her. Duan Yingtang chuckled softly and began to coax the sulking high school boy earnestly. "Darling." Her voice was tender and laced with a hint of playfulness. "I didn't despise you later on, did I?" Lu Yunzhang pinched her lips, making them pucker adorably. His voice was deep as he retorted, "That's not me." Duan Yingtang murmured, "MMM. Lu Yunzhan furrowed his brow and released her. Yes, it's not you. It's an old man," she teased. Lu Yunzhan remained unamused by her words. "Is this how you coax me? You're more perfunctory than wallpaper." Chapter 48. Isn't it you who bought me this tie? Saturday marked the day of the family banquet hosted by the Lu family. However, as some members had work commitments during the day, the banquet was scheduled for the evening. Lu Yunzhang had lingered in bed for several extra minutes that morning, contemplating his obligation to buy his wife an island before finally rising to wash up. Duan Yingtang frowned slightly, still in slumber. Lu Yunzhang, emboldened, planted a kiss on the tip of her nose. Just as he did, he was met with a pair of drowsy, almond-shaped eyes now wide open. Lu Yunzhang sighed. "You're so bothersome." The girl, still wrapped in her blankets, murmured sleepily, "I haven't washed my face yet." Observing the girl's series of actions, Lu Yunzhan couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. How endearing. He crouched by the bed, hands folded along the edge, supporting his chin, his phoenix-like eyes fixated on the bulge before him. "My hands have gone numb. I can't tie my tie." Duan Yingtang emerged from beneath the covers, casting him a death stare. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You deliberately woke me up just to have me tie your tie." Lu Yunzhan shook his head. No? Even if he had, he could not admit it. She knelt on the bed, took the dark patterned tie from him, and gestured for Lu Yunzhan to bend down, her fingers deftly tying the knot for him. Only after finishing did she realize this was the very tie she had gifted him, presumably for his birthday last year. Duan Yingtang casually inquired, "Why have you been wearing this tie for the past few days?" Lu Yunzhan replied, "I like this tie." Confused, he asked, "What do you mean? Who gave it to me? Didn't you buy it for me? How do you know I bought it?" Duan Yingtang actually wished to ask if he had regained some memories. Lu Yunzhan responded matter-of-factly, "You are my wife. Naturally, only you would purchase my personal items." Duan Yingtang could not help but chuckle. Indeed, this would surely disappoint young Lu. Since their marriage, she had only gifted him a few intimate items, while most of his clothing and accessories were gifts from brands. She released her grip on the tie. "All right, you can go to work now." Lu Yunzhan remained still, his deep phoenix eyes fixed on her. Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow, confused. "What is it? Is there something else?" Perhaps sensing her confusion, Lu Yunzhan's expression became somewhat difficult to articulate. "Lu Yunzhan, who cares about this?" Duan Yingtang seemed to notice his silent complaint and asked, "Have your legs gone numb?" After squatting by the bed for so long, it would be strange if they hadn't. Lu Yunzhan, exasperated, directly reminded her, "Good morning kiss." She had previously ambushed him, yet now she seemed so oblivious. Duan Yingtang pursed her lips and then let out a soft laugh. Although she sat on the bed and appeared shorter, her presence was towering. "Haven't you already kissed me?" Lu Yunzhan frowned. "That's different." Just now, he had merely kissed her cheek and nose, not her lips. Duan Yingtang saw through the man's thoughts at a glance. "But I haven't brushed my teeth. It doesn't smell." Duan Yingtang sat with her arms crossed, unmoved. Lu Yunzhan conceded defeat, yet he was determined to secure that morning kiss today. After brushing his teeth, Lu Yunzhan finally received a lemon-flavored good morning kiss. While having breakfast, he logged onto Weibo to check the latest gossip. The trending topics were rather mundane, until he stumbled upon a headline. Internet celebrity Shang Yao reveals certain actors' arrogance. Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow slightly and clicked on this trending topic. The pinned post was from an entertainment blogger. The narrative reveals that during her live stream last night, Shang Yao inadvertently disclosed to her fans that she had collaborated with an actor on a public service advertisement the previous day. However, the actor's demeanor appeared somewhat haughty, perhaps looking down upon internet celebrities. Subsequently, the actor left abruptly before the conclusion of the shoot. Attached is a recording of Shang Yao's live stream from last night, where she expressed sentiments akin to those in the narrative. It seems she eventually realized her comments were inappropriate and hastily shifted the discussion, ignoring fans' inquiries about the identity of the actor. Nevertheless, the live stream was recorded by an unknown individual and subsequently shared on Weibo, leading to a flurry of retweets from various marketing accounts, which propelled it to trending status. Numerous netizens in the comments section are inquiring about the identity of this actor. The entertainment industry's hierarchy is evident. Actors disdain idols. Idols look down on obscure figures. Obscure figures scorn lesser-known individuals, and lesser-known individuals dismiss internet celebrities. Hence, one might boldly speculate that this actor is, in fact, quite mediocre. If they were not, How could they find themselves reduced to filming advertisements alongside an internet celebrity? Ha. It is likely that this individual's fan base is even smaller than that of the internet celebrity. Did Shang Yao not claim to be a privileged second-generation rich? How could a mediocre actor dare to exhibit arrogance in front of our Miss Shang? Is there no fear of being blacklisted by her? Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the identity of this pretentious actor, does it not? Why the sudden shift to a sardonic tone toward Shang Yao? What is wrong with being an internet celebrity? Are you aware of the immense effort our Yao has invested? Have the young ones upstairs completed their homework? Is there truly no other material for the marketing accounts to expose? Even the realm of internet celebrities has become entwined in this affair, with the protagonist being the green tea mistress, Shang Yao. At this juncture, netizens began to sense the unfolding drama, eagerly inquiring about Shang Yao's transgressions that led to her being labeled a green tea bitch. The public's attention swiftly shifted, with scant few remaining interested in unearthing the identity of the temperamental actor. In the entertainment industry, tales of capriciousness are commonplace, and given that this actor is relatively obscure, interest dissipated even further. Following the revelation of Shang Yao's status as a green tea mistress, comments quickly veered off course. Someone soon compiled a document brimming with Shang Yao's indiscretions. Just as Duan Yingtang was poised to savor the unfolding drama, the Weibo post was hastily deleted, and the trending topic vanished. It seems the puppeteers behind the scenes realized that events were not unfolding as anticipated, prompting a hurried removal of the post and the trending topic. Duan Yingtang mused, "Is this not a case of drawing more attention to the matter through suppression?" This incident did not create significant waves on Weibo, as netizens' attention was swiftly captivated by other emerging topics. The light cast upon the girl's exquisite profile appeared to sketch a golden line drawing. Her elongated eyelashes gently drooped, casting a delicate shadow upon her eyelids. Dressed in casual athletic wear, she entered the gym for a workout. Over the past few days, she had somewhat neglected her physique, as it seemed she had gained a slight amount of weight. Chapter 49, Double Standards, the Disparity Among Individuals. After such a long interval since attending the Liu family banquet, Liu Yunzhan had lost his memory. It is likely that, in the eyes of some within the Liu family, this couple, united by a commercial marriage, has become a pair of resentful partners. Although the days belong to her alone, the opinions of others cannot alter the established truths. Yet, she still yearned to present herself before the Liu family in impeccable form, adorned in a white long-sleeve blouse paired with a pink velvet mermaid skirt. A ribbon of the same hue as her skirt graced her neck, while her hair was elegantly pinned up with a pearl-adorned hairpin. A delicate pink headband crowned her look, complemented by matching pink high heels. The soft pink hue softened the girl's strikingly exquisite features, yet added a playful vivacity to her youthful charm. Upon hearing this, Liu Yunzhan paused momentarily, lowering his phoenix-like eyes, lost in contemplation. The Liu family's ancestral home, more accurately described as a manor than a villa, was nestled in the lush landscape of looming mountain in Yunzhan. Just a 200-meter stroll beyond the estate led to a natural park, also part of the Liu family's domain. This manor was constructed during Liu Yunzhang's mother's pregnancy with him, remaining closed to the public except during significant family events. The car meandered along the mountain road for nearly 20 minutes before arriving at the estate's grand entrance. The guard stationed at the gate recognized Liu Yunzhang's vehicle and promptly opened the gates, allowing the car to glide into the manor grounds. Meng Yingtang, having learned that her sister-in-law would also be attending the family banquet, anticipated her arrival and waited eagerly at the villa's entrance. As Duan Yingtang stepped out of the car, Meng Yingtang rushed forward. "Sister-in-law, you look absolutely stunning today. You're almost making me question my own preferences." Duan Yingtang stumbled slightly from the impact, but was steadied by Liu Yunzhang's supportive hand at her waist, averting a potential mishap. "Meng Yingtang, are you out of your mind?" Liu Yunzhan, with a stern expression, pulled Meng Yingtang away from his wife, stating, "Keep your distance from my wife." Meng Yingtang, with a disingenuous smile, retorted, "Oh, but I simply adore being close to your wife. After all, nothing is as amusing as being with my sister-in-law." Liu Yunzhan, infuriated, nearly resorted to violence. He warned Meng Yingtang, "If you're feeling frisky, seek out a man instead of clinging to my wife. And do remove the gifts from the trunk." He then proceeded to follow his wife. Behind him, Meng Yingtang shouted, "You're the one who's frisky." Duan Yingtang wore a graceful and appropriate smile, slightly nodding in acknowledgement. "Uncle He." Liu Yunzhan surveyed the layout of the living room, Although it had been his home for 17 years, he felt an unfamiliarity upon entering. The butler guided them to the living area where Lu's father and Meng Yuqiu were present. It was a family gathering. And while Lu's father and Meng Yuqiu were not dressed overly formally, they still appeared refined. Lu Yunzhan greeted his aunt and then settled onto the sofa. Although he spoke casually, his tone bore no trace of reproach. The Lu family was affluent, lacking nothing, yet the significance of the gifts from his daughter-in-law was undeniably unique. Meng Yingtang thought to herself, my mother is truly renowned for her double standards. She is a fierce tigress towards me, but transforms into the ideal mother when facing my sister-in-law. How can the disparity between individuals be so immense? My sister-in-law's work appears effortless. How could it possibly exhaust her? Meng Yingtang reclined unceremoniously against the sofa, speculating that her sister-in-law must have lost weight due to Lu Yunzhan's antics. Meng Yuqiu, however, did not allow herself to feel at ease. Gently stroking her head, she softly said, if anything arises, please call me or your father. Do not bear it alone. Duan Yingtang nodded in agreement. In stark contrast, the atmosphere between Lu Yunzhan and Lu's father on the opposite side of the sofa was far from harmonious. Lu's father initiated the conversation with inquiries about work. Noticing his son's distraction, he furrowed his brow and asked, is this how you behave while working? Lu Yunzhan dismissed the concern, replying, it is not working hours now. And what is wrong with my current demeanor? What is wrong? Do you look like the president of a company at this moment? I am not a company president. I am merely 17 and still a high school student. Lu's father sighed, nearly forgetting his son's amnesia. Despite this, Lu Yunzhan showed a degree of respect towards Meng Yuqiu, nodding slightly as he said, thank you, aunt. Meng Yuqiu herself hailed from a distinguished family, a true aristocrat from Yunzhan, raised as a socialite. At home, she was a gentle and considerate wife, while in public, she was a decisive and commanding president of Yunzhan. Although Lu Yunzhan could not regard her as his biological mother, he still held her in high esteem. Thus, this restructured family of four maintained a relatively harmonious existence. Lu Yunzhan expressed his reluctance, stating, we have our own home. He glanced at her, but ultimately chose to remain silent. The butler then approached to inform everyone that they could proceed to the banquet hall, where the rest of the Lu family had already gathered. Lu Yunzhan remained vigilant, wary of Meng Yingtang's unwelcome advances towards his wife, while Meng Yingtang rolled her eyes, expressing her profound disdain for such behavior. Duan Yingtang questioned, can she walk in front? Chapter 50. Aunt, who isn't minor. As they entered the banquet hall, the members of the Lu family's collateral branches stood to greet Lu's father and Meng Yuqiu. Nearly 20 relatives had gathered, and most of the same generation as Lu Yunzhan were already married with children, the eldest being 5 years old. Few were aware of Lu Yunzhan's amnesia, and while there was some puzzlement regarding Lu's father's sudden assumption of the family head position, only a handful understood the reasons behind it. Lu Yunzhan's presence was not particularly surprising. Several years prior, Lu's father had entrusted the family headship to him, and in such a familial gathering, it was only natural for him to appear. Rumors suggested that the two were merely a couple in name, yet they looked so radiant, hardly resembling a pair burdened by disdain. Were they, perhaps, performing for the audience? Duan Yingtang bent slightly, affectionately ruffling the little one's hair. Dodo, you look exceptionally lovely today. The child blushed at the compliment and shyly asked, Aunt, can you kiss me? Duan Yingtang chuckled softly, of course. She leaned down and gently placed a kiss on the child's cherubic face. Dodo's cheeks flushed even deeper, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Then I want to kiss Aunt too. Meanwhile, Lu Yunzhan, observing the exchange, felt a twinge of suspicion, thinking, is this child trying to charm my wife? Dodo pondered, why is she moving further away from Aunt? Turning her head, she beheld Lu Yunzhan's remarkably handsome visage, and the young girl obediently called out, Uncle. Lu Yunzhan, with an expression as inscrutable as stone, nodded slightly. Yet, his arm, akin to an iron chain, firmly secured her in place. Dodo could only cast a look of innocent grievance at Lu Yunzhan. Uncle, I'm quite heavy. Please put me down. If you hold me, I can't even kiss Aunt. Not heavy, Lu Yunzhan coldly retorted, uttering just 2 words. Dodo felt even more wronged. Duan Yingtang, exasperated, interjected, are you still a child? Even little kids are being bullied. Lu Yunzhan, with a sense of righteous indignation, replied, I am not much older than her. Who isn't still a minor? Duan Yingtang shot him a light glance, adding, moreover, she intends to kiss my wife. Lu Yunzhan sternly admonished the child. asserting that children ought not to be so enamored with appearances. Dodo, oblivious to the term, blinked in confusion. She considered her uncle's behavior overly domineering and immediately regarded him with disapproval. Uncle, this is not right. Yunzhan raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you teaching me how to conduct myself? Dodo replied earnestly. The teacher said that to kiss someone, one must obtain their consent. And Anne has already agreed to let me kiss her. Yunzhan remained unfazed. But I have not consented. Dodo's eyes were filled with puzzlement. If she kissed Aunt, why would Uncle's approval be necessary? Your aunt is my wife. Do you know what that means? Yunzhan's tone carried an unmistakable hint of pride, implying that he could kiss and embrace her, but others were not permitted to do so. With a slight pause in his speech, he cast a sidelong glance at the little one, who was also deemed unsuitable. Duan Yingtang pondered. Upon hearing these words, Dodo finally grasped her uncle's intent. Auntie is her uncle's wife, hence only he is entitled to affectionately embrace her. But what if Auntie were her wife? Could she then also express her affection for Auntie? This thought brought immediate joy to Dodo, prompting her to exclaim, then I want Auntie to be my wife too. Duan Yingtang could hardly contain her amusement, her peach blossom eyes gleaming with a teasing mirth as she looked at the man whose expression had turned rigid. Yunzhan furrowed his brow and, with a deadpan face, informed the little girl, your auntie is already my wife, and she cannot belong to anyone else. Furthermore, you are a girl, and girls can only have husbands. Duan Yingtang interjected lightly, they can also have wives. Yunzhan responded, that is true. But one cannot take another's wife as one's own. Listening to the strings of another's wife and one's own wife, Dodo found herself somewhat bewildered. Duan Yingtang shot a glance at the man. Why are you discussing this with a 4-year-old? She leaned in closer. Ignore your uncle. Just give her a kiss. Yunzhan, unable to intervene in time, could only watch helplessly as his wife was playfully taken advantage of by the small child. Little Lu, unwilling to be outdone, declared, I want a kiss too. He felt this was an opportunity not to be missed. Duan Yingtang shook her head in exasperation. Is this not rather childish? Just then, Dodo's nanny arrived, and Yunzhan had no choice but to set the little one down. Isn't Lu Tingley from your cousin's family? Yunzhan mused in surprise, realizing that Lu Tingley was merely a year older than him, yet his daughter had grown so much. When had he gotten married? To think that such a daughter exists. 6 years ago, he wed his university sweetheart, yet shortly after the birth of their child, tragedy struck, and his wife met with an untimely demise. Consequently, the child has been cared for by a nanny. Yunzhan fell into silence, surprised to find that this little one bore a striking resemblance to him. Although he himself had been around 7 or 8 years old when his biological mother passed away, his memories of her are those of elegance and grace, perpetually smiling, akin to a princess who had been meticulously sheltered. Indeed, this impression is not unfounded. His grandmother hailed from France and seemed to possess a hint of royal lineage. His mother grew up in France, imbued with a touch of romantic charm, and as a noblewoman, she had encountered few men, which led to her being beguiled by his father at a musical soiree. The union of a noble daughter and a scion of a prestigious family was once celebrated as a tale of true love, with society regarding his parents as a match made in heaven, a pair of celestial beings. Alas, beauty is often fleeting. Less than a decade into their marriage, this woman, cherished by her parents before her wedding and adored by her husband thereafter, succumbed to illness. Yunzhan scoffed at this notion, questioning whether it was the media that dictated the terms of good and ill. Chapter 51. A chance for reaffirmation. Rest assured, with my presence, no one shall dare to bully my sister-in-law. Meng and Tong waved her hand at Yunzhan, signaling him to leave promptly. Yunzhan thought to himself, why does this make me feel even more uneasy? Although Meng and Tong is not the biological daughter of the Lu family, she still holds the status of being the daughter of Lu's father in name, thus enjoying a position of superiority over others. Meng and Tong shared her experiences from her days in High City, with most conversations revolving around that mixed-blood gentleman. Meng and Tong casually remarked, it's merely for fun. After returning, she ceased all communication with the other party. Her intention was simply to make a friend, not to pursue a romantic relationship. Duan Yingtang inquired, is there honey water available? Yes, I shall fetch it for you. This evening, many had indulged in alcohol, prompting the butler to prepare honey water in advance. Before long, the butler emerged from the kitchen bearing a cup of honey water alongside a cup of warm milk. The warm milk is for you, he stated. Duan Yingtang extended her hand to accept it, replying, thank you. Upon seeing her, the man subtly exhaled in relief, then furrowed his brow and questioned, "Where have you been?" "Nowhere," Lu Yunzhan replied. Duan Yingtang passed the honey water to him, saying, "Drink it all." Lu Yunzhan received it, asking, "Did you mix this?" As she sipped the warm milk, she walked further into the room. "No, I got it from Uncle He." Lu Yunzhan felt an immediate sense that the honey water lacked sweetness. Nonetheless, since it was brought by his wife, he dutifully consumed it all. He was quite familiar with his room, as it had been his residence for 17 years. Aside from the addition of another person's clothing and jewelry in the wardrobe, little had changed from his memories. There was one alteration. The bed had grown larger. The study and bedroom were connected. The desk no longer cluttered with heavy textbooks and endless assignments, but adorned with a lamp, a few figurines, and a computer. On the wall beside the bookshelf hung a violin and an exquisitely carved bow, while a guitar stood in the corner, accompanied by a long skateboard nearby. Duan Yingtang leisurely sipped her milk and, upon hearing the question, lifted her gaze. Lu Yunzhan's eyes fell upon the small violin adorning the wall, and he nodded, "Yes. I can." During his first year of high school, he had performed a violin piece at the freshman welcome party. Though his skill was merely average, the moment the spotlight graced his face, the entire audience fell silent. After the event, Lu Yunzhan's name became a sensation on the campus forum, where he was affectionately dubbed the campus heartthrob. Duan Yingtang expressed her desire to hear him play the violin. However, her attention shifted to the guitar nestled in the corner. "I shall play the guitar instead." His proficiency with the guitar surpassed that of the violin. Duan Yingtang remained indifferent, as long as he refrained from recommending that glowing anime to her. Lu Yunzhan picked up the guitar, seated himself on a chair, and began tuning the strings. Testing the sound, his long, elegant fingers deftly plucked the strings, and the distinctive sound of the guitar resonated throughout the room. Duan Yingtang found her gaze irresistibly drawn to him. Although she lacked musical talent, she could discern the beauty of a melody. The piece he played was waiting for you after class. She could not help but imagine what the 17-year-old Lu Yunzhan might have been like, perhaps surrounded by classmates as he strummed the guitar, or spending weekends skating at the plaza with friends. Despite the memory loss, the youthful exuberance of the younger Lu Yunzhan still shone through. Intertwined with the essence of the 27-year-old Lu, the accomplished man he had become. Duan Yingtang sat upon the bed, swinging her legs, a smile gracing her lips as she softly hummed, "It was only when I learned to make pancakes that I realized you don't eat breakfast." She clapped appreciatively, praising, "That sounded truly delightful." The man cleared his throat, his tone almost teasing as he replied, "Mediocre. Do you not have any other expressions of approval?" Duan Yingtang replied, her voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation, "Classmate Lu is remarkable." Lu Yunzhan. He had no desire for such an emotionless verbal accolade. "I'll grant you another chance to express it properly." Duan Yingtang tilted her head, her enchanting eyes sparkling with a faint smile, yet her tone remained flat as she said, "You are wonderful, my dear husband." Lu Yunzhan. While this verbal reward was an improvement upon the last, it still fell short of his expectations. Duan Yingtang made no attempt to evade him, patiently allowing him to kiss her for 5 minutes. She seized his hand, which sought to advance further, and with a teasing glint in her eye, she remarked, "Are you now an adult, classmate Lu?" Lu Yunzhan. With a stiffened resolve, he declared, "My body is that of an old man." His face instantly turned a shade of green. Duan Yingtang chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling the man's hair. "Why not take care of it yourself in the bathroom?" Lu Yunzhan. How vexing. He had no desire to be alone with his right hand. Chapter 52. Teacher Tony. Tonight there is only one star. Having just finished his shower, the man still bore traces of moisture upon his skin, a droplet of water cascading down to land upon her face. Though her eyes remained closed, Duan Yingtang's hand instinctively sought out Lu Yunzhan's hair. She murmured, "Why is your hair still wet?" Lu Yunzhan tightened his embrace, burying his face in her hair. "I'm tired and don't want to dry it. Don't mind me, just sleep." Duan Yingtang's voice, tinged with undeniable fatigue, persisted as she maintained her awareness. "You'll get a headache if you sleep with wet hair." Lu Yunzhan sat up, feigning ignorance. "Will you help me dry it?" Duan Yingtang shot him a sideways glance. "Or will you do it yourself?" The gentle breeze from the hairdryer brought him great comfort, dissipating the pent-up frustration accumulated in the bathroom. Duan Yingtang's hands caressed his hair tenderly, the warmth of the air soothing. His hair was short, and it wasn't long before it was completely dry. She placed the hairdryer on the bedside table and tousled his hair. "All right, time to sleep." Duan Yingtang. yearning for slumber, nodded absent-mindedly. Yes, yes, tomorrow I will go teach. Lu Yunzhan had learned to disregard her nonchalance and continued, but you should only be my Tony teacher. Annoyed, Duan Yingtang nestled closer to him, seeking to muffle his voice. But Tony teacher just wants to sleep now. If you don't want to sleep, go count the stars on the balcony. Lu Yunzhan had no desire to count stars on the balcony, especially since it seemed to be raining outside, leaving no stars to be seen. Thus, he wisely fell silent. The room was enveloped in tranquility, save for the sound of rain outside. Moments later, Lu Yunzhan opened his eyes, gazing at the girl sleeping in his arms, and whispered softly, "Tonight, there is but one star." And he had captured that star. A sleepless night passed. Today, there was no obligation to attend the office, yet Lu Yunzhan found himself unable to indulge in slumber. This was due to his father, who, on his morning stroll to the park for exercise, instructed the housekeeper to rouse Lu Yunzhan from his slumber. Pulling the covers over his head, Lu Yunzhan sought to ignore the persistent calls from outside. Once he descended the stairs, he cast an irritable glance at his father, who sat on the sofa engrossed in the newspaper. "Why did you wake me so early?" "Morning is the foundation of the day," his father replied, shaking the newspaper and casting a sidelong glance at him. "Did you stay up late last night?" With no choice but to comply, Lu Yunzhan accompanied his father for the morning exercises. As his father practiced Tai Chi in the park, Lu Yunzhan jogged around the estate for 2 laps. Upon completing his run, he was summoned by his father to join him in practicing the 5 animal frolics. Lu Yunzhan couldn't help but think, must his father insist on making him resemble an octogenarian? If memory served him correctly, his father wasn't he even 55 yet. Duan Yingtang was seated on the sofa, engaging in conversation with Meng Yuqiu. Lu Yunzhan acknowledged them with a casual response and strode over. Meng Yuqiu rose from her seat. "I'll check on breakfast in the kitchen." With the housekeeper attending to the meal, there was little chance of error. Meng Yuqiu merely sought an excuse to step away, granting the young couple some privacy. Duan Yingtang glanced at him. "Did you argue with your father again?" Lu Yunzhan complained. "My father is insufferable. He's retired and lives like a sovereign, tending to flowers and amusing himself with birds, relishing a life of leisure. I only get 1 day off a week, and yet he insists I accompany him for morning exercises. He clearly delights in making my life miserable." Lu Yunzhan then expressed a desire for closeness. "Then come sleep with me." Duan Yingtang replied, "All right." On this rare day of respite, it was squandered away in slumber by 2 individuals. She was summoned by Su Hetao for a shopping excursion, and upon arriving at Shishui Lan Ting, they proceeded directly to number 1 building. The upper floors, from the 18th and above, were replete with various high-end boutiques. Although Su Hetao received new garments delivered to her home each month, such abundance did little to quell a woman's insatiable desire to shop. Accompanying a woman on a shopping spree is not merely exhausting physically, but also mentally taxing. Duan Yingtang found herself seated in a luxury brand store, watching as Su Hetao tried on 3 different outfits in succession. Just after donning a new ensemble, she scrutinized her reflection in the mirror for mere seconds before shaking her head in discontent. "Too vintage, it doesn't suit me." Without hesitation, she opted for yet another change. Duan Yingtang sighed, feeling fatigued. She rose, disregarding Su Hetao, who had just emerged from the fitting room, and strode purposefully towards another section of the store. As she departed, the sales associate promptly approached Su Hetao with fervent recommendations. Beyond the clothing section, the store also offered accessories and tie clips. The sales associate, possessing keen insight, inquired if she required assistance with packaging her selections. Duan Yingtang nodded, and then succinctly requested, "Do you have tie clips?" "Indeed," the sales associate replied respectfully, "Please follow me." Duan Yingtang stated plainly, "Ties and tie clips." Su Hetao instantly comprehended. "Are they for Lu Yunzhan?" Duan Yingtang confessed, "I suffer from indecision. Since I like them all, I might as well purchase them all." She had no desire to be encumbered by numerous items while out enjoying herself. Chapter 53. How hilarious. Who would think of you? Exiting the luxury store, she fortuitously collided with a patron entering just as she stepped out. Suddenly, a startled male voice echoed in her ear. Duan Yingtang slightly turned her head and noticed Chen Yuping, fully equipped with a hat and mask, stationed at the entrance. Beside him stood a woman, not Xiao Shi, but the daughter of the CEO of Qilin Entertainment, whom they had encountered previously. Duan Yingtang glanced at the luxury bag in Chen Yuping's hand and, with a hint of a smile, remarked, "Teacher Chen, are you out shopping with a friend?" She emphasized the word friend, infusing it with deeper meaning. Chen Yuping remained silent. And at that moment, the woman beside him spoke up. Xiao Yu, is this your friend? Chen Yuping replied, a colleague from a past production. There was a trace of disdain in his tone, as if to say, how much could one earn in a year to dare enter a high-end store? He-Man scoffed. Isn't she just an 18-line actress? I doubt her annual earnings could even afford a single pair of my shoes. Surely, she is not here just for a photo op? Before Duan Yingtang could respond, Su Hetao burst into laughter, incensed. Isn't the CEO of Qilin Entertainment only raking in a maximum of 200 million a year? From your tone, it sounds as if your family has enough wealth to buy out the entire store. At Su Hetao's words, He-Man finally cast a sidelong glance her way. Are you also an actress? Chen Yuping regarded Su Hetao with a hint of recognition, though he couldn't place where he had seen her before. Su Hetao replied, no, her tone lofty, as if she were bestowing a favor. Duan Yingtang interjected nonchalantly, I forgot to check the almanac before stepping out today. He-Man glared at her in anger. Chen Yuping hurriedly grasped her hand. Man, we are in public. He-Man, undeterred by the possibility of being seen, displayed a certain star-like self-awareness. Previously, he had been photographed, and those images circulated online. Should he be spotted once more shopping alongside He-Man, she might not be inclined to fabricate another excuse. He-Man was aware of Chen Yuping's celebrity status, yet he found it intolerable to endure the humiliation of being called a fool. Chen Yuping wrapped his arm around her shoulder, softly soothing her spirits. Su Hetao felt her eyes burn with discomfort. No, it seemed as though her ears had also sustained 1,000 points of injury. The shop manager hurriedly bowed in apology. Miss Su, I sincerely apologize. Earlier, the cashier mistakenly included the price of an additional dress in your total. This was an error on our part, and we shall promptly refund the 70,000 you overpaid. Very well, Miss Su. Did those two individuals truly purchase items from your store? He-Man inquired eagerly. What did they buy? How much did they spend? The manager frowned slightly, replying, that is a matter of customer privacy. He-Man, linking her arm with Chen Yuping's, asserted confidently, my boyfriend knows them. It's concerning that they, who typically only afford low-end items, are now able to shop in your store. I wonder if they've engaged in any unsavory activities. The manager's gaze towards her was laden with unspoken complexities. Those are Miss Su and Madame Lu. Miss Su spent 3 million in our store, while Madame Lu spent 1 million. He-Man was taken aback, and Chen Yuping stood equally stunned. How could Duan Yingtang possess such wealth? Where had it come from? Miss Su is the eldest daughter of the Su family, the manager concluded discreetly. Even the eldest daughter of the Su family goes unrecognized. Yet one claims to be acquainted with Miss Su. The shopkeeper could not help but feel as though he had just been subjected to a rather juvenile jest. Turning away, he retreated into the store, leaving He-Man and Chen Yuping exchanging bewildered glances at the entrance. The Su family? Surely, it could not be the Su family they were contemplating. Yunzhan felt a tinge of annoyance at the thought of a business trip that would take him away. His displeasure was palpable as he queried, is that all you wish to say to me? Duan Yingtang pondered briefly, her gaze drifting to the luxury bag she held. Lifting it, she proposed, I have purchased a new tie for you. Would you care to try it on? Yunzhan was momentarily taken aback. You bought this for me? He asked hesitantly as he began to unfasten his current tie. Is there a significant occasion today? Perhaps our wedding anniversary? Yet, I do not recall it being today. She lifted her gaze, casting a casual glance at him. Do you not like it? With a composed demeanor, Yunzhan replied. I do. The suit he wore today paired perfectly with the tie. The gray tie clips served as a subtle accent, inexplicably bestowing upon the man an air of restrained allure. Duan Yingtang nodded in satisfaction. My taste is truly impeccable, Yunzhan responded, albeit with a hint of exasperation. While that may indeed be the case, such self-adulation hardly resembles you, my dear wife. He felt it necessary to remind her. I may be away for 3 days on this trip. Duan Yingtang blurted out, so brief? Yunzhan remained silent, sensing her impending frustration. She added, make sure to eat well and rest adequately while you are away. Do not dwell too much on me. Xiao Lu was utterly exasperated, scoffing, it's utterly laughable. Who would even think of you? With that, she lifted her foot as if to leave. Nonchalantly releasing her grip, she adopted an air of indifference, breezily stating, goodbye. See you on video. She then turned away, waving her hand as if to dismiss the clouds from her path. Chapter 54. Sister-in-law is strict. I only concern myself with your brother Meng. Antong found herself rather unoccupied of late. At the behest of Lu's father, she was asked to assist Lu Yunzhan at the company. Reluctantly acquiescing to avoid disappointing him, she promptly cast the obligation from her mind. Clad in a fitted leather jacket, Meng Yingtang leaned against her motorcycle, her slender, fair fingers delicately holding a lady's cigarette. With a crisp snap, the cigarette was ignited. Su Hetao observed silently as Duan Yingtang donned her helmet, her movements precise and swift as she swung her leg over the bike. "I only concern myself with your brother," she remarked. Meng Yingtang chuckled lightly, extinguishing the cigarette and discarding the butt into a nearby trash bin before effortlessly mounting her motorcycle. In but a moment, the trio of bikes roared to life simultaneously. Naturally, dinner was to be enjoyed outside. Meng Yingtang had plans to attend a night event, so she departed shortly after their meal. The performance took place in an underground bar, and upon pushing through the door, they were greeted by an almost deafening chorus of screams, indicating that the musical act had already commenced. The performers were a band composed of university students. The lead singer sported permed hair, accompanied by two guitarists and a drummer, belting out a rock anthem. Having previously attended a live concert of a popular singer with Meng Yingtang, she recalled that the ambience of that event had been exponentially more exhilarating. However, as she was unfamiliar with the performers on stage, she found the experience rather dull, aside from the overwhelming noise. The music performance concluded at 11 o'clock in the evening. Duan Yingtang nodded, acknowledging it was quite delightful. The underground bar was excessively noisy, obscuring her ability to hear her phone ring. Shortly after sending a message, Lu Yunzhan called. "What's the matter? Where are you? Why didn't you answer my call?" came the man's deep voice from the other end. Duan Yingtang placed one hand on the steering wheel while raising her phone with the other. "I'm at the underground bar." "You went to a bar? With Taozi to enjoy a music performance?" Lu Yunzhan's tone was laced with suspicion. "Did you drink?" "Not at all." Lu Yunzhan's call was not regarding anything of great significance. Despite being married for 3 years, he rarely called her during his business trips, let alone discuss trivial matters as he was doing now. The call continued until Assistant Zhao informed Lu Yunzhan of an impending video conference. Duan Yingtang could only smile helplessly, realizing that perhaps her mind had been muddled. Engaging in such a lengthy conversation with Lu Yunzhan about inconsequential topics. However, during midday, Lu Tingley unexpectedly reached out to her, requesting that she pick up Dodo from kindergarten in the afternoon. "The nanny has taken leave today, and I have a meeting tonight. Do you have time?" he inquired. Duan Yingtang nodded affirmatively. "Yes. Then I must trouble you to collect Dodo from kindergarten later." "All right." Shortly after hanging up, Lu Tingley sent her the address of the kindergarten Dodo attended. It was an international kindergarten, approximately a 30-minute drive from Zishuilan Court. At 4:30, the children finally appeared, lining up inside the gate. Dodo, now in the middle class, was among the first to emerge, alongside the younger class students. Once the little ones had been picked up, it was finally the turn of the middle-class children. Duan Yingtang stood closer to the front, and Dodo seemed to spot her, her eyes instantly brightening as she hurried over with her pink butterfly backpack. "Auntie," Duan Yingtang softly addressed her. "Auntie and your father are busy, so I came to pick you up." Dodo earnestly replied, "I like it when Annie comes to get me." The pair, one large and one small, walked towards the parking area, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, a tender voice called out from behind, "Lu Dodo, wait a moment." A little boy clad in a brown vest stood not far behind them, holding a box of candies. A woman, presumably the boy's mother, emerged from the crowd, her face adorned with a gentle smile. The woman, Wen Mingyue, was taken aback, seemingly surprised to encounter her here. As when Mingyue's gaze fell upon the little girl she was holding, her demeanor softened, contrasting with her usual coldness. "Are you here to pick up a child as well?" she inquired. When Mingyue paused for a moment before gently nodding, "Yes. His name is Wen Xiaolo." "Auntie." Duan Yingtang released her hold. Dodo immediately dashed towards the little boy, asking, "Wen Xiaolo, is there something you wanted to tell me?" Wen Xiaolo extended the box of candies in his hands. "Here, for you." Dodo shook her head, her voice sweet and childlike. "Daddy says I can't eat too many candies, or I'll get little bugs in my teeth." It turns out she helped her classmates earn the reward. Dodo tilted her head thoughtfully for a moment and said, "Then I will take 2, one for me and one for my aunt." Chapter 55, The Intruder. If you dismantle the bed again, sleep in the study. When Xiao Lu approached Wen Mingyu's side, holding some candy in her hand. She raised her small fist and waved at Wen Xiao Lu across from her, saying, "Goodbye, Wen Xiao Lu." Wen Xiao Lu reciprocated the gesture, shaking her hand in return. Goodbye. Duan Yingtang glanced at Wen Mingyu, nodding slightly without asking anything further, and turned to leave with Dodo. However, considering that they were not particularly familiar, Wen Mingyu found it understandable. Upon hearing this, the little one visibly sighed in relief, her whimsical demeanor endearing and amusing. Dodo was genuinely delighted. With her uncle away, it meant she could stick to her aunt for as long as she wished, though there were no toys for children to play with at home. Dodo's little backpack contained art supplies and storybooks. A soft carpet lay before the floor-to-ceiling window, with a white round table placed upon it. Dodo spilled her art supplies onto the table and, in her sweet, soft voice, asked, "Aunt, do you know how to draw a rainbow?" Duan Yingtang responded to the little one, "I don't know." "Does Dodo know?" "Yes." Dodo nodded vigorously. "The teacher taught us how to draw a rainbow today." "Then could Dodo teach her aunt?" "Of course." Duan Yingtang smiled and gently patted the little one's head, saying, "Then I shall rely on teacher Dodo." "You're welcome." Dodo shyly smiled, anticipating that Auntie would soon give her a kiss. Duan Yingtang chuckled softly, "All right." With her chubby little hands gripping a paintbrush, Dodo leaned over the table, diligently painting a rainbow, stroke by stroke. She was a remarkably easygoing child, her demeanor and speech imbued with politeness, which clearly illustrated that although Lu Tingley was occupied with work, he had never neglected his child's upbringing. After spending some time painting with Dodo, dinner time approached. A little friend had come over, prompting the nanny to prepare several dishes tailored to the children's palate, such as steamed egg custard and tomato chicken wings. Dodo had already mastered the use of chopsticks. When she was merely 3 years old, Lu Tingley had forbidden the nanny from feeding her, insisting she should eat independently. Initially, the little one struggled to handle the chopsticks, but after several patient lessons from Lu Tingley, she soon learned the skill. Duan Yingtang scooped a bit of egg custard with a porcelain spoon, preparing to place it in Dodo's bowl. Dodo opened her mouth wide. With a subtle smile, Duan Yingtang adjusted the spoon's direction and fed the little one. "Delicious," Dodo exclaimed, joyfully swinging her legs, declaring that Auntie's cooking was even tastier. Duan Yingtang's eyes sparkled with gentle laughter. "Did you sweeten your little mouth?" Dodo replied, "No, I only had candy." Lu Tingley would arrive to pick up the little one around 9 o'clock that evening, reminding Dodo over the phone to be good and listen to Auntie. "All right." Duan Yingtang gathered the little one into her arms and opened a storybook. "Shall we listen to the tale of the 3 little pigs?" Dodo nodded her little head obediently. Duan Yingtang softly began to recite. "Mother Pig has 3 children. The eldest is named Hu. The second is called Lu, and the youngest is Du. Glancing at the time, Duan Yingtang noted it was already 9 o'clock. She gently carried the little one upstairs, carefully laid her on the bed, and tucked her in. Just as she completed these tasks, Yunzhan initiated a video call. Duan Yingtang promptly silenced her phone and stepped out of the room to answer the call. Each time the man called, it was rarely of any consequence, and this occasion proved no different. "Did you not go to the bar today?" he inquired. The lighting on his side was somewhat dim, casting a warm hue over his face, accentuating his striking features. He asked, "What are you doing?" Duan Yingtang replied, "Video chatting with little Lu." Yunzhan responded, "Isn't that rather obvious?" He then rephrased his question. "Before the video call, what were you doing?" Duan Yingtang said, "Playing with Dodo." Yunzhan slightly lifted his head, his tone tinged with surprise. "Is that child from your cousin's family?" Duan Yingtang answered with a faint, "Yes." Yunzhan was taken aback. "How did she end up at our house?" Duan Yingtang explained, "The nanny from my cousin's family took the day off, so I was asked to pick Dodo up from kindergarten." "Where's the child?" Yunzhan sought to glimpse the little one who often sought to gain favor with his wife through the small screen. Duan Yingtang cast him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on her lips as she replied, "The guest room's bed is broken. Where do you think she could possibly sleep?" Yunzhan. This question evidently possesses a singular solution. Aside from the master bedroom, where else could one possibly sleep? This insinuates the unwelcome presence of a third party in his and his wife's bed. Suddenly, Yunzhan found himself engulfed in a wave of melancholy. There must not be anyone else sharing their bed. A knock on the door abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Yunzhan instantly transformed from a brooding youth into a composed and dignified executive. The person entering was Assistant Zhao, delivering documents. Logically, one would assume that they should conclude the video call to commence work, yet Yunzhan seemed to have forgotten this detail, as the video remained active. Duan Yingtang hesitated but chose not to disconnect, perhaps fearing a childish outburst from the other party if she did. At 9:30, Lu Tingley arrived to pick up Dodo. Duan Yingtang retreated to the bedroom to gently lift the peacefully slumbering child and hand him over to Lu Tingley. Lu Tingley expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you for your help." Duan Yingtang simply shook her head, replying, "Dodo is very well behaved." Had Lu Yunzhan ended the video call? He pressed the button above, but the phone remained dark. Duan Yingtang remarked, "It appears the video was not terminated by the other party. Rather, her phone had run out of battery." Lu Yunzhan, "I anticipated this. I instructed Assistant Zhao to order a new bed, which should arrive tomorrow." Lu Yunzhan. Chapter 56. Upholding the virtues of a man. He alone has a wife. This time, they were set to fly to Pear City to record a variety show for 4 days. The two would still only be able to see each other through the confines of a phone screen. Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow. "Are you considering having a second child? Please refrain from nitpicking." Sister Zhou shot her a displeased glance. This was the birthday banquet of a venerable figure within their circle. She had now settled in Pear City, and with no pressing matters at hand, she was to accompany me. Sister Zhou, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "It's not counted." This invitation was a hard-won treasure, allowing for only 2 attendees. Others were not in Pear City, and coming would necessitate abandoning their current work, which seemed hardly worthwhile. Sister Zhou stated, "I will handle the socializing. You merely need to make an appearance." Thus, I acquiesced. The banquet was to be held at an opulent hotel. Upon arrival, it proved to be as Sister Zhou had indicated. My role was solely to follow her around, serving as an emotionless smile machine. This esteemed elder held a prominent position in the entertainment industry, attracting numerous A-list stars and top-tier celebrities, alongside executives and producers from various entertainment companies. Duan Yingtang, feeling rather listless, discreetly stifled a yawn. At that moment, her phone in her pocket vibrated unexpectedly. Sister Zhou presumed her boredom had reached its limits, and having greeted those she needed to, waved her off. Duan Yingtang retreated to a secluded corner of the banquet hall, retrieved her phone, and upon unlocking the screen, was greeted by a flurry of messages. They were from Assistant Zhao, sent at 2-minute intervals, diligently updating her on Lu Yunzhan's work schedule for the day. Duan Yingtang wondered, "What is all this?" It was evident that Assistant Zhao would not send such messages without reason. It was likely a directive from Lu Yunzhan. She scrolled back to the first message. Assistant Zhao, "Today, General Lu was interviewed by Tomorrow Finance." 2 minutes later, Assistant Zhao, the journalist was a 25-year-old woman, not as attractive as Madam, and General Lu merely glanced at her politely and shook her hand once. Duan Yingtang. Upon reading this, she could not help but chuckle. Perhaps she could surmise why Lu Yunzhan had instructed Assistant Zhao to send her these messages. Was he worried that she might feel jealous upon learning of his solitary interaction with the female reporter? Could it be that young Lu was a tad overly self-aware? No. Perhaps another term would better describe his adherence to male decorum. The subsequent messages primarily detailed General Lu's conduct during the interview. One particular message was sent by Assistant Zhao 3 times. Assistant Zhao, "The tie General Lu wore today was a gift from you, as was the wristwatch. And he also used the fragrance you once mentioned liking." The reporter posed a personal question, after which General Lu showcased the wedding ring from your marriage, along with the tie you gifted him. Assistant Zhao, "The reason this message was sent thrice is that General Lu stated, important matters should be reiterated 3 times. Duan Yingtang, "How truly remarkable you are, young Lu." There must be a hint of arrogance intermingled with his aloofness, as if he alone possessed a wife in the entire world. The final message arrived 10 minutes later. Assistant Zhao, "This evening, General Lu received clients from Germany, and there were only 2 women present, who were secretaries to the client representatives. You need not worry. General Lu did not cast a glance in their direction. In the realm of business, social engagements are inevitable. Lu Yunzhan used to periodically meet with partners or clients, and the culture of dining and drinking often accompanied such discussions. With prolonged conversations, it was easy to indulge in a few extra drinks." Duan Yingtang couldn't help but recollect the 2nd year of her marriage to Lu Yunzhan. On that occasion, he was attending a social gathering where a client, an ardent lover of wine, was both forthright and reckless. Before any business discussions commenced, he raised his glass to toast Lu Yunzhan. Assistant Zhao attempted to mediate the situation, saying, "I'm afraid Mr. Lu is not much of a drinker." Ultimately, Lu Yunzhan, of course, found himself inebriated. Unbeknownst to her, he was not in his usual state. Upon entering the living room, she was momentarily taken aback to find him reclining on the sofa. clearly not anticipating that he would still be awake at such a late hour. He appeared to be unwell. "Madam, tell Lu Yunzhan to drink less." Duan Yingtang pondered. Was it too late to inform Assistant Zhao of her slip? Rubbing her temples, she put her phone away. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly heard a voice. "Mr. Luo, I think I just saw an acquaintance." It was a woman's voice. Following that was a deep male voice responding. "What acquaintance? Surely not someone as beautiful as you?" The woman laughed softly, her tone laced with a hint of barely concealed jealousy. "Mr. Luo, she is far more beautiful than I." In their university days, she was the unspoken belle of their school's forum. As long as she met the master's aesthetic, it mattered not whether she was a flower of the garden or otherwise. The master would pluck her regardless. The man chuckled softly, then playfully pinched the woman's waist, saying, "All right, let me see how exquisite this flower is." Just moments ago, he had spotted her, but in the blink of an eye, she had vanished. "Don't worry, Mr. Luo. I will help you look for her." Their voices gradually faded away, indicating their departure. Although Duan Yingtang gleaned some information from their conversation, she remained oblivious to the identity of the individual they were discussing. Even if she wished to caution either of them, she found herself powerless to do so. Chapter 57. The Pampered Husband. "I shall be a pampered husband." Sister Zhou frowned slightly, stating, "There are at least 3 or 4 Mr. Luos present today." Unfortunately, they could not ascertain which Mr. Luo it was, nor could they discern the identity of the person in question. The entertainment industry is rife with murky affairs, and Sister Zhou was well aware of this. If she could lend a hand, she certainly would, but in such circumstances, even with good intentions, they might find themselves at a loss. Ultimately, Sister Zhou could only seek assistance from the hotel security, urging them to be vigilant. Duan Yingtang chose not to stay for dinner. Upon witnessing her decision, Sister Zhou waved her away, saying, "Hurry and leave. Your presence troubles me." The living room, usually engulfed in darkness, was dimly lit by a solitary lamp, casting its glow over a small area. Duan Yingtang positioned her suitcase in the corner, then made her way towards the sofa, guided by the feeble light. As expected, someone lay upon the sofa. Who else could it be but Lu Yunzhan? Duan Yingtang felt a sense of inevitability wash over her. Glimpsing the man's expression, it was evident that he did not seem unwell. However, upon approaching, a subtle scent of alcohol wafted towards her, indicating that he had likely consumed a considerable amount. Duan Yingtang gently called out to him, "Lu Yunzhan?" The man furrowed his brow, but did not awaken. She placed her hand on his forehead. It was neither warm nor cool, yet she remained uncertain about his health. Thus, she inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" The man, tall and sprawled across the sofa, had his feet still touching the ground. His white shirt appeared slightly wrinkled, and his tie hung askew, suggesting he had attempted to loosen it, but had ultimately failed. Just as Assistant Zhao had communicated, the tie Lu Yunzhan wore today was the one she had previously gifted him, and the watch was a present for his birthday. Duan Yingtang's heart softened involuntarily, a hint of a smile blooming in her eyes. She feigned a cough, raising her voice slightly. "Your wife has run off with someone." Barely a moment after her words fell, the man on the sofa stirred. Though his eyes remained closed, he mumbled, "No running away, she's mine." Duan Yingtang nudged him. "If you don't wake up soon, your wife will truly be gone." Perhaps the weight of her words was too compelling, for Lu Yunzhan finally opened his eyes. His deep, phoenix-like gaze reflecting the confusion of being roused from slumber. After a brief moment, his consciousness began to resurface. "Baby?" His voice was thick with sleepiness and a hint of alluring huskiness. Duan Yingtang felt a warmth creeping up to her ears, a slow blush taking hold. "It seems. It is not merely an illusion." Duan Yingtang stated calmly, "The work is done." Noticing the man's hand resting on his abdomen, she could not help but frown. "Are you feeling unwell?" Lu Yunzhan leaned against the sofa, his voice languid as he replied, "Yes." Duan Yingtang then turned to fetch the medical kit. Ever since she learned of Lu Yunzhan's gastric issues, their home had always been stocked with stomach medication. Lu Yunzhan was not fond of taking medicine, primarily due to his aversion to bitterness. Few were aware of this, as it was rather embarrassing for him to admit. Nevertheless, the medicine was administered by his wife, and the water was poured by her as well. Ultimately, Lu Yunzhan accepted the medication and took it. He shook his head, "I have no appetite." Duan Yingtang refrained from bustling about in the kitchen and quietly sat beside him. Since Lu Yunzhan's amnesia, such serene moments between them had become rare. Little Lu, with his proud and somewhat eccentric demeanor, often harbored whimsical thoughts. He not only accepted the fact of having a wife, but took pride in it. After all, what high school student could claim such an extraordinary fate? To possess a beautiful and charming wife at the tender age of 17 was indeed remarkable. Why are you silent? Lu Yunzhan asked, his tone inexplicably aggrieved. It's not as if I wish for a stomachache. Duan Yingtang discerned his sentiments. I am not angry. Then why are you ignoring me? Lu Yunzhan's head still rested on her shoulder, unable to suppress his grievance. You aren't seeing someone else, are you? Duan Yingtang couldn't help but laugh at his absurdity. What nonsense are you speaking? Lu Yunzhan retorted, we haven't seen each other for a week. And now that we finally meet, you still refuse to speak to me. Duan Yingtang remarked, don't you call me every night? Lu Yunzhan mumbled, it's different. Video calls allow us to see each other, yet we cannot touch. Duan Yingtang, with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, cast a teasing glance at him. Could it be that you are a wife treasure man? Lu Yunzhan, perplexed, asked, what is a wife treasure man? Duan Yingtang explained. It refers to men who regard themselves as the cherished babies of their wives. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzhan shuddered, I am certainly not a baby. It was more fitting to say that Duan Yingtang was his baby. Amused, she placed her palm against his abdomen. How do you feel? Is there any improvement? All right. Conserve your energy for speaking. Can you walk? Shall I assist you upstairs to rest? Duan Yingtang shot him a sidelong glance, her lashes slightly lowered. A gentle smile gracing her lips as she teased, are you truly contemplating becoming a wife treasure man? Lu Yunzhan, with unwavering conviction, replied, what of it? I intend to be a wife treasure man. Duan Yingtang laughed in exasperation, stop fooling around. Lu Yunzhan hesitated for a moment. You don't dislike wife treasure men, do you? Duan Yingtang, seemingly indifferent, responded casually, I do not. With a pointed glance at him, she added, I prefer older men. Lu Yunzhan widened his eyes in astonishment. Why don't you like high school boys? Duan Yingtang replied leisurely, because when older men fall in love, it is not considered early romance. Lu, a 17-year-old high school student, said with a deadpan expression, however, the accessories of male high school students are more youthful and vigorous than those of older men. Duan Yingtang shot him a sidelong glance, a smile playing on her lips. That is only if the accessories of male high school students are actually usable. Lu Yunzhan fell silent, realizing his defeat. Chapter 58. The President of Lu Corporation, Early Marriage and Devotion After a Night. Lu Yunzhan was rejuvenated and decided to browse Weibo. The interview report conducted by Tomorrow Finance had been published, unexpectedly trending this morning due to the interviewee's striking appearance. Habitually scrolling through the trending topics, she stumbled upon the hashtag interview with the President of Lu Corporation. Tomorrow Finance. On the date of specific date, we had the privilege of interviewing Lu Yunzhan, the President of Lu Corporation. The post contained numerous words, beginning with an introduction of Lu Yunzhan's personal resume and past experiences, followed by the content of the interview. However, these details alone were insufficient to propel the post to trending status. The true reason for the surge in popularity lay in the accompanying interview photograph of the president. The man sat casually on a sofa, framed by a grand floor-to-ceiling window, his posture relaxed. He donned a well-tailored deep black suit paired with a navy blue tie, and the watch adorning his right wrist reflected a cool, metallic gleam. His strikingly handsome features were illuminated by sunlight, casting a soft, ethereal glow around him. Duan Yingtang gazed at this photograph for several seconds, and as if her fingers had a mind of their own, she instinctively saved the image. Scrolling down to the comments section, she exclaimed in surprise, what the? Is this the real-life embodiment of a domineering CEO? I had envisioned the president of the Lu Corporation as a balding figure with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a beer belly. Yet, the actual Lu Corporation president is handsome and affluent. Ladies, I can finally appreciate the male protagonists in novels. I cannot comprehend why the female lead would still run away from such a visage. She flees, he pursues. Yet, what is the point of her escape? With a husband who looks like that and possesses wealth, what more could one desire? Indeed, there once lay before me an opportunity to work at the Lu Corporation, and I failed to cherish it. Had someone informed me that the president was this strikingly handsome, I would have undoubtedly chosen Lu Corporation. This countenance would undoubtedly outshine many in the entertainment industry, wouldn't it? I extend my gratitude to Tomorrow Finance for providing me with material for my dreams. The conversation seemed quite normal until a comment abruptly surfaced. Upon seeing the photo without the interview, I thought, darling, please marry me. But after viewing the photo alongside the interview, my reaction transformed into, all right, thank you. I'm heartbroken. I have just learned this disheartening news. My husband has married at a young age. Lu Beiqing, how ruthless you are. Married in 202X. So does this mean my husband has been wed for 3 years now? Is there anyone who can unearth the woman who saved the galaxy in a past life? Duan, the woman who saved the galaxy. Of course, not all netizens share this sentiment. There exists a segment of netizens who speculate that the marriages of capitalists are merely unions of convenience. Wasn't the fact that President Lu is married previously disclosed on Weibo? I was indeed hurt by a statement from Lu's official account, as I am, quite frankly, without a wife. I recall a blogger who seemingly posted about President Lu's marriage 3 years ago, but the matter did not attract much attention. And thus that post swiftly faded into the annals of time. The blogger had set a 6-month visibility limit, making it impossible to retrieve that particular post now. Nevertheless, I have heard rumors that his marriage is a commercial alliance, with his wife being the daughter of the Liang family. A marriage devoid of any emotional foundation. Such a union is destined to falter. However, there remains hope for others. One might boldly speculate that President Lu and his wife have already gone their separate ways. Yet, such a statement may be too hasty. Have you truly absorbed the entirety of the interview? Let us emphasize the concluding portion of the discussion. Someone thoughtfully shared the final excerpt of the interview. When asked by the reporter about his marriage to the daughter of the Liang family 3 years prior, and whether he would be open to discussing his marriage and family, Yunzhan responded, I am quite fond of my wedding ring, as well as my tie today. The ring was personally placed on my finger by my wife, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I suspect I shall never remove it. As for the tie, it was a gift from her. Oh, and I should add, the watch I am wearing today was also a present from my wife. Comment section, I have never regretted my education more than at this moment. Thank you. I now possess another source for my dreams. I am even more curious about what his wife looks like. Surely only a celestial being could be worthy of him? The Lu Corporation's president I encountered today is handsome, affluent, and deeply devoted. Why must scrolling through Weibo subject me to such romantic displays? Surely, there cannot be individuals who genuinely believe the rhetoric of capitalists? This appears to be a pre-written interview script, does it not? Although there are indeed some wildly speculative comments, they are primarily nestled within nested replies. Duan Yingtang casually clicked to block and report. The trending topic did not linger long on the hot search list. Its fervor swiftly diminished. Upon searching again, she discovered that both the topic and the related posts had vanished completely. It was evident that the Lu Corporation was orchestrating this behind the scenes. Duan Yingtang was not working today. In fact, she would be on leave for over a week. While descending for breakfast, she received a call from Sister Zhou, who informed her that nothing untoward had occurred at last night's birthday banquet. It seemed those two had failed in their endeavors. Duan Yingtang responded nonchalantly. Sister Zhou then mentioned the trending topic regarding the Lu Corporation's president this morning. He truly is remarkably handsome. Should he enter the entertainment industry, he would likely achieve nationwide fame in no time. Sister Zhou mused. Duan Yingtang chuckled lightly, stating, he is not likely to enter the entertainment industry and compete for jobs with artists. Duan Yingtang replied affirmatively. Yes, not only is she aware of it, but she also sees him every day. It is highly probable that her husband belongs to the Lu family, perhaps as a distant relative. When Sister Zhou spoke again, her tone became somewhat casual, clearly engaging in light conversation. Have you met the president's wife? Duan Yingtang replied. I have. In fact, it wasn't just her. Sister Zhou often encountered her as well, a thought Duan Yingtang silently added in her mind. Sister Zhou inquired, what does she look like? Is she beautiful? Duan Yingtang's expression suddenly became somewhat difficult to articulate. After a moment's pause, she vaguely responded, she looks somewhat like me. In truth, they were identical. Sister Zhou understood, then she must be quite the beauty. In that case, they seem to be quite well matched. Duan Yingtang humbly remarked, it's just SOSO. All thanks to an arranged marriage. If it weren't for the Liang family's need for investment from the Lu family, I would never have had the chance to meet Lu Yunzhan, let alone enter the realm of matrimony. Of course, had Lu Yunzhan been unattractive or possessed a vile character, she would never have consented to marry him. It must be said that Lu Yunzhan had initially left a very favorable impression on her. Chapter 59. The debt of nurturing has long been repaid at noon. Su Hetao called to invite her to lunch. Duan Yingtang stared at the civil service exam materials before her, lost in thought. Ultimately, she resolved to maintain her precarious friendship with Su Hetao. Su Hetao came to pick her up, and they went to a newly opened restaurant specializing in Hunan cuisine. During a spirited conversation, she pulled out her phone to show Duan Yingtang a draft image she had posted on Weibo the previous day. Duan Yingtang glanced at it and calmly nodded. It is indeed quite innovative. In reality, she couldn't discern what the other person was drawing at all. Duan Yingtang took out her phone. I just learned today that you have a Weibo account. Su Hatao's Weibo username was a little peach, devoid of any official verification. With only a handful of followers, mostly zombie accounts artificially inflated by the platform, and a few colleagues from her studio, she followed merely 2 accounts. It seemed that earlier that morning, a gossip blogger had proclaimed a significant revelation would be unveiled at 12:30 that afternoon. The news was not only substantial, but also guaranteed to be authentic. Given the blogger's track record of revealing credible scoops, this post garnered considerable attention. Netizens, eager for sensational updates, inundated the comments section, imploring the blogger for a hint of information. However, the blogger remained tight-lipped, vanishing after posting the teaser. As anticipation waned into skepticism, many began to suspect they were being toyed with. Yet, at precisely 12:30, the blogger indeed unveiled a sensational scoop. Entertainment Baga. Last night was the birthday banquet of a highly esteemed veteran in the industry, and I was fortunate enough to receive an invitation. To my surprise, I captured this scene. A male celebrity, who had publicly declared his romantic relationship, was flirting in the corner of the banquet with a woman who could easily be his mother. Let us not pretend they were just friends. Which friend engages in such intimate displays of affection? I would truly be baffled. Dog emoji. Below this string of text lay a grid of candidly taken photographs, featuring the male lead Chen Yuping and a woman whose features had been obscured, yet her facial contours remained discernible. Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow slightly. Did Chen Yuping also attend the birthday banquet last night? From the photographs, it was evident that the woman embracing Chen Yuping was neither He-Man nor Xiao Shi. The figure was plump, seemingly adorned with heavy makeup, and the dark green gown accentuated her ample physique. Her face had been blurred, indicating she was likely a person of considerable influence within the industry. The gossip had barely circulated when it surged to the trending topics, with the striking hashtag Chen Yuping cheated occupying the top spot. It was inconceivable that such a scandal could arise without someone fanning the flames from behind the scenes. Duan Yingtang was already well aware of Chen Yuping's character. His involvement with multiple women was hardly surprising. Yet, she found herself puzzled. Both Xiao Shi and He-Man were youthful and alluring. Chen Yuping's entanglement with them could be attributed to his infatuation with beauty. But what, she wondered, did he seek in this latest object of his infidelity? Had his taste in beauty shifted? Su Hatao, intrigued, asked, "What gossip are you talking about?" Duan Yingtang set her phone down and replied nonchalantly, "Chen Yuping has cheated." Upon hearing this, Su Hatao quickly grabbed her phone to check Weibo, and indeed, she found the scandal trending. However, her focus shifted to, last time, when I had my second brother expose his infidelity, his team acted swiftly. Why are they so quiet this time? Duan Yingtang remarked with a light-hearted tone, "Why seek wild chrysanthemums when you have roses at home? Do you think the roses won't prick you?" She had likely already deduced who had orchestrated the gossip for the entertainment account. If her memory served her correctly, this particular account seemed to be a marketing entity nurtured by Qilin Entertainment. He-Man appears to genuinely harbor feelings for Chen Yuping, albeit these sentiments may be tinged with the adoration typically reserved for an idol. It is evident that she has come to regard Chen Yuping as her boyfriend. Xiao Shi, merely a university student and somewhat affluent, holds no appeal for He-Man, who looks down upon her. Thus, while Chen Yuping and Xiao Shi may still be recognized as a couple, their relationship has gradually morphed into a mere partnership. However, He-Man has recently discovered that Chen Yuping is entangled with another woman, who, notably, lacks both her beauty and youth. Given He-Man's already somewhat arrogant disposition, she finds it intolerable and consequently orchestrates the exposure of Chen Yuping online. This action has precipitated the current tumultuous situation on the internet. Chen Yuping has yet to fully extricate himself from the company to establish an independent studio, and naturally, most of his team remains composed of individuals assigned by the company. Now that he has offended the daughter of the company's president, those individuals, eager to safeguard their own livelihoods, will not extend him the same leniency as before. Duan Yingtang took a sip of her drink and remarked, "It is merely speculation, but it should be closely tied to He-Man. A person who rides the same boat for 3 days is bound to face turbulence eventually." Su Hatao made this observation and then shifted her focus away from the matter, deeming it more pressing to concentrate on their meal. After lunch, Su Hatao urged her to indulge in manicures and beauty treatments, thus allowing 3 hours to pass effortlessly. In a casual conversation, she mentioned the Liang family, having heard that Liang Jingyuan is set to become engaged to Song Jiayu next month. The Liang family certainly seems to favor matrimonial alliances to maximize their benefits, Su Hatao's tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. The notion of gratitude for nurturing? Su Hatao let out a derisive laugh, remarking that the benefits brought to the Liang family by your marriage to Lu Yunzhan had long since offset any gratitude owed for your upbringing. Had you not boldly stood up to marry Lu Yunzhan, would the Liang family still reside in their opulent villa and drive luxury cars worth millions? Could Liang Jinsi indulge in her every whim? She noted how that girl would always regard you with eyes that were neither here nor there, and among the Liang family, only Liang Jingyuan seemed somewhat agreeable. In the eyes of the Liang family, this was merely a reflection of the discord in her relationship with Lu Yunzhan, a facade of harmony concealing an emotional rift. Initially, Liang's father harbored some guilt towards her, but never entertained the notion of divorce. However, as time passed, and the Liang family established a firmer foothold in Yun City, Liang's father ceased to express any sentiments of remorse towards her, instead encouraging her to forge a life with Lu Yunzhan. Duan Yingtang was indifferent to the Liang family's attitude. To her, they were merely a temporary refuge. She was acutely aware that one day she would depart, and thus it was impossible for her to develop a profound sense of belonging to the Liang family. Su Hatao stated, at the core, it was your adoptive mother's excessive suspicion. Duan Yingtang understood the implication behind Su Hatao's words, being from the same circle. It was implausible that she remained unaware of the rumors that had reached Liang Jinsi. It was likely around the age of 15 when she inadvertently stumbled upon some scandalous gossip. The rumors were insidiously credible, as it seemed unfathomable for Liang's father, a good friend, to adopt her, especially with her grandparents still alive. I have heard that her mother was the belle of the university, and at least half of the male students there were infatuated with her. Perhaps Liang Shuyuan was among them. Is she not a radiant moonbeam? Now that the moonbeam has faded, only an unguarded orphan remains, evoking his fondness for the moonlit past. Consequently, he has taken it upon himself to adopt this forlorn girl. The discussion of these matters was initiated by a friend of Liang's mother, who had come to visit. At that moment, Duan Yingtang was standing at the corner of the staircase, attentively absorbing every word spoken about her mother and Uncle Liang. Once the conversation concluded, she descended the stairs with an expressionless demeanor. The guests exchanged awkward glances before nonchalantly shifting the topic. However, later, while sorting through her parents' belongings, she uncovered her mother's diary. The entries revealed that her parents had been in love since high school, clandestinely nurturing their relationship for fear of parental and teacher scrutiny. It was only when they reached university that their romance blossomed openly, witnessed by mutual friends, including Liang's father, who was a close brother to her own. The following year, her mother became pregnant with her. In her diary, her mother wrote, "Dear child, your father has planted a begonia tree in the yard by the time you arrive. The begonia should be in full bloom. Your father says, our little one is so well behaved, it must be a girl." I teased him, asking if he preferred daughters. With hands covered in soil, standing beneath the tree, his peach blossom eyes sparkled with the cosmos. He replied, "As long as it is your child, I will cherish it dearly." At that moment, I was overwhelmed with a happiness so profound it nearly rendered me faint. I mused that perhaps the only decision in my life that I do not regret is marrying your father. Dearest child, we eagerly await your arrival. The words inscribed in my mother's diary reveal that she entered this world imbued with the hopes and love of her parents. Such a gentle and optimistic mother is bound to be beloved by all, thus it is no surprise that Liang's father once harbored affection for her. Yet, she felt that Liang's mother exhibited a rather excessive lack of confidence in her own marriage. She certainly did not believe that hearing those words was mere coincidence. Su Hatao snapped photographs of delectable dishes and the two of them, posting them on her social media. It wasn't long before she received a flurry of likes. This was different. Su Hatao shook her arm and blinked her eyes. "Just give me a like, would you?" Reluctantly, Duan Yingtang retrieved her phone and liked Su Hatao's post. Then Su Hatao had another request. "Darling, you should post something too, and I will like it." Duan Yingtang. Is this like kindergarten where everyone raises their hand to speak, each needing their own turn? Duan Yingtang rarely posts on social media. Her last post was 2 weeks prior. Unlike Miss Su, who revels in showcasing her exquisite life online, Duan Yingtang handed her phone over, insisting, "You do it." Su Hatao. Very well. A beauty does not require any filters. Ultimately, she could only share the photos Su Hetao had just taken from her phone. Click save, and then hurriedly type out a caption. Duan Yingtang. Afternoon tea is most meaningful when spent with a close friend, accompanied by meticulously edited photos in a grid. It is perfection. Click to publish and comment below. Su Hetao. I love being close to beautiful women. Huando kiss. Duan Yingtang's WeChat friend list is rather sparse, consisting primarily of family, friends, and colleagues. The second to like it is Meng Yantong. Meng Yantong. Sister-in-law, may I reserve tomorrow's afternoon tea time? Following closely are Sister Zhou, Xiao Ding, and others. Sister Zhou. I saved the picture. I'll post it on Weibo shortly. Xiao Ding. Tongjia, after seeing your moments, I'm feeling quite hungry. Huangdo pity. Duan Yingtang, seemingly indifferent, remarked. He said that high school students only use QQ, not WeChat. Before his amnesia, Lu Yunzhan seldom used WeChat for chatting and only posted once on Moments, which was the official announcement of their marriage. After losing his memory, high school student Xiao Lu has utilized it even less. If no one contacts him on WeChat, he hardly opens the app. Only during the 2 days when the man was on a business trip did he use WeChat more frequently to video call her. High school student Su Hetao was astonished and perplexed. He is already 27, yet still a high school student? One glance at Su Hetao's reaction revealed that she had forgotten about Lu Yunzhang's amnesia. Su Hetao. Chapter 61. She said she is your lover. Tell her to leave. Su Hetao directly disregarded it. She was well aware of their intentions, wasn't she? Su Hetao. So where are you going? I'll escort you. Lu S Group. Su Hetao. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Su Hetao wore a heartbroken expression. Darling, you have changed. Duan Yingtang cast a sidelong glance at her with those eyes, reminiscent of peach blossoms that seemed to smile yet were not. Isn't it a good thing that my relationship with Lu Yunzhan is flourishing? Su Hetao found herself momentarily speechless. She couldn't very well argue that it wasn't a good thing. This time, no one mistook her for a university student here for an interview, for as soon as she stepped into the lobby, she encountered Meng Yantong, who was escorting someone out. Upon seeing her, Meng Yantong expressed mild surprise before approaching her. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Duan Yingtang replied. I came to pick up Lu Yunzhan after work. Upon hearing this, Meng Yantong's enthusiasm waned. Let me take you upstairs. Shortly after they ascended, the internal chat group of the Lu Corporation erupted. Everyone, I believe I have just seen the president's wife. The fact that Lu Yunzhan was married was hardly a secret within the company, given that he had worn his wedding ring continuously for years. Furthermore, their president had only recently made headlines. And although the company's public relations swiftly removed the trending topic and deleted all related Weibo posts and entries, discussions about the matter persisted online. Who would have thought that after the president's appearance in the news that morning, his wife would come to pick him up in the afternoon? No way, you can't be mistaken, right? I've been at Lu Corporation for 5 years and have never seen the president's wife. I can attest that she is indeed the living and breathing president's wife. As Xiaoming always refers to her as sister-in-law. It is well known that our president is Xiaoming's older brother. Thus, the brother's wife is indeed a sister-in-law. Unless Xiaoming has other brothers, how many people can fit in the president's exclusive elevator? Moreover, she openly stated she was here to pick up the president after work. Who else could she possibly be? What is going on? Is the president's wife beautiful? Certainly, she is. However, I always imagined that the president's wife would possess a sweet and charming appearance, rather than the alluring and seductive type. No offense intended towards the president's wife. It's surprising that she personally came to pick up Mr. Lu after work. Their relationship seems quite strong. Duan Yingtang was completely unaware of the discussions within the Lu Corporation's internal group. She knocked on the door, and a voice from inside said, "Come in." Meng Yantong entered the office. Upon seeing her, Lu Yunzhan immediately expressed his disdain. "What are you doing here?" He leaned back, his phoenix eyes slightly raised, wondering if she had finally realized her incompetence at work and had come to resign. Meng Yantong smiled with a hint of mockery. "Rest assured, my work capabilities certainly surpass your prowess." Lu Yunzhan, embarrassed and enraged, retorted, "If you don't want to be thrown from the 40th floor, keep your mouth shut." Meng Yantong paid no heed to his threat. "I encountered someone in the lobby on the 1st floor. She said she wanted to see you." "Who?" Lu Yunzhan replied coldly. "I do not meet with random individuals." His expression darkened. "I have no mistress." His tone dropped several degrees. "Slander is a crime, and I do not mind taking drastic measures against my own kin. Moreover, tell her to leave." Meng Yantong suppressed her laughter and slightly tilted her head towards the door. "Sister-in-law, he says for you to leave." Lu Yunzhan was momentarily taken aback, his previously dark expression still lingering, yet he instinctively turned to look towards the entrance. Duan Yingtang walked in. At this moment, Lu Yunzhan understood everything. The person Meng Antong encountered was not his lover, but rather his wife. Lu Yunzhan immediately glared at Meng Antong with fury, to which the latter waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. He then sauntered away. She shifted the topic, inquiring, "When do you finish work? Will you be picking me up?" Lu Yunzhan responded, abruptly rising to his feet. "I can leave right now." At that moment, Assistant Zhao entered. "President Lu, there are still several documents that require your attention." Lu Yunzhan. Duan Yingtang chuckled softly and moved to sit on the sofa. "You handle your work first. I will wait for you." Assistant Zhao, unfazed by the icy glare from the president, placed the documents down and exited. All this was to buy an island for his wife. Duan Yingtang remained quiet, ensuring she did not disturb Lu Yunzhan's work. She liked and shared a promotional post from her studio on Weibo. Sister Zhou had indeed transferred her 9 square grid photos from her social media to Weibo. However, the last selfie had been pixelated over Su Hatao's face. Moreover, it was likely that 8 out of 10 of these active fans were drawn solely by her beauty, commonly referred to as beauty fans. Each time the studio posted a promotional message, they would invariably flood the comments with flattery. Today was no exception. Tang Bao looks as stunning as ever. Is this the exquisite afternoon tea time of a female celebrity? How enviable. The afternoon tea appears delightful. And the pastries seem quite expensive. Pastries? What pastries? In the final photograph, a bag appears, which, if I am not mistaken, is the latest model from DC. With an official price tag of 500,000. Just 500,000. Do celebrities possess bags priced under 100,000? It seems this bag belongs to Tang Bao's friend. Indeed, our Tang Bao, lacking in both popularity and projects, likely earns little throughout the year. How could she possibly afford a 500,000 yuan bag? Has no one noticed the logo on the plate holding the desserts? Upon investigation, I discovered this to be a boutique frequented by the elite in Cloud City. The total cost of the desserts and tea depicted in the photograph amounts to 48,000. Given Tang Bao's obscure status as a minor celebrity, she should not even be permitted in the establishments where socialites enjoy afternoon tea. Especially when a single afternoon tea session costs 48,000 yuan. Does this imply that Tang Bao's friend is either a socialite or a wealthy woman? Frankly, I desire such acquaintances. Where might one procure friends of this caliber? 1. Identification number. With such friends, I too could indulge in reckless behavior. Upon reading the fans' comments, Sister Zhou remarked, "Apologies. Tang Yingtang's obscurity stems from her lack of ambition and her lethargy." Chapter 62. A World for Two, The Impossible. By the time Lu Yunzhan concluded his tasks, it was already 7 in the evening. As Lu Yunzhan rose to depart, Assistant Zhao entered once more. Without granting her a chance to speak, Lu Yunzhan stated, "We shall address the remaining work tomorrow." Initially puzzled, he cast her a glance, and a few seconds later, realization dawned upon him. Was his wife intent on sharing a world for two with him? Thus, Lu Yunzhan expressed no objections. "All right." Duan Yingtang instructed the driver to make a stop at the fresh produce supermarket. At this hour, the market's offerings had lost their freshness, rendering a direct visit to the supermarket more prudent. The vegetable section lay further ahead, with the meat and seafood areas closer to the entrance. Duan Yingtang resolved to procure meat first. Casting a glance at the girl's delicate profile, Lu Yunzhan casually inquired, "Have you ever shopped at the supermarket with an older man?" As Duan Yingtang selected her meats while simultaneously checking the prices, she realized she had not. The opportunities for her to meet with the 27-year-old CEO were scarce. It was improbable they would venture out together for grocery shopping. Lu Yunzhang's mood brightened considerably. This was a cherished first for him. After much deliberation, Duan Yingtang finally settled on a piece of pork belly and a cut of beef. As they approached the vegetable section, Lu Yunzhan caught sight of a small child seated in a shopping cart, being pushed by a parent. Duan Yingtang was engrossed in browsing recipes on her phone, oblivious to the man's gaze until he spoke in a low voice. "Are you tired?" Suddenly, Lu Yunzhan pulled her back. "Watch where you're going." Duan Yingtang looked up and realized that if she continued on her current path, she would collide with the shelf ahead. "Thank you," she replied. Lu Yunzhan maintained a stoic expression. "Would you like to sit in the cart?" Duan Yingtang, momentarily perplexed, finally focused on the shopping cart before them. "This is where your future son would sit," she said with a tone of resignation. What would it be like for an adult woman to sit there? Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzhan frowned and questioned, Why must it be a son? Why can't it be a daughter? I prefer daughters. Duan Yingtang merely spoke offhandedly. Lu Yunzhan continued, why is that impossible? High school students are quite eager to take on the role of fathers. Duan Yingtang coolly added, moreover, I prefer sons. At that moment, Lu Yunzhan's emotional intelligence kicked in, and without a second thought, he replied, as long as it is your child, I will cherish it. This statement eerily echoed the words recorded in her mother's diary. A flicker of profound darkness passed through Duan Yingtang's eyes as she regarded the man. His gaze imbued with complexity. The emotions of youth are direct and fervent. Affection is simply affection, while aversion is just that. There are no convoluted nuances. Yet, she found herself unable to discern whether Lu Yunzhan's feelings, in his amnesiac state and at the age of 17, stemmed from an interest rooted in her being his wife or merely a fleeting novelty. Just moments ago, when Lu Yunzhan pulled her, he naturally clasped her hand, and Duan Yingtang, seemingly oblivious, did not relinquish it. After purchasing the groceries, they approached the checkout counter. The cashier looked at Lu Yunzhan and smiled. Sir, your total is 535 yuan. The cashier added, Sir, why do I detect a hint of smugness and pride in your tone? Duan Yingtang had no choice but to step forward and complete the payment via scan. As they descended in the elevator, two young girls stood behind them. Having noticed them since their time in the fresh produce market, two heads leaned together, whispering softly, that man is truly handsome. He is even more attractive than movie stars. Is the girl next to him his girlfriend? She is quite beautiful as well. The combination of the handsome man and the stunning woman is simply dazzling. Just a moment ago, while standing behind them in line to pay, I overheard the man mention that his wife manages the finances at home. So the girl must be his wife? Married at such a young age? That's rather inconsiderate to others. Isn't it? The way they walked hand in hand suggests they are newlyweds, inevitably a bit lovey-dovey during this phase. If they were a couple married for a while, they wouldn't even be holding hands. They might not even walk together, merely functioning as emotionless carriers of their belongings. It's evident that handsome men are always paired with beautiful women. Lu Yunzhan must have overheard as well. When the elevator reached the parking lot, he stepped out and suddenly paused, turning to the two girls to say, we are not newlyweds. We have been married for 3 years. The two girls were left speechless. After a moment of stunned silence, they felt embarrassed, clearly not expecting to be overheard by the parties involved. They exchanged awkward smiles, unsure of how to react. After a few seconds of silence, one hesitantly spoke. I feel like we just got shown off. The other nodded in agreement. I feel that way too. The two girls exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Upon returning to the Shui Lan Ting, as soon as Lu Yunzhan stepped into the living room, he sensed something was amiss. At the entrance, a pair of men's shoes inexplicably appeared, clearly not belonging to him, for his taste was far superior. Lu Yunzhan raised an eyebrow, and as he lifted his gaze, he happened to see Dayu sauntering over in slippers. Lu Yunzhan's expression darkened. How did you get in? Dayu replied, I have the passcode to your door. Lu Yunzhan frowned deeply. He is changing the code tomorrow. No, today. The blissful world of two had yet to commence before being disrupted by the unwelcome guest. And little Lu seethed internally. Can I throw this fellow out? Chapter 63. What do you like about me? Am I not capable of changing? Dayu had come to evade someone. Lu Yunzhan felt no sympathy for his recent tribulations, even coldly suggesting a feasible escape route. If you wish to hide, go to the deep mountains and forests. He had come from a hotel, having slept until noon. Upon awakening, he discovered dozens of missed calls, which startled him into switching off his phone immediately, neglecting to eat before departing. After much contemplation on a refuge, he concluded that the other party would likely not trace him to Lu Yunzhan's abode. Thus he made his way directly to the Water Orchid courtyard. To his surprise, the villa was devoid of life, not even a maid in sight. Dayu was utterly inept in domestic matters, although there were provisions in the refrigerator. The issue was his inability to cook. He could only nibble on some ready-made fruits and biscuits. Whatever my wife prepares, I shall eat. Dayu was not picky. As long as there is something to eat, that suffices. Duan Yingtang remarked, you two chat. I will prepare the meal. She paused momentarily, turning back to cast a wry glance at him. Never mind. If you assist, I suspect we may not have anything to eat tomorrow. Let us sit and await the meal, young master. Lu Yunzhan responded with a silent fury, turning to glare at Dayu. Finish your meal and depart promptly. Dayu shook his head, leisurely making his way to the sofa, claiming, I shall not leave tonight. Lu Yunzhan scoffed. Then tomorrow's news will report the discovery of a male corpse in the suburbs. Yu retorted. Must you be so ruthless, President Liu? I swear. I will merely stay for tonight and shall not intrude upon your nocturnal activities. The mere mention of such activities caused Yunzhan to feel a wave of gloom wash over him, as he had thus far been accompanied only by his own right hand. Yu, with a pleading gaze, implored, Yunzhan, after all these years of brotherhood, you wouldn't abandon me, would you? Yunzhan let out a cold snort. Yu conceded, all right, no need to elaborate. You undoubtedly would. However, the guest was already enjoying the hospitality, and Yunzhan could not truly cast him out, so he moved to sit in the independent sofa opposite Yu. Who could this individual be that instilled such fear in him? Yunzhan cast a disdainful sideways glance at Yu. It's merely the daughter of my maternal cousin. Just a little girl who seems to have picked up all sorts of nonsense while abroad. Upon seeing me, she declared her intention to marry me and become my own sister-in-law. The thought of it vexed Yu greatly. His mother believed he was audacious enough to seduce his own cousin, brandishing his father's golf club as though to strike him. Both he and his father were in a state of panic. He hastily fled, his father anxiously worrying about his beloved golf club being damaged. Yu lamented. Our family is on the brink of collapse because of her. He had once, wearied, inquired what the other party found appealing about him, wondering if he could change. The response was candid. I like how you look. Yu was at a loss. After all, possessing a handsome visage was not his fault. Unable to undergo cosmetic surgery, he could only attempt to avoid the other person. Yunzhan glanced lazily at his childhood friend across the room, clearly regarding her with a look of bemusement. Since she prefers good looks, why not entice her with a man even more handsome than yourself? Yu adopted a despondent expression. Do you think I haven't tried that? He was utterly exasperated, pressing for clarity on what kind of person she actually liked. The answer was simple. I like you, cousin, just as you are. Yu, I'm exhausted. Let it all end. Yunzhan, entirely oblivious to his friend's despair, casually glanced towards the kitchen and remarked, if it comes to that, why not just give in? Yu remained silent. Yunzhan raised an eyebrow. What kind of expression is that? Are you joking? Yu, in exasperation, sighed. She is my cousin's daughter. If I were to pursue her, it would undoubtedly be incestuous. That would be akin to marrying Meng Antong. At this, Yunzhan displayed a look of revulsion and discomfort. What nonsense are you spouting? Yu spread his hands. My feelings at this moment mirror yours. Yunzhan, having decided not to dwell on the vexatious topic any longer, shifted the conversation to his inquiry regarding recent opportunities for purchasing a small island. Indeed, there was one. This newly discovered isle had only undergone a risk assessment, and its proximity to country made it particularly appealing, with a listed price of $800 million. After viewing the panoramic video and aerial images captured by a drone, Yunzhan pondered for a moment before inquiring, might we visit the island first? That is certainly possible, came the response, though many paths remain undeveloped. Once on the island, traversing its entirety will likely require walking, and we are currently unaware of the presence of any large, potentially dangerous wildlife. The uncertainty surrounding this newly discovered isle was indeed substantial, were it not for the distance of other developed islands or their unfavorable climates. Yu would not have suggested this one to Yunzhan. With a nonchalant demeanor, Yunzhan remarked, could it truly be more perilous than the Triangle Forest? Yu replied, I would surmise not. Yunzhan decisively stated, next week it is. Please arrange for a helicopter and accompanying personnel. I believe we can depart as soon as tomorrow, which would conveniently allow me to evade my troublesome cousin. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Yunzhan queried, do you not have a wife? Yu, taken aback, pondered the relevance of marital status to the matter at hand. In a cool tone, Yunzhan replied with 2 words, I do. Yu, flabbergasted, thought to himself, is this truly a moment for such display? Considering his current predicament, he stifled the urge to stand and leave. Disregarding Yu's disdainful expression, Yunzhan rose and made his way to the kitchen. Duan Yingtang was already busy ing. The housekeeper had started cooking before her departure, leaving her to prepare a few dishes. Even with the range hood on, a tantalizing aroma permeated the air. Unable to contain himself, Yunzhan remarked, it smells delightful. He wished to gaze at her. Yet the youthful pride reminiscent of Schar Dinger's cat prevented him from uttering such sentiments, so he simply stated, I'm hungry. Duan Yingtang, with the flames roaring, replied amidst the sizzling sounds, dinner will be ready in 20 minutes. Oh, Yunzhan responded, yet he remained rooted in place, not departing. Duan Yingtang glanced sideways. Is there something else? Expressionless, Yunzhan replied. I'm just watching. Duan Yingtang tilted her head slightly back, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with a teasing smile. What? Do you wish to steal some culinary secrets? Yunzhan. Duan Yingtang added, I want to teach you. Yunzhan felt a surge of indignation, but it dissipated almost instantly. He nodded, indeed. After all, how could the dishes prepared by his wife not be delectable? Chapter 64. It's merely vegetables, not poison. Considering he was merely a guest seeking sustenance and shelter, Dayu graciously rose to assist in serving the dishes. Once seated at the dining table, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to help himself to the food. After hastily swallowing a mouthful, Dayu exclaimed, Sister-in-law, this is absolutely delicious. Before Duan Yingtang could respond, Yunzhan interjected, how could the food made by my wife possibly be anything less than exquisite? Dayu, disinterested in the displays of affection from the man, chose to remain silent and focus on his meal. Duan Yingtang cast a sidelong glance at him, a semblance of a smile gracing her lips as she offered him a portion of vegetables. If it's delicious, you should eat more. Yunzhan, however, harbored a distaste for greens. Thus, he was left with no choice but to consume the vegetables with an expression that betrayed both disdain and reluctance. He chewed listlessly a couple of times before swallowing, his face remaining impassive as he declared, it's quite good. Duan Yingtang couldn't help but laugh, teasingly glancing at him. Then you should eat more. As Duan Yingtang retreated to the bathroom for a shower, Yunzhan settled on the sofa, attending to emails on his computer. He looked up, inquiring, what's the matter? Duan Yingtang, engrossed in her phone, replied, Liang Jingyuan is getting engaged next Wednesday. She had just received a message from Liang's mother, informing her of the time and venue, likely a mass notification. Yunzhan's displeasure towards the man vying for his wife's attention was evident as he furrowed his brow. Are you going? Duan Yingtang responded nonchalantly, in name. I am still a daughter of the Liang family. I am also Liang Jingyuan's elder sister. Even though I have married, it would be inappropriate for me to miss my brother's engagement party. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunzhan stated, I will accompany you. Duan Yingtang tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with delight. Then let us go together. The sight of her smile sent a sudden, intense flutter through Yunzhan's heart. The following morning, Dayu barely had time for breakfast before Yunzhan whisked him away to work. He absolutely would not permit that fellow to be alone under the same roof as his wife. Dayu felt a bit awkward about being alone with his childhood friend's spouse, so he followed Yunzhan without a hint of resistance. Although Dayu had a company to manage, he was certain that if he went to the office, Chu Ziwen would undoubtedly appear the very next moment. Thus, he directly accompanied Yunzhan to the Liu family enterprise. When Duan Yingtang awoke, she found herself alone in the villa, the only other occupant being the housekeeper. Having just finished breakfast, she received a call from Sister Zhou. Duan Yingtang thought to herself, why does Sister Zhou always call her at this hour? She answered the phone, Sister Zhou, have you forgotten that I am still on leave? This isn't work-related? After a brief pause, Sister Zhou added, not entirely. Duan Yingtang settled down on the carpet before the floor-to-ceiling window with a cup of coffee in hand. What is it? She inquired. Sister Zhou replied, do you remember the web series you filmed last year? It premiered a few days ago, and the ratings are quite promising. To promote it, the production team has arranged for all the main cast to host a live stream tonight to interact with fans. Your role has a significant presence in the series. The live stream will commence at 6:30 this evening, with each person taking turns for an hour, according to the order of appearance. You and the third male lead are scheduled to begin your segment at 8:30 on Bajiao TV. Bajiao TV ranks among the top 5 live streaming platforms in the country, having gained traction during the gaming boom, attracting numerous game streamers which further propelled its growth. However, in recent years, it has lost many streamers to the largest domestic live streaming platform, resulting in a slight decline in its fortunes. Yet, the emaciated camel is still larger than the horse, and the user base of Baijiao remains quite substantial. Nowadays, most adaptations of novels follow this trend. Often, the novel presents one narrative, while the adapted television series unfolds an entirely different tale. Aside from sharing a title, the two bear little resemblance, and one could hardly claim any connection. Today, Su Hetao was busy at the studio, engrossed in her writing, unable to indulge in leisure. Meanwhile, Duan Yingtang was at home, indulging in dramas and gaming. By 4 in the afternoon, after becoming increasingly frustrated with the game, she abruptly exited, only to then notice a hint of fatigue creeping in. She prepared dinner, kept it warm, and left. Ultimately, it was the shrill ring of her phone that roused Duan Yingtang from her stupor. Groggily, she answered the call. The voice of Sister Zhou emanated from the other end. It's nearly 8:30. Have you downloaded the software? Confused, Duan Yingtang inquired. What software? A peculiar silence enveloped the line, followed by Sister Zhou's exasperated response. What software? Are you telling me you don't know? Was it not you who answered the phone this morning, but rather your twin sister? Gradually, Duan Yingtang's consciousness began to sharpen, and she recalled, I apologize. I was in a daze. Sister Zhou, astonished, replied, It's not even 8:30 yet, and you've already fallen asleep? As she continued the call, Duan Yingtang rose to her feet, clarifying, No, I took a nap. Sister Zhou, sounding utterly drained, remarked, You truly have a talent for napping until this hour. She added, All right, hurry and figure it out. Fortunately, there is still time. Don't hang up. Feel free to ask me anything if you encounter difficulties. After downloading the software and logging in according to Sister Zhou's instructions, she finally entered the live broadcast interface. Chapter 65, The Live Broadcast. Let her do as she pleases seated upon the genuine leather sofa in the study. The computer rested upon the desk. At this moment, only a minute remained before the commencement of the live broadcast. However, the chat room was sparsely populated, an atmosphere of desolation prevailing. Observing the screen, it was evident that only a handful of her loyal fans had followed the link from her Weibo account. The clock had yet to strike 8:30, and thus the camera remained unlit. The chat buzzed, Sweetheart, I'm here. Why is the screen black? Is anyone there? Please tell me I'm not alone. To which another replied, Dear friends, do not fret. The broadcast has not yet commenced. The comments continued, There are so few people. I just checked the male lead stream next door, and he has already gathered 8,000 viewers. Surely, everyone hasn't T-flocked there, have they? Our sweetheart has truly sunk into obscurity. The appellation bestowed upon her by her fans was ever-changing. In one breath, she was a little sweetheart, and in the next, she had transformed into sweet treasure. As the clock struck 8:30, the live broadcast commenced punctually. The camera captured only her upper half, her loungewear exuding an air of casual nonchalance. Her hair, unbound, cascaded down her back, lending her an aura of effortless languor. Duan Yingtang leaned closer to the computer screen and inquired, Has the broadcast started? The chat erupted with excitement. Aw, my wife, my wife. Incredible. Does Sweet Treasure have beauty filters on? Surely not. At this proximity, her face appears utterly flawless. Reveal your secrets to beauty within 3 seconds. Or do not compel me to beg on my knees, one admirer implored. Kiki, my wife, another commented, Are you well? Please contain your drool. It has splashed upon my face. Duan Yingtang, it appears that the live stream has commenced. She took a step back and, in a casual manner, inquired, Have you all eaten? Yes, we have. Duan Yingtang nodded. I haven't had a meal yet. Please continue your activities. I shall go and dine. Fans? With that, she did not pause to observe the reactions on the screen and directly rose from her seat, departing from the computer. A moment of silence enveloped the chat, followed by an eruption of messages. Darling, do you remember that you are still live? The first to mention going for a meal during a live stream must surely be Sweet Treasure. Thus, there is a reason for Sweet Treasure's obscurity. By the way, how did everyone become a fan of Sweet Treasure? I watched a variety show previously and noticed a girl among the guests who was exceptionally beautiful, especially when she smiled. It made me feel as if blossoms were blooming, and so I became an admirer of her looks. So, everyone is a fan of her appearance? Aside from being appearance fans, what else could we be? Career fans? Wait, could it be that Sweet Treasure actually has career fans? Given Sweet Treasure's lackluster approach to her profession, it's certain that any career fans would turn to disdain, transforming into anti-fans. As the protagonist of the live stream was absent, the fans began to engage in conversation amongst themselves on the screen, creating a surprisingly harmonious atmosphere. Just as Duan Yingtang reached the staircase, she received a call from Sister Zhou. Unfazed, Duan Yingtang replied, I have yet to eat. Sister Zhou, little ancestor, you are currently live. Can't you wait until the stream concludes to eat? Duan Yingtang, in the grand scheme of things, dining is of utmost importance. Engaging in live streaming has become akin to working overtime. If one must endure hunger for the sake of overtime, then what significance remains in her existence as a mere idle fish? Sister Zhou remarked, if worse comes to worst, the entertainment stream can transform into a food broadcast. However, upon entering the stream, viewers were met not with the host, but rather with a floor-to-ceiling window and a glimpse of some furniture. A newcomer pondered, "Where's the host of this live stream?" Assuming they had clicked the wrong link, they tried twice more, only to find themselves in the same stream. Realizing that their approach was not at fault, "Do not inquire further," came the response from another newcomer. "The host has stepped away for a meal." The newcomer was left speechless. The unique ambience of this live stream was indeed peculiar. While many exited, an equal number continued to join. The viewer count in the upper right corner fluctuated incessantly. In the public chat, participants engaged in a variety of discussions, ranging from trivial to profound. Suddenly, a pair of alabaster hands appeared in the frame, accompanied by a tray laden with food. In that instant, the public chat seemed to be momentarily frozen. A few seconds later, someone finally reacted. "Why is there food appearing? Is this a food broadcast?" Duan Yingtang settled cross-legged on the soft carpet, her exquisite and vibrant face unveiled to the audience. She apologized. "I am sorry to have kept you waiting." The public chat erupted with astonished exclamations. "Wow, this young lady is incredibly beautiful. Who is she? She looks somewhat familiar. Is the third female lead from the drama really like this in real life? I believe the makeup artist of the production team ought to refine their skills, as they have failed to accentuate even a third of the beauty inherent in the individual." Prior to entering the live stream, I assumed it was a frivolous platform. However, upon entering, I discovered it was, in fact, my wife's channel. What is the name of the host? She possesses such striking beauty. Why has she not achieved greater fame? A friendly reminder, her name is inscribed in the live stream. Duan Yingtang merely cast a casual glance at the screen before bowing her head to eat, occasionally lifting her gaze to the computer screen. "Do you have any questions for me?" The screen lit up with inquiries about her WeChat number. She raised her left hand and stated, "I am already married. Furthermore, even 10,000 yuan would not afford you the opportunity to court me, let alone marry me. 10,000 yuan is scarcely even a fraction of that amount." The screen buzzed. "Darling, you are so captivating, yet I adore you so much. What should I do? My goodness, I have barely begun a romance and already faced heartbreak." For guidance, tune into the dating reality show Encountering the Best You, where the sweet darling has publicly mentioned her husband for the first time. How old is the host? Has she reached the legal marriage age? Upon learning of her marital status, many men who initially entered to admire her beauty quickly lost interest and left the live stream, grumbling as they departed. The remaining audience consisted of devoted fans and her loyal supporters. Duan Yingtang urged the increasingly chaotic chat, "Please ask questions related to the television drama and the character I portray. By the way, what is the name of the character I play?" The audience was left speechless. How could she forget the name of the character she herself portrayed? Fortunately, someone in the chat offered a reminder. The topic shifted to online dramas, and the designated audience members began to pose some serious questions. Chapter 66. Almost. I could see Sweet Treasure's husband. Once she finished speaking, she took the tray and stepped away from the computer. The number of viewers in the live stream stabilized at nearly 6,000. Watching Sweet Treasure eat made me feel a bit hungry as well. I had already consumed a bowl of instant noodles. Observing a beautiful woman enjoying her meal is indeed a delight. I heard she is a female celebrity, remarkably attractive. Yet why isn't she popular? In the entertainment industry, good looks alone do not guarantee fame. One also needs talent and support. From Sweet Treasure's live streaming demeanor, it is evident why she remains obscure. Thus, Sweet Treasure has become a phenomenon through her own efforts. How can that not be acknowledged? Suddenly, a sound of a lock clicking broke the tranquility of the live stream. Then, a deep and magnetic male voice emerged. The man paused slightly before tentatively speaking. "Wife?" At the moment his voice resonated, the public screen erupted with comments. "What? Why is there a man's voice? Oh my goodness. Is that Sweet Treasure's husband?" Conversely, the public screen became animated. Could it be that Sweet Treasure's husband is about to appear on camera? I am so curious about what kind of person such a stunning woman would marry. His voice sounds quite pleasant. But I wonder if he is a 200-pound man with a lovely voice. I am so nervous. I really want to see Sweet Treasure's husband. Why can't I hear any footsteps? Let me behold my wife's husband. Immediately, the public screen was filled with excitement, watching that hand vanish from the viewfinder. At this moment, the chat overflowed with fervor. So close to catching a glimpse of Sweetheart's husband. I have never wished so fervently for the streamer to refrain from appearing. Yunzhan approached, inquiring, "Where have you been?" He nodded in response, "MHM." Duan Yingtang glanced at the computer on the table and asked Yunzhan, "Do you need to work in the study?" Yunzhan replied, "No need. His work primarily took place in the bedroom, which also housed a small study. As he turned to look at her, he asked, "What's the matter? What do you need to do in the study?" Duan Yingtang lowered her voice. "I am streaming." Yunzhan furrowed his brow. "Streaming? What kind of stream?" he inquired. "When will it conclude?" Duan Yingtang checked the time. "In 20 minutes. Yunzhan gazed at her for a few seconds, his tone inexplicably melancholic. "You don't want them to see me?" Duan Yingtang nodded without hesitation. "Of course not." Instantly, Yunzhan's mood soured further. Yunzhan remarked. Upon uttering those words, the displeasure that had enveloped him dissipated swiftly. Not wishing to appear overly elated, he maintained a stoic expression, saying, "Then I shall head downstairs." "All right." The temper of 17-year-old Lu may be capricious, yet he is not difficult to placate. "Sweetheart, why not allow us to see your husband? What is it that we, as paying users, cannot see? Limit me to 3 seconds to catch a glimpse of your husband. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to plead before you. Surely your husband cannot be unattractive, concealed as he is from view? This, after all, pertains to Sweet Treasure's privacy, so let us refrain from further inquiries." "How amusing. This seems rather desperate, does it not? I boldly speculate that your husband may be of less than desirable stature and appearance. Surely he cannot be more appealing than Chen Yuping? In that case, you might as well continue your affair with the unfaithful man. For at least you would not have to endure the scorn of the ugly." Duan Yingtang, maintaining a composed demeanor, promptly silenced these malicious comments. Others in the public chat were equally discontent. "Are you all unwell? What concern is it of yours how Sweet Treasure's husband looks? Why attack her upon arrival? Could you possibly be die-hard fans of Chen Yuping? You are the ones who are unfaithful, not Sweet Treasure compelling him. What brings you to our Sweet Treasure's livestream?" Confusing comments began to flood in. What is happening? Why is there a connection to that unfaithful scoundrel Chen Yuping? Could it be that the host once had an affair with him? Nonsense. Sweet Treasure is in no way associated with that disloyal man. They merely acted together in the past, and when the unfaithful man revealed his relationship, he dragged Sweet Treasure into the spotlight to divert public attention. Women harbor a profound disdain for scoundrels, particularly those who are unfaithful. The public chat quickly united in condemnation of the unfaithful man. As the comments continued to flood in, the topic shifted once more. "Sweet Treasure, you must keep a vigilant eye on your husband, ensuring he does not fall prey to outside temptations. Infidelity is seldom a unilateral affair. It primarily stems from a man's inability to restrain his baser instincts." Consequently, the public forum erupted with advice on how to discern a husband's disloyalty and the appropriate actions to take thereafter. Duan Yingtang, exasperated, pressed her forehead and expressed her gratitude for the myriad opinions. "The live stream must come to an end. We shall converse another day." Yunzhan interjected. "Has the live stream concluded? Why do you gaze at me?" His brow furrowed slightly before he pondered aloud. "You wouldn't be hoping for me to carry you down, would you?" Duan Yingtang had no such intention, yet he fancied he had discerned her subtle thoughts. "Carrying you downstairs is not out of the question. But do you not have any form of acknowledgement?" He paused before adding, "Verbal gratitude is unnecessary." Duan Yingtang, standing on a higher step, cast a sidelong glance at him with her enchanting eyes, sparkling like shattered stars. "Does that imply I am left with no choice but to offer my body in return?" Yunzhan's ears flushed slightly, and he cleared his throat. "That is not required. A simple kiss would suffice." Duan Yingtang replied with a nonchalant tone. "I had assumed you would be quite pleased with that." However, what he desired was a natural progression of events rather than a mere transactional reward. As Duan Yingtang descended another step, the distance between them diminished further. She leaned slightly forward and bestowed a gentle kiss upon his forehead. Standing upright, she arched her eyes, sparkling like a myriad of stars, and inquired, "Is this form of verbal acknowledgement satisfactory for you, young Lu?" Yunzhan tightened the corners of his lips. It was forced. Duan Yingtang chose not to expose his subtle delight and tilted her head slightly. "Could you carry me downstairs?" Yunzhan turned around and slowly crouched down. "Climb on." Duan Yingtang was momentarily taken aback. Was he going to carry her? Observing the breadth of the man's back, she hesitated for a moment before cautiously pressing herself against him and reaching out to encircle his neck. Yunzhan wrapped his arms around her knees effortlessly and lifted her up, his step steady as he descended the staircase. The distance was not far. Under normal circumstances, it would take less than 3 minutes to reach the sofa. If an outsider were to enter at that moment, they would undoubtedly think something was amiss with the two of them. Duan Yingtang rested her head against the man's shoulder, contemplating. "It appears I truly am unwell. Yet, In her memory, this was the first time she had been carried by a man. During her childhood at the Liang residence, on weekends when they ventured out to play, Liang Jinxiu would often feign exhaustion, insisting that her father carry her. Liang father would chuckle, gently tapping her small nose as he bent down to hoist her onto his back. Duan Yingtang, walking alongside, could not deny her envy, wishing her own father would do the same for her. However, whenever Liang father would inquire if she wanted to be carried, Liang Jinxiu would shoot her a wary glance, as if she were an intruder encroaching upon her territory. Over time, Liang father likely assumed she disliked being carried, and he ceased to ask. Duan Yingtang had never realized that being carried could evoke such a sense of stability and dependence. Suddenly, Lu Yunzhan's footsteps came to a halt. Duan Yingtang lifted her head, realizing they had reached the bottom of the stairs, and gently reminded him, "You can put me down now." Lu Yunzhan tightened his grip and glanced outside, his voice steady. "Shall we take a walk?" This remark struck at the youth's fragile pride, igniting his anger. "Who wants to carry you? You're heavier than a ton." Duan Yingtang jumped down from the man's back and patted her abdomen. "It seems I've gained a bit of weight." She stepped toward the kitchen, realizing she ought to refrain from indulging too much lately. Given her current slenderness, how much thinner could she possibly become? He followed her, slightly embarrassed, and remarked, "Actually, you're not that heavy." Duan Yingtang halted and turned her head, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with a teasing glint. Lu Yunzhan felt a bit flustered under her gaze, defensively asserting, "You mustn't lose weight." "Lose weight? A little extra weight is rather endearing, is it not?" Duan Yingtang replied nonchalantly, "Female celebrities typically weigh below 90 pounds. I believe I've gained about a pound." She then entered the kitchen to brew a cup of floral tea, with Lu Yunzhan trailing behind, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Who says a female celebrity must weigh only 70 or 80 pounds? I think you would look splendid even at 120 pounds. Duan Yingtang responded, "Thank you." Yet she had no desire to reach 120 pounds. Lu Yunzhan, visibly agitated, muttered, "You're infuriating." Duan Yingtang casually remarked, "What do you think I see in you? It's merely your good looks." Lu Yunzhan, vexed, retorted, "Shallow." With that, he stormed upstairs. Reminiscent of a pampered young lady, her demeanor reflecting a mix of indignation and playfulness. Should little Lu be so endearing? They initially met through an arranged matchmaking, and to claim a profound emotional bond would surely be an exaggeration. Although she wishes to repay the Liang family's nurturing kindness, it is not a blind repayment. Had a man of poor character, a beer belly, and a receding hairline appeared that day, she would certainly have rejected this commercial union. Yet, upon opening the door, she was greeted by a gentleman clad in a well-fitted black suit, exuding an innate aura of nobility, with a countenance so striking that it rendered the sun and moon pale in comparison. As they spent time together, she discovered that although the man was somewhat aloof, he maintained a proper demeanor, never making her feel uncomfortable. It remains unclear whether Lu Yunzhan noticed this initially. Upon entering the bedroom, she found no trace of Lu Yunzhan. Duan Yingtang looked around suspiciously. Where could he have gone? Could it be that he was so upset he chose to sleep apart from her? Contemplating this, Duan Yingtang made her way to the guest room where Lu Yunzhan had previously slept. To her dismay, he was not there either. She took out her phone and sent him a message. "Have you run away from home?" Duan Yingtang. He certainly knows how to sulk. With no other option, she began searching for him room by room. Ultimately, she arrived at the door of the gym. Surely he wouldn't be in there, would he? After a brief pause, she inquired, "What brings you here?" Lu Yunzhan continued to run in silence, ignoring her. Duan Yingtang approached, turned on the adjacent treadmill, adjusted the speed to the lowest setting, and began to walk leisurely. Lu Yunzhan switched off the treadmill, stepped down, and proceeded to use the elliptical machine. Duan Yingtang followed suit and turned off the treadmill, walking over. Finally, Lu Yunzhan could no longer endure it. "What are you following me for?" Duan Yingtang replied calmly, "I want to see when you will calm down." Lu Yunzhan turned his face away, rigidly stating, "I'm not angry." Duan Yingtang found it amusing. He hardly resembled someone who was unperturbed. His expression practically screamed that he was sulking. Lu Yunzhan, however, did not feel any joy from her words. He closed his eyes, and after 2 seconds, opened one to glare at her. "Then what do you want from me?" Duan Yingtang pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "Do you think I want your money?" Lu Yunzhan responded, "You're not here to comfort me, are you? You're here to provoke me." Duan Yingtang leaned casually against the doorframe, observing the man busily gathering his clothes and toiletries. She casually asked, "Are you really going to sleep in the guest room?" Lu Yunzhan grumbled, feeling a pang of anger in his stomach. Duan Yingtang felt somewhat wronged and reminded him, "You were the one who suggested we sleep separately. You agreed the moment I mentioned it?" Yunzhan now resembled a spoiled child, both furious and aggrieved, insisting that she clearly did not want to share a bed with him. Duan Yingtang, feeling exasperated yet amused, could only plead, "Then I beg you. Could you please not sleep in a separate room?" Yunzhan cast her a sidelong glance. "Are you sincere?" "Yes," she affirmed. She expressed her intense desire to share a bed with him, stating that without him, sleep would be elusive. Duan Yingtang repeatedly emphasized her longing, striving to convey her genuine feelings. Yunzhan's initial irritation dissipated considerably in the face of her fervent declarations, even causing a metaphorical bloom to sprout above his head. Albeit he feigned reluctance, saying, "It's not that I want to stay and sleep with you." Duan Yingtang nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, indeed, it is I who implores you." She playfully bent her fingers in her palm, adopting a kneeling posture, as if to beg him. With her enchanting, watery peach blossom eyes, she gazed at him, her voice soft and tender, reminiscent of a child pleading for a favor. Yunzhan felt a surge of joy within, yet he maintained a stoic expression. Casting a sidelong glance at her, "You said it yourself. It is you who beseeches me, hence I remain." Observing his demeanor, Duan Yingtang grasped the situation, affirming, "Yes, yes, it is I who implores you." The young man, despite the theatrical display, could only manage to retrieve a solitary shirt after rummaging for some time, even though his jacket and trousers were clearly visible nearby. As she organized the attire, Duan Yingtang inwardly lamented the difficulties of attending to the whims of the 17-year-old Lu. Clearing his throat, Yunzhan subtly hinted, "I find the bedroom rather chilly." To which Duan Yingtang replied, "Then let us increase the air conditioning temperature." Yunzhan, perplexed, retorted, "Why must we raise the temperature of the air conditioning?" Duan Yingtang finally turned around, facing the man. Her peach blossom eyes filled with a hint of confusion. "Didn't you say it was a bit chilly?" Yunzhan replied impulsively, "Then why not cuddle with me to keep warm?" As the words fell, the entire bedroom fell into a profound silence. Yunzhan, "You," he was about to say, "Are you mocking me?" Duan Yingtang nestled in his embrace, then lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with unmistakable amusement. "Is it still cold?" Yunzhan held her tighter, as if cradling a precious artifact. Not cold at all. In fact, it was not merely warm, it was delightfully cozy. After the production team edited the footage and posted it on Weibo, Sister Zhou urged her to share it. On the other end of the phone, Sister Zhou remarked, "If only you could adopt this style of promotion a bit more often. Just look at your Weibo followers. You gained over 1,000 overnight, and they are all active fans." Duan Yingtang hesitated to dampen Sister Zhou's enthusiasm, but couldn't help but remind her, "When I first debuted, I had 3,000 fans too. In the end, they all drifted away, leaving me with less than 30 loyal followers." Sister Zhou, that was your own doing. Though Sister Zhou had abandoned the hope of making her a star, she still felt a pang of frustration. If only you would act sincerely in a few dramas, with your looks, surely you could at least break into the third tier. If not the first. Duan Yingtang questioned in confusion. Haven't I performed well in every drama? Never mind, this little darling did not enter the entertainment industry for fame. Let her play whatever role she desires. Time to check in. In the front row, I observe the beauty of my wife. My dear, your Weibo posts are far too infrequent. Could you share more selfies? I find myself in desperate need of drawing vitality from your radiant charm. My beloved, I miss you dearly. Please grace me with your presence. To my surprise, the comment section on my sweet darling's post has garnered 4 comments in just 2 minutes, whereas previously it would take half an hour to receive 2. Alas, could it be that my sweet darling is on the verge of becoming famous? My current disposition resembles that of a concerned mother, torn between wishing for her success while simultaneously desiring to shield her from increased scrutiny. Duan Yingtang briefly glanced at the comments before logging off. She seldom engages with her fans, maintaining an aloof demeanor akin to that of a dormant account. Duan Yingtang agreed and drove to the agreed-upon location. Observing her surroundings, she shook her head. No, apart from some dark circles beneath her eyes, she remains a fair and tender peach. So, he claims I've become less attractive, Su Hetao lamented, pointing at the bald bodyguard trailing behind her. Duan Yingtang glanced at the bodyguard before pinching Su Hetao's cheek. Did you stay up late last night? Su Hetao replied. You know that we creators often find our inspiration in the depths of night. Raising an eyebrow, Duan Yingtang inquired. So, how late did you work last night? Su Hetao's voice unexpectedly dropped, around 4 in the morning. Duan Yingtang cast a lingering glance at her, prompting Su Hetao to quickly wrap her arms around Duan Yingtang's and softly plead, "I promise I won't do it again." She swiftly changed the subject. "Have you received the news about Liang Jingyuan's engagement next week?" Duan Yingtang kindly spared her, engaging in the conversation. "I received it. Are you going?" XHTO replied, "If you go, I will too." The Liang family had also sent an invitation to her household, but her parents were abroad. Her eldest brother was perpetually busy, her second brother was often elusive, and her third brother rarely returned home. Consequently, upon receiving the invitation, her eldest brother merely instructed the butler to send a gift. However, if she chose to attend, the Liang family would undoubtedly extend a warm welcome. Chapter 69. Why even her jealousy is provoked. Du Yingtang had spent a few days idly at home, and soon it was the day of Liang Jingyuan's engagement. The engagement banquet was scheduled for 7 in the evening. Upon learning of her attendance, XHTO immediately resolved to go as well. However, as she paused, a sudden feeling of unwelcome timing washed over her. As someone approached, Yunzhan turned to glance towards the entrance, only to find a stranger, which caused him to frown slightly. Duan Yingtang said, "Taozi, please take a seat for a moment." She entered awkwardly, akin to a marionette, sitting stiffly on the sofa. Duan Yingtang released her grip on the man's tie and instructed Yunzhan, "You should go and drive." Yunzhan remained still, asking, "Where's the driver?" Duan Yingtang explained, "He hurt his back while playing with his grandson last night, so I told him not to come." As Yunzhan prepared to contact Assistant Zho, Duan Yingtang stopped him. "Let Assistant Zho rest for the day. You entertain Taozi. I will drive." Yunzhan cast a subtle glance in the direction of Su Hetao before he took his leave. "There was an unsettling sensation that your husband regarded me with an unfriendly demeanor." Su Hetao pondered for a moment and rephrased her thoughts, suggesting that it felt as though he were eyeing a rival. Duan Yingtang found herself at a loss for words, responding with a bemused expression. "Perhaps it is merely your imagination." Su Hetao shook her head, earnestly asserting, "I have never felt this way during my previous encounters with your husband." Just as Duan Yingtang was about to respond, Yunzhan called to inform her that the car was ready. Upon exiting the living room, she indeed spotted Yunzhan leaning against the car door. Duan Yingtang remarked, "Peach and I will sit in the back." Yunzhan narrowed his eyes slightly, retorting, "Do you take me for a chauffeur?" Although this statement somewhat placated the man, Yunzhan remained adamant that she and Su Hetao could not share the back seat. He even cast a fleeting glance at Su Hetao, who inexplicably grasped the implied meaning behind his gaze. Without hesitation, Su Hetao opened the rear door and entered the vehicle. Consequently, Duan Yingtang had no choice but to occupy the front passenger seat. Yunzhan leaned in to fasten her seatbelt before starting the car and departing from the Shishui Lanting. His handsome visage bore no expression, nor did his gaze stray towards her. In that moment, he bore a striking resemblance to the 30-year-old Lu, as Su Hetao instinctively recoiled slightly, reminiscent of her stoic older brother. The engagement banquet of the Liang family was to be held at the Heting Hotel. The car came to a halt at the entrance of the hotel, and a valet approached to assist with the door. As Su Hetao alighted, she immediately spotted an acquaintance and, with a swift motion, slipped away. A guest approached with a wine glass in hand to offer greetings, but Yunzhan politely declined, citing his presence at a family banquet as the reason for not discussing business. Most attendees were aware that Yunzhan was married to a daughter of the Liang family, and given that today marked the engagement banquet of the Liang family's son, their attendance was akin to participating in a family gathering. The seasoned businessmen, having navigated the complexities of the commercial world, were astute enough to recognize this, and upon hearing Yunzhan's statement, they discreetly refrained from further interruption. Both Mr. and Mrs. Liang radiated joy today, truly embodying the saying, "A person in joyous circumstances feels invigorated." Liang Jinxiu was also busy attending to guests. Yet the two protagonists of the engagement celebration had yet to make their appearance. Yunzhan momentarily paused in his movements, then resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Raising an eyebrow, "Why would I harbor any animosity towards her?" Duan Yingtang cast him a sidelong glance, a smile playing on her lips. "That is a question only you can answer." Yunzhan maintained his composure. "This is the first time I have seen her. How could I possibly feel animosity?" Yet, within, Yunzhan acknowledged his jealousy. "What of it? Is that not permissible? It's usually this girl named Taozi who frequently invites my wife out." He raised an eyebrow. "Doesn't she have a partner?" "No," Duan Yingtang replied. Oh, I see, he mused. If she had a partner, she wouldn't be so often entangled with someone else's wife. Finding the situation amusing, Duan Yingtang nudged the man with her shoulder. Surely, you jest? Taozi is my friend. How can you even be jealous of her? Yunzhan stated with conviction. Is it wrong for me to be jealous? Duan Yingtang was slightly taken aback, perhaps not expecting such a candid admission from him. She had anticipated that little Lu would exhibit a bit of pride. Are you planning to sleep with her tonight? Yunzhan gazed at her in disbelief. Duan Yingtang retorted. Do not misinterpret my words. Yunzhan scoffed lightly. Regardless, she is simply monopolizing my wife. Duan Yingtang felt disinclined to engage further with the immature 17-year-old. At that moment, Mr. and Mrs. Liang approached. Yunzhan, Xiaotang, you've arrived. Duan Yingtang stood up. Uncle, aunt. Yunzhan rose as well and greeted them. Mr. Liang remarked, Xiaotang. Haven tea, I told you before. You are my daughter. You should call me dad instead of uncle. Duan Yingtang smiled and replied, I'm just used to it. Mr. Liang insisted. That's not a good habit. It needs to change. Duan Yingtang smiled silently. Yunzhan, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, casually remarked, I think calling you uncle is quite nice. After all, my baby still has her biological parents. If she calls you dad, then how should she address her real father? Upon hearing this, Mr. Liang's expression froze, as such a situation had never arisen before. Chapter 70. Casual conversation, no work talk. The atmosphere became subtly awkward. Mrs. Liang chuckled nervously, then playfully chided Mr. Liang with a glance, gently saying, let Xiaotang call her whatever she wishes, after so many years. It's only natural that she finds it hard to change. Mother Liang extended a metaphorical hand, and Father Liang seized the opportunity. Xiaotang, your aunt and I have always regarded you as our own daughter. The Liang family will forever be your maternal home. Duan Yingtang understood that this statement was directed at someone specific. She chose not to disrupt the moment, simply nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. It was then that Father Liang beamed, turning to Yunzhan and suggesting, Yunzhan, why don't you let Xiaotang accompany her aunt to entertain the guests? The two of us can share a few words. His intent was unmistakable. Duan Yingtang encouraged, you should join uncle for a casual chat. The implication was clear, mere pleasantries, devoid of any business discussions. Yunzhan affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, if you tire, come find me. Duan Yingtang nodded. After all, she was not truly a daughter of the Liang family, and Mother Liang would not genuinely expect her to greet the guests. Indeed, shortly after Yunzhan and Father Liang departed, Mother Liang was summoned away as well. Before leaving, she merely remarked, I'll have someone bring Xiao over to keep you company. Duan Yingtang lingered for a moment, catching a glimpse of Liang Jinxiu casting a reluctant glance her way before finally approaching with a few friends. However, Duan Yingtang turned and walked in the opposite direction, her eyes landing on Su Hitao. Liang Jinxiu halted in her tracks, visibly irked by this action. Duan Yingtang remarked, I went to chat with Uncle Liang. Su Hitao's expression shifted subtly. Is it merely a chat, or is it business? Duan Yingtang shot her a sidelong glance. What difference does it make? Su Hitao, filled with indignation, retorted, haven't they extracted enough value from you already? Duan Yingtang, with a gentle demeanor, remarked, Zhan is quite aware of the situation, reflecting on how Yunzhan, at such a tender age, had ascended to the esteemed position of head of the Lu family while managing a vast conglomerate. She realized that his expressionless countenance bore a striking resemblance to that of her elder brother. It was evident that he was not a person of virtuous character, which somewhat alleviated Su Hitao's indignation. At that moment, the wealthy young elites who had previously gathered around her approached. One young man spoke first. Fourth miss, is this your friend? Su Hitao, being the youngest daughter of the Su family and ranked fourth, was commonly referred to as the fourth miss within her social circle. An inquiry arose. Why didn't we see the fourth miss bringing this friend to the salon last time? The fourth miss retorted, that remark seems rather unfounded. We are not idly indulging ourselves. They responded, we may be frivolous, but we are curious about what profession the fourth miss's friend pursues. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted. A young woman chuckled softly. I recall that Sui is also in the entertainment industry, isn't she? She turned to a young man. Do you know her? The young man shook his head. I do not. The young woman continued. We are all part of the same circle. Su Hitao is known for her penchant for gossip, and it is rare for her not to have heard of any juicy tidbits. The young man, surnamed Su, hastily attempted to smooth things over. There are numerous individuals working in the entertainment industry. Perhaps my knowledge is limited, which is why I do not recognize the fourth Mrs. Friend. Hello, I am Sui. The young woman's complexion paled. For anyone with ears could discern that Su Hetao was subtly pricking at someone's vulnerabilities. Moreover, it is evident that Su Hetao is defending her dearest friend. The young man, Lin Ziming, immediately offered a flattering smile, saying, "The fourth miss is absolutely right. I shall certainly keep my eyes wide open next time." Without waiting to ascertain the girl's willingness, he took her by the arm and led her away. The others followed suit and departed. He had an inkling that she looked somewhat familiar, but Su Hetao had already mentioned that her friend was an actress. Perhaps he had seen her in a television drama before. Liang Jingyuan and Song Jiayu made their entrance half an hour later, having arrived together. Song Jiayu intimately looped her arm through Liang Jingyuan's, presenting a picture-perfect couple in the eyes of onlookers. Su Hetao, indulging in the desserts laid out on the long table, cast a glance at the engaged couple, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Duan Yingtang handed her a napkin, gesturing for her to wipe her mouth, and inquired, "What's so strange?" Su Hetao replied, "Isn't it odd that the two protagonists of the engagement banquet did not arrive early to greet the guests, but instead showed up half an hour late?" A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Su Hetao's eyes as she added, "What do you suppose they were doing during that time?" Duan Yingtang hesitated before responding. Half an hour shouldn't be long enough for anything significant. After all, both Song Jiayu and Liang Jingyuan are impeccably dressed, with no hint of haste about them. Meeting Su Hetao's innocent gaze, Duan Yingtang felt an inexplicable pang and said, "It's nothing." Su Hetao lowered her voice conspiratorially. "What I mean is, could it be possible they were arguing outside?" Duan Yingtang furrowed her brow. "Why would you think that?" Su Hetao appeared remarkably composed. Yet it was evident that Song Jiayu had applied her makeup hastily before arriving. Regardless of how skillfully the makeup was applied, it could not conceal her swollen eyes due to weeping. Chapter 71. Darling, could it be a tad rustic? The matters concerning the Liang family were not for her to meddle in. It was not long before Yunzhan sought her out, and upon spotting the man, Su Hetao promptly concocted an excuse to make her swift exit. She had no desire to endure the penetrating, icy gaze he directed her way. Duan Yingtang made no attempt to stop her, merely casting a half-smiling glance at Yunzhan as he approached. Yunzhan, puzzled by the scrutiny, nonetheless seized the opportunity to boast, "I did not acquiesce to your uncle's requests." Conversations between Liang's father and him were far from trivial small talk. The subject soon shifted to the new project in the southern part of the city. Liang's father. Standing there, Yunzhan inevitably became the center of attention, and their discussion was brief as someone soon approached him with a glass of wine for a cordial exchange. With others present, Liang's father could hardly broach business matters, opting instead to exchange forced pleasantries with the guests. Yunzhan observed the entire scene, a barely perceptible, cold curve gracing his lips. Though he held a glass of red wine in hand, he did not take a single sip throughout the evening. It was only when Liang Jingyuan and Song Jiayu, the evening's main characters, made their entrance that Liang's father excused himself to greet the Song family, allowing Yunzhan to politely take his leave. Yunzhan, I am curious." He suddenly leaned closer to her, his voice lowered. Yet it became apparent that he was utterly unaware of what you enjoyed doing or eating during your childhood. Duan Yingtang, Liang's father, of course, remained oblivious. After all, he was often preoccupied with work, leaving the care of her to Liang's mother. Yet, it seemed that Liang's mother had always harbored suspicions regarding her identity, treating her with a certain coldness, permitting only the nanny to oversee her. Frequently, she found herself alone in a corner, quietly engaged in her own pursuits. Duan Yingtang cast a glance at the harmonious atmosphere surrounding the Liang family and spoke in a subdued tone, "But he adopted me." Regardless of the reasons behind Liang's father's decision to take her in, the undeniable truth remained that he had stepped forward during her most vulnerable moments. Yunzhan observed the girl's radiant and delicate profile and, in a sudden and whimsical manner, remarked, "How wonderful it would be if I were the one raising you." Duan Yingtang. She slowly turned her head, her almond-shaped eyes slightly raised. "Are you implying that you wish to be my father?" Yunzhan quickly countered, "Certainly not. I only wish to be your husband." Duan Yingtang understood the essence of his words, yet his statement reminded her of how he had previously referred to her in front of Liang's parents. She replied nonchalantly, "You calling me baby implies you wish to be my father, does it not?" Yunzhan. Do not assume I am unaware that you comprehend the connotation of the term baby. If you intend to feign ignorance, at least temper the amusement reflected in your eyes. Lynzhn narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, encircling her waist, and leaned in as if sharing a secret. His voice low and husky as he murmured in her ear, "There are certain moments when I truly wish to be your father." Duan Yingtang felt a subtle electric current coursing through her body at the man's words, sending a shiver down her spine and momentarily freezing her in place. With an expression devoid of emotion, she turned to the man and asked, "When?" Yunzhan, feigning composure, responded, "Oh, don't tell me you don't understand." Duan Yingtang, with a smile that barely masked her disdain, retorted, "I don't understand." Yunzhan was taken aback. Duan Yingtang casually declared, "I will throw away all the comic books in your office tomorrow." Yunzhan's eyes widened slightly, as if silently questioning, "How do you know I learned from comic books?" Duan Yingtang seemed to read his thoughts and smirked, "I didn't know before, but I do now." Damn it, she felt tricked. Yunzhan, defending himself, insisted, "Those comic books aren't mine. I merely glanced at them." Duan Yingtang remained unresponsive. Yunzhan grew increasingly anxious, asserting, "They really aren't mine. And I never intended to call you baby. It was that old man who first referred to you that way." With conviction, Yunzhan maintained that he was merely influenced by the older man. When had the 27-year-old CEO ever called her baby? Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently revealed a little secret about the 27-year-old CEO. The older man's contact name for her was indeed baby, as was her WeChat designation. Duan Yingtang had never looked at the man's phone, for she regarded such devices as personal sanctuaries, and their relationship had yet to reach a level of intimacy that would allow for such invasions of privacy. Naturally, the same applied to WeChat. Duan Yingtang, her pupils quivered slightly, perhaps in shock. However, suspicion soon replaced that initial astonishment. "You are not attempting to shift the blame onto President Liu, are you?" Yunzhan, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristled. "Who is shifting the blame onto that old man?" Yunzhan was rendered momentarily speechless. How could he not yearn for it? If he did not, he would have long since altered the contact name. Duan Yingtang sighed inwardly. "I never said you couldn't call me that." Thus, there was truly no need to attribute any blame to the amnesiac former President Liu. Yunzhan's expression shifted ever so slightly as he raised his gaze to her. "Do you allow me to address you in this manner?" She replied, "If I disallow it, would you refrain from calling me that in your mind?" "Of course I would," Yunzhan conceded. Duan Yingtang nodded. "You may, but wouldn't it be somewhat awkward?" Yunzhan was perplexed. Duan Yingtang continued, "It seems a bit clitch as well." "Clitch? Where is it clitch?" Yunzhan furrowed his brow. Duan Yingtang cleared her throat, contemplating the remarks that Qin Yuping had once made to her. "Baby, do you know what the posts you have liked are called?" "They are called donuts." Yunzhan. Duan Yingtang continued, "Baby, today I secured a project that seems almost certain, but I still need a kiss from you. Look at this. This is the back of my hand. This is the top of my foot, and you are my treasure." Chapter 72. Rumors are mere fabrications spun by outsiders. Yunzhan envisioned others uttering such phrases and was instantly disgusted, his expression contorting in revulsion. The girl's tone was as flat as plain water, each cell in her body reacting with a hint of disbelief to her own words. Yet, the softness in her lowered voice exuded an unintentional charm, akin to a subtle display of affection. He paused for a moment, remarking that if she preferred not to be called baby, she could simply say so instead of being so indirect. Duan Yingtang pondered. Did men truly interpret her words as a rejection of that term? While she felt a slight embarrassment at the term baby, she did not feel a strong aversion to it. With a resigned gesture, she thought, let him call her whatever he wished. The two of them conversed as if oblivious to their surroundings, drawing the attention of others who wished to approach but found themselves unable to intrude. It was only when Liang Jinxiu personally invited them over that they were drawn away. Though her demeanor remained notably frosty, softened only by a hint of warmth when addressing Yunzhan, Duan Yingtang paid little mind to her preferential treatment. It would be peculiar if Liang Jinxiu ever greeted her with a smile. However, while she remained indifferent, Yunzhan furrowed his brow. It was her mother who had summoned her over. Upon hearing this, Liang Jinxiu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As they approached the main table, only 2 seats remained beside Liang's father and mother. Yunzhan casually remarked that it seemed somewhat inappropriate for a married couple to sit apart, suggesting they should switch to another table. His voice was not loud, yet it was sufficient for those around to hear. Liang Jingyuan glanced at the interlocked hands of the couple before lowering his gaze once more. This subtle gesture went unnoticed by others, yet Song Jiayu, seated beside him, was acutely aware of it. Recalling the words spoken by the man, a subtle and ambiguous complexity flickered within Song Jiayu's eyes. It is my fault for not having arranged things properly. Liang's mother hastily signaled her daughter, Xiao, why not sit beside your father? Liang Jinxiu said nothing and obediently shifted her position. Liang's mother chuckled lightly, casually remarking, I once heard some rumors suggesting that the bond between you young couple was strained. However, it appears that such talk was mere fabrication. Liang's mother continued, it is all idle gossip from outsiders. Little Lu, with your daily responsibilities, how could you possibly have the time to hear such trivialities? It is likely that Yingtang has caught wind of some of this, but do not take it to heart. It is all the nonsensical utterances of those not in the know. The truth of the matter hardly seemed to concern anyone. Perhaps the intimacy they displayed today would be interpreted by some as mere pretense. Yunzhan let out a cold laugh. If Aunt truly wished for us not to dwell on it, there would be no need to mention such absurd rumors in our presence. Yet you choose to bring it up before us, leaving one to ponder your intentions. Yunzhan's gaze turned sharp, devoid of warmth. As he cast a frosty glance at Liang's mother, her smile faltered, likely stunned by Yunzhan's unvarnished candor. The smile on her face faded. It seems I have spoken out of turn. During this exchange, Duan Yingtang had remained silent, her gaze shifting unexpectedly to meet Song Jiayu's inquisitive look. Rather than displaying any embarrassment at being caught, Song Jiayu elegantly lifted her glass, exuding grace as she declared, Sister and brother-in-law share a wonderful bond. From now on, we are family. Allow me to offer a toast to you both. Before Duan Yingtang could utter a word, Liang Jingyuan preemptively declared, she does not drink. This statement from Liang Jingyuan successfully rendered the atmosphere peculiar. Duan Yingtang lifted the wine glass from the table, casting a half-smiling, half-serious glance at Liang Jingyuan, not yet married, and you're already shielding your future wife? Yunzhan took the glass from her hand, saying, I shall drink in your stead. Duan Yingtang refused, I am not unwell. Yunzhan responded with a silent pause, then raised his glass towards Song Jiayu, taking a delicate sip. Song Jiayu followed suit, sipping her wine as well. Subsequently, Liang's mother interjected, redirecting the conversation to the two protagonists of the engagement banquet. Yunzhan quietly inquired, are you all right? Duan Yingtang, perplexed, glanced at him. What could possibly be wrong? She looked at the glass before her, pondering if there was poison within. Yunzhan responded, do you think this is a palace intrigue? Do we need to be wary of poison in our food and drink? Duan Yingtang's eyes curled into a subtle arc, clearly teasing him. Yunzhan hesitated, feeling somewhat awkward. Is it safe for you to drink? Typically, she would indulge in a bit of red wine to aid her sleep. Yet she seldom drank in public. After all, being in the entertainment industry necessitated a degree of caution. Yunzhan observed the way the alcohol tinged the corners of her eyes, enhancing the allure of her exquisite face, making it all the more captivating. In a low voice, he declared, when I am not by your side, you are not permitted to drink. Duan Yingtang blinked her enchanting eyes, and then broke into a radiant smile. Why not? Yunzhan nearly lost his composure at her smile, feeling utterly entranced. Chapter 73. This appearance is truly unfair. Yunzhan ultimately managed to restrain himself. No matter how captivated he was by desire, he understood that the current situation was inappropriate. Meeting the girl's enchanting, twinkling eyes, he murmured softly, it's truly unfair. Upon grasping the meaning behind the man's words, the smile in Duan Yingtang's eyes deepened. Yunzhan felt as though he were being ridiculed. During the return journey, Yunzhan continued to drive. Duan Yingtang had intended to invite Su Hetao to join them, but upon calling, she learned that Su Hetao had already left for another party with a wealthy acquaintance. Su Hetao pouted, the one surnamed Xiao is guarding the entrance. Duan Yingtang said nothing further on the matter. After she finished her shower, she noticed a cup of honey water on the table. Yet Yunzhan was not in the room. Indeed, he was in another room, busily tending to documents on his computer. Upon seeing her, he looked up and said, you should sleep first. Duan Yingtang nodded and turned to leave, but she carried with her a cup of warm milk. Had she glanced at the computer, she would have discovered that no files were open. The screen merely displayed the desktop. Once the study door was closed, Yunzhan picked up his phone and spoke in a low voice to the person on the other end. Is everything arranged? Duan Yingtang was unaware of when Yunzhan had gone to bed, but upon sensing a warm presence beside her, she instinctively nestled into his embrace. The next day dawned. Lu Yunzhan had yet to commence his duties at the office, seated on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in a book. Duan Yingtang inquired, "Are you not going to work today?" Lu Yunzhan replied, "No, but I will be traveling abroad for a few days on business." Duan Yingtang nodded slightly, accustomed to the man's frequent business trips. After breakfast, Assistant Zhao arrived to escort Lu Yunzhan. He waved goodbye and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the airport, Dayu had already been waiting for him in the VIP passage. With a languid yawn, Dayu appeared rather drained, as though his vitality had been siphoned away. "You woke me up at the crack of dawn, yet you arrived later than I did," he remarked. Lu Yunzhan, expressionless, simply stated, "I have a wife." Dayu, taken aback, responded, "Thank you," feeling somewhat wounded. He instructed Assistant Zhao to hand over the suitcase to the accompanying bodyguard, emphasizing that he should be contacted only in case of emergencies, while routine matters could be managed by Assistant Zhao. Zhao nodded in agreement. Refraining from inquiring about Lu Yunzhan's destination, Dayu's contacts were indeed reliable. The bodyguards were all retired mercenaries, and 2 experts with considerable authority in geological and biological research accompanied them. After landing at the international airport in Country R, the group proceeded to the helipad. Currently, there were only 2 routes available to the island, one by sea and the other via helicopter. Dayu had arranged for the helicopter. It was at that moment that Sister Zhou called. Duan Yingtang answered, "Sister, my holiday should end tomorrow, right?" Zhou's voice on the other end conveyed an air of fatigue. "It's not about work," she replied. Sensing the weariness in Zhou's tone, Duan Yingtang straightened up and asked, "What's wrong?" "Zhou Jia, something has happened to Wen Mingwe. She is currently in the hospital." Zhou Jia has been suffering from severe menstrual cramps these past few days and decided to visit the hospital to obtain some medication. While in the corridor, she stumbled upon a heated argument accompanied by the cries of a child. Coincidentally, the individuals embroiled in the dispute were familiar to her, being the coordinator and producer of a certain television drama. Upon learning the details, Zhou Jie discovered that during today's filming, a lapse in the costume department's diligence led to a failure in properly inspecting the harness. Consequently, Wen Mingwe plummeted from a height exceeding 8 meters. When she was taken to the hospital, the doctors insisted on contacting her family, ultimately reaching her 4-year-old son. When Xiaola arrived at the hospital, he was accompanied by an adorable little girl. The producer attempted to shift the blame onto the coordinator, who staunchly refused to accept responsibility for the debacle. This led to an escalating argument between them, which frightened the child to tears. The coordinator, increasingly agitated by the child's sobbing, impulsively shoved the little girl in an attempt to silence her. The girl fell, striking her head against a chair, resulting in a small bump. Witnessing his friend being mistreated, Xiaola immediately rushed over and bit the coordinator. How could a grown man allow himself to be bullied by a child? Infuriated, he retaliated by slapping the boy, and chaos ensued. Zhou Jie had initially intended to remain uninvolved, but upon realizing that Wen Mingwe was still in the emergency room while the coordinator and producer were outside shirking responsibility and had resorted to violence against the child, her anger flared, perhaps exacerbated by her own physiological distress. She walked over and mockingly uttered a few words, causing the faces of the director and producer to darken noticeably. When the nurses observed that the argument had subsided, they proceeded to check on the 2 injured children. The boy appeared relatively unscathed, his face pale yet devoid of tears, while the little girl, delicate and tender, wept incessantly, insisting on finding her aunt. The nurses were at a loss for how to comfort her. Sister Zhou cast a cold glare at the director before swiftly donning a smile to console the little girl, inquiring about her aunt's name. Half an hour later, Duan Yingtang arrived at the hospital, accompanied by 5 bodyguards and a sharply dressed, bespectacled gentleman. Sister Zhou met her at the elevator, and upon seeing her demeanor, several lines of worry etched across her forehead. Why did it seem as if her artist was preparing for a confrontation? Sister Zhou, Lei and the others are in the ward. Duan Yingtang, her tone flat, replied, "What about those 2? Sister Zhou, they have been taken away by the hospital security." Duan Yingtang slightly tilted her head to glance at the gentleman behind her. He nodded in understanding and promptly led 2 bodyguards back into the elevator. The hospital had arranged for the 2 children to occupy an empty ward. The bump on Dodo's head had been treated, and Xiaola's face had also been attended to for swelling. As Duan Yingtang entered the ward, she found Dodo sitting on the bed, whispering to Xiaola, seemingly chastising the 2 assailants as bad people. The little one, limited in her vocabulary of insults, repeatedly called them nasty bad uncles. So engrossed was she in her tirade that she failed to notice the entrance of another. It was when Xiaola who reminded her aunt. Duan Yingtang approached and gently lifted the little one into her arms. Dodo wrapped her arms around her neck and immediately began to whine. Duan Yingtang glanced at the swollen lump on Dodo's forehead, her gaze sharp and imbued with a hint of coldness. Yet her voice remained tender. Annie has already sent the bodyguard to seek justice for you. Chapter 74. Will you come with us for a checkup? When Mingyue had emerged from the emergency room, though she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Although the wire had malfunctioned, she was secured with ropes during her fall, providing some degree of cushioning. Thus, her injuries were not overly severe. However, she had sustained multiple fractures and would likely require a lengthy recuperation period of at least 6 months to fully recover. Duan Yingtang intended to take Dodo to the Liu family's private hospital for a comprehensive examination, prioritizing the child's psychological well-being. After all, the little one had always been well protected by her family and had never endured such distress. Dodo hesitated and looked towards Wen Xiaola. Auntie, is Lele not coming with us? Duan Yingtang glanced at the little boy, whose face was still swollen yet devoid of any redness around his eyes. The Liu family's private hospital can provide your mother with the best treatment. Would you like to accompany us? Wen Xiaola considered Dodo for a moment, furrowing his brows in contemplation before finally nodding. All right. Duan Yingtang added, it's my cousin's place. Thank you for today, Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou waved her hand dismissively. We are friends. There's no need for formalities. Duan Yingtang smiled faintly. I'll treat you to a meal another day. The elevator arrived. As the two entered the elevator, Sister Zhou remarked, let us forego dinner. Your diligent work is the finest reward you could bestow upon me. Duan Yingtang responded with calm indifference. Oh, then let us still dine together. Sister Zhou fell silent. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, she parted ways with them. Duan Yingtang stood still, watching Sister Zhou depart before turning to embrace Lu Dodo, gently stating, let us head to the security department. The hospital security escorted them to the office, and shortly thereafter, 3 individuals unexpectedly arrived. One of the men, wearing glasses, courteously invited them outside, indicating he wished to discuss a private matter with the two. Without waiting for their consent, he instructed the bodyguards to usher several security personnel out of the office. Noticing the newcomers, the head of the security department immediately rose, inquiring, who are you? What is your business? No sooner had he spoken than the door to the office swung open from within. The bespectacled man stood at the threshold, his demeanor respectful. Madam. Duan Yingtang gave a slight nod before stepping inside. The director and producer occupied the sole sofa in the office, their faces pale and foreheads glistening with cold sweat. Yet they appeared to have received no special treatment. It was evident to anyone that a one-sided altercation had taken place there. The Liu family's bodyguards were professionally trained, adept at inflicting pain without leaving visible marks. Thus, the two bore only hidden injuries, a clear indication that the adults from the child's family had come to settle accounts. Duan Yingtang gently patted the little one's back, whispering, do not be afraid. He dares not strike you again. Dodo looked up at her, her bright black eyes reflecting the innocence characteristic of her age. Duan Yingtang spoke in a soft, gentle voice, because the bodyguards might break his hands. The coordinator instinctively glanced at his own hands and involuntarily shivered. The bespectacled man adjusted his frameless glasses and addressed the two gentlemen. Good day, I am Zhang, the chief legal counsel of the Liu family. The Liu family? Which Liu family? Both the coordinator and the producer exchanged puzzled expressions, only to swiftly realize the implications, their faces shifting dramatically. Subsequently, Lawyer Zhang calmly introduced the notion of litigation and compensation to the two men. In essence, they were not only liable for damages, but would also be embroiled in a legal battle against the Liu family. Seeing that Lawyer Zhang was capable of managing the situation, Duan Yingtang decided not to linger. After leaving 2 bodyguards behind, she took Dodo and departed. Upon arriving at the Liu family's private hospital, they learned that when Mingyue had already been admitted to a ward, it was reported that the young mistress had arranged for her transfer, and the hospital staff, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, did not dare to be negligent, promptly assigning the finest private room and a team of doctors to conduct a thorough examination. Duan Yingtang entered the room and listened attentively as a group of doctors meticulously detailed Wen Mingyue's condition, nodding to indicate her understanding. She then instructed someone to take Dodo and Wen Xiaola for a comprehensive checkup. It was during the afternoon when the nanny went to deliver lunch to Dodo. only to discover that the child was not present at the kindergarten. Upon inquiring with the teacher, she learned that when Xiao Li's mother had encountered an unfortunate incident. The supervising teacher had taken Wen Xiaolu to the hospital, and Dodo insisted on accompanying them, leaving the teacher with no choice but to take both children along. However, upon arriving at the hospital, the two little ones became separated from the supervising teacher. In a state of panic, the teacher contacted the principal, who advised her to seek assistance from the hospital security. After much effort, she learned that the children had been taken by a strikingly beautiful woman, whom the children referred to as Aunt. The nanny informed Lu Tingli of the situation, prompting him to call for confirmation. Lu Tingli. Duan Yingtang knelt down and handed the phone to the little one. It's Daddy's call. Dodo blinked and then took the phone, softly calling out Daddy into it. Duan Yingtang refrained from comforting her immediately, choosing instead to allow the child to express her feelings of distress and insecurity before offering a tissue to wipe her tears. When Xiaolu stood nearby, her delicate features devoid of expression, yet a glimmer of envy flickered in her eyes. Duan Yingtang asked Wen Xiaolu to stay with Dodo outside for a moment while she entered the consultation room to inquire about the children's conditions. Dodo was relatively unharmed, with only a small bump on her forehead, while Wen Xiaoli's condition was more serious. The force of the slap had been nearly full strength, resulting in a swollen face and a mild concussion for the child. The doctor advised her to pay closer attention to the child, anticipating that he might experience dizziness and vomiting later in the evening. Duan Yingtang replied, I understand. As she rose to leave, the doctor inquired about Lu Yunzhan's current condition and suggested that she bring him back to the hospital for a follow-up examination when possible. Without much hesitation, Duan Yingtang readily agreed. Chapter 75. Secrets. Her wife still needs to check in upon seeing her, when Ming Yue's eyes flickered with surprise, as if she had not expected her presence here. Noticing that when Ming Yue had awakened, when Xiaola hurried over, his normally expressionless face displaying an unusual hint of joy. Mom. When Ming Yue smiled gently, but as her son approached, she noticed the injuries on his face. Lele. When Ming Yue raised her hand, seemingly wanting to caress her son's cheek. What happened to your face? Duan Yingtang walked over, leading Lu Dodo, and seated the two little ones on the nearby caregiver's bed. She then recounted the events that transpired outside the emergency room, without embellishing any details. Upon hearing that her son had been assaulted, a flash of indignation crossed Wen Ming Yue's face, and her hand, hidden beneath the blanket, quietly clenched into a fist. Duan Yingtang spoke in a calm and measured tone. I have already filed a lawsuit against them in the name of the Lu family. The Lu family? When Ming Yue's gaze turned skeptical. Why in the name of the Lu family? Duan Yingtang leaned back against the chair, her demeanor composed as she replied. Lu Yunzhan is my husband. Even if when Ming Yue were somewhat uninformed, she had certainly heard of the name of the current head of the Lu family. After all, this esteemed president of the Lu family has graced the covers of financial magazines and attended numerous financial summits. When he first made his appearance at an international finance conference, a photograph of him was captured and uploaded online, subsequently making its way to Weibo. With his striking looks and an air of noble elegance in every gesture, he became an overnight sensation. The official Weibo account of the Lu family quickly attracted a multitude of fans eager to observe the president. Unfortunately, the fervor was short-lived, as the trending topic was swiftly removed, and all related posts and photographs of Lu Yunzhan were meticulously erased. Internet users are notoriously forgetful, given time. They cast the incident aside. However, those who navigate the entertainment industry are generally aware of the Lu family president's name, and Wen Ming Yue is no exception. After all, she harbors her own secrets, especially since he has assisted her and Lele. When Ming Yue lowered her gaze slightly, her voice still faint. Thank you. She shook her head. I have no relatives in Yunqing. After a brief pause, she added, I will pay the hiring fee. Duan Yingtang replied, as you wish. She rose to her feet, aware that this was a private hospital of the Lu family. For any matters, the doctors and nurses could be summoned. Thank you. When Ming Yue expressed, Duan Yingtang continued, if you feel comfortable, you may let your son stay at my home for a few days. Upon hearing this, Dodo immediately turned to her. Andy, won't my uncle be upset? Duan Yingtang affectionately ruffled the little one's hair. Your uncle is on a business trip and is not home. Dodo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and with a hint of shyness, he asked, then can I also stay at Auntie's house? Duan Yingtang discerned the little one's thoughts at a glance and chuckled softly. There are no issues on my end, but you must first obtain your father's consent. Lu Dodo immediately urged her to provide her phone so that she could call Lu Tingli. When Mingwei observed the unfolding situation with a hint of helpless amusement, remarking, "I seem to not have agreed yet, have I?" Lu Dodo's large eyes instantly turned towards her. When Mingwei remained silent, the Wen family's residence was modest. A typical three-bedroom apartment encompassing merely over 90 square meters, yet it exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere. When Xiaola possessed a strong sense of agency, well aware of what items she ought to bring, Duan Yingtang was merely responsible for assisting the little one in packing her belongings. As for Lu Dodo's items, they would be delivered by Lu Tingley's staff. Following the recent incident at the hospital, neither child managed to take a nap. After playing in the yard for a while, Dodo settled onto the swing and began to doze off. Her small head bobbed gently, nearly causing her to tumble from the swing. Duan Yingtang busied herself tending to the newly bloomed flowers in the garden when she heard Wen Xiaola's voice and hurried over. Wen Xiaola nodded, "All right." With the absence of the two little ones' playful chatter, the entire Shui Lan Ting suddenly fell into a hushed tranquility. Duan Yingtang captured a photograph of Dodo's serene and adorable sleeping face and sent it via WeChat to Lu Yunzhan. She mused, he must still be on the plane. At that moment, Lu Yunzhan indeed was aboard a helicopter. It would be 2 hours before the helicopter touched down on the island. Upon entering this coastal paradise, the phone signal disappeared entirely, severing any connection to the outside world. The island's overseer had been waiting for quite some time, respectfully speaking in the language of our country, inviting Lu Yunzhan and his companions to proceed inward. Perhaps due to the absence of human habitation, the island was remarkably lush with vegetation. However, Lu Yunzhan could not afford to linger here for half a month. He decided against allowing the overseer to accompany them further, opting instead to explore areas unexplored by the overseer. There lay a dense forest on the island, the periphery of which had already been surveyed by the overseer and his team, revealing no immediate dangers, yet the interior remained shrouded in mystery. As Dayu had previously indicated, undeveloped islands harbor certain risks. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more signs of large animals became apparent. The bodyguard examined the footprints on the ground and reported, "It appears to be from a large creature." Dayu, shedding his earlier languid demeanor, adopted a more serious expression, "Let us proceed with caution." Lu Yunzhan maintained a stoic visage, his voice devoid of warmth. "Continue onward." With each step taken, the bodyguards marked their path to avoid losing their way. Fortunately, this area was not as enigmatic as the Triangle Forest, and the compass remained reliable. After 2 hours of navigating through the forest, they emerged into dimming twilight. Glancing at the time, it was around 6 o'clock. The overseer approached to inform them that the tents for the night had been set up. Lu Yunzhan replied coolly, "We shall not stay on the island." Dayu explained to the person in charge in the language of country R, "My brother is delicate and accustomed to luxurious living. He cannot sleep in a tent." Lu Yunzhan cast a cold glance at him, his expression unchanging. Dayu quickly added, "Most importantly, my brother is married, and his wife checks on him at night." The person in charge was momentarily taken aback, replying, "Is that so?" Dayu patted the person on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Please understand the plight of a married man." Chapter 76. In the presence of the sleeping, one cannot rest easy. Lu Yunzhan scoffed, dismissively stating, "You will stay on the island tonight." He then proceeded to walk towards the helipad with his entourage. Dayu, taken aback, bid farewell to the person in charge before hastily pursuing Lu Yunzhan, exclaiming, "Wait for me." Upon departing the island, as the helicopter touched down, Lu Yunzhan retrieved his phone and powered it on while stepping out of the helicopter. He noticed only 2 missed calls, both from Assistant Zhao. Scrolling through the notifications, he saw 2 WeChat messages from different individuals. One of them was from Bao Bao. The fleeting annoyance in Lu Yunzhan's heart dissipated instantly. Without bothering to check the other message, he clicked directly into Bao Bao's chat interface. "Little Lu, your spot has been taken again." Lu Yunzhan was taken aback, gazing at the picture of the sweetly sleeping child, and then noticing the familiar background. It was unmistakably his and his wife's bedroom. Little Lu felt a pang of jealousy. Why did this little girl insist on occupying his bed and usurping his wife's attention whenever he was away from home? In a fit of indignation, Lu Yunzhan began typing furiously in the chat box. Seeing him engrossed in his phone, Dayu tapped him lightly on the shoulder. Lu Yunzhan turned his head. Startled Dayu, "What's with that expression? It's as if your wife has run off with someone else." Lu Yunzhan's gaze suddenly turned perilous, prompting Dayu to immediately fall silent. Once their ride arrived, Lu Yunzhan sent out a message. "Lu Yunzhan, why is she at our house? And in our bed? Don't we have any other beds?" The trio of questions vividly reflected Lu's current displeasure. Duan Yingtang, unaware of the man's message, was preoccupied with helping Dodo wash her face and brush her teeth. The clothes needed to be worn by her aunt, and she required her aunt's assistance for washing and brushing. Under the bombardment of the little one's charm, Duan Yingtang had no choice but to comply. By the time she held Dodo's hand and headed downstairs, when Xiaola was already neatly dressed and seated in the living room. Upon seeing her little companion, Dodo dashed over on her short legs. When Xiaola, did you take a nap? Where did you sleep? When Xiaola nodded, yes, I did. In the room next to yours. The two youngsters huddled together, with Dodo chattering away incessantly. Duan Yingtang planned to head to the kitchen to prepare milk powder for the two, but just as she turned, her phone rang. She answered the call. Little Lu. Have you finished work? Duan Yingtang couldn't help but think how fiery little Lu's temper seemed. She replied, I haven't checked my phone. What did you send me? Lu Yunzhan responded, why is Dodo back at our house? And you let her sleep in our bed again. Duan Yingtang chuckled, is that all? Lu Yunzhan exploded with indignation. What do you mean by just this? With so many guest rooms in the house, where could she possibly sleep? Why must she choose our bed? Duan Yingtang, helpless, replied, are you a reincarnation of a jealous vinegar jar? Why are you quarreling with a mere child? This is a matter of territorial rights. Lu Yunzhan retorted with a tinge of acidity. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? Moreover, this is my bed with my wife. Lu Yunzhan expressed his grievance. You have a dog outside. Duan Yingtang. She felt speechless yet amused, with a playful smile in her peach blossom eyes. Duan Yingtang said, mature a little, dear uncle. Lu Yunzhan stood firm. She is a minor, and so am I. Why should I yield to her? That place rightfully belongs to me. A minor at 27? Duan Yingtang teased. Considering your amnesia, I won't hold it against you. She glanced at the instructions on the baby formula canister and replied, you're right, husband. I won't do it again next time. Lu Yunzhan. Don't think I can't tell you're just brushing me off. Lu Yunzhan proclaimed, I'll allow it this time, but it won't happen again. Still, I am quite upset. You need to say something nice to comfort me. Duan Yingtang. All right then. As the young lady, you deserve to be pampered. She continued until Lu Yunzhan was thoroughly satisfied. Duan Yingtang asked, what surprise? Lu Yunzhan replied, it's a secret. Duan Yingtang chose not to press further. Lu Yunzhan, dissatisfied, exclaimed, why did you stop asking? Duan Yingtang. The young lady is indeed difficult to please. Duan Yingtang is compelled to comply. Why must it be kept a secret? Can't you tell me now? No. Lu Yunzhan remains cold and unyielding. Even your playful entreaties will not sway him. Glancing at the disconnected phone, Duan Yingtang carries 2 cups of prepared milk powder towards the living room. Intrigued by the man's mysterious demeanor, she wonders what surprise he has in store for her. Surely, he hasn't bought her another motorcycle, has he? Upon reaching the 2 little ones, Lu Daodu and Wen Xiaolu express their gratitude politely. Duan Yingtang settles down on the pristine carpet, and Daodu, fluttering her eyelashes, quietly nestles into her embrace, sipping her milk slowly. Duan Yingtang gazes down at the adorable little one, who carries a hint of the delightful scent of milk. Daodu looks up, meeting her gaze with her innocent, glistening eyes reminiscent of dark grapes. Duan Yingtang gently wipes the milk from the corners of her mouth with a tissue, playfully remarking, little clingy one. Not feeling dismissed, Daodu wriggles closer into her arms, shaking her head and declaring, because I like Auntie. Her sweet, soft voice exclaims, I absolutely adore Auntie, the very best in the world. Duan Yingtang laughs and inquires, and who do you like second best? Daodu replies, I like Daddy. Duan Yingtang continues, and what about Uncle? Where does he rank? Daodu ponders seriously for a few seconds, then sets down her milk cup and begins counting on her fingers to determine Lu Yunzhan's position. Upon reaching 5, the little one starts counting anew. When Xiaola chimes in, after 5 comes 6. The number of acquaintances she had paled in comparison to that of her companions, causing Dodo's petite face to flush crimson. With a stubborn demeanor, she declared, I know. When Xiaolu inquired, oh, then what comes after 6? Dodo's visage turned a deeper shade of red as she struggled to respond. When Xiaolu glanced at her and replied, it is 7. In the wake of her friend's remark, Dodo felt as though she had been rendered foolish. A twinge of insecurity crept in, yet she resolutely refused to concede her perceived inferiority to her companion. Instead, she raised her voice defiantly, I know that 7 follows 6. When Xiaolu simply acknowledged, oh then. Foreseeing that when Xiaolu's next words might further embarrass her, Dodo hastily interjected, Auntie, my cousin ranks 6th. Duan Yingtang could not suppress a hearty laugh. Fortunately, classmate Lu was absent, otherwise, jealousy would surely have ensued. In her mind, Duan Yingtang mused about the childishness of it all, noting that Dodo still possessed the temperament of a young lady. Chapter 77, A Bedtime Story. Preemptively raising a son dinner consisted of dumplings prepared by the housekeeper. Dodo, wielding her small spoon, ate slowly, her eyes darting to her companion, who devoured his meal with remarkable speed, nearly bringing her to tears with urgency. She yearned to urge Wen Xiaolu to slow down and wait for her. As they walked, Dodo suddenly darted ahead, beckoning Wen Xiaolu to chase her. Wen Xiaolu frowned. You can't run right after eating. With a stoic expression, she muttered, childish. Yet, ultimately, she followed suit. Duan Yingtang ambled leisurely behind, observing the two children frolicking ahead. At that moment, Dodo unexpectedly tripped over her own feet and fell to the ground with a thud, tears welling up in her eyes. Wen Xiaolu stepped forward to help her up, and the little girl continued to sob softly. Duan Yingtang, unfazed by the child's fall, approached as Wen Xiaolu was gently brushing the dust off Lu Dodo. With a nasal voice, Lu Dodo expressed her gratitude. Thank you. She reached to touch her knee, her voice still tinged with a tender whimper. Here. The little girl, dressed in a skirt, had indeed scraped her knee during the fall. A first aid kit was fetched, and after disinfecting the wound and applying medication, an adorable cartoon bandage was placed over the injury. Though the little girl had stopped crying, she still felt a bit wronged from the ordeal and instinctively sought comfort, reaching out for her aunt to hold her and give her a kiss. To soothe the child's emotions, Duan Yingtang complied with her requests, even agreeing when the little one insisted on sleeping next to her that night. It was quite the task to accommodate her whims. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Wen Xiaolu opened her eyes and looked over. Good night, Auntie. Duan Yingtang paused for a moment. Good night. The little girl gazed at her expectantly. Auntie, can the teddy bear sleep with us? She cheerfully replied. Okay. Just then, Lu Dodo emerged from the bathroom, clutching a fairy tale book. Auntie, it's story time. Duan Yingtang took the book from the little girl's hands. Now hurry and lie down on the bed. Lying down at the edge of the bed, Duan Yingtang opened the storybook and began to narrate the tale of the dragon and the princess. Before the story had even reached its halfway point, the little one had fallen asleep to her soft and soothing voice. Duan Yingtang nodded calmly, resolutely deciding not to reveal to the man that the child had not left and was even still sleeping in their bed. Lu Yunzhan's video call was of no particular significance. He merely wished to see her. They chatted aimlessly about various topics, with her occasionally exhibiting a hint of a spoiled temperament. By the time the call ended, an hour had passed. Duan Yingtang felt a sense of helplessness, as if she had unwittingly taken on the role of a mother to a son. Upon opening the door, she found the bed empty, where the child should have been resting. Confusion washed over her until she heard noises emanating from the bathroom. She approached the restroom, finding the door unlocked. A gentle push opened it. There, the small figure was crouched before the toilet, the sound of retching filling the air. Duan Yingtang's expression shifted abruptly as she rushed forward, calling out Lele. The little one had expelled everything consumed that evening, his small face pale as a ghost. As he retched one last time, only Bao remained. The child curled in her embrace, shaking his head faintly, his tiny hands clutching her clothing, whispering, Mama. Duan Yingtang held the child tenderly, gently rocking him while humming a lullaby recorded in her mother's journal. The private doctor arrived swiftly, examining the child and prescribing some medication. Concerned that the child might experience further discomfort, she requested the private doctor to stay the night. Word of her late-night call reached the Lu family, and at midnight, Meng Yuqiu called to inquire about the situation. Duan Yingtang explained the day's events to her. Upon hearing that someone had dared to bully one of their own, Lu's father was immediately incensed. Duan Yingtang acknowledged his fury. She yawned languidly, stretching her limbs, her garment ascending with the movement, revealing a sliver of her alabaster, slender waist. Had young Lu witnessed this, his ears would undoubtedly have flushed crimson. It was a workday, and both children were due at kindergarten, when Xiaolo was still feeling somewhat unwell. Hence she partook of her breakfast within the confines of her chamber. Upon learning of her companion's ailment, Lu Daodu abruptly became more subdued. Accompanying Wen Xiaola in her chamber for the morning repast, Duan Yingtang was scheduled to record a variety show today, and Sister Zhou, fearing she might forget, had made a special call to remind her. Chapter 78, Atoning for Sins of a Past Life, serving as your agent in this one upon departing the recording edifice. A multitude of individuals had congregated outside. Security personnel emerged to restrain the fans. Yet they remained unable to quell the ardor and excitement of the fans upon beholding their idol. However, there were also those lying in wait, though not as fervent as the fans at the main entrance. They appeared to be more akin to fan club leaders and support staff. A male idol slowed his pace, greeting the fan club leaders and support staff with a smile, even graciously signing autographs. Several other guests also had fan club leaders present, yet the number of fans was not as prolific as that of the male idol. Xiao Ding cast an envious glance, musing when their own artist might command such a presence. Duan Yingtang entered the van, noticing Xiao Ding still lingering outside the car door, gazing back with reluctance. She leisurely inquired, "So loath to depart? Your talents are indeed somewhat squandered at my side. Perhaps I should have a word with Sister Zhou, requesting she transfer you to Chu Wei's entourage." Chu Wei is the most renowned artist under Sister Zhou's guidance, having risen to fame through a television drama adapted from a novel. Subsequently, she capitalized on her success by participating in variety shows, hosting live streams, and promoting her on-screen couple, rapidly becoming a top-tier celebrity within a mere 6 months, with over 40 million followers on Weibo, surpassing Meng Yingtang's pocket money. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Ding did not feel elated. Instead, her face turned pale. "Sister Tang, are you planning to dismiss me?" Duan Yingtang shook her head. "I merely fear you might think there is no future in following me." After all, she was rather lackadaisical, lacking significant ambition. Xiao Ding hastily shook her head like a rattle drum. "Not at all. I truly enjoy being Sister Tang's assistant." Not only was the atmosphere pleasant, but the work was also not strenuous, and her salary exceeded that of her peers. Who wouldn't envy such a splendid job? With her eyes glistening, Xiao Ding glanced at her. Duan Yingtang reassured her, "I have no intention of changing assistants at present." Upon returning to the Shui Lan Ting, Meng Yingtang, the elder friend, had already become familiar with the two younger ones. In the afternoon, Meng Yingtang had taken Wen Xiaolu to a private hospital to visit Wen Mingyue. The discerning Miss Meng engaged in conversation with Wen Mingyue without any reservations. In Meng Yingtang's words, "She truly is like a radiant full moon." As Duan Yingtang entered the living room, she found Meng Yingtang playing hide-and-seek with the two little ones. The young lady sat cross-legged on the sofa, controller in hand. An ice pop clutched between her teeth, and called out, "Have you hidden well? I'm coming to find you now." Ludo Do's sweet voice echoed from upstairs. "I'm all hidden. Auntie, come find us." "All right, I shall be there shortly." Though she spoke those words, she remained seated with composure. Duan Yingtang inquired, "Is it indeed the case that a big friend is leading a little friend?" She then asked, "From where did the popsicles come?" With a slight arch of her brow, Duan Yingtang continued, "Did you give them to Do and the others?" Duan Yingtang's thoughts were interrupted as Lu Do's voice echoed, "Auntie, come find us soon." Meng Yingtang replied, "I am already searching for you. You've hidden so well that I need a bit more time to locate you." Without further comment, Duan Yingtang rose and made her way to the kitchen. The housekeeper had prepared dinner, which was kept warm, while Meng Yingtang and the two little ones had already dined. After finishing her game, Meng Yingtang tossed the controller aside, stood up, and said, "Sister-in-law, I shall take my leave now. Don't forget my car." With that, she promptly departed. After waiting for what felt like an eternity upstairs without their aunt coming to find them, the two little ones hurried downstairs to seek Meng Yingtang, only to discover that she had long vanished. Duan Yingtang gently ruffled the hair of the little ones and asked, "Did you enjoy playing with your aunt today?" Ludo nodded vigorously, so happy. Having played with such exuberance, the two little ones had foregone their afternoon nap. Consequently, as bedtime approached, fatigue began to take hold of Ludo, while Wen Xiaolu managed to endure a bit longer, though his weary demeanor betrayed his desire for slumber. Duan Yingtang ushered both children into the bathroom, ensuring they were washed up before allowing them to retire for the night. Ludo, as always, insisted on sleeping next to her, but tonight, there was no need for a bedtime story, and the little girls swiftly drifted off to sleep. Duan Yingtang gently carried Wen Xiaolu to the guest room, covering him with a blanket, and advised the child, "If you feel unwell, call for me from the next room." Wen Xiaolu obediently nodded, replying, "Okay." Duan Yingtang playfully pinched the child's cheek, saying, "Good night." Wen Xiaolu closed his eyes and murmured, "Good night, Auntie," perhaps still preoccupied with her duties. Duan Yingtang found herself relegated to a supporting role, her scenes comprising less than 1/10 of the entire production. When presented with the scripts, she had two options, one for the second female lead and the other for a supporting character. Without hesitation, She chose the latter. Sister Zhou sighed, already anticipating this outcome. The second female lead script required 6 months of filming, while the supporting role demanded only 1 month. Naturally, she opted for the shorter commitment. Sister Zhou felt weary, pondering that in a past life, she must have committed some sin, leading her to become Duan Yingtang's manager in this life. Perhaps she had been a hard worker in her previous existence, which is why she now longed to be a laid-back slacker. Duan Yingtang mused silently to herself. If she could be a slacker, why strive for more? Was it due to her lack of beauty? Or perhaps her husband's insufficient wealth? Lost in these thoughts, she gradually drifted into slumber, unconsciously cradling the soft and fragrant Lu Do in her arms. Usually, she would nestle into Lu Yunzhan's embrace for sleep. However, with the absence of her young companion, she settled for the comforting presence of the gentle little one. Around 2 in the morning, a sleek black luxury car pulled up in the courtyard of Zishuilan Court. Moments later, the rear door swung open, and a man clad in a black trench coat stepped out. Sitting in the car, Dayu sighed, realizing the transient nature of things. Yawning in fatigue, he instructed his driver to proceed, resolutely deciding that no matter what, he would allow himself to awaken naturally. Originally, he had booked a flight for the following morning. But upon learning this, Lu Yunzhan insisted he reschedule for a flight that very night. Confused, Dayu pondered the necessity of such a change. With a nonchalant glance, Lu Yunzhan remarked, "Because I have a wife." Dayu, taken aback, responded with a mixture of disbelief and annoyance. To further provoke him, Lu Yunzhan added, "Oh, since you don't have a wife, you may as well depart in the morning." Frustrated, Dayu decided to sever ties, resolving to communicate only through metaphorical messages and bottles from that point on. Ultimately, he acquiesced and changed his flight to that evening. Upon landing, Dayu assumed that Lu Yunzhan had informed the family driver to collect him, only to find Lu Yunzhan expressionlessly entering his family's car. Perplexed, Dayu inquired, "Where is your car?" Lu Yunzhan calmly replied, "It didn't come." With an incredulous look, he added, "Isn't it sufficient that you are here?" Dayu, exasperated, struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Do you have a misperception regarding your wife?" Lu Yunzhan glanced at the time, his brows slightly furrowing. "Are you leaving or not? If not, I shall be on my way." Dayu, at a loss for words, implored, "Please, esteemed young master, you are currently in my family's car. If I do not leave, am I to remain at the airport overnight?" The fingerprint unlocks the grand door of the villa, and inside, silence reigns, with only a dim floor lamp casting a soft glow in the living room. Lu Yunzhan hangs his trench coat on a rack and proceeds directly to the master bedroom upstairs. Just as he is about to push the door open, he suddenly halts, turning instead towards the guest room where he had previously resided. After showering in the guest room's bathroom and changing into clean, comfortable pajamas, Lu Yunzhan heads back toward the master bedroom, his heart fluttering at the thought of finally being able to embrace his beloved wife once more. His steps quicken with anticipation. The master bedroom is softly illuminated by a warm, dim night light, and a familiar, delicate fragrance lingers in the air. Duan Yingtang is evidently in a deep slumber, undisturbed by the sudden noise of the door opening. Lu Yunzhan approaches the bed quietly, taking a moment to admire the serene beauty of the girl's sleeping face, her hair appearing like a delicate blossom swaying gently. With practiced ease, he climbs onto the bed, ready to wrap his arms around his soft, fragrant wife, only to be taken aback by an unexpected obstacle. He lifts the covers, exclaiming in shock, "What on earth? Where did this child come from?" The man's expression is one of utter disbelief, his mind racing with thoughts. Even if his wife were pregnant, it couldn't possibly have progressed this quickly. Surely, a child could not have grown so large overnight. Duan Yingtang stirs awake, her eyes fluttering open in confusion. Initially, she fails to comprehend, rubbing her eyes before finally registering the incredulous look on the man's face. After a moment of peculiar silence, she speaks. Lu Yunzhan, bewildered, questions, "So, where did this child come from? It couldn't have just materialized out of thin air, could it?" Duan Yingtang cast a sidelong glance at him with her enchanting, peach blossom eyes, playfully insinuating, "Perhaps he is your illegitimate child?" Lu Yunzhan's reaction was immediate and intense, as he nearly leaped from the bed in disbelief. "Impossible," he exclaimed. At merely 17, having yet to experience the pleasures of adulthood, how could he possibly have such a child? The little one stirred slightly, letting out a few soft whimpers, seemingly on the verge of waking. Duan Yingtang quickly and gently patted the child, shooting a disapproving glare at the man, her voice barely above a whisper, "Lower your voice. Lu Yunzhan could only respond with a silent stare, feeling an inexplicable annoyance at the child who had claimed his wife's embrace. Reluctantly, he lay back down, casting a pitiful look in her direction. You deceived me. Duan Yingtang chuckled softly. Yes, my fault. I should not have misled you. She shot him a cool glance. Insisting, speak properly. Lu Yunzhan's temper flared once more. Regardless, you must have a lover outside. Embracing the little Lu Do in her arms. Duan Yingtang closed her eyes and replied, Oh, then perhaps you should divorce me. Lu Yunzhan's eyes widened in shock, seemingly unable to believe his ears. You must be dreaming, he retorted, infuriated, and struck the bed in frustration. Yet, that kiss seemed to possess a certain magic, alleviating a significant portion of the pent-up frustration he had been harboring. However, gazing at the child who stood between him and his wife, Lu Yunzhan could not resist the impulse to poke the soft, chubby cheek of the little one. Fortunately, Dodo remained in a deep slumber, unaffected by his playful gesture. Lu Yunzhan felt a twinge of disappointment and muttered, I'll begrudgingly allow you to stay for one night. A night devoid of dreams, yet upon awakening, she found herself seemingly trapped between two walls. She struggled to wriggle free, her expression one of utter bewilderment, even raising her tiny hands to rub her eyes. Lu Yunzhan observed the child's actions with a cold smirk. Now that you are awake, vacate my bed immediately. His words bore the hallmark of a heartless scoundrel. Lu Do inquired, Are we flying? Chapter 80. He desires to see, and it is his wife he wishes to behold. With the child awake, Lu Yunzhan could no longer permit her to play the role of an unwelcome guest. I have yet to change my clothes, she protested, kicking her little legs that dangled in midair. Reluctantly, Lu Yunzhan set the little one down. Dodo looked up, her innocent face radiating naivety. I want my aunt to help me dress. Lu Yunzhan crossed his arms, gazing down at her with indifference. Dress yourself. Do you think you are still a 3-year-old? Duan Yingtang lay sideways on the bed, stifling her laughter to the point where the corners of her eyes turned red. Lu Yunzhan maintained a stoic expression, blocking her view. Dodo, unable to defy her formidable uncle, could only slowly change her clothes, insisting that he not peek. For she was a girl. Lu Yunzhan scoffed. Little brat, who would want to look at you? If I desired to see, it would only be my wife. Seizing the moment while Dodo was preoccupied with her dressing, Lu Yunzhan approached. Duan Yingtang, keeping her voice low, remarked, If Dodo is no longer a 3-year-old, then what about you? Lu Yunzhan responded with unwavering confidence. By the age of 3, I was already capable of managing such trifles on my own. Duan Yingtang chuckled softly. Don't assume I won't discipline minors, as she instructed him to help Dodo fasten her buttons. After saying this, she turned her back to him, disregarding him entirely. Lu Yunzhan turned his gaze towards Lu Do and indeed found the little girl awkwardly trying to button her shirt, having even misaligned one. With a hint of obsessive compulsiveness, Lu Yunzhan frowned slightly and approached her, kneeling down to assist the child in fastening her buttons properly. Lu Do obediently said, Thank you, uncle. Hearing the sweet, tender voice of the little girl, Lu Yunzhan found her somewhat endearing. Duan Yingtang looked at him with suspicion. Do you even know how to do this? How difficult can it be? Without allowing Lu Do a chance to protest, Lu Yunzhan scooped the little one into his arms and carried her into the bathroom. However, 2 minutes later, Uncle, I'm not done yet. What has left? I still need to apply baby lotion. Not that this. Uncle, you're rubbing too hard. Duan Yingtang, unable to quell her concern, finally got out of bed to check on them. After a bit of a struggle, the face-washing process finally came to an end. Next was brushing teeth. After squeezing the toothpaste, Lu Yunzhan instructed Lu Do to rinse her mouth first. Then he knelt down to brush her teeth. The child looked up at him with tear-filled eyes, her mouth full of toothpaste, mumbling indistinctly, Tang Shu. Lu Yunzhan. Duan Yingtang entered. Let me handle this. Lu Yunzhan looked at her in surprise. How did you come here? Duan Yingtang was at a loss for words. Do you think you're being quiet? Lu Yunzhan replied. It's her lack of cooperation. Duan Yingtang responded to him nonchalantly. If she isn't cooperating with you, then just let her be. Lu Yunzhan murmured in defense, but I have never taken care of a child. Yet, they clearly had no children. Why are you so adept at looking after children? Lu Yunzhan inquired. Duan Yingtang cast him a puzzled glance. Is it really that difficult? Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Lu Yunzhan remained silent, feeling somewhat offended. However, upon noticing Lu Yunzhan standing nearby, he refrained from speaking further. Aunt, I'm going to find Wenxiala. The little fellow scampered out with his tiny legs. I'm utterly exhausted. Lu Yunzhan feigned a yawn. Duan Yingtang moved towards the cloakroom, You can sleep a bit longer. Aren't you going to keep me company? Yunzhan stood still for a moment then, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, climbed onto the bed, as if I would willingly share a bed with you. Without you, would I really be unable to sleep? After finishing her grooming, Duan Yingtang emerged to find the man lying quietly on the bed, leading her to believe he had fallen asleep. She tiptoed out the door. Yunzhan, feeling increasingly agitated, thought to himself, how infuriating. Yet, he indeed stayed up late, and in his vexation, he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. When Duan Yingtang descended the stairs, the two little ones were already seated obediently at the dining table. Noticing that she was alone, Lu Dodo quietly asked, "Where's Uncle?" Duan Yingtang replied, "Uncle is too tired, so he is resting in his room." Lu Dodo nodded thoughtfully and then turned to Wenxiaola to recount the events of that morning. After Duan Yingtang consented, Lu Dodo took Wenxiaoli's hand and walked towards the teacher. Duan Yingtang's visit today was rather ill-timed, as there were visitors in Wenming Yue's hospital room. She had initially intended to wait before entering, but she overheard a male voice emanating from within the room. "Wenming Yue, you've certainly grown bold, daring to take the production coordinator and producer of the film crew to court. Do you wish to sabotage your career in the entertainment industry? It is because of them that I find myself here." Wenming Yue's voice was calm, devoid of any emotional turbulence. "Shouldn't I hold them accountable? Your injury was merely an accident. In our profession, isn't it common for actors to encounter mishaps? If everyone were to sue the producers and coordinators for such incidents, who would dare to employ you in the future? It seems your brain is the only thing truly broken, not your leg. I know my own worth. And you should as well, Kuan-gu. Do you believe I possess the capability to sue them?" Kuan-gu was momentarily taken aback by Wenming Yue's retort. It was indeed not Wenming Yue who was suing the coordinator and producer, but rather the Lu family. Kuan-gu regarded Wenming Yue with a hint of curiosity. When had she forged a connection with the Lu family? Chapter 81. Isn't haute couture appealing? Why seek a man? How could this matter involve the Lu family? Kuan-gu furrowed his brow. Are you acquainted with anyone from the Lu family? Yet, if Wenming Yue truly had ties to the Lu family, how could she have been marginalized and retaliated against by Qiuzong, enduring years of being sidelined? Wenming Yue spoke lightly. Because they have offended the young lady of the Lu family. She refrained from clarifying her exact relationship with the Lu family. Kuan-gu spoke in a hushed tone, pondering that if the two individuals had indeed provoked the Lu family, it would be entirely understandable for them to seek legal recourse. However, the Lu family's demand for compensation from the producers and coordinators was perplexing. Why would the Lu family insist on compensation from them? Wenming Yue mused. Perhaps it stems from the Lu family's inherent kindness. She replied with a slight smile. Kuan-gu remained silent, contemplating her words. Wenming Yue continued, "Kuan-gu, I am aware of your thoughts. If I truly had deep ties with the Lu family, I would not find myself in this predicament today." Indeed, this was a valid point. Was it not true that Mr. Chiu had conducted an investigation that revealed Wenming Yue's lack of any notable background, which led him to pressurize and ultimately shelve her after she declined to comply with the unspoken rules? Kuan-ji's doubts were dispelled by her statement. He remarked, "Although the lawsuit against the producers and coordinators is initiated by the Lu family, you are still entangled in this matter. If you wish to continue navigating this industry, you must comprehend what can be said and what must remain unspoken." With that, Kuan-gu made no further delay and departed from the hospital room. Duan Yingtang stood against the wall, unnoticed by Kuan-gu as he hurried away. Wenming Yue, her eyes closed in feigned slumber, stirred upon hearing the door open, initially believing it was a nurse making her rounds. Upon opening her eyes and recognizing the visitor, she was momentarily taken aback. "When did you arrive?" she inquired. Duan Yingtang replied calmly, "Not long after your manager." Duan Yingtang added, "If needed, the Lu family's lawyer can be made available to you." Wenming Yue shook her head gently. "After this year, my contract with the company will expire." When she first joined the company, she was an inexperienced novice, easily lured into signing a 7-year contract. If she were to breach it, she would be subject to exorbitant penalties. This predicament is precisely why she, even when marginalized by the company, chose to remain. Changing the subject, Wenming Yue inquired, "How is Lele? Has he caused you any trouble?" Upon hearing the reply, a sudden silence enveloped the hospital room. Wenming Yue nodded. "I understand. I will not let them off easily." Although the incident of her falling from the wire could be deemed an accident, she could overlook that. However, it was utterly unacceptable for them to involve her son. "Goodbye," Wenming Yue said. The security captain, aware of her status, nodded in agreement to her instructions. Yunzhan, like most CEOs, was not particularly fond of sweets, yet he did not disdain desserts such as cake. Duan Yingtang discovered, after 2 years of marriage, that the aloof president of the Lu Corporation had a fondness for cheesecake. She refrained from disturbing him upstairs, choosing instead to refrigerate the cake and retreat to the balcony to read. The previous night, he had called her to complain about Su Mu insisting on dragging her out shopping, which left her feet sore and weary. Su Hetao enjoyed socializing, but preferred gatherings with young people rather than accompanying a group of affluent women flaunting their yachts and diamond rings. After reading for a while on the balcony, Duan Yingtang could not resist playing a box-pushing game on her tablet. Just then, another call from Su Hetao came through. She answered, "Miss Su, what is it this time?" A feeble voice from Su Hetao emerged through the phone. "Darling, do you have time today? Would you like to go shopping?" Duan Yingtang, perceptive as ever, replied, "You went shopping with Auntie again, didn't you?" Su Hetao responded with a weary affirmation. "Yes." Duan Yingtang chuckled softly. "And he is truly full of energy." Su Hetao divulged the truth. "That's because my father has been particularly busy lately. Otherwise, how could she indulge in such leisure every day?" She added, "Darling, have pity on me. If you don't come, you might lose your best friend." Duan Yingtang cast a glance upstairs. "I would love to rescue you, but Lu Yunzhan is home today." Su Hetao fell silent, contemplating the way Lu Yunzhan had looked at her previously, sending an inexplicable shiver down her spine. Duan Yingtang sincerely suggested, "I believe, Peach, you should consider finding a partner." Su Hetao retorted, "Isn't private haute couture and designer handbags enticing enough? Why should I seek a man?" Duan Yingtang replied, "Because when Auntie drags you out shopping, you could use the excuse of a date with your boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Su Hetao fell into contemplation. A few seconds later, she ventured, "Your husband shouldn't be home tomorrow, right?" Duan Yingtang clarified, "Tomorrow is the weekend." Su Hetao instantly looked dejected. Duan Yingtang, with her enchanting almond-shaped eyes, added, "However, Mr. Lu might have to work overtime." Reflecting on the lack of plans for the next day and feeling guilty for neglecting Su Hetao today, Duan Yingtang ultimately agreed. At noon, Lu Yunzhan finally emerged from his room. The man, clad in casual loungewear, appeared to have risen without a glance in the mirror, for it was inconceivable that he would venture downstairs with a tuft of hair defiantly standing upright. Duan Yingtang turned her gaze and was instantly captivated by that unruly lock atop the man's head. A playful smile crept onto her lips, and in a languid tone, she inquired, "Little Lu, have you just awoken?" "Perhaps 2 hours ago," Lu Yunzhan replied. "Did you not visit your room?" She asked, perplexed. "What would I go to my room for?" Duan Yingtang responded, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Of course, to accompany me in slumber." Lu Yunzhan thought, but refrained from voicing it aloud. Chapter 82. Speak plainly, without the pretense of coyness. Duan Yingtang was oblivious to the man's musings. She placed her book on the small round table, and then rose. "Are you hungry? I have sent the auntie to rest. I shall prepare lunch." Lu Yunzhan, slightly sulky, replied, "Not hungry." "What of the cake?" "I do not fancy cake," he stated, yet his feet, rather loyal, followed the girl into the kitchen. Duan Yingtang retrieved the cake from the refrigerator and set it upon the dining table. "It's a cheesecake. Do you not enjoy it?" With his arms crossed, Lu Yunzhan stood, opening only one eye to cast a sidelong glance at her. "Do you truly know what I like?" He glanced at the cake on the table, contemplating that it was a gift from his beloved wife, before taking a seat at the dining table. Duan Yingtang did not rush to prepare lunch. Instead, she sat opposite him, resting her chin on her hand as she watched him savor the cake. Upon tasting it, Lu Yunzhan was met with a familiar flavor, reminiscent of the very shop he had frequented since his high school days. Duan Yingtang gazed at the man, who was adorably consuming cake with a tuft of hair standing askew atop his head, his peach blossom eyes brimming with laughter reminiscent of scattered stars. Unable to restrain herself, she erupted into laughter. His dark eyes held an expression of innocence, and his soft black hair gently caressed his ears, while a rebellious strand danced atop his head, quite endearing. It was only now that Duan Yingtang discerned a trace of the 17-year-old Lu in him. Yunzhan, bewildered by her laughter, inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Duan Yingtang propped her chin upon her left hand and extended her right hand toward him. Yunzhan did not flinch. He felt her hand settle atop his head, pressing down gently. "What are you doing?" he asked, perplexed. Duan Yingtang, her eyes still shimmering with mirth, replied, "I just think you ought to take a look in the mirror." Yunzhan, taken aback, questioned, "Why?" Is there something on my face? Duan Yingtang then rose to prepare lunch in the kitchen. After a brief moment, Yunzhan stood as well, heading towards the public restroom on the first floor. The soup base was crafted from the chicken broth the aunt had simmered that morning, to which she would simply add a few seasonings. Just as Duan Yingtang was about to drop the noodles into the pot, she noticed Yunzhan standing in the kitchen doorway, his hair damp, his clothes slightly wet, droplets cascading onto his collarbone. Startled, she exclaimed, "What happened? Did it rain?" Glancing out the window, she beheld a clear sky, with gentle breezes and radiant sunshine. Yunzhan gazed at her with a forlorn expression. "Why didn't you tell me my hair was sticking up?" Yunzhan muttered. "How embarrassing." She leaned against the kitchen island, secretly thinking he looked rather charming. Yunzhan's eyes widened, seemingly taken aback by her words. "Cute? Utterly foolish, more like." Duan Yingtang chuckled softly, tilting her head slightly. "But I find it quite endearing." Yunzhan, just speak plainly. Why the affectation? Duan Yingtang. She straightened up. "Let's dry your hair first. Despite the warm weather, we must guard against catching a cold." Yunzhan muttered sullenly, "I want you to do it." Duan Yingtang turned down the gas stove before going to the living room to dry the man's hair. When the girl drew near, she always carried a faint, delicate fragrance. At least, Yunzhan had never detected it on anyone else. Zhao, the assistant, had called in the morning, but Yunzhan, in the throes of his morning grumpiness, had hung up. Estimating that his boss was now free of his irascibility, Zhao called again. Yunzhan. "Why, with all my wealth, must I still work?" "Ah, yes, to purchase an island for my wife." She was a little abashed. Had the man not brought it up, she would have nearly forgotten. Yunzhan, you desire a motorcycle? I shall acquire one for you next time. Did this imply that the surprise was not a motorcycle? What could it be? Yunzhan cleared his throat, the end of his sentence slightly wavering. "I have acquired an island for you, in the waters near your nation. A mere 2-hour helicopter ride from the capital." Duan Yingtang was stunned. "Why would you buy me an island? Didn't my father already gift us one? The old man's gift is hardly comparable to my purchase." Yunzhan furrowed her brows slightly. The island had yet to be developed, and the essential infrastructure such as roads and houses had not been constructed. It would likely take another 2 years before one could reside there. By the way, do you prefer castles or villas? The moment she spoke, it dawned on her. Did you really purchase an island? Just an island, Luzong remarked nonchalantly, indicating he was not short on funds. If you fancy it, I could gift you an island every year. Duan Yingtang replied, no need. What would she do with so many islands? Engage in some form of postal collection? Suddenly, a thought struck her. During your business trip these past 2 days, you weren't actually visiting the island, were you? Indeed, Yunzhan did not deny it. Duan Yingtang's expression shifted. Yunzhan observed her closely. Are you not pleased? Why is there no semblance of surprise on your face? Surely, a man buying an island would do so to delight her, presenting it as a surprise. Yet her reaction was far from what he anticipated. As if to dispel the tension, Duan Yingtang's eyes twinkled. She rose on her toes and planted a kiss on his cheek. I am very happy. Thank you, darling, for buying me an island. The furrow in Yunzhan's brow smoothed out with that simple gesture, even suggesting a tendency towards indulgence. Buy what you like. Is there still money in the account? Shall I get you a black card? Duan Yingtang smirked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Have you forgotten that your salary card is with me? Yunzhan was momentarily taken aback, and she continued teasingly. So, by your own admission, it seems you've used my money to buy an island for me? Yunzhan stammered. That is still my money. It belongs to our shared marital assets. Duan Yingtang seized her playful banter. Very well. Although we are utilizing our shared finances, I remain quite delighted. Thank you, my dear husband. Chapter 83. 2 little light bulbs. Do not disturb us upon noticing her interest. Yunzhan instructed Dayu to send her several photographs of the island. Duan Yingtang saved the 2 most exquisite images, then switched to her social media to craft a post. Duan Yingtang. I have heard that the finest gift for a wife this year is a small island. Image Chapter 84. Not unfamiliar, just lacking opportunity. Half an hour later, Yunzhan finally emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a towel around his waist, revealing his well-defined physique. Yunzhan embodied the classic slim in clothes, robust without figure, with pronounced abdominal muscles, exuding the charm of a mature man in every gesture. Alas, his allure failed to captivate the sole spectator present. Duan Yingtang, engrossed in a television drama, was nearly lulled to sleep, her eyelids heavy. Yunzhan. He deliberately made some noise. Duan Yingtang was startled awake, her gaze dazed as she looked up at him, perplexed. Why aren't you dressed? Is it warm? Yunzhan. His intentions did not yield the desired effect. Yet, upon observing the girl's serene, sleeping visage, he ultimately chose to let her be. A night of peaceful slumber ensued. Although today was a weekend, Yunzhan had fallen behind on work during his 2 days in country R, necessitating his return to the office this morning. When Lu Tingli arrived to pick up Lu Daodu, Yunzhan had not yet left for work, and the two engaged in a brief discussion regarding work matters in the living room. Lu Tingli does not work within the Lu family business. Rather, he has embarked on an entrepreneurial venture with friends, and his company has already gone public, maintaining some business interactions with the Lu family. Ultimately, the two departed together, with Lu Tingli taking his daughter along as he left. Meanwhile, Duan Yingtang drove Xiaola to the hospital. She refrained from entering the ward to disturb the tender moments shared between mother and child, leaving Xiaola at the entrance before departing. The banquet that Su Hetao had mentioned the previous day was scheduled for the afternoon. At noon, Su Hetao called to inform her that she was waiting at the mansion. Duan Yingtang then drove to the mansion. Su's mother, now 50 years old, appeared as youthful as a woman in her early 30s. Her attire and demeanor exuded the unmistakable aura of a refined lady of wealth. Her opulence was subtle, radiating elegance and nobility. Clearly a distinguished young lady raised in a prominent family. Duan Yingtang greeted her with a smile, saying, "Good afternoon, Auntie. It was Tauta who invited me, wasn't it?" Su's mother cast a glance at her daughter and replied, "Very well, you young ones enjoy yourselves, but do not forget about the banquet later this afternoon." In an instant, Su Hetao transformed from a wilted cabbage into a vibrant sapling, leaping to her mother's side and playfully declaring, "Dearest mommy, I adore you." Su's mother gently patted her head, saying, "As long as you don't irritate me, I will be forever grateful." Upon exiting the mansion, Su Hetao stretched her arms wide, akin to a bird released from its cage, exhaling deeply. "Finally, I am free." Duan Yingtang chuckled, "Must you be so dramatic?" Su Hetao gazed at her with a hint of melancholy. "You have no idea what my days have been like recently." Her elder brother was preoccupied with work. Her second brother was elusive throughout the year, and her third brother rarely returned home. Thus, her mother could only focus on her. Like a shepherd tending to a lone sheep, she longed to escape through busyness, yet that was futile, for she was her own studio's boss. However, once they stepped outside, they found themselves with nowhere to go for the time being. Eventually, they settled on a nail salon. At 4 in the afternoon, the banquet commenced punctually. Held in a villa perched on a hillside, predominantly attended by the affluent wives and daughters of the elite circles in Yun City. Meng Yantong was aware of this. But as Miss Meng had her own pressing engagements, she could not attend. The moment Su's mother arrived, numerous wealthy ladies flocked to her, one praising her complexion while another complimented her exquisite attire, most of which were mere flattery. Once the affluent ladies had exhausted their praises for Su's mother, their gaze shifted to Su Hetao, noting how much more radiant she had become in recent years. "Oh, is that girl beside her a friend of hers?" Su's mother interjected. "Have you been in Yun City for so long and still do not know the young mistress of the Lu family?" Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered across the faces of the crowd. One lady was the first to respond. "It is not that we do not know her. Rather, we have had no opportunity to meet." Despite the fact that outsiders were aware of her business marriage to Lu Yunzhan, her status remained that of the young mistress of the Lu family. Regardless of their internal thoughts, they maintained a courteous facade. Duan Yingtang, although not fond of social gatherings, never faltered in such settings. It was unclear who first mentioned the He family, Su's mother's lineage, as her birth name was Yinan, the daughter of the He family. If the Lu family stands as the foremost aristocracy of Yun City, then the He family reigns as the formidable titan of Yun City. Currently, the head of the He family is the younger brother of Su's mother, sharing the same father, yet differing by 2 decades in age. Su Hetao's grandmother passed away many years ago, and the elder has remained unmarried until Su's mother wed, after which he brought his outside lover into the household. He Yinan maintains a rather ordinary relationship with this stepmother, yet enjoys a cordial bond with his half-brother. Each year, he takes Su Hetao and others to the He family to pay New Year's respects, where my uncle bestows upon me an enormous red envelope, as Su Hetao recounts. Duan Yingtang remarks, "You truly resemble the daughter of a heroine from a romance novel." If you were to post this on a forum, 9 times out of 10, people would dismiss it as fabricated. Naturally, the Lu family received an invitation to the He family patriarch's 80th birthday celebration, despite being in different cities. They are both leading families within the aristocracy and maintain some correspondence. Moreover, Ming Yuqiu hails from one of Yin City's prestigious families, the Ming family. It's one thing to speak behind closed doors, but daring to confront the principal face-to-face requires a certain audacity. At that moment, someone suddenly remarked, "It seems that Liang Jinxiu has also arrived." Upon uttering this, the atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. Su Hatao's brow furrowed, and her previously smiling visage turned icy. If you cannot speak wisely, then silence your tongue. The individual wore an awkward expression and fell silent. Duan Yingtang, however, remained unfazed, even casting a sly glance with her alluring eyes towards the one who spoke. "Do you truly believe my relationship with the Liang family appears so poor?" The man awkwardly stated, "That was not my intention." Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense, a graceful young lady promptly stepped in to lighten the mood, smilingly shifting the topic. Chapter 85. Marrying young Lu might not be such a bad thing. After this brief interlude, Su Hatao lost her desire to continue the festivities. Observing her daughter's sulky expression, Su's mother chuckled, "Your lips are so pursed they could hang an oil pot. Who has upset you?" As a mother, Su was well aware of her daughter's temperament, but seeing her reluctance to elaborate, she chose not to press further. Duan Yingtang had driven herself and did not share a vehicle with Su and her mother. After bidding farewell at the villa's entrance, she departed. Once in the car, Su's mother inquired about the day's events. Su Hatao coldly huffed, "It's just that matter with the Liang family. After all, there was a debt of gratitude owed." Su's mother replied nonchalantly, "Liang Shuyuan does not seem like someone who lacks discernment." Su Hatao fell silent. Who could argue that this wasn't a fortuitous development? The housekeeper was already preparing dinner. Duan Yingtang ascended the stairs to take a shower and remove her makeup. Subsequently, she settled in the living room to watch a film. Although her gaze was fixed on the television, her expression was vacant, clearly lost in thought. It was a call from the maid attending to Wen Mingwei. "Let us go to the hospital together tomorrow." "To the hospital for what?" Lu Yunzhan responded, puzzled, his brow furrowing. "Are you unwell?" Yet, the man had always believed he was traversing time rather than suffering from amnesia. If it were suggested to take him to see a doctor, young Lu would undoubtedly throw a tantrum. Upon hearing of her illness, Lu Yunzhan suddenly felt a surge of urgency. Why wait until tomorrow? "We should go to the hospital now." As he spoke, the man prepared to rise. Duan Yingtang hastily grasped his arm. "It's just a slight nasal congestion and cough. It's not too serious. Going to the hospital at this hour would be an overreaction. Let us wait until tomorrow." Lu Yunzhan lingered by her side. A hint of worry etched across his features. "Are you feeling unwell?" Duan Yingtang's heart softened, her doe-like eyes curving into a smile. "Not really." Yet, Lu Yunzhan suspected she was merely putting on a brave front. After dinner, he urged her to retire for the night and even fetched some cold medicine for her. Duan Yingtang sighed. "Let us just wait until tomorrow to see a doctor and then take the medicine." Lu Yunzhan, upon hearing her reasoning, conceded that it made sense. After all, some medications should not be taken indiscriminately. "You should also get checked," Duan Yingtang suggested. "But I'm not ill. Why would I need an examination?" Lu Yunzhan replied nonchalantly, "My health is not as fragile as yours." Duan Yingtang gazed at him earnestly. "Darling." Lu Yunzhan paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Before finally acquiescing, "All right." He nodded lightly, albeit bemused by the necessity of undergoing an examination for a mere cold. Nevertheless, lacking medical knowledge, he felt compelled to follow the doctor's orders. By the time the examination was complete, half an hour had elapsed. However, Duan Yingtang bypassed him entirely. "Please wait outside for a moment. I need to ask the doctor a few questions." Lu Yunzhan's expression fell, the enthusiasm draining away like a wilting flower. However, he tends to heed his wife's words. In the consultation room, Duan Yingtang listened attentively as the doctor described Lu Yunzhan's condition. The loss of Lu's memory is associated with a traumatic impact on his brain, resulting in a certain blockage of the memory nerves. Unfortunately, the efficacy of pharmacological treatment for this condition is limited. It is a matter of allowing nature to take its course and waiting for self-recovery. CT scans indicate that this blockage has shown signs of alleviation, and subsequently, external stimuli may aid in gradually clearing it. Following this, a series of technical terms ensued. Duan Yingtang gathered the essence. "So, you mean his memories are gradually returning, correct?" The doctor nodded. "Based on the examination results, that is indeed the case. However, the exact timeline for complete recovery remains uncertain and will require time." While Duan Yingtang and the doctor were discussing Lu Yunzhan's condition, Lu received a phone call from Daiyu. Lu Yunzhan inquired, "Who was Lao Shen?" "Shen Yilin. Don't you remember? You shared a dorm during university." The name was somewhat familiar to Lu Yunzhan. Unlike Daiyu, Shen Yilin was a friend he had made after entering high school. Aware of Lu's loss of memory over the past decade, Daiyu recounted events involving Shen Yilin from that period. Lu Yunzhan had entered the family business immediately after graduating from university, while Shen Yilin pursued further studies, even earning a doctorate abroad and subsequently settling there for work. "Are you coming or not? Rest assured, I won't make you pay." Lu Yunzhan glanced towards the consultation room and replied, "I must first consult my wife." Daiyu. Fine. Who could blame him for being a married man, especially one under the authority of his wife? With a hint of resignation, Daiyu replied, "All right, if you decide to come, please inform me in advance, and I will send you the address." Chapter 86. Wounded. Yet no comfort from affection as Duan Yingtang emerged from the consultation room. A cool voice reached her ears, inquiring about her lengthy conversation. Turning towards the source, she spotted a tall man leaning against the wall, arms crossed, casting a sidelong glance in her direction. Seeing this, Lu Yunzhan refrained from further teasing and quickly approached her. "What did you discuss with the doctor?" he asked, astonished, pointing at himself in disbelief. "I'm shocked." Lu Yunzhan gritted his teeth, forcing out two words, "incompetent physician." He felt compelled to speak with the hospital director. Such mediocrity had no place in their family's private hospital. Lu Yunzhan. Duan Yingtang wrapped her arms around Lu Yunzhang's neck, her smile reminiscent of a cunning little fox. "So, does little Lu intend to make amends?" Calm and composed, Lu Yunzhan replied, "Yes." Duan Yingtang then leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on his lips. "Is this sufficient?" With an impassive expression, Lu Yunzhan responded, "Not enough." Duan Yingtang, undeterred, kissed him once more. "What about this?" Lu Yunzhan replied, "Still insufficient." Duan Yingtang ceased her kisses, casting a light glance at him. "It appears the wound is too severe to be healed." Lu Yunzhan. Their kisses were seldom, most often mere fleeting touches, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Though Lu Yunzhan had lost his memory, the instinct to kiss remained intact. The cool fingers of the man brushed against the corner of her lips, wiping away the moisture he had failed to capture. With a hoarse voice, Lu Yunzhan leaned close to her ear and said, "This is how it should be." Duan Yingtang gazed at him with glistening eyes and, with resolute confidence, draped her arms around the man's neck. "My legs have gone weak. Carry me." Naturally, Lu Yunzhan wrapped his arms around her waist, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Aren't you embarrassed?" He gritted his teeth in a fit of vexation. "No." Lu Yunzhan lowered his voice. "How can you say such a thing?" Duan Yingtang remained remarkably composed. "I merely fear that you might be seen if you lean on me as we go out." Lu Yunzhan replied, "I am not leaning." Though he couldn't deny that he was somewhat reliant. He was a normal man, kissing someone he cherished. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Lu Yunzhan froze, his gaze fixed vacantly on the girl's face. Duan Yingtang, bewildered by his stare, asked, "What's wrong?" Suddenly, she realized something, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "You wouldn't truly be leaning on me, would you?" Lu Yunzhan's voice was somewhat muffled. "No." He continued to look at her in silence, and seeing her discomfort as she stood on her tiptoes, he thoughtfully lifted her up. Duan Yingtang remarked, "Peach wants to retreat to the island. My work has been rather light lately, so I plan to go with her." Lu Yunzhan furrowed his brow slightly. "Just the two of you?" Duan Yingtang pondered for a moment. "There should also be Yintang." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzhan decisively declared, "I shall go." Duan Yingtang, "What about your work? Isn't Meng Yintang still around?" Lu Yunzhan remarked that she is at an age where she should not be idling away her days at bars and social clubs, refusing to consider marriage. It would be prudent to engage her in some meaningful activities to alleviate her restlessness, rather than having her concern herself with his wife. Duan Yingtang, "Why is Yintang reluctant to marry?" Meng Yintang is only 2 years younger than Lu Yunzhan, having turned 25 this year. She has had numerous boyfriends, yet none have lasted beyond 6 months. The briefest relationship lasted merely a single night. Who can fathom her choices? As Lu Yunzhan stepped into the elevator, there was a hint of hesitation in his tone. Could it be due to Gu Zheng, Meng Yintang's high school boyfriend? Lu Yunzhan and Meng Yintang attended the same high school, with her being a year below him. Her boyfriend, whom she dated in her second year, was in the same grade as Lu Yunzhan. He came from a modest background, but possessed a strikingly handsome face. Meng Yintang was undeniably superficial, pursuing those she found attractive with relentless determination. After a year of devoted effort, She finally won him over. Gu Zheng was taciturn during arguments. It was always Ming Antong who raised her voice, and the same was true during periods of silence. Reconciliation was also initiated by her. Lu Yunzhan, witnessing her behavior for a man, held her in contempt, a romantic idealist. Even the most melodramatic television dramas pale in comparison to their saga. Ming Antong dismissed his opinion with a flippant remark, then eagerly resumed her pursuit of Gu Zheng. From the beginning, I had little faith in her relationship with Mr. Gu. Duan Yingtang adjusted her posture and glanced over, inquiring, why? The disparity in status is considerable. Lu Yunzhan started the car, and that person appeared to be devoid of emotion. Or perhaps their heart was simply frigid, not the kind that could be easily warmed by another. The difference in social standing is not an issue for the Lu family. They remain indifferent to such matters. However, Gu Zheng always exudes an air of aloofness, resembling a statue of a Buddha untouched by worldly desires. It is often Ming Antong who trails behind him, yet he never pauses to wait for her. Duan Yingtang, adopting a languid and relaxed posture, casually remarked, Antong fell in love during high school. What about you? Surely, you have experienced young love as well? No, Lu Yunzhan denied without a moment's hesitation. Why not? Did you never experience the stirrings of affection? Lu Yunzhan continued to refute. No, my focus was solely on my studies. Duan Yingtang shook her head. No? Lu Yunzhan inquired. Why? Duan Yingtang smiled. Because my sole preoccupation was making money. Chapter 87. What is mine, and what is yours? After entering middle school, Duan Yingtang gradually distanced herself from the Liang family. She deliberately chose to board at school to avoid contact with them. Apart from the monthly allowance that arrived punctually, she had minimal communication with her parents. Upon entering high school, she continued to board, but during her free time, she sought part-time employment. Though it did not yield a substantial income, at best covering 3 days' worth of living expenses, it provided her with a reason to inform her father not to send her an excessive amount of pocket money. Subsequently, after some conversation with Liang's mother, Liang's father consented to reduce her allowance. Duan Yingtang leaned back in her chair, gazing out of the car window, lost in thought once again. She had indeed entertained thoughts of becoming a part of the Liang family. However, once suspicion takes root, it becomes impossible to act as if nothing has transpired. Upon returning to Shui Lanting, Lu Yunzhan had nearly forgotten about Dai Yu's mention of welcoming Xin Yilin at the bar that evening. It was only when Xin Yilin personally called to invite him that the memory resurfaced. Duan Yingtang waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead, but drink sparingly. Ultimately, Lu Yunzhan did attend the gathering. Xin Yilin appeared markedly different from the image etched in his memory. He nearly failed to recognize him. During their high school days, Xin Yilin was tall and handsome, surrounded by numerous admirers. Yet now he sported glasses and had gained a bit of weight. Xin Yilin self-deprecatingly remarked, spending all day in the lab, who wouldn't gain weight? In the course of their conversation, Xin Yilin casually expressed his surprise. I always thought you would end up with a junior. I never expected you to take the path of an arranged marriage. Lu Yunzhan paused mid-sip of his drink. A junior? Which junior? Remember during our senior year, you mentioned seeing a junior who was the spitting image of your ideal type? You even attended a social gathering you despised just to meet her, only for her not to show up, leaving you as heartbroken as if you had experienced a breakup. Lu Yunzhan muttered to himself, is Xin Yilin referring to an older man? So, does this imply that an older man has been harboring an unforgotten junior as his white moonlight? Good heavens, isn't that the hallmark of a scoundrel? Upon witnessing Lu Yunzhan's expression suddenly transform into one of uncontainable anger, Dai Yu promptly kicked Xin Yilin, then raised the wine bottle to pour into Xin Yilin's mouth. Old Xin, you are the star of the evening. You must drink more. Preoccupied with his thoughts, Lu Yunzhan unconsciously consumed a glass of wine. Dai Yu and the others were reveling in their merriment, completely oblivious to the fact that the notorious Lu Xiao, whose wife forbade him from drinking, had downed several glasses in succession. When Dai Yu turned to converse with Lu Yunzhan, he was taken aback to find the latter slumped onto the sofa. He hurriedly nudged the man. Yunzhan? Upon noticing the empty bottles before Lu Yunzhan, he exclaimed, what on earth has stimulated you tonight? At 11 o'clock, she rose to open the door, and a potent smell of alcohol rushed in. Sister-in-law, good evening. Dai Yu and a slightly stout man were supporting Lu Yunzhan at the entrance. Dai Yu and Shun Yilin assisted in bringing Lu Yunzhan inside, placing him onto the sofa. He must have been overjoyed to see an old classmate, thus losing track and drinking too much, Dai Yu explained. Duan Yingtang remarked, Lu Yunzhan does not strike me as the type. Sister-in-law, We leave Lu Yunzhan in your care. We must take our leave. With that, Daiyu and Shani Lin swiftly departed. Duan Yingtang gazed at the inebriated man sprawled on the sofa, let out a soft sigh, turned to prepare a cup of honey water, and retrieved some stomach medication just in case. She nudged the man languidly resting on the sofa. Do you still recognize who I am? Lu Yunzhan, with vacant eyes, stared at her, and after a few seconds responded, wife. Thankfully, he had not drunk to the point of forgetting her identity. She sat beside Lu Yunzhan, bringing the cup of honey water to his lips, urging him to drink. Perhaps subconsciously aware of her identity, he complied without protest, lowering his head to sip the honey water obediently. Duan Yingtang inquired, is your stomach discomforting? Lu Yunzhan shook his head, yet his gaze remained fixed upon her. As Duan Yingtang rose to fetch some hot water, Lu Yunzhan stood up as well. Dizziness plagued him, causing him to stumble slightly, but he remained steadfastly by her side. Duan Yingtang sighed, why are you following me? Lu Yunzhan remained silent, his expressive eyes locked onto her. Duan Yingtang thought to herself, forget it, I shan't argue with a drunk. In the kitchen, she poured a cup of hot water, only to nearly collide with Lu Yunzhan upon turning around. What on earth do you want, young master? Finally, Lu Yunzhan spoke, to be with you. Duan Yingtang was puzzled. What do you want to be with me for? I won't run away. His tone took on a note of discontent as he replied, I fear you might ignore me. Grasping his arm, she gently tugged him towards the living room. I won't ignore you. Just sit quietly and take your medicine, all right? She applied little force. For Lu Yunzhan obediently followed her. I don't wish to take the medicine, he stated, shaking his head. The medicine is bitter. Duan Yingtang was taken aback by his aversion to the bitterness of the medicine, her heart softening as her voice softened as well. Then shall I prepare another cup of honey water for you? Would that be all right? Lu Yunzhan, being led by her, murmured, I want to sleep. Speak clearly and sleep with you. Lu Yunzhan tilted his head in confusion. Why? Duan Yingtang replied, just because. Immediately, a thin blanket was tossed toward him. You will sleep on the sofa tonight. Lu Yunzhan blinked, seemingly realizing the unpleasant truth of not being able to sleep beside his wife. His handsome face betrayed a flicker of anger. Why should I sleep on the sofa? Duan Yingtang cast a nonchalant glance at him. Because the bed in the bedroom was purchased by me, and this house belongs to me as well. Oh, and even the blanket in your hands is mine. At that moment, Lu Yunzhan's mind was operating at a sluggish pace, and he asked blankly, then what is mine? Duan Yingtang replied casually, your wife is yours. Suddenly, Lu Yunzhan pressed his hand against his stomach, a pained expression crossing his face. Duan Yingtang's countenance shifted several times, and she quickly crouched down, her tone filled with anxiety. Is it a stomach ache? She fetched the medicine and hot water from the table for him to take. Lu Yunzhan remained still, his phoenix-like eyes fixed on her for a moment before unexpectedly pulling her into his embrace. Chapter 88. I'm sorry, it seems I really like him. Duan Yingtang raised the hand holding the cup. Water. The water spilled. Lu Yunzhan buried his head in her neck, his voice muffled and incoherent. I'm sorry. Duan Yingtang was taken aback. Sorry for what? She patted the man's shoulder. If you are apologizing for tonight's incident, then I forgive you. Returning to the living room, she beheld Lu Yunzhan, his eyes closed as he reclined on the sofa. Approaching him, she gazed upon his strikingly handsome yet somewhat pallid visage. His nose was elegantly shaped, with lashes resembling the feathers of a raven, and his lips appeared rather thin. Duan Yingtang recalled having seen somewhere that men with thin lips are often emotionally detached. Yet, Lu Yunzhan was not one of them. Whether it was the pre-amnesia Lu or the post-amnesia Xiao Lu, neither had been devoid of affection. She gently brushed aside the stray locks of hair from his forehead and leaned down to place a soft kiss upon it. It seemed she truly harbored some feelings for him. Duan Yingtang mused to herself, does this mean I have fallen for him? The following day, Lu Yunzhan awoke with a lingering ache in his head. He could not recall the events of the previous night, but he noticed his discarded clothing in the laundry basket. Hesitating, he pondered, surely, I did not act foolishly last night. Duan Yingtang, maintaining her usual demeanor, urged him to join her for breakfast. Raising her gaze, her enchanting peach blossom eyes held a teasing glimmer as she inquired, do you remember what transpired last night? Lu Yunzhan shook his head. I do not remember. Duan Yingtang replied with a playful smile. Oh. She tilted her lips, a mischievous twinkle in her eyes, continuing, it's nothing much, really. You insisted on sleeping on the sofa, and when I attempted to pull you up, you clung to the pillow and insisted it was your wife. Lu Yunzhan looked taken aback. Really? Duan Yingtang responded without a flicker of hesitation. Why would I deceive you? Lu Yunzhan stammered, attempting to defend himself. I was intoxicated. Duan Yingtang nodded. Thus, I forgive you for mistaking the pillow for me. Lu Yunzhan's demeanor appeared somewhat subdued, his gaze betraying a hint of elusive guilt and evasion. Duan Yingtang thought little of it, attributing his mood to the aftermath of intoxication. Su Hetao, swift in her actions, resolved to pack her belongings and retreat to the island just 3 days after the banquet. You two should go together, she remarked. What would I be then? A third wheel? After a moment's contemplation, Su Hetao dismissed this notion. She determined to invite a man to accompany her. At that moment, a tall figure passed by the door, his gleaming bald head strikingly conspicuous. Su Hetao hesitated. Should she invite Xiao Xiaoyang to join her? Yet, his taciturnity and lack of charm made him seem almost invisible, save for his towering stature. Two little figures seemed to emerge in her mind, prompting her decision to have Xiao Xiaoyang accompany her to Haitang Island. After all, he was her bodyguard, and it was only fitting that he protect her. Unbeknownst to Duan Yingtang, who was engrossed in packing her luggage, Su Hetao was grappling with her inner turmoil after hanging up the phone. Meanwhile, Lu Yunzhan was on a call with Meng Antong. On the other end, Meng Antong seethed with frustration. Lu Yunzhan, the company bears your surname, not mine. What gives you the right to hand it over to me? I was the one who first mentioned going to the island for a vacation. Lu Yunzhan, infuriatingly nonchalant, replied. Because your household registration is on the Lu family registry. Moreover, why should my wife vacation with you? Meng Antong retorted with a forced smile. Do you believe I want to find a man to marry tomorrow and transfer my registration? Lu Yunzhan, do as you wish. Assistant Zhao will assist you in completing your tasks. Do not trouble me unnecessarily. Meng Antong, infuriated on the other end of the phone, vented her frustrations, while Lu Yunzhan, maintaining an impassive demeanor, ended the call. Lu Yunzhan remarked nonchalantly, what could she possibly need? Furthermore, this is for her own benefit. He opened WeChat and sent a message to his father, suggesting that Meng Antong should come to the company for some experience. Lu's father, pleased that his son was looking out for his sister, readily agreed. Duan Yingtang cast a sideways glance at him and chuckled. What are you doing crouched here? Lu Yunzhan replied, I am ensuring you haven't forgotten any of my belongings. Duan Yingtang dragged over another suitcase. Shouldn't young Master Lu take a look? Lu Yunzhan gazed at the large suitcase before him, his expression one of mild surprise. Are all the items inside mine? Duan Yingtang placed the suitcase down and opened it. Not entirely. Indeed, it was not entirely his. Lu Yunzhan, why are there so few of my things? He reached in and pulled out a piece of red fabric. Is this also mine? Duan Yingtang glanced at it and, sitting cross-legged on the carpet, continued to sort through another suitcase. That is your underwear. Lu Yunzhan, did he possess no other pairs? Why had she brought this particular one? I refuse to take this pair, he declared vehemently. Lu Yunzhan scoffed derisively. Only an old man would find it appealing. My taste is far more refined. She responded. Then simply bring another pair. It is just one piece of underwear. If you dislike it, replace it. Lu Yunzhan stood up, clutching the pair of undergarments, and approached the wardrobe, where he shoved the offending item to the very bottom, revealing his disdain for it. He then retrieved a black pair instead and inquired, which brand sent those undergarments? Please tell them to refrain from sending any more. Duan Yingtang, without lifting her gaze, replied nonchalantly, oh, they were a gift from me. Lu Yunzhan's steps faltered for a moment. She had previously mentioned that if a man found them unappealing, he could simply exchange them. However, he had declined her offer, leading her to believe he had a fondness for them. He hesitated before asking, you gave them to me? Indeed, Duan Yingtang affirmed. Suddenly, Lu Yunzhan coughed lightly. Well, they aren't entirely unfashionable. It seemed she had come to a realization. Could it be that because they were a gift from her, he had developed an affinity for them? Was the former Lu, before his amnesia, similarly inclined? Chapter 89. Who's the wife? Who's the heartache? Truth or dare? Ultimately, the red undergarments were donned, as it was clear that young Lu had a penchant for them. Upon arriving at the helipad via private transportation, Su Hetao was already waiting by the private jet. She sat atop a suitcase, while a tall man, clad in a hat and sunglasses, stood behind her. Su Hetao remarked. Duan Yingtang gently tapped Lu Yunzhan's hand, her expression disapproving. Why are you pulling me? What if Taozi loses her footing and falls? Su Hetao silently nodded in agreement from the side. Exactly. Lu Yunzhan retorted confidently. She was running so fast. What if she accidentally bumps into you? Whoever's wife it is must be cherished. Duan Yingtang sighed in exasperation. Do you think Taozi is a cannonball? As Su Hetao passed by the man in sunglasses, his footsteps faltered for but a moment, unnoticed by all. Su Hetao quickly caught up, urging Xiao Xiaohang to follow suit. "Yes, miss," came the man's deep voice. Unhurried and steady. The flight would take 4 hours to reach Haidang Island. Duan Yingtang shrugged. "I don't mind. But won't there be a shortage of people?" Su Hetao replied. "Xiao Xiaohang is coming too. 4 of us will suffice." Thus, the 4 gathered around a table, a deck of playing cards laid out before them. Su Hetao stroked her chin, pondering. "I believe our seating arrangement is amiss." Yunzhan raised an eyebrow. "What seems incorrect? If he were not seated next to his wife, who else would he sit beside? The chemistry between them must be exceptional. Sitting together would be akin to having an advantage." Su Hetao shook her head enigmatically. "No? You two must be separated." Yunzhan's gaze suddenly turned frigid, his expression dark as he fixed his stare upon her. This time, Su Hetao had learned her lesson. As Yunzhan's icy glare bore down, she swiftly hid behind Xiao Xiaohang. Unfazed, Xiao Xiaohang met the man's piercing eyes with calm composure. Duan Yingtang interjected, "Let us switch. I'll sit with Taozi." At this, Yunzhan turned to her in disbelief, his eyes shifting from cold hostility to a pitiful plea. Duan Yingtang remarked, "Can you please act more mature, Mr. Lu?" Yunzhan's expression changed as swiftly as turning a page in a book. His look of grievance vanished, and he slumped back on the sofa with an air of defiance, casting a challenging glance at Su Hetao. Su Hetao felt a surge of frustration, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. The rules of the game were deceptively simple. Each participant would draw a card, and everyone would guess whether the number on it was odd or even. Those who guessed incorrectly would face a penalty. As the first round commenced, Su Hetao drew a card and placed it on the table. Instinctively, I sensed that the card was likely to be an odd number. However, Yunzhan opposed Su Hetao's intuition, asserting, "I believe it to be an even number." Su Hetao then cast a glance toward Xiao Xiaohang, her eyes silently conveying the message that, as her protector, he was expected to align with her choice. Duan Yingtang declared, "I choose odd." Xiao Xiaohang replied simultaneously, "Even." The two spoke almost in unison, eliciting expressions of disbelief from both Yunzhan and Su Hetao. Su Hetao glared at Xiao Xiaohang, her gaze almost audibly accusing him of treachery. Meanwhile, Yunzhan pursed his lips in silence, clearly displeased, unable to withstand the accusatory stares from the two. Duan Yingtang flipped the card over to reveal the 8 of spades, an even number. Both Duan Yingtang and Su Hetao had erred in their guesses and were thus subject to punishment. Duan Yingtang, feeling a subtle hesitation regarding her friend's unwavering confidence, mused, "I think I shall trust my own instincts and luck." She and Su Hetao chose the option of truth. Drawing another card, Duan Yingtang's question read, "When was the last time you kissed?" Upon seeing the inquiry, Su Hetao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Duan Yingtang tilted her chin slightly, saying, "Let's hear from Taozi first." Duan Yingtang cast a glance at the man beside her and calmly replied, "An hour ago." "An hour ago?" Su Hetao pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized that it was precisely when we had just boarded the plane. "You all." Duan Yingtang hastily interrupted her, "Now it's your turn." Su Hetao smiled slyly, wearing a knowing expression. Duan Yingtang, exasperated, snatched the card from her hand and revealed the question. "The most embarrassing thing you have ever done." The most embarrassing thing. Su Hetao contemplated and recalled an instance from her childhood when she had followed a beautiful older sister at a banquet, calling her sister, and even intended to accompany her to the restroom, only to discover that the person was, in fact, a boy. Duan Yingtang was speechless. You couldn't even tell whether they were male or female. Su Hetao retorted, "Who told him to have long hair? He looked like a fairy." Duan Yingtang was left without a response. Unnoticed by anyone, the corner of Xiao Xiaohang's eye twitched slightly beneath his sunglasses. The second round commenced, and the losers were Yunzhan and Xiao Xiaohang. Su Hetao twirled the 3 of hearts in her hand, grinning like a scheming villain. "This is what we call the wheel of fortune." Xiao Xiaohang succinctly declared, "I choose truth." Yunzhan leaned back on the sofa with his arms crossed, responding nonchalantly, "I choose dare." He gestured for Xiao Xiaohang to draw the card first. With an impassive expression, Xiao Xiaohang drew a card that asked, "Do you currently have someone you like?" Upon seeing this question, Su Hetao couldn't help but laugh. He was merely a monk who had recently emerged from the temple. How could he possibly have someone he cherished? For you ascetics, this should be termed as stirring worldly desires, a transgression of vows. As her words lingered in the air, she observed Xiao Xiaohang nod slightly. Yes, the single, slender word escaped his moderately thick lips, very subdued, as if merely stating a fact. Upon hearing this, Su Hetao momentarily froze. Then her face reflected shock. Does that not mean you have broken your vows? How can a monk entertain such feelings? Though the man's eyes were obscured by sunglasses, Su Hetao sensed his glance upon her. I am not a monk. Su Hetao removed his hat and pointed at his smooth head, asserting, You have shaved your head. Xiao Xiaohang replied nonchalantly, I merely cut my hair. It had grown too long. Su Hetao was unconvinced, having come from a temple. And being bald, how could he not be a monk? Chapter 90. Engaged in squats. Overindulging on dog food, Xiao Xiaohang had no desire to argue with her, setting aside the already drawn cards. At that moment, Duan Yingtang spoke with a knowing smile. Now, let us see what daring adventure little Lu has drawn. Lu Yunzhan flipped over the card in his hand, Princess Carrie, and performed squats with a member of the opposite sex present. Upon seeing this prompt, Su Hetao exhibited visible disappointment. I was hoping for something. With the card pinched between his fingers and his other hand resting against his brow, Lu Yunzhan remarked leisurely, I too expected it would be to engage in a 10-minute wet kiss with a member of the opposite sex present. Su Hetao responded with admiration. You dare to dream, even bolder than I. A kiss was one thing, but a wet kiss? Moreover, the duration was merely 10 minutes. Duan Yingtang maintained a stoic expression. Embracing a member of the opposite sex while performing squats is far too simplistic. Let us change the challenge. Lu Yunzhan gazed at her. Shall we substitute it with a wet kiss? Duan Yingtang cast him a sidelong glance, her enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with a playful smile. Let us opt for a Princess Carrie while one of the same sex performs 10 squats. Lu Yunzhan. One of the same sex present. Who else but Xiao Xiaohang? Su Hetao's eyes sparkled. This idea is splendid. However, both Lu Yunzhan and Xiao Xiaohang displayed expressions of refusal. They left the sofa and moved to the open space. Duan Yingtang instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes twinkling with a gentle smile. Lu Yunzhan held her effortlessly, completing 20 squats with ease. Suddenly, Su Hetao let out a hiccup. Xiao Xiaohang glanced at her sideways. Su Hetao sighed deeply, lamenting, I've overindulged on dog food. Xiao Xiaohang. After several rounds of truth or dare, Su Hetao grew weary once more. Duan Yingtang shook her head, her tone unhurried. With Lu Yunzhan, a gem before me, do you think I could ever set my sights on anyone else? Su Hetao. Although Lu Yunzhan may be somewhat aloof and possessive, one cannot deny that his looks indeed place him among the most desirable in the corporate realm. Just as Su Hetao nodded in agreement, Lu Yunzhan approached. Su Hetao. Duan Yingtang's expression remained unchanged. She blinked, her silence speaking volumes. Su Hetao secretly gave her a thumbs up. You truly are remarkable, dear. For hours later, the private jet entered a cerulean expanse of ocean. In the heart of this maritime expanse stands an island. A private aircraft requests permission to land, and only upon confirming it belongs to the Lu family is it granted access. Haidang Island boasts 4 spacious helipads, nestled in a splendid environment with remarkably convenient transportation. As Su Hetao disembarks, she feels akin to a bird released from its cage, exclaiming with delight, what a wonderful sensation it is to have my feet on solid ground. The island's overseer, aware of the Lu family's arrival, hastens to greet them. Clad in a tailcoat and white gloves, the steward respectfully addresses, Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu. Duan Yingtang replies with a smile, Steward Halls, it has been quite a while. She nods in acknowledgement. 2 vehicles await at the roadside, and he seems to know the way to the Rose Castle mentioned by the steward. After approximately an hour's drive, they enter a grand avenue lined with flowering crabapple trees, aptly named Haidang Avenue. Through the elegantly arranged foliage, a shadowy Romanesque castle comes into view. Over the past year, the island has seen the addition of new shopping centers, cafes, and a vibrant night market offering a variety of snacks and trinkets. The night market opens at 8 in the evening, and should the couple be inclined, they may explore it later. As the vehicle traverses Haidang Avenue, it finally arrives at the castle's grand entrance. The imposing 2-meter-wide gates slowly swing open, allowing the car to glide directly to the castle's threshold. Upon halting, a servant promptly approaches to open the car door. As Duan Yingtang and Lu Yunzhan alighted from the vehicle, they were greeted by Su Hetao's exaggerated exclamation of wonder. Isn't this castle remarkably exquisite? Despite being a young lady from a prominent family herself, she appeared as awestruck as a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. Su Hetao's eyes shimmered with emotion. After all, she lacked both a private island and a castle of such stunning beauty. Butler Halls chuckled softly, the corners of his eyes crinkling with faint lines of mirth. This castle was personally designed by the master himself, crafted by the world's foremost architectural maestros, and took 3 years to complete. Are you implying that this castle was only finished this year? Su Hetao pondered, realization dawning upon her. No wonder she had not encountered such a magnificent structure on her previous visit. As the group entered the castle, they were taken aback by the stark contrast between its imposing and beautiful exterior and the interior, which was far from the expected ostentation, exuding instead an elegant and refined grace. "Madam, the rooms have been thoroughly cleaned, and the meals are prepared," Butler Halls informed respectfully. "We shall rest for a while. Is there not a night market this evening? We can dine there," Duan Yingtang replied. "Certainly," Butler Halls responded with utmost deference. Su Hetao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "There is a night market on the island as well?" Chapter 91. Bunny Ears, a delight for children. Haitang Island is several hours ahead of the mainland. While it should have been nearing noon there, it was already the afternoon on the island. The curtains were not fully drawn, and the soft, golden glow of dusk filtered through the pristine floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a dappled pattern on the floor. Duan Yingtang reclined on the bed, quietly savoring the breathtaking view of the twilight. At that moment, a hand rested upon her waist, and the man's deep voice resonated, tinged with the huskiness of someone just awakening. "Are you awake?" Yunzhan gazed at the girl's exquisitely delicate profile and mused. Indeed, she is quite beautiful. He wished to hold her a while longer. Thus he shook his head and declared, "I'm not hungry." No sooner had the words left his lips than a rumble emanated from his stomach. Yunzhan. Duan Yingtang could not suppress a chuckle, her peach blossom eyes glancing teasingly at the man. Feeling embarrassed, Yunzhan stubbornly retorted, "I am simply not hungry." They rose and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. By the time they donned their attire and descended the stairs, Su Hetao and Xiao Xiaohang were already seated in the living room. "At last, you have awakened," Su Hetao remarked, enjoying the tropical fruits peeled by her bald bodyguard, her gaze playful. "If you had slept any longer, I might have suspected you were exhausted from excessive exertion." Duan Yingtang. As they descended, Butler Hua had arranged for a vehicle to take them to the night market. Su Hetao, as usual, opted not to share a ride with them. The night market exuded a unique exotic charm while retaining a distinctly Chinese style. The vehicle halted at the entrance, where vibrant lights illuminated the scene and a gentle aroma of food wafted through the air. Although the market had only recently opened, the crowd was gradually swelling. This was a favored evening haunt for the island's residents. Once they alighted, Su Hetao flitted about like a sprite in a forest, exploring this stall and that, soon disappearing into the throng. Duan Yingtang searched for her companion's figure. "Where are Taozi and the others?" Yunzhan took her hand reassuringly. "With Xiao Xiaohang accompanying her, she won't get lost." "Weren't you hungry? Let us find a place to dine," suggested Duan Yingtang, as he gazed at the assortment of street food stalls lining the roadside. "Isn't everything here edible?" Yunzhan furrowed his brow slightly, expressing his discontent. "Are you intending to take me to eat at street stalls?" Duan Yingtang, undeterred, tugged him along in search of delectable snacks. "What street stalls? This is street cuisine. Surely there must be a food street near your school. Have you never sampled it?" "No," he replied. The vendor, speaking in a somewhat halting Mandarin, informed them to wait a moment. Yunzhan cast a glance at the vendor's Asian features, a flicker of curiosity evident in his eyes. However, the language spoken was a blend of English and Chinese. Originally, the island had a small population of indigenous people, merely a handful in number. Subsequently, Lu's father purchased the island and arranged for orphans to be supported here. Thus, essential infrastructures such as schools and hospitals were established on the island. Initially, the island welcomed a few foreign tourists, which led the locals to prioritize learning English. In turn, they also began to acquire Mandarin. And although the influx of guests has diminished, the residents continued to find ways to engage in work and earn a living, especially given that the Lu family owned various enterprises on the island. Duan Yingtang playfully offered a morsel to the man beside him. "Would you care to try?" Yunzhan graciously accepted the food offered by his wife. Biting into the small dumpling, he found its outer layer crisp and the filling tender and savory. Indeed, quite delightful. Thus, the couple meandered along the food street, indulging in various treats. To ensure she did not overindulge, Yunzhan even purchased a skewer of candied hawthorn for her to enjoy. Yunzhan noticed someone wearing a luminous cat ear headband, his gaze momentarily pausing before settling on the girl in front of him, who was slowly nibbling on a candied hawthorn skewer. Duan Yingtang rubbed her belly, completely oblivious to the man's scrutiny. It was not until Yunzhan spoke that the silence was broken. Shall we continue walking? Duan Yingtang sighed lightly. I can't walk any further. I'm too full. Let me rest for a moment. Yunzhan crouched before her. Get on. Duan Yingtang shook her head. I don't want you to carry me. As she bit into the candied hawthorn, her cheeks puffed out, and her words came out muffled. No. If you carry me, it'll press on my stomach. What if I throw up? She extended her hand. Would it be all right if you held me instead? Upon hearing this, the man's displeasure faded, and he leaned down to lift her. Duan Yingtang wrapped one arm around his neck, offering him the partially eaten candied hawthorn. Would you like a bite? Yunzhan scoffed. Only children enjoy such things. Duan Yingtang, not wishing to press the matter, leaned lazily against him, hardly paying attention to their direction. Before long, Yunzhan came to a halt. Believing they had reached their destination, she turned to see a stall selling masks and glowing headbands. Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow. Why have we stopped here? She cast a puzzled glance at the man. Unfazed, Yunzhan remarked, they're quite attractive. Aren't you going to buy one? Duan Yingtang was even more confused. Why would she need to purchase one? Yunzhan glanced at her, remaining silent, yet he released his grip, allowing her to descend. Duan Yingtang. The rabbit ears perched atop her head flickered with light as they drooped and perked up. Yunzhan nodded in satisfaction. Quite fitting for you. Duan Yingtang shot him a speechless look, her gaze landing on a pair of cat ear headbands for sale at the stall. Her charming eyes curved slightly as she pointed to the cat ear headband, saying, Boss, please get me that one as well. Yunzhan recoiled in reluctance, adopting a demeanor akin to facing a formidable adversary. I shall not wear it. Chapter 92. Cat Ears, a four-person group photo seeing the man's evasive actions. Duan Yingtang remarkably refrained from pressing further. Holding the cat ear headband in her hands, she spoke in a leisurely tone. Oh. Then I shall have to find Taozi or the bodyguard Xiao to accompany me in wearing it. Upon hearing this, Yunzhan's retreat momentarily faltered, his expression reflecting mild astonishment as he regarded her. Su Hatao was one thing. Xiao Xiaohang was absolutely out of the question. Duan Yingtang added with a hint of melancholy. I have heard that those who wear such headbands are either best friends or couples. If I wear this alone, and someone mistakenly believes I am still single and approaches me, what shall I do? Yunzhan. After a brief silence, he donned an expression of grim determination, gritting his teeth. I will wear it. Duan Yingtang's eyes sparkled with a triumphant glimmer as she took a couple of steps forward, rising on her toes, and deftly placed the black cat ears atop the man's head. One must admit, the man's striking handsomeness remained unblemished even with the cat ears adorning him. Rather, it lent him an intriguing touch of adorability. 20 minutes later, Su Hatao emerged into view, cradling a bouquet of daisies in one hand and a helium balloon in the other, adorned with a pair of pointed fox ears atop her head. Behind her was Xiao Xiaohang, whose black cap had transformed into a hat with wolf ears, holding a large bag in his arms. Su Hatao remarked, all of this was purchased by Xiao Xiaohang. Duan Yingtang's eyes revealed her skepticism. The young lady Su did not seem like someone who could not afford such items. As the two friends conversed, Yunzhan's gaze was fixed on the wolf-eared hat worn by Xiao Xiaohang, narrowing his phoenix-like eyes. Why did Xiao Xiaohang get to wear wolf ears while he was relegated to cat ears? The cat ears and bunny ears seemed utterly incompatible. Yet wolves and rabbits frequently appeared together in fanfiction. Contemplating this, Yunzhan's expression darkened considerably. Duan Yingtang turned to him and asked, What's wrong? With an impassive face, Yunzhan replied, That doesn't suit you. How can it not suit me? Didn't you choose this? Duan Yingtang countered. Yunzhan responded, Fine. They exchanged headbands, and Su Hatao donned the bunny ears, finding their movement quite amusing. Yunzhan squeezed in, saying, I want to take a picture too. Su Hatao retorted, This is a best friend photo. Yunzhan confidently commanded, Then take a couple's photo of me and my wife. Su Hatao responded, On what grounds? I am not your couple's photographer. Ultimately, the best friend photo evolved into a four-person group shot. Duan Yingtang and Su Hatao occupied the central positions, their heads leaning against one another, one radiating a brilliant smile while the other offered a gentle, subtle smile with her peach blossom eyes. A figure adorned with a wolf-ear hat and dark sunglasses, clutching a brown paper bag in one hand while holding a white string tethering a helium balloon in the other, gazes expressionlessly at the camera. This moment was eternally captured by a mobile phone. Duan Yingtang first saved the photograph before switching to her moments. where she liked a post that Su Hetao had shared just 2 minutes prior, still fresh with warmth. The latter had posted a total of 9 pictures, 8 being her selfies, with only the central image featuring a group shot of 4 individuals. However, the faces of the men flanking Su Hetao were obscured by stickers that read, "Third wheel." Duan Yingtang mused. It would be best not to let Xiao Lu see Taoxi's moments. Yet, she forgot that there was someone who could still view this post. Halfway through their journey, Lu Yunzhan's phone rang. It was a call from Meng Yintang. Lu Yunzhan was reluctant to answer. Certainly, this individual had no good news to share. Ignoring it, the phone persistently chimed. With an unchanging expression, Lu Yunzhan ended the call, deeming it a nuisance. Simultaneously, he blocked Meng Yintang's number. She glanced at the caller ID before answering. "Yintang, what is it?" Meng Yintang's voice came through the phone, slightly gritted. "Sister-in-law, please hand the phone to my brother." Duan Yingtang, bewildered, extended the phone towards Lu Yunzhan. "It's Yintang calling." Lu Yunzhan frowned slightly, reluctantly accepting the phone. "What is it?" Meng Yintang's cold laughter echoed from the other end. "You blocked me, yet you ask what I want?" Lu Yunzhan replied. "If there's something to discuss, do so. If not, hang up." Meng Yintang, you and your sister-in-law seem to have a delightful time on Haitang Island. But do you remember who bore the weight of your absence? In short, while you reveled in joy, she was left alone at the company, grappling with a mountain of work. Lu Yunzhan replied coolly with a mere 3 words, "I don't know. I instructed Assistant Zhao to send you some important documents via email, as is expected of you in your capacity as president." After a pause, she let out a cold laugh. "Brother?" With that, Meng Yintang hung up the phone. One could only wonder how the former President Lu managed to maintain a harmonious relationship with his stepsister before his memory loss. Perhaps it was due to his reticence? Xiao Xiaohang, who had been standing behind them for a short while, also left to take a call. The film was chosen by Su Hetao. Likely because they were staying in a castle tonight, she opted for a foreign horror film related to castles. The butler, Mr. Halls, thoughtfully provided fruits and beverages. The castle was equipped with a media room, yet Su Hetao felt a twinge of fear. The spacious living room, brightly lit and filled with people, somewhat diminished the atmosphere of the horror film, rendering it less terrifying. After all, Duan Yingtang was an actress who could distinguish between reality and performance. Thus, she was unafraid of watching horror films. Ultimately, it was a matter of psychological perception. If you believe in it, it exists. If you do not, it ceases to be. Chapter 93. She is my wife, my precious one. After the film concluded, Su Hetao was still in high spirits. Beer alone would not suffice. She craved barbecue. Duan Yingtang had to rein in the whims of this impetuous young lady from the Su family. Where could one possibly procure barbecue at such a late hour? Su Hetao could only settle for less. "Then please bring me some peanuts." Duan Yingtang. Eventually, the servant brought forth a plate of peanuts and a dish of marinated chicken feet. As Su Hetao sipped her beer and munched on the peanuts, she couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the life I long for." Duan Yingtang chuckled and clinked her beer with Su Hetao's. In a moment of revelry, Su Hetao inadvertently began recounting the oppression she faced under her elder brother during her childhood. Duan Yingtang, slightly inebriated, resonated with her grievances against Su Hetao's brother, expressing his indignation. Thus, when Lu Yunzhan and Xiao Xiaohang arrived in search of them, the two were already entwined in drunken camaraderie, chicken bones scattered haphazardly on the ground, and a few peanuts strewn across the table. Lu Yunzhan. Xiao Xiaohang lowered his hat brim, seemingly unable to bear the sight. "No, no one can separate me from my dear." Lu Yunzhan's expression darkened. "Who is your dear?" "She is my wife, my beloved." It was futile to reason with a drunken person. Lu Yunzhan's face was so dark it seemed ink would drip from it. Upon hearing this, Su Hetao burst into tears. My lady, my lady." Duan Yingtang responded, Lu Yunzhan. After Su Hetao finished crying, she pointed at Lu Yunzhan and declared, "You wicked queen, I shall fight you to the end." Suddenly transformed into an evil queen, Lu Yunzhan cast a sidelong glance at the indifferent Xiao Xiaohang standing nearby. "Take your young lady away, or do not blame me for casting her aside." Xiao Xiaohang glanced at the inebriated Su Hetao, paused in silence for a moment, then stepped forward and grasped her wrist. "Release her." Su Hetao, heartbroken, exclaimed, "Why must another celestial mother come to part me from the 7 fairies?" She turned away in indignation, only to notice the large dark sunglasses perched on the man's nose. "Huh? Not a celestial mother, but a blind man?" Xiao Xiaohang replied with a low voice, "I am not blind." Su Hetao tilted her head. "Not blind? After pondering for a few moments with her sluggish mind, she displayed an expression of sudden realization. I understand now. You are cosplaying as a blind man. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to unveil his true identity, entirely disregarding Xiao Xiaohang's well-being. Xiao Xiaohang, however, removed his hat and placed it upon the girl's head, the brim lowered to obscure Su Hatao's eyes. Huh, why can't I see? Has it grown dark? Xiao Xiaohang seized Su Hatao's hands, wrapped them around his neck, and lifted her away from the spot. She complied, sitting quietly and raising her hands as instructed. As the first button was undone, Lu Yunzhan beheld the alluring contours of her collarbone. With each subsequent button unfastened, Lu Yunzhan's face grew increasingly flushed, her fingertips seemingly imbued with a delicate shade of crimson. What are you doing? Lu Yunzhan's gaze fixated on the unfastened button, his voice slightly hoarse. Let me help you with your clothes. Lu Yunzhan. It is indeed time for rest. But when the words escaped from the girl's lips, they seemed to carry an undertone of something else. Duan Yingtang shook her head. That's not permissible. I only sleep with my husband. The slurred intonation of her drunkenness inadvertently infused her words with a certain softness, as if concealing a subtle enticement. Lu Yunzhan's eyes darkened. His gaze lowered. I am your husband. Crouching down, the moment he raised his head, his eyes predictably met a patch of delicate skin. A warm rush seemed to surge within his nostrils. Suddenly, a drop of crimson liquid fell onto his hand. Duan Yingtang looked at him with confusion. You. Lu Yunzhan sprang to his feet, tilting his head in an attempt to stem the flow of blood. I'm fine. He quickly covered his mouth and nose. Hastening towards the bathroom, he cupped water in his hands to wash away the dripping blood, staring at the reflection of a damp-faced man in the mirror, filled with frustration. Can't you manage a little composure? It's not like you've never seen it before. In truth, he had never encountered such a sight. It appeared quite fair and was evidently soft to the eyes. Unbidden, the image he had just witnessed flashed through Lu Yunzhan's mind, and predictably, blood began to flow once more. He tore a tissue into 4 parts, rolled them into strips, and stuffed them into his nostrils before finally exiting the bathroom. Duan Yingtang was already sprawled on the bed, sound asleep, her clothes hanging loosely, revealing one shoulder as smooth as jade. Yet, another part of him was distinctly dissatisfied. Why? She is my wife, and it is only natural for us to share a bed. Yet, he received a punch for his audacity. Indeed, it is natural. But to take advantage of her in this moment is utterly disgraceful. This sobered him up. The following morning, when Duan Yingtang awoke, she found herself in bed, clad in clean pajamas, while Lu Yunzhan was conspicuously absent, suggesting he had risen long before. She rubbed her aching head. With little recollection of the events from the previous night, clearly having indulged a bit too much, Duan Yingtang sighed softly. She should not have followed Su Hatao into such frivolity. After rising to take a shower, she donned comfortable loungewear and, as she descended the stairs, she coincidentally encountered Su Hatao, whose hair was tousled and who was yawning as she emerged from the adjacent room. Duan Yingtang paused, momentarily taken aback. How could you emerge from this room? Su Hatao, still dazed, responded, What's wrong? Duan Yingtang reminded her, that is Xiao Xiaohang's room. A silence enveloped them for 3 seconds. Then, Su Hatao's eyes widened in disbelief, and she muttered to herself, how could I have come out of Xiao Xiaohang's room? Did I really get so drunk last night that I wandered into the wrong place? Duan Yingtang thought, that's an excellent question. I too am curious as to why you emerged from Xiao Xiaohang's room. Chapter 94. The Duel. You have been here before. Like her, Su Hatao also had no recollection of the events that transpired after she became inebriated, not even remembering when she lost her senses. Aside from the throbbing headache, her body felt entirely unaffected. It seemed she merely entered the wrong room. She inquired, Butler Halls, where's the sir? Duan Yingtang, mid-sip, nearly spat out the water upon hearing her words. Cough, cough. Compete in what? A duel? Do these two believe themselves to be heroes from a martial arts novel? Duan Yingtang set down the cup and swiftly made her way outside. Meanwhile, Butler Halls turned to the kitchen, instructing the chef to prepare breakfast. In the open space before the castle, Lu Yunzhan and Xiao Xiaohang had been engaged in close combat for over 10 minutes. As a bodyguard, Xiao Xiaohang undoubtedly possessed genuine skills, while Lu Yunzhan had systematically trained in martial arts. In comparison to the professional, he showed no signs of defeat. Upon Duan Yingtang's arrival, she witnessed Xiao Xiaohang lift his long leg with clear intent, aiming a kick at Lu Yunzhan's face. Lu Yunzhan furrowed his brow, evading the strike, and swiftly countered with a punch aimed directly at his opponent's visage. Duan Yingtang, observing the scene, relaxed her posture, arms crossed, leaning casually against a nearby sculpture, watching the contest between the two men with great interest. The two continued to target each other's faces, as if unable to tolerate the other's handsome features. Just as Duan Yingtang was engrossed in the spectacle, a cup of honey water appeared before her. After taking a sip of the sweet beverage, she succinctly remarked, "A duel." Su Hetao asked, "Does your husband also possess martial arts skills?" Duan Yingtang replied, "This is called combat." Unable to discern the difference, Su Hetao swallowed her bread and shouted loudly towards the courtyard, "Xiao Xiaohang, go for it." As two additional spectators joined, this event transcended a mere contest. It evolved into a fierce competition between men. In this moment, a loss would signify a loss of face before their wives. Su Hetao urged on with renewed fervor. "Xiao Xiaohang, do not rely solely on your physical prowess. Let us witness the fabled internal skills you possess." Xiao Xiaohang remained silent, while she continued. "Or perhaps you could demonstrate the techniques you learned in the temple, such as the 9-yang divine skill or the great shift of the universe." Duan Yingtang interjected, "Do temples even teach such things?" Influenced by the external commotion, Xiao Xiaohang's focus wavered, affording Lu Yunzhan the opportunity to land a kick. This decisive blow concluded their contest. Xiao Xiaohang, with an air of nonchalance, dusted himself off, remaining mute. As Lu Yunzhan approached, he struggled to suppress a smile. Yet his triumphant gleam in his phoenix-like eyes was unmistakable. "I have won." Xiao Xiaohang also drew near, and Su Hetao remarked softly, "Xiao Xiaohang, you are lacking. You could not even best Lu Yunzhan." Glancing at her from behind his sunglasses, Xiao Xiaohang chose silence. Duan Yingtang suggested, "Let us proceed to breakfast." Considering the diverse palates of the group, Butler Halls had arranged for the kitchen to prepare a breakfast that included both Chinese and Western dishes. In a spirit of fairness, Su Hetao sampled a bit of everything. Consequently, she departed with Xiao Xiaohang first. One would accompany them to Haidang Island, while the other remained at the hospital, where she would arrange for a nanny to care for him. Without hesitation, Wen Xiaola chose to stay at the hospital. Wen Mingwei resided in a private hospital room, akin to a cozy one-bedroom apartment, offering a certain convenience for daily life. Compared to living under someone else's roof, the little one likely preferred to remain by her mother's side. After their marriage, she and Lu Yunzhan had spent their honeymoon on the island. Duan Yingtang planned to take her companion to revisit the places they had once frequented. After mapping out the route on her phone, she decided their first destination would be the cloudless coast. During their honeymoon on the island, they had taken walks along the shore almost every morning. An hour later, Lu Yunzhan concluded a video conference. Duan Yingtang remarked, "Taozi and the others have already left." Lu Yunzhan, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded slightly, a flicker of joy blossoming within him. Finally, they could enjoy their world together. Duan Yingtang smiled and said, "I have planned an itinerary. Would you care to join me, little Lu?" Lu Yunzhan inclined his head slightly. "MHM." The seaside was adorned with towering palm trees and coconut trees, where the golden sands met the azure sea in a harmonious embrace. The rocks, in their myriad forms, stood distinct against the backdrop of the crystalline water that flowed in gentle waves towards the shore, carrying with it a hint of briny sea breeze. Lu Yunzhan turned to her and asked, "Have we been here before?" Duan Yingtang replied, "Yes." He softly remarked, "I do not recall ever being here." On the beach, local residents frolicked, and in times past, fishing boats had anchored nearby. However, due to the inherent risks of fishing, once the islanders found stable employment on the island, they ceased venturing out to sea, and now, only a few fishing boats could be seen. The Castle of Roses derives its name from the abundant roses that climb its exterior, all having been transplanted from the nearby rose garden. Unsurprisingly, Lu Yunzhan harbored no recollection of this place either. After visiting 4 or 5 locations, he displayed no signs of familiarity. Upon arriving at the 5th site, however, a frown creased the man's brow. Was Duan Yingtang leading him on a nostalgic journey of her past visits with the older gentleman? Frustrated by the man's steadfast belief that he and the 27-year-old Lu Yunzhan were two distinct individuals, she thought, "Wadi, aren't you the same person?" "No," Lu Yunzhan retorted, a flicker of anger igniting within him. "I am the 17-year-old Lu Yunzhan, not that older man." He had merely found himself inhabiting the body of the older gentleman, but that did not equate to his identity being the same. Chapter 95. Marbles. Only the president deserves the title of president's wife. Calmly, he inquired, "Shall we proceed to the next location?" In a fit of pique, Lu Yunzhan replied, "No." He hesitated, then added, "Wait, are you really just going to leave? Aren't you going to insist a little?" Frustration welled up within him, causing a pang in his stomach, as he muttered to himself, "Who would willingly accompany you?" He had no desire to visit the places frequented by the older man. Just as Yunzhan wavered, an unexpected force suddenly propelled him into an embrace. A soft, fragrant figure pressed against him, arms wrapping tightly around his waist. For a fleeting moment, Yunzhan was taken aback, before instinctively holding the person in his arms. As he lowered his gaze, he met the glistening, peach blossom eyes of the girl, her delicate face contorted with determination. "You truly want to accompany me to the next place?" Yunzhan turned his head away, resolutely stating, "No." Yet his hand remained steadfastly wrapped around the girl's waist. Duan Yingtang thought to herself, "Indeed, she is a rather demanding young lady." With a hint of exasperation, Duan Yingtang inquired, "What exactly do you want?" Yunzhan asked in a flat tone, "What is our next destination?" Duan Yingtang paused momentarily, then chuckled softly, "It is the villa where we first stayed on the island." Yunzhan furrowed his brow, correcting her, "It was you and him who went." Hearing her words, a sense of discomfort washed over him. He adjusted her head, his expression turning serious as he asked, "How long did you stay on the island?" Duan Yingtang pondered for a moment. "About half a month, I suppose." She sighed, placing her hand on her forehead, "Then Intong will come after us." She then stood on tiptoe and planted a gentle kiss on his lips, saying, "All right, let us head to the villa. Are you hungry? Shall we have lunch there? I'll cook for you, if you don't mind." The villa was not particularly far from their current location. A half-hour drive would suffice. Someone came to clean the villa almost every day, yet the kitchen would certainly lack any ingredients. He felt an undeniable sense of familiarity with the place. Yunzhang's gaze darkened. As he stepped into this location, the sense of familiarity intensified. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes involuntarily drifted toward the floor-to-ceiling window. There, a lounge chair and a small round table awaited, adorned with a tea set and several books. Yunzhang envisioned a figure reclining on the lounge chair, lazily perusing a book, a faint smile gracing their lips. Yunzhang replied, "I will accompany you in cooking." Yunzhang initially intended to follow, but as he took a step, a sudden voice echoed in his subconscious, urging him to ascend the stairs. His legs moved uncontrollably toward the upper floor. The second floor housed the bedroom and study. Without needing to inquire, Yunzhang instinctively knew which room was the master bedroom. Upon pushing the door open, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, emanating from the diffuser atop the desk. He disregarded the room's layout, his focus unwavering as he approached the bedside cabinet. Pulling open the drawer revealed an unopened box of safety tea. Yunzhang was taken aback. Why was such an item present? A surge of annoyance washed over him. In addition to the safety tea, there lay a delicate small box. Yunzhang recognized that this was the object he sought. Attempting to ignore the box of safety tea, he picked up the small box, opened it, and discovered a necklace resting inside. It resembled a marble, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed to conceal the essence of a night sky. Stunned at the sight of the necklace, Yunzhang realized this was a keepsake from his mother, one he had worn throughout his life, its significance beyond measure. After traversing to this realm, he had not found the necklace on this body and presumed it had been lost by the previous owner. To his astonishment, it had turned up here. He felt an inkling as to why the necklace, named Starry Night, had appeared in this place. Yet he had been unable to find the right moment to present it. He tucked the small box into his pocket. Not hungry, Yunzhang cleared his throat softly, pressing a hand to his lips, and remarked, "I have something I wish to give you." Duan Yingtang noticed the man retrieving a small box from his pocket, resembling a decorative item. Yunzhang opened the box, and a necklace came into view. "Yes," he said, forcing a nod. "I bought it at a roadside stall for 10 yuan. Duan Yingtang examined the glass ball in her hand, remarking, "It doesn't seem like something worth 10 yuan. Yunzhang instructed, "Turn around. Let me put it on you." After adorning her, she added, "It feels somewhat incongruous with my identity as the president's wife." "What would befit your status as the president's wife?" Yunzhang asked, releasing his hand. "There, it's done." Duan Yingtang turned slightly, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with a teasing smile. Only the president is worthy of that title. Yunzhang's thoughts drifted to the box of safety items in the drawer, and his expression grew somewhat sullen as he tentatively spoke. "I saw that item in the drawer of the bedroom." Duan Yingtang, perplexed, replied, "What item?" Yunzhang hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate. "That one." Duan Yingtang blinked. "Which one?" Realizing she genuinely did not understand, Yunzhang finally clarified, the inappropriate item. Duan Yingtang paused for 2 seconds before comprehending what he meant. A faint blush crept to her ears, yet she maintained her composure, stating, "Isn't it quite normal for such items to be present in our room?" Chapter 96. When he returns, I shall disappear. Now, the silence enveloped Lu Yunzhan. It may be normal, but he was decidedly displeased. He wrapped his arms around her waist and gritted his teeth, declaring, "I intend to dispose of all those items." Duan Yingtang chuckled softly, "Suit yourself." As he discarded the item, he glanced at the expiration date, realizing it had elapsed 6 months prior. The production date was 3 years ago, which implied that this box of safety tea had been languishing in the drawer for quite some time. Duan Yingtang called him into the house for dinner. Lu Yunzhan reined in his thoughts and turned to enter the dwelling. He drove the car on their return journey, with Duan Yingtang seated beside him in the passenger seat. Observing the man's striking profile, she abruptly inquired, "Do you remember anything?" Lu Yunzhan's hand, resting on the steering wheel, paused momentarily, his expression betraying no emotion. "No," he replied curtly before alighting from the vehicle. She called out his name, Lu Yunzhan, yet he did not pause, continuing to walk away. Duan Yingtang quickly followed, grasping his arm. "You won't just disappear." Duan Yingtang felt a sense of helplessness at her fanciful thoughts regarding him. "You are the same person, you've merely lost your memory. Which is why you have forgotten the events of the past decade." Lu Yunzhan scoffed, "I could never be that kind of man." Duan Yingtang was momentarily taken aback. What kind of man? Realizing she had inadvertently let something slip, Lu Yunzhan pressed his lips together, falling silent. Noticing this, Duan Yingtang refrained from pressing further. She tugged at Lu Yunzhan's hand, urging him toward the car. "Let us get in first." Lu Yunzhan remained immobile, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. At that moment, the previously clear sky was suddenly pierced by a rumble of thunder. Lu Yunzhan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the bizarre weather. Who would have thought there could be a thunderstorm on such a sunny day? Duan Yingtang gazed at the seemingly endless ocean, sensing the impending storm. She released her grip on the man's arm, and Lu Yunzhan instinctively reached out to grasp her hand, but his fingers merely brushed against her skin. Leaning her elbow on the railing by the roadside, the sea breeze tousled her hair. At her words, Lu Yunzhan was momentarily taken aback, yet, unbeknownst to him, he began to feel that remaining here was rather pleasant. Suddenly, a smile graced Duan Yingtang's lips as she spoke softly, "You wouldn't be reluctant to part with me, would you?" Her words struck a deep chord within Lu Yunzhan, yet instead of reacting with the anger he once would have, he chose silence. Silence, in this case, was an acquiescence. Duan Yingtang mused, "I believe I have discerned the answer." A low chuckle escaped her, and as she lifted her gaze, her peach blossom eyes seemed to dance with the very blossoms themselves. "But we shall ultimately meet again." At 17, Lu Yunzhan had not encountered her, yet 7 years hence, fate would orchestrate their reunion during a blind date. Not long after, they would wed and revel in 3 years of passionate romance. Moments later, thunder rumbled once more, prompting Lu Yunzhan to break the silence. "Before our encounter, I shall not harbor affection for anyone." Duan Yingtang beamed, "I shall wait for you." As they settled into the car, the storm unleashed its fury. Sprinting from the parking area to the villa, this brief distance left them both drenched. Duan Yingtang fared slightly better, for Lu Yunzhan had removed his coat to shield her from the rain. In contrast, Lu Yunzhan appeared thoroughly drenched, resembling someone who had been retrieved from the depths of a body of water. Duan Yingtang removed her shoes and socks, barefooted as she entered the communal bathroom on the first floor, emerging with a clean towel in hand. She stood on her toes to wipe the droplets of water from the man's face, saying, "I shall fetch you some fresh clothes. You ought to take a warm shower to prevent catching a cold." Lu Yunzhan bowed his head to facilitate her drying his hair, his voice muffled as he uttered, "I apologize." Duan Yingtang smiled, "Why apologize? I shouldn't have been angry with you. Had it not been for your tantrum on the way, we wouldn't have been caught in the rain." She sighed, "I wasn't blaming you for my anger. Besides, how many times have you been upset with me?" Lu Yunzhan remained silent. Duan Yingtang lowered the towel. "All right, go take your shower. I will find you some clean clothes. It's too much trouble. I want to wear them anyway, as I will need to remove them for my shower later." As she turned to place the towel down, she was suddenly lifted off her feet by Lu Yunzhan. "If you don't wish to wear shoes, then I shall carry you upstairs," he declared. Duan Yingtang, feeling perfectly justified, wrapped her arms around his neck and feigned reluctance. "Very well then, I shall trouble you, dear classmate Lu." With a serious expression, Lu Yunzhan replied, "No trouble at all." Though it had been a year since their last visit, This villa still held the remnants of their honeymoon, having been their abode for half a month, preserving the essence of their previous stay, with the freshly laundered clothes exuding a faint fragrance of laundry detergent. Duan Yingtang retrieved the man's change of clothes and handed them to him, saying, "You can wash here while I go to the bathroom next door." Yunzhan cradled the neatly folded garments and murmured, "Can't we wash together?" Upon hearing this, Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow, a sly smile gracing her lips. "You should ask President Liu whether he agrees." Yunzhan, "What difference does it make if he doesn't agree? After all, this body still belongs to him." The 17-year-old Yunzhan. On the occasion of May 20th, Duan Bao happened to be filming out of town. After wrapping up her shoot and heading back to the hotel, she noticed a plethora of couples on the streets, each holding flowers, and it was only after a reminder from Xiao Ding that she realized today was the 520 festival. Tentatively, she sent a message, but it sank into silence. Duan Bao pondered, could it be that the young lady is upset? When her call went unanswered, the situation seemed increasingly dire. However, upon exiting the elevator and traversing the corridor to her room, she discovered a vibrant bouquet of crimson roses at her doorstep. Duan Bao, where did this come from? Among the roses lay a card, which read, "Rock, paper, scissors. Do you know what this means?" Duan Bao glanced around and then gestured with her right hand, mimicking the signs. Just as she indicated rock, a figure suddenly pressed against her from behind, enveloping her hand with a larger grasp. A deep, husky voice whispered in her ear, "It means I love you." Duan Bao chuckled softly, "What should I do now? It feels somewhat unrefined." "Xiao Lu, a yellow card warning once." Duan Bao turned around, wrapped her arms around the man's neck, and planted a kiss. "However, I quite like it." "Xiao Lu, like what? The flowers or me?" Duan Bao, "I like you. Happy 520, darling." Xiao Lu, "Happy 520, baby." Chapter 97. A good intention gone awry. Recognizing her at first glance, President Liu is still the 17-year-old boy devoid of memories, and thus cannot provide an answer. Consequently, the two ultimately parted ways to wash separately. As Duan Yingtang took her change of clothes to the adjacent bathroom, she mused, "Letting you believe that you and President Liu are two separate individuals means you cannot expect to share in President Liu's benefits." After her shower, though the evening was still early, the rain continued to pour relentlessly. Duan Yingtang received a call from Su He-tao, learning that they too were stranded outside. At that moment, a warm chest pressed against her back. Her slender waist was encircled by the man behind her, who murmured, "This rain is unlikely to cease anytime soon." Duan Yingtang relaxed against him, her tone languid. "Yes, it seems we will have to stay here for the night." Duan Yingtang brewed a cup of hot tea and set it on the small round table by the floor-to-ceiling window, then reclined in the lounge chair, leisurely playing on her phone. Outside, the roses were shedding a few petals under the rain, while the well-insulated window muffled the sound of the downpour to a gentle whisper. Strangely, this scene mirrored a moment that had appeared in his memories. Yunzhan was displeased again. Why must the memories of an old man constantly resurface to assert their presence? He is no longer a 30-year-old man, but rather a vibrant 17-year-old high school student. Can an older man not possess a sense of discretion akin to that of a missing person? Yunzhan spoke with an expressionless face. "It's washed. Undergarments cannot be washed in a machine. They must be hand-washed." As she held a basin of water, preparing to head to the bathroom, Yunzhan abruptly snatched the basin from her hands. With a stoic demeanor, he asserted, "I will wash it myself." Duan Yingtang replied, "I need to wash my own clothes." Yunzhan insisted, "I will wash them for you." Duan Yingtang, with a bemused smile, shot him a sidelong glance and said, "Very well. Then I shall entrust it to you, little Liu." Yunzhan's ears flushed crimson, and in a fit of embarrassed irritation, he retorted, "I absolutely will not." With that, he turned on his heel and strode directly to the bathroom, basin in hand. Yunzhan was not the sort of aloof young master untouched by the world. During his high school years, he had boarded at school without the luxury of a maid. Consequently, aside from his inability to cook, he had acquired a modicum of life skills. As night fell, the rain gradually subsided. Yunzhan argued, "I won't disturb you." Duan Yingtang coaxed him, "But just seeing you distracts me, and when I am distracted, I cannot cook well." Her words left Yunzhan feeling somewhat lightheaded. "Then I shall stand at the door. Is that acceptable?" At 8 o'clock in the evening, the rain finally ceased. Su He-tao chuckled on the other end of the phone. "Understood. Wishing you both a pleasant evening." Duan Yingtang, "You're overthinking it." After hanging up the phone, Yunzhan emerged from the study. Meng Yantong was unwell. The man sat down beside her feet, expressing his discontent. Duan Yingtang glanced up at the man's sullen expression and inquired, "What happened?" Lu Yunzhan scoffed. "She abandoned her work and ran off." "Where did Antong go?" Lu Yunzhang replied irritably, "Who knows where she is?" Though Lu Yunzhang had similar intentions, the thought of Meng Yintang neglecting her responsibilities infuriated him. Duan Yingtang attempted to call Meng Yintang, only to be met with the notification that her phone was turned off. It was rare for Yintang to switch off her phone. In the past, when Meng Yintang frequented nightclubs, her phone had also been off. Meng Yuqiu had rushed out to find her, only to encounter a series of car accidents. Fortunately, there were no significant issues, just some scrapes. However, when Meng Yintang learned of this and went to the hospital, she was reprimanded by Lu's father. This was the first time Lu's father had lost his temper with her, as her stepfather. He had always been rather indulgent towards his stepdaughter and had rarely been stern with her. Yet, due to her phone being off and causing Meng Yuqiu's worry for her safety, Lu's father scolded her for the first time. From that day on, Meng Yintang never switched off her phone again. Lu Yunzhang, having lost his memory, was unaware of this incident, but according to Assistant Zhao, Meng Yintang had been at the company that morning, yet vanished by the afternoon. Duan Yingtang suggested, "Perhaps we should send someone to look for her." Yintang is not the type to disregard the bigger picture. Lu Yunzhang was filled with frustration. She is a grown woman. Can she really just go missing? Though she uttered such words, she still contacted Daiyu, requesting his assistance in locating Meng Yintang. Naturally, Daiyu could not refuse the plea of a childhood friend. Duan Yingtang chuckled softly. "Oh, then go ahead and give him a thrashing. I will certainly not intervene." Lu Yunzhan looked at her in astonishment, his gaze seemingly inscribed with the words, "You truly won't intervene?" Duan Yingtang nodded earnestly. "Who asked Antong to act so unethically? Actually delaying our dear Lu's holiday?" As she spoke, her charming almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mirth. Lu Yunzhan, sullen, replied, "I am not upset merely because my holiday has been interrupted." Duan Yingtang grasped the man's intent and suddenly nestled into his embrace. "If you wish to come again, we can always return at any time." Lu Yunzhan held the soft fragrance of her form, resting his chin on her shoulder, murmuring softly, "Who knows if the next person accompanying you will still be me?" At this thought, he instinctively tightened his embrace around the girl. He would recognize her at first glance. Chapter 98, Departing from Haidang Island, an unexpected encounter. Su Hetao intended to enjoy a few more days, thus choosing not to leave with them. Duan Yingtang cast a light glance in her direction. "Your timing is quite rigid. The celebration of Grandpa He's birthday banquet is set for next Monday." Su Hetao seems to plan to go directly to the banquet upon landing. Su Hetao innocently blinked. "I merely believe that Haidang Island is a splendid place for a holiday, hence my desire to stay a bit longer." Duan Yingtang chose not to expose her subtle intentions. For Haidang Island was under the jurisdiction of the Lu family, and Su Hetao would not encounter any trouble here. The private jet was already prepared. 4 hours later, the aircraft landed at a certain helipad in Cloud City. Upon disembarking, she spotted Assistant Zhao standing not far away. He shook his head. "Mr. Lu said Miss Yintang is unwell." He let out a cold scoff, believing that Meng Yintang's excuse for idleness could have been more credible. Lu Yunzhan remarked, "What is there to admire about her? Perhaps her illness is mere pretense." Duan Yingtang countered, "Doesn't father have the ability to discern whether Yintang is truly ill?" Lu Yunzhan was about to argue that Lu's father wasn't a doctor, thus incapable of making such a judgment, but was interrupted by Assistant Zhao. "Mr. Lu, there are numerous tasks awaiting your attention at the company." Lu Yunzhan's expression shifted to one of indifference. "Understood." Duan Yingtang stepped closer, resting her hand on the man's shoulder, and lightly pecked his lips on her tiptoes. "See you tonight." Only then did Lu Yunzhan appear satisfied as he boarded the car driven by Assistant Zhao. Meng Yuqiu had gone to work and was not at home, while Lu's father had arranged to go fishing in the park with an old friend. The car halted at the entrance, where the butler approached. "Young madam, the young lady is resting in her room. Dr. Su visited this morning and found no significant issues. She merely has a slight fever and cold from being caught in the rain last night." Duan Yingtang was unaware that it had rained in Cloud City the previous night. She and Lu Yunzhan had also been caught in the rain, but perhaps due to their robust constitutions, they had not fallen ill. She instructed the butler to attend to his duties and not to mind her. Duan Yingtang ascended the staircase, making her way toward Meng Yintang's room. She rapped gently on the door, inquiring, "Yintang, may I come in?" A narrow slit in the door opened, allowing her a fleeting glance inside. To her surprise, The ailing figure who should have been resting in bed was conspicuously absent. A flicker of confusion crossed Duan Yingtang's face. Where could she be? With a sense of determination, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Surveying the room, her gaze was drawn to a figure clad in white perched on the balcony. Approaching, she discovered Meng Yingtang seated on a cushion, sipping from a bottle of beer. Meng Yingtang was dressed in a delicate white embroidered shirt, and without hesitation, Duan Yingtang retrieved a blanket from within the room, draping it over her. Have you no sense of being a patient? You ought to wear warmer clothing. At that moment, Meng Yingtang seemed somewhat disheartened, her gaze lost in contemplation of the view beyond the balcony. Noticing this, Duan Yingtang settled beside her, teasing lightly, why the long face? Have you suffered a heartbreak? At last, Meng Yingtang responded, exhaling a soft sigh. I haven't experienced a breakup. It's just that I encountered an old friend. Duan Yingtang detected a pause when she mentioned the word friend, suggesting that this individual was far from ordinary. Who did you run into? An ex-boyfriend? She probed. Meng Yingtang replied, in a sense, yes, but also no. To be precise, it is my first love. A spark of realization ignited within Duan Yingtang, and she tentatively ventured a name. Guzheng? Meng Yingtang turned her gaze toward her, astonished. How did you know? Duan Yingtang explained, your brother mentioned it to me. A heavy silence enveloped Meng Yingtang. Duan Yingtang inquired, when did you two part ways? Meng Yingtang, a freshman, pondered, may I inquire as to the reasons behind our breakup? Observing her demeanor, it was evident that she had yet to move on from her former partner. If she still held feelings for him, what prompted their separation? A self-deprecating smile crossed Meng Yingtang's lips as she murmured, what other reason could there be? He simply does not like me. In truth, she had never anticipated encountering him again. She whispered to herself, after our breakup, he withdrew from school. Upon hearing this news, she found it rather amusing that he would go to such lengths to avoid her. Consequently, not long after, Meng Yingtang also left the country. During her years abroad, she found herself in numerous relationships, none lasting beyond 6 months, with the briefest lasting merely a single night. Just last night, she had agreed to a confession, only to regret it the following day. Yet deep down, she recognized that she could not love another as she had loved Guzheng. Duan Yingtang inquired, so, what are your intentions? Do you plan to rekindle old flames? Meng Yingtang chuckled, am I really that foolish? In this world, how often do broken mirrors reunite? Moreover, these are two entirely mismatched pieces. She added, I merely feel a bit chilly and wish to indulge in some wine to warm myself. Duan Yingtang cast her a sidelong glance. Do you genuinely believe that? You abruptly abandoned your responsibilities at the company, leaving assistant Zhao unable to locate you and compelled to reach out to Azan instead. Well, Azan and I harbor no grievances towards you. She hesitated. Well, perhaps Azan does hold a slight grudge. Meng Yingtang raised an eyebrow, displaying a keen self-awareness as she remarked, has my brother even taken possession of my heart? Duan Yingtang could not help but chuckle. Is it not true that they are indeed siblings? He arbitrarily entrusted the company to me and then whisked you away for a vacation, a matter for which I have yet to hold him accountable. Chapter 99. The heirloom of one's biological mother, a devotion of body and soul. Duan Yingtang inquired with curiosity, how did you know this was a gift from Yunzhan? What did you say? Did you imply that this necklace is extraordinarily precious, significant to him, and that he bestowed upon you an heirloom from his biological mother, thereby rendering you bound to him in devotion? Meng Yingtang teased with a playful smirk. Duan Yingtang shook his head. No. He mentioned he casually purchased it from a roadside vendor. Meng Yingtang nearly stumbled in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment. Purchased from a roadside vendor? Duan Yingtang examined the necklace closely. From its craftsmanship, it certainly does not appear to be a mere trinket worth $10. Meng Yingtang responded. Could it be that Yunzhan has not informed his sister-in-law of the true significance of this necklace? She continued. Father mentioned previously that this necklace was bought for 8 million during Yunzhan's birthday, a gift from his mother, which he has since kept close to him, stating he would only give it to someone he truly cherishes. Today marks the first instance of seeing it. However, just as the car departed from the Liu residence, she instructed the driver to make a stop at the Liang household first. The Liang family was not home. Yet the servants recognized her and did not impede her entry. Duan Yingtang was not there to forge connections with the Liang family. She ascended directly to the second floor, making her way toward a room at the very end of the corridor. Kneeling down, Duan Yingtang pulled out a cardboard box from beneath the bed. Within the confines of the box lay remnants of the past, certificates of achievement, trophies, and postcards gifted by classmates from her school days. Duan Yingtang sifted through the contents and eventually unearthed a rather time-worn notebook, a cherished relic left behind by her mother. As she opened the notebook, a key tumbled forth from its pages. "Are there guests at home?" Liang Jinxiu inquired of the servant upon entering. "Yes," the servant replied. Liang Jingyuan's pace suddenly quickened. Observing his agitation, Liang Jinxiu scoffed. "What are you in such a rush for? They are undoubtedly not here to see you." Liang Jingyuan's gaze fell upon the cardboard box cradled in her arms. "Now that you have retrieved your belongings, why do you linger?" Liang Jinxiu pressed. Duan Yingtang replied with a nonchalant tone, "I was just about to leave." "Don't bother seeing me off," Liang Jinxiu retorted. Liang Jingyuan's lips moved as if to entreat her to stay, yet ultimately, no words escaped his mouth. Duan Yingtang spared neither Liang's siblings a glance and departed without hesitation. Indeed, she had perused the contents of the notebook numerous times, yet each reading evoked a distinct emotional resonance. The key was that of her family home. It was through the discovery of this notebook that she had first come upon the key. However, the residence purchased by her parents was not situated in Yun City, but rather in Tong City, several hundred kilometers away. The house remained uninhabited, rendering it merely a structure rather than a home. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it would be the following Monday, the day commemorating the patriarch of the He family's birthday. Duan Yingtang. Powerless gesture. Although the birthday banquet begins at 7 in the evening, the flight from Cloud City to Smoke City takes over 3 hours. After reaching Smoke City, there will be makeup and styling to consider. Thus, it is indeed necessary to catch a flight in the morning. The celebration of the patriarch of the He family is a significant event within the upper echelons of Smoke City. Both invitees and those who were not invited are eager to partake in the festivities. Such occasions attract prominent figures, and establishing connections here could greatly facilitate business dealings. Only Lu Yunzhan has come from the Lu family, accompanied by his wife and sister. Lu father and Meng Yuqiu have not attended. The He and Lu families are both illustrious clans, one located in Cloud City and the other in Smoke City. For Lu Yunzhan, the current head of the Lu family, to personally attend the birthday celebration demonstrates the mutual respect between the two families. Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, a middle-aged man at the forefront greeted them respectfully, Miss Meng. This man, the steward of the Su family, accompanied them to Smoke City. Zheng Shu, with a warm smile, added, "The eldest young master has arranged accommodations for the 3 of you. Please, allow us to escort you." The residence arranged by the Su family's eldest son is a private mansion owned by the Su family in this area, where they also reside. "No need." Meng Yintang replied cheerfully, "Our Lu family has our own property in Smoke City. We wouldn't want to impose on Uncle Su and the others." Duan Yingtang then commented, "We greatly appreciate the kind offer from eldest brother Su, but as for accommodation, Ajahn has made all necessary arrangements." Before Uncle Zheng's arrival, he had already contemplated this scenario. The Lu family's profound heritage, although not rooted in Yin City, has established certain connections here. Uncle Zheng did not insist, saying, "Then we shall escort you, along with young Master Lu and Miss Meng." In Chapter 100, stealing fragrance when one is unaware, an act typically associated with older men. The caretaker, having received prior notice, had already brought individuals to tidy up the villa. Meng Yintang stretched lazily and suddenly flopped onto the sofa, exclaiming, "I'm utterly exhausted." Lu Yunzhan, unable to bear the sight of her in such a state, nudged her calf and signaled, "Move aside, let your sister-in-law sit." Duan Yingtang replied, "I'm perfectly fine sitting here." Lu Yunzhan then took a seat beside her, inquiring, "Are you tired? Would you like to go upstairs and rest for a while? The birthday banquet doesn't commence until this evening." Duan Yingtang shook her head. "I'm all right." Observing her weariness, Lu Yunzhan suggested, "If you don't wish to go upstairs, lean on my shoulder and take a short nap." Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow, her peach blossom eyes dancing with a playful glint. "Why don't you just hold me while I sleep?" Lu Yunzhan replied with a straight face, "If that is what you desire, it is certainly an option." Meng Yintang raised her hand. Hey, I'm still here. Can't you see me, a living person?" As she attempted to protest further, Lu Yunzhan cast her a cold glance, prompting her to instantly retreat into silence. Although Duan Yingtang hadn't intended to sleep, perhaps lulled by Lu Yunzhan's gentle fragrance, she unknowingly drifted off. The entire living room enveloped in tranquility and warmth, reminiscent of moments he had experienced before. Lu Yunzhan. It was the work of an older man, not him. Lu Yunzhan encircled her with one arm while holding a book with the other. His jawline was sharp and clean, his handsome features resembling a masterpiece crafted by the hands of a deity. His expression was serious, faintly revealing the aloof demeanor of the esteemed President Lu, until the man lowered his gaze and met her shimmering, doe-like eyes. Awake? Duan Yingtang nodded and, with a hint of affection, snuggled against his chest. Yes, then you should get up. The man's expression grew somewhat peculiar, as if he were reluctant to speak. My leg is numb. Duan Yingtang couldn't suppress a chuckle. Indeed, he was still the same classmate Lu. Lu Yunzhan felt a mix of embarrassment and anger at her laughter. What are you laughing at? Whose fault do you think it is that my leg is numb? With a stoic face, he stubbornly declared, It's fine. Duan Yingtang sensed the tautness of the muscles beneath her hand and lifted her gaze to the man. A mischievous thought crossed her mind, and she slowly began to tease him, her hand inching dangerously close to a certain area. Just as she was about to make contact, her hand was suddenly seized. Lu Yunzhan's dark, phoenix-like eyes bore into hers, his voice low and husky from restraint. That part isn't numb. No need. He awkwardly shifted his leg. My leg is already fine. Duan Yingtang eyed him suspiciously. Is it? Lu Yunzhan nodded impassively. Amused, Duan Yingtang understood the importance of moderation. After all, if she provoked the young lady into anger, it would be her responsibility to soothe her afterwards. Duan Yingtang ascended the stairs to change her attire, while Lu Yunzhan remained seated on the sofa for an extended period before finally rising to depart. There was no need to seek out a stylist or makeup artist, as Meng Antong possessed these skills herself. Meng Antong nodded in satisfaction at her masterpiece, which resembled a beauty emerging from the picturesque water towns of Jiangnan. Duan Yingtang seldom wore a qipao, likely due to her appearance. When she donned one, it inexplicably imbued her with an air of graceful charm. Yet under Meng Antong's adept makeup artistry, her striking beauty was tempered, leaving her enchanting peach blossom eyes still shimmering with allure. Lu Yunzhan had little need for embellishment. Clad in a black suit that enveloped his robust physique, he presented a tall and handsome figure, exuding an air of noble elegance. Hearing commotion from the staircase, he turned to look, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment crossing his gaze, as if a memory were surfacing from the depths of his mind. Duan Yingtang approached in her high heels, her fan snapping open with a flourish as she leisurely waved it. Sir, why do I feel that you look a bit familiar? Lu Yunzhan, what is this about? Had Duan Yingtang also lost her memory? Wait, why did he use the word also? As she stepped closer, her manicured nails brushed against his shoulder, her voice laced with a teasing mirth. You seem just like my husband. Lu Yunzhan. He grasped the delicate, fair hand of the girl, his large palm enveloping her soft, slender fingers. What did she mean by seem like? Looking at her alabaster hand, he thought to himself, I am indeed your husband. Duan Yingtang could no longer continue, her delicate arms draped around the man's neck as she eagerly inquired. How do I look in this outfit today? Is it beautiful? Naturally, Xiao Lu was delighted by such a sight. With the addition of this beauty mark, her features had indeed softened somewhat, imparting a touch of endearing charm. Lu Yunzhan, unfamiliar with cosmetics, did not comprehend why Meng Antong had adorned his wife with a faux mole, yet he refrained from uttering any unrefined remarks. Meng Antong, equally resplendent in a striking red qipao, wore makeup that was both innocent and alluring. According to her, she intended to don such a vivid qipao to attract her next boyfriend at the birthday banquet, seemingly having cast aside thoughts of a recent encounter with her first love that had left her utterly captivated. Chapter 101, The Birthday Banquet. Only his wife at 7 o'clock in the evening, the He family estate stood resplendent. The luxurious yet timeless manor was encircled by a cadre of trained bodyguards, with 2 stationed at each post. For anyone with ulterior motives, slipping inside was utterly impossible. Media reporters, invited to the event, lingered outside, eager to capture the unprecedented grandeur of the celebration. The intricately carved main gate swung open, and luxury vehicles arrived in succession, dazzling the eyes with their opulence. Elegantly dressed socialites and heirs emerged from their cars, wearing perfectly poised smiles as they stepped with grace, led by the He family's servants into the estate. On this occasion, the media were truly enlightened, as titans of industry and influential figures, seldom seen in public, graced this extraordinary birthday banquet. As I reflect upon the esteemed position of the He family in the smoky city, I cannot help but eagerly press the shutter to capture the presence of these illustrious figures. Such an occasion naturally attracts a plethora of stars and celebrities. However, Those fortunate enough to receive an invitation are either of great renown within the industry or have married into affluent families. Is that not Xiao Jian? There are rumors that she is what a wealthy businessman, and the man she is linked arm in arm with must surely be her husband. The foremost stars of the entertainment realm are present, truly affirming that Mengxing is the leading titan of the industry. In just a brief moment, I have already captured the images of no fewer than 10 actresses who have ascended into high society through marriage. Alas, the looks of their husbands leave much to be desired. Yet, who cares about appearances when one has successfully married into wealth? There are many beautiful and youthful actresses who have wed company executives old enough to be their fathers. Despite the rampant gossip, the media's lens has not faltered. Of course, the photographs they capture must first be shown to the He family. Only with their consent can these images be disseminated. No one dares to act otherwise. For to offend the He family is to jeopardize one's livelihood. The media is acutely aware that these tycoons will not allow their images to circulate freely. Thus they primarily focus on the stars. At this moment, a black Maybach pulls up at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, the media witnesses the young lady of the Su family hastily emerging from the estate, her gown in hand, followed closely by Su family's third young master. A chorus of puzzled expressions arises among the media. Who could be the occupant of that vehicle? To everyone's astonishment, both Miss Su and the 3,000 members of the Su family personally emerged to greet them. Amidst the throng of onlookers, the rear door of the vehicle swung open. A long leg, encased in tailored trousers, first stepped out, followed by the tall and elegant figure of a man, culminating in a strikingly handsome visage. The gathered media collectively gasped. Who was this individual? A celebrity? When had the entertainment industry ever boasted such a paragon of beauty? It was not until an older, more seasoned journalist spoke up that clarity emerged. If I am not mistaken, this gentleman appears to be the head of the Liu family. The Liu family? The one from Yun City? Goodness. Even the head of the Liu family from Yun City has arrived. Old Master He's banquet is indeed a grand affair. Yet, there was still someone inside the car. The man who had descended first turned back to extend his hand toward the car door, and in the next moment, a delicate, fair hand rested upon his palm as a graceful figure leaned out from within. Her features were exquisitely refined, with her long hair elegantly styled, and a small mole gracing the tip of her nose, softening her striking beauty. A slender neck, reminiscent of a swan, adorned with a necklace, complemented her azure cheephao, which accentuated her enchanting silhouette. Every gesture exuded an air of nobility, yet it was her mesmerizing, glimmering peach blossom eyes that truly captivated the onlookers. The media gasped once more. Who could this enchanting lady be? Duan Yingtang was unable to grasp Lu Yunzhan's arm, as he held her hand tightly instead. Before their exit, she had been engaged by Madame Su in welcoming the guests. Had it not been for the butler's announcement of the Liu family head's arrival, she would likely still be entangled in her duties. Duan Yingtang, with her charming peach blossom eyes, remarked, "Pardon my ignorance. I failed to recognize them." Su Hatao naturally linked her arm with hers, mumbling about her elder brother's shortcomings. Meng Yantong, the third young master of the Su family, reached out and pulled his sister closer. Uncle has pressing matters to attend to and cannot personally welcome young Master Liu. So he has sent me and Tao Dao to greet you. Lu Yunzhan nodded slightly. I appreciate it. As the group entered the estate, the media had yet to react. It was rumored that the head of the Liu family had married 3 years prior, and the only person who could walk hand in hand with him was undoubtedly his wife. To their surprise, young Master Liu's wife was exceptionally beautiful. Yet, why did she seem somewhat familiar? Hadn't there been photos circulating online of President Liu taking his wife to a shooting range? Perhaps that was when she had caught their eye, for who would pay attention to a small-time celebrity who barely registered on the radar? Stepping into the brilliantly lit and opulent banquet hall, the Su siblings led their guests towards the elderly Mr. He, who was conversing with old friends on the sofa. The third young master of the Su family approached the elderly gentleman, who wore reading glasses, and whispered, "Grandfather, the eldest young master of the Liu family and his wife have arrived." The old man looked up, his naturally aged face breaking into a warm smile. "Is it Yunzhan? I often hear certain old foxes mention you. Indeed, you resemble your father. Truly, a tiger begets no dog." Lu Yunzhan humbly replied, "You flatter me." The elderly gentleman affectionately tapped his granddaughter's brow and remarked, "It's a pity you are not a boy. Otherwise, if you were to speak such words, it would surely provoke young Master Liu's ire." Lu Yunzhang spoke with an air of calm, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your admiration, Miss Su. My spouse possesses admirable qualities. Not only do you appreciate her, but I do as well. Duan Yingtang remained silent, extending her congratulations for the elder's birthday while presenting a gift. With that, Yunzhan and the others refrained from further intruding upon the elder's presence. Are you hungry? He inquired, leaning closer to her ear due to the din in the hall. Duan Yingtang, equally close, replied, not particularly. I had a late lunch, so I'm not very hungry now. Chapter 102. Keep your distance. I do not wish to upset you given Yunzhan's esteemed status, despite the presence of many older individuals. They all greeted him with amiable smiles, addressing him as General Lu. Their brief respite from social obligations was soon interrupted as another individual approached, drink in hand, eager to forge a connection with Yunzhan. Overwhelmed by the incessant attention, he contemplated erecting a sign that read, "Keep your distance." Although unable to do so, his chilly demeanor and distinctly aloof presence were sufficient to deter most. Duan Yingtang quietly savored the dessert before her, occasionally offering Yunzhan a few delectable bites. Unlike the men fixated solely on business and profit, the women were captivated by Yunzhan's stature and appearance. As the head of the Lu family, and remarkably handsome to boot, he was indeed a sight to behold. It was a pity, however, that he had married at a young age. Yet, the upper echelons of society were rife with secrets. Many wealthy businessmen, despite being married, maintained extramarital affairs. Moreover, Yunzhan's marriage was a product of a business alliance, making such unions particularly susceptible to dissolution. Duan Yingtang's expression was serene as she lifted a piece of dessert to Yunzhan's lips, seemingly indifferent to the chatter of the surrounding women. Yunzhan, candidly, felt somewhat sated, yet, when his beloved offered, he would consume even poison if necessary. Sweets, after all, could become cloying when overindulged, especially considering Yunzhan was not particularly fond of them. Duan Yingtang inquired, "Would you care for a drink?" Yunzhan nodded affirmatively. Duan Yingtang then presented him with a glass of beverage, her tone leisurely. "Ajahn, do you not sense the buzzing of mosquitoes around us?" Yunzhan nodded in agreement. "My dear, have you only just noticed? Those mosquitoes have been persistent for quite some time. Their audacity knows no bounds." The women, feeling the sting of his insinuation, lost their composure and departed. Duan Yingtang cast a knowing glance at the man beside her, a smile playing on her lips. "You do have a rather sharp tongue." Yunzhan raised an eyebrow. "Is my honesty displeasing to you?" Duan Yingtang chuckled softly, then languidly leaned against his shoulder. "Not at all." With one arm around her waist and the other holding the drink, Yunzhan asked, "Would you like a sip?" Duan Yingtang regarded him. "You have already tasted it." With that, she leaned forward, grasping the straw to take a sip, "But I do not find you unpalatable." In their intimate exchange, they created an insular bubble, impervious to the outside world. After a while, the current head of the He family, Su's brother-in-law, approached them to extend his greetings. Despite not being married, her uncle's affairs with various lovers have been nearly unceasing. The saying "passing through a garden of flowers without touching a single petal" aptly describes him. However, he is selective, famously avoiding virgins. Duan Yingtang glanced at the bespectacled man whose demeanor exuded elegance, and quietly inquired of Su Hetao, with so many women in his life, has he never fathered an illegitimate child? There were indeed women who aspired to secure a place in the He family by bearing her uncle's child. Yet he never afforded them the opportunity. His precautions were more rigorous than those in construction. Now at 30, her uncle had been urged by the elder Mr. He to marry and start a family years ago, but it is rumored that he harbors a lingering affection for a first love from university, who eventually moved abroad, leading to their separation. The bittersweet nature of their first love likely still haunts him, which explains his prolonged bachelorhood. Duan Yingtang refrained from commenting on others' romantic lives, merely indulging in the gossip. The media submitted captured photographs to the He family for review, and after the head of the family, perused them, he allowed only 3 to be released to the press. He was already aware of her friendship with Yunzhan's wife and waved his hand, saying, "Take them." "Thank you, uncle." The compensation from the film crew had arrived. When Mingwei, wishing to refrain from taking advantage of her, paid her own medical expenses upon receiving the compensation, she drove to the company to find Sister Zhou, only to be promptly dispatched by her to a distant location for filming. Moreover, it had already been over half a month. For the first time, Yunzhan felt discontent with her profession. The two had only been able to communicate through their phones these past few days. Sometimes they would keep the video call active. Yet they found themselves at a loss for words, each engrossed in their own activities, yet neither dared to suggest ending the call. On this particular day, Yunzhan received a call from Dayu. Yilin was preparing to travel abroad again, and a farewell banquet was being held for him at a private mansion. Consequently, Dayu reached out to Yunzhan. Yunzhan still harbored some curiosity regarding Yilin's previous mention of an older man who had once been fond of a junior. So he did not hesitate to accept the invitation. Surrounded by a group of young people, the atmosphere quickly grew lively as they bid farewell to a friend. Yunzhan refrained from drinking alcohol, choosing instead to sip his beverage slowly, when suddenly, he pulled the guest of honor at the banquet over. Yilin stumbled a couple of steps. "Lu Gu, what is the matter? Last time, you mentioned you liked a junior in college. What happened next?" Yilin appeared bewildered. "Huh?" Yunzhan clicked his tongue lightly. "I'm asking what happened afterward. Did I pursue her?" Yilin cautiously replied. "I sent her milk tea and tried to bump into her by chance. Does that count as pursuing?" Yunzhan frowned. "What else? Did I confess to her?" Yilin's eyes were clouded with confusion. "Lu Gu, why are you asking me these things? Don't you remember?" Yunzhan maintained a calm demeanor. "I don't recall." Yilin was taken aback. "How could you, at such a young age, be afflicted with forgetfulness?" "I did not confess," he replied. At those words, Yunzhan couldn't help but feel a quiet sense of relief. "Do you know her name?" Yilin shook his head. "I don't know." Yunzhan glanced at him with a hint of disdain. "How can you know nothing?" Yilin remained silent. Chapter 103, Alma Mater. "You and Senior Lu are married," Dayu approached, placing a hand on Yilin's shoulder. "What are you two discussing?" Yilin thought there was nothing inappropriate to share and replied, "Lu Gu is asking me about some matters from university." Dayu was aware of Yunzhan's amnesia, and upon hearing this, he did not display the same puzzled expression as Yilin had earlier. Instead, he spoke thoughtfully, "Speaking of which, the 70th anniversary celebration of Yunjing University is approaching. A couple of days ago, Lao Yin called me, saying the school wishes to invite a group of distinguished alumni to give speeches and asked me to help coordinate." Yilin shrugged. "I have a flight tomorrow. I certainly can't attend the anniversary celebration." Dayu turned to Yunzhan. "It's rare for Lao Yin to ask us for a favor. Yunzhan, could you lend a hand and make an appearance?" Lao Yin was a friend they had grown up with, who stayed on at Yunjing University as a teaching assistant after graduating and had finally secured a position as an academic advisor in recent years. Yunzhan pondered for a few seconds before responding, "When is it?" Dayu replied, "This Saturday." His face was illuminated by the glow of the phone screens, the elegantly arched lashes casting a subtle shadow on his eyelids. His lips were slightly parted, revealing a glimpse of his pink tongue, while his breathing remained calm and steady. Yunzhan gazed quietly for a moment, then suddenly leaned closer to the serene face on the screen, gently placing a soft kiss at the corner of her lips. "Good night, darling." Despite Duan Yingtang's usual laziness, she approached her work with utmost seriousness and dedication. Day in and day out, she diligently followed the crew without a hint of complaint about fatigue or hardship. "Tangjia, your phone seemed to ring just now," someone remarked. As Duan Yingtang sipped her plum juice, she took her phone and discovered a missed call from an unfamiliar number. Just as she contemplated ignoring it, the caller rang again. Duan Yingtang answered, "Hello?" "Yes, it's me," she replied. "Great. I was worried I had dialed the wrong number." The woman on the other end exclaimed with relief. Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow slightly. "May I ask who this is?" "It's Tsinyu. Don't you remember me?" Of course, she recalled. They had been college roommates and had maintained a decent relationship. However, after graduation, their paths diverged, and their bond had naturally weakened. "Yingtang, are you busy lately?" Tsinyu inquired from the other end of the line. "Not particularly. The school's anniversary celebration is approaching, and the faculty has asked me to invite you as an outstanding alumnus," Tsinyu explained. They were not only roommates but also classmates. Most of their peers were either abroad or unable to find the time, so she wondered if Yingtang could make it. Duan Yingtang hesitated. "When is it?" "This Saturday," Tsinyu replied. Duan Yingtang did not respond immediately, merely stating, "I am currently filming in another city and am uncertain if I can attend." Tsinyu remarked, "Look at me. I almost forgot that you work in the entertainment industry. You must be quite busy. It's perfectly fine. If you're unavailable, I shall inquire with others." Speaking of which, it seems that Chu Muching is also in the entertainment field, right? Have you two ever crossed paths? Oh, then you focus on your work. I will reach out to others. However, on that Saturday, the investors unexpectedly paid a visit, leading the director to take several leading actors to dine with the benefactor. granting the entire crew a half-day break. Lu Yunzhan canceled his afternoon engagements and, accompanied by Daiyu, made their way to Yunjing University. Since their graduation, the university had undergone significant renovations, expanding far beyond the scale it had when they last attended. Old Yin personally greeted them. "You are indeed loyal," he said, playfully patting Daiyu on the shoulder, while refraining from jesting with Lu Yunzhan. As they walked together toward the auditorium, Old Yin reminisced about some mischievous incidents from their childhood, allowing Lu Yunzhan to shed some of the unfamiliarity he felt. Upon reaching a particular building, Old Yin suddenly shifted the conversation. "Lu Gu, you should remember this place, right?" Lu Yunzhan cast him a questioning glance. Old Yin chuckled. "It was here that you first laid eyes on your junior." Lu Yunzhan slightly furrowed his brow. Old Yin pointed across the way. "The finance college is over there." That day, as we exited the cafeteria, a girl emerged from there, and the moment you saw her, you were utterly transfixed. As the conversation unfolded, two figures indeed emerged from the college building across the way. In the next moment, Lu Yunzhan strode purposefully towards them as if he had spotted someone familiar. Lao Yin called out, "Hey, where are you going, Brother Lu?" Daiyu squinted to discern the individuals exiting the structure. "What? Why is my sister-in-law here?" Lao Yin, perplexed, responded, "Huh? What are you talking about, Brother Dai?" Duan Yingtang was engaged in a conversation with Xinyu when suddenly her arm was firmly grasped. She turned to see Lu Yunzhan's face, a blend of inscrutable emotions. Duan Yingtang exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Lu Yunzhan's gaze was heavy as he replied, "That is a question I should be asking you. Your alma mater?" Lu Yunzhan paused momentarily. "You are also from Yunjing University?" At that moment, Xinyu finally grasped the situation. "You are Senior Lu?" It was unexpected to encounter him here at school. Xinyu glanced between Duan Yingtang and Lu Yunzhan, then cautiously inquired, Yingtang, do you know Senior Lu?" Duan Yingtang gestured towards their intertwined hands. "Allow me to introduce. This is my husband." She then turned to Lu Yunzhan and added, "This is my college roommate, Xinyu." Xinyu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Husband? You married Senior Lu?" Duan Yingtang nodded, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. "You call him Senior Lu? Did you know each other before?" Xinyu replied, "Senior Lu may not recognize me, but I have seen him a few times." Duan Yingtang gazed at the man who was pouting slightly in a sulky manner. "I never expected you to be a graduate of Yunjing University as well. Which year did you graduate?" Lu Yunzhan replied, "How would I know? I haven't even graduated from high school." Duan Yingtang paused, recalling that this young lady had indeed lost her memory. In Chapter 104, liking you feels like wearing a green hat. While Lu Yunzhan couldn't remember, Daiyu had a clear recollection. Before he even arrived, his voice was already heard. "Sister-in-law. We graduated in the 2X class." Duan Yingtang nodded. 3 years ahead of us." Daiyu could not help but express his amazement. "I can't believe you're also from Yunjing University. This world is rather small, isn't it?" Old Yin interjected, "Brother Dai, is this the wife of Brother Lu?" Daiyu had missed Lu Yunzhan's wedding due to prior commitments and had never seen what kind of wife he had married. "Indeed," Daiyu confirmed. Old Yin hurriedly greeted her. "Hello, sister-in-law. I am Brother Lu's childhood friend. You can call me Old Yin." Duan Yingtang slightly nodded. "Hello." Old Yin scrutinized her for a moment. "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." Daiyu chimed in. "Sister-in-law is an actress. You must have seen her in a television drama." However, Old Yin shook his head. "I don't watch television dramas." "Well, good-looking people often seem somewhat familiar." Daiyu playfully wrapped his arm around Old Yin's neck. "Yunzhan, we will head over first. You and sister-in-law can take your time." He also took Xinyu along with them. Duan Yingtang turned to the man beside her. "What's wrong? Are you still upset?" Lu Yunzhan cast a sidelong glance at her, remaining silent. Duan Yingtang found it amusing and coaxed him. "I truly did not intend to keep this from you. I merely wished to surprise you. Who would have thought we would be alumni? However, I did not anticipate that Senior Lu was quite renowned. What is famous is the old man, not me," he retorted, pausing momentarily before adding, "Yet my reputation in high school was not any lesser than his." Duan Yingtang replied, Indeed, you were the school heartthrob back then, while Mr. Lu could at best be considered the college heartthrob." Duan Yingtang inquired, "Aren't you both sporting the same visage? Moreover, I have yet to see what you looked like in high school." Lu Yunzhan pressed, "So, do you favor me or him?" Duan Yingtang feigned enthusiasm. "I like you. I like you." Lu Yunzhan detected her insincerity, displeased with her nonchalance. "Would you choose him or me?" Duan Yingtang was at a loss for words. Realizing that choosing him would essentially mean selecting the other, The absurdity of amnesia manifested in the splitting of identities, akin to donning a green hat for another. Duan Yingtang exclaimed, "Wake up! Yunzhan has lost his memory. Have you also suffered a blow to your intellect?" She hastily diverted the conversation. "Did you not state that you do not recall the events of the past decade? How then did you come to attend the anniversary celebration of Yunjing University?" Yunzhan, indeed distracted, replied, "It was old Yin who invited me. He is an academic advisor at Yunjing University." Duan Yingtang casually inquired, "Upon your arrival, do you have any impressions of this place? Or have you recalled anything?" Yunzhan simply stated no. Upon arriving at the auditorium, Daiyu and others awaited their arrival at the entrance. Daiyu suggested, "Why not greet the instructor?" Duan Yingtang, understanding the unspoken cue, replied, "You go ahead. Xinyu and I shall meet a few classmates." Amused yet exasperated, Duan Yingtang thought to herself that she was hardly a child. "All right, I will heed Senior Lu's advice." After Yunzhan and Daiyu departed, Xinyu mustered the courage to inquire, "Ying, have you truly married Senior Lu?" Duan Ying strolled leisurely into the auditorium, affirming, "Indeed." Xinyu followed suit, exclaiming, "I had heard rumors of your marriage, but I never imagined your spouse would be Senior Lu." Suddenly realizing, she added, "Does that mean you are now the president's wife of the Lu Corporation?" Duan Ying chuckled, "Is your reaction time a tad too prolonged?" Xinyu was astonished, "My goodness. I have unwittingly been roommates with the president's wife for 4 years. Yingtang, you are exceedingly discreet," she remarked, instinctively lowering her voice. "I hope I am not the first to learn this." After a moment of contemplation, Duan Yingtang responded, "Perhaps so." The sensation of harboring a secret known only to oneself was rather exhilarating. "I never would have guessed," Xinyu probed with curiosity. "How did you two come to know one another?" Duan Yingtang replied, "It was a marriage of convenience." Xinyu recalled having seen reports online regarding the Lu Corporation president's marriage being a business alliance. Typically, such unions lack emotional foundations. Some couples even enter matrimony having met only once. This is the impression of a commercial marriage in Xinyu's mind. And she couldn't help but look at her with concern. "So you too?" Duan Yingtang replied, "Our relationship is quite good now." Xinyu noticed it too. When Yunzhan left just now, he seemed reluctant to part ways. Love for someone cannot be feigned. Once her worries were alleviated, Xinyu couldn't help but laugh. Senior Lu was extremely popular during his university days, yet he remained single throughout his college years, much like you. You and your husband share an inexplicable similarity in this regard. Duan Yingtang showed genuine interest in Yunzhan's university experiences and did not interrupt Xinyu. Listening intently, "I remember Senior Lu attended our class's welcoming party, but he didn't stay long before leaving. If you had been there, you might have seen him." Duan Yingtang recalled this event. She had always preferred solitude, so on the day of the welcoming party, she chose to catch up on sleep in her dormitory instead of attending, as she had found a part-time job at an internet CAF in the evening. However, hearing Xinyu's words now, she inexplicably felt a twinge of regret. Indeed, had she attended that welcoming party, perhaps she would have encountered Yunzhan much earlier. As they approached the entrance of the auditorium, Xinyu noticed a crowd gathering outside and curiously asked, "Why is everyone blocking the entrance? Did the school invite some big star to perform?" Saying this, she walked over to ask someone, "Excuse me, why is everyone gathered here? Don't you know? Chu Mucheng is here. I never expected a big star to be from our school." Xinyu was astonished. "Chu Mucheng? How could she possibly have the time to come here?" Realizing that having so many people blocking the entrance was inappropriate, Xinyu nodded, "I'll head over now." In such situations, volunteers are typically arranged, and before long, Xinyu noticed a group of more than a dozen volunteers making their way towards her. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Mucheng has truly become a sensation. So many people are gathered here for autographs and photos. This is indeed the grandeur befitting a superstar." Duan Yingtang remained non-committal, responding with an air of indifference, "I was never famous. There's nothing to hide." Xinyu retorted, "That hardly qualifies as being obscure. You're nearly a ghost in the entertainment industry." Chapter 105. Well done. No progress at all with the volunteers intervening. The crowd blocking the entrance was soon dispersed, as no one wished to face disciplinary action from the school. As the throng dissipated, the woman who had been encircled emerged, adorned in a splendid mermaid gown and with exquisite makeup. She appeared less like an attendee of her alma mater's anniversary celebration and more like a star gracing the red carpet. Upon meeting the woman's gaze, Xinyu promptly flashed a smile and greeted her, "Mucheng, it's been a while." Chu Mucheng responded with a neutral expression, To think you would actually come." Xin Yu remarked, seemingly oblivious to the chill in her tone. Maintaining her cheerful demeanor, she continued, I reached out to your agent previously, but she mentioned that you had no availability recently and suggested I contact you again next year. Chu Mucheng was no fool. She easily discerned the implications in Xin Yu's words. Although the crowd had thinned, a few curious onlookers remained, their attention fixated on the exchange between the two women. Chu Mucheng curled her lips into a friendly smile, exuding an approachable demeanor. My agent mistakenly believed that the invitation was for me to attend a commercial event, which is why she made such remarks. After all, I am a graduate of Yunzhan University, and how could I possibly miss the 70th anniversary celebration of my alma mater? Xin Yu chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Some matters were better left unsaid. Unable to suppress her amusement, Xin Yu almost lost her composure at Chu Mucheng's words. After several attempts to regain her poise, she managed to quell her rigid expression. I recall that you entered the entertainment industry even earlier than I did. Why then are you still relegated to inconspicuous minor roles? Having been roommates for 4 years, it pains me to see you remain obscure in the industry. In the recent project I just took on, there is a role for a supporting female character. The originally cast actress encountered an issue. So why not allow me to mention it to the director and give you this opportunity? Upon hearing this, Xin Yu couldn't help but furrow her brow, as the suggestion sounded almost like charity. Duan Yingtang, hands tucked casually in her pockets, cast a nonchalant glance at her counterpart with her charming peach blossom eyes. Since you are aware that I entered the field before you, shouldn't you address me as senior? If you wish to assist your senior, simply offering a supporting role is hardly sufficient. How about you cede your role to me instead? She nearly blurted out her disbelief. How dare you even think that? Chu Mucheng forced a smile. Yingtang, please, do not jest. I was invited by the director to partake in this drama. If I were to relinquish my role to you, what would happen if the director became displeased with me? Duan Yingtang, unfazed by the disparaging remarks thrown her way, innocently replied, Oh? I had thought that your words were a genuine desire to assist me in transforming from an inconspicuous individual into a prominent star. Yet it seems it was merely empty talk, a figment of my imagination. Chu Mucheng. She was on the verge of exasperation. Xin Yu struggled to suppress her laughter, her stomach aching from the effort. Ever since she had met Chu Mucheng, the latter had exhibited an air of superiority, disdainful of those she deemed beneath her, while harboring an unbearable jealousy towards those clearly more accomplished. At that moment, Chu Mucheng's face turned a shade of green from anger. She even took to the forum to post about her bizarre roommate. Duan Yingtang, engrossed in making money at the time, had no opportunity to indulge in forum gossip. Even when others discussed her, she remained oblivious. After all, she left immediately after class, unwilling to linger even for a moment, as she had to catch the bus early to reach her tutoring job, which was rather far away, requiring her to transfer to the subway. Xin Yu and her friends, fearing they might upset her, refrained from mentioning Chu Mucheng's forum post mocking her. Perhaps she was aware. Yet she remained indifferent. Wasting her time and energy on inconsequential individuals was tantamount to squandering money. Mucheng, it appears you were merely speaking in jest. I nearly took you seriously. Xin Yu exaggeratedly performed her disbelief. Chu Mucheng gritted her teeth, barely maintaining her composure. Do I possess such remarkable influence that I could simply insert someone into a production? Xin Yu feigned astonishment, exclaiming, I thought your current status commanded such respect that even the directors would yield to your wishes. Chu Mucheng shot her a pointed glance, silently conveying that if she chose to remain silent, no one would mistake her for a mute. As Chu Mucheng was about to face an awkward situation, a volunteer approached to remind the senior sisters to enter the venue. Chu Mucheng gracefully accepted the cue, donning an appropriately charming smile as she turned and walked into the grand hall. Xin Yu curled her lips in discontent, remarking that after several years, Chu Mucheng had indeed shown no growth. Duan Yingtang refrained from commenting. Xin Yu suggested, Yingtang, let us proceed inside as well. Duan Yingtang glanced at her phone and replied, You go ahead, I will wait for Lu Yunzhan. Xin Yu raised an eyebrow in understanding. Should I reserve a spot for you? After pondering for a few seconds, Duan Yingtang decided, Yes, please do. Xin Yu gestured that it was no problem before entering. Moments later, Lu Yunzhan and Dai Yu entered through the main entrance of the hall, with Dai Yu discreetly excusing himself to find old Yan. Lu Yunzhan inquired, Have you been waiting long? Duan Yingtang lifted her gaze at the sound of his voice. Not at all. He took her hand, guiding her through the side door of the hall. Although he was invited as an esteemed graduate, his status set him apart from the other distinguished alumni. Consequently, The school hoped he would represent the outstanding graduates and address the audience, clarifying any uncertainties the soon-to-be graduates might have. Out of respect for old Yan, he agreed. Duan Yingtang remarked, "Indeed, you are quite remarkable, Mr. Liu." Chapter 106, A Wish. Hoping she always prefers me, Liu Yunzhan's status certainly entitled him to a seat among the leadership, and the school had arranged for him to sit in the front row. Soon enough, the principal and other officials arrived. As the clock struck 5:30, the anniversary celebration commenced in earnest. Duan Yingtang received a text message from CNY, inquiring about her whereabouts. CNY. A few seconds later, CNY sent another message. "Sorry to disturb you. Duan Yingtang." She then decided to put her phone away. The anniversary celebration was divided into several segments, commencing with an opening ceremony, followed by speeches from school leaders and representatives of the graduating class. After the opening ceremony concluded, the host began to introduce the dignitaries present that day. In addition to the school officials, we were also honored to welcome an esteemed alumnus, the current president of the Liu Corporation, Yunzhan, Mr. Liu. Upon hearing this name, a ripple of hushed conversations spread through the hall. It was unexpected that the president of the Liu Corporation, Mr. Liu, was also a graduate of Yunzhan University. Seated in the third row, Chang's eyes sparkled upon hearing the host's words. She focused intently on the front row, where a tall and handsome figure slowly rose, nodding slightly to the audience behind him. Being in close proximity, Chang could clearly see the man's features. "Goodness, the president of the Liu Corporation is so strikingly handsome. You only just realized how attractive Mr. Liu is? Ever since he made an appearance at the financial summit, his interviews and magazines have been flying off the shelves. I have a copy of Mr. Liu's interview magazine at home. Upon seeing his photograph, I immediately declared myself in love, only to find out that night that Mr. Liu was already married at a young age. It is rumored that Mr. Liu's marriage was a business alliance, truly reflecting the societal norms of elite families where status and compatibility are paramount. Marriages formed through such alliances often lack longevity, as many couples and business unions coexist in superficial harmony, concealing deeper discord. Are you suggesting that Mr. Liu and his wife will inevitably divorce one day? I did not imply such a thing. I was merely engaging in casual conversation. Who is that seated beside Mr. Liu?" It seems the host did not introduce her. Upon hearing this, Chu Muqing's gaze shifted to the figure beside Liu Yunzhan. The silhouette appeared somewhat familiar, yet she quickly dismissed the thought. Even if she is now a prominent star, she is still entitled to occupy the position designated for exceptional graduates. Once the leaders concluded their speeches, it was Liu Yunzhan's turn. The man did not even take the notes. He simply rose and approached the stage. Duan Yingtang faintly smiled, watching him ascend. As he accepted the microphone from the host, his deep, resonant voice resonated through the hall. "Good afternoon, esteemed teachers and fellow students. I am Liu Yunzhan." The sight of a handsome man is indeed invigorating. The students, who had nearly dozed off during the leaders' speeches, instantly became alert. No sooner had the host finished speaking than hands began to rise with questions. By the time the third individual posed a question, emboldened by either courage or curiosity, they audaciously inquired, "Senior Liu, could you share something about your wife?" This question ventured into the realm of personal privacy. Fearing that Liu Yunzhan might be displeased, the host hastily attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere, but was interrupted by Liu Yunzhan's succinct response, "Certainly." With that brief utterance, he conveyed an abundance of meaning. The audience below began to murmur in intrigue. After taking his seat, Liu Yunzhan, possibly realizing that his earlier words resembled a confession, felt a slight flush creep to his ears. In that fleeting moment, Duan Yingtang felt her heart, which had been tightly clenched, finally relax. Yet her pulse continued to race uncontrollably. Instinctively, she grasped Liu Yunzhan's hand, her lips parting as if she were about to utter something profound. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke. "This wish has been fulfilled." Following the anniversary celebration, there would be an evening gala. Upon seeing her, Xin Yu's eyes sparkled as if sprinkled with countless stars. Duan Yingtang inquired, "What is that expression on your face?" Xin Yu replied with a grin, "It's the expression of being utterly smitten." Duan Yingtang was left speechless. "When did you become part of the fandom?" Xin Yu enigmatically shook her head. "The fandom is all about fictitious couples, but what I adore is a genuine marriage, one that blossomed from a union before love." Clearing her throat, she mimicked Liu Yunzhan's tone, stating, "I hope she will always adore me the most." My goodness, it's simply heart-stopping. Duan Yingtang felt a twinge of embarrassment, a sensation she hadn't experienced when Lu Yunzhan first uttered those words. However, as they advanced halfway, a woman clad in a mermaid gown suddenly blocked their path. "Hello, Senior Lu. May I have a drink with you?" she asked, smiling as she extended another glass of wine towards him. Lu Yunzhan cast a glance her way, his brow furrowing. Out of courtesy, he gently declined. "I'm sorry, but my wife doesn't approve of my drinking." The woman's smile faltered, and she watched helplessly as Lu Yunzhan bypassed her. Meanwhile, Duan Yingtang and Xin Yu were engaged in casual conversation when a volunteer unexpectedly approached with 2 glasses of wine, claiming that a senior had ordered them for them. Xin Yu inquired, "Who is it?" The volunteer shook his head, indicating that he too did not recognize the other person. Xin Yu took a couple of sips and suddenly realized, could it be Kinkan? Duan Yingtang, holding her glass, did not drink, upon hearing Xin Yu's speculation. She merely replied, "I'm not sure." Xin Yu contemplated calling to inquire, but as she took out her phone, she remembered that Kinkan had changed her number. Currently employed in a publicly traded company, Xin Yu felt a sense of trepidation upon encountering the president of the Lu Corporation, akin to facing her own superior. Xin Yu mused. How did she detect a hint of playfulness in Lu's tone? Chapter 107. Do not touch me. The issue lies with the wine. Duan Yingtang chuckled, just as she was about to bid farewell to Xin Yu when her professor arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, Xin Yu suggested to raise a toast to the teacher. Duan Yingtang lifted her glass to clink with the professor's, but before the rim reached her lips, it was taken by Lu Yunzhan. "I shall drink on your behalf." The professor had approached upon noticing Lu Yunzhan's presence. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in the professor's eyes. Xin Yu leaned closer to the professor, whispering, "Teacher Hu, Senior Lu, is Yingtang's husband." The teacher was taken aback, but, having weathered many storms, quickly regained composure and offered his congratulations to the couple. "All right, you two carry on." Lu Yunzhan nonchalantly remarked, "It's just a glass of wine. It won't harm anyone." Duan Yingtang retorted, "When your stomach starts to hurt, I won't be responsible for you." Lu Yunzhan pulled her into his embrace. His voice, mellowed by alcohol, carried a hint of huskiness. "You are my wife. If you do not care for me, who will?" Duan Yingtang struggled slightly. "Let go. There are others around." Lu Yunzhan feigned dizziness, leaning against her shoulder. "I am intoxicated. I need my wife to support me." Duan Yingtang remarked, "Your tolerance for alcohol is quite low. 1 glass of low-concentration cocktail and you are already drunk. Is this the SC Chardinger's tolerance for you?" The driver, waiting by the car, approached them promptly. "Madam, has the young master had too much to drink?" Duan Yingtang. Once inside the vehicle, Lu Yunzhan continued to embrace her waist, resting his head upon her shoulder. The car door slowly closed, isolating them from the bustling vibrancy of the night outside. Lu Yunzhan remained silent, his breaths slightly labored. Duan Yingtang assumed he had fallen asleep and gently called out to him, "Lu Yunzhan?" Startled by a sudden warmth, she leaned down to examine him. "Lu Yunzhan, what is the matter?" He gradually lifted his head, his deep phoenix eyes glistening with an indescribable sheen and shadow. He spoke, his voice low and husky, "I seem to truly be intoxicated." Duan Yingtang responded, "You only had 1 drink today. How can you be drunk?" Yet, his demeanor was indeed peculiar, his gaze imbued with a wild, predatory intensity, mingled with a hint of confusion, as though he himself were unaware of his current state. Duan Yingtang placed her hand on Lu Yunzhang's forehead, which felt somewhat warm. "You are not coming down with a fever, are you? Is there any part of you that feels unwell?" Lu Yunzhan appeared somewhat hesitant, his gaze evasively avoiding hers. Duan Yingtang reached out to touch his hand, which felt equally warm. Lu Yunzhan paused momentarily, then lowered his head to glance at her. Duan Yingtang noticed his movement and instinctively followed his gaze. In that instant, her ears flushed crimson. It was as if she had unearthed a momentous secret, prompting her to quickly divert her eyes. "What is happening with you?" she inquired. Lu Yunzhan, feeling a sense of grievance, replied, "I don't know. It just happened all of a sudden." Duan Yingtang was left speechless. Lu Yunzhan tugged at his tie. 2 buttons of his shirt undone, revealing the pronounced outline of his Adam's apple and his delicate collarbone. Duan Yingtang felt equally flustered. How did it suddenly become like this? She asked, meeting the depths of his gaze, which seemed to draw her into an abyss. The distance between their lips was mere inches apart. She heard his voice, husky and unusually low, uttering, "I want to kiss you." Duan Yingtang was momentarily taken aback, just as she opened her mouth to respond. He captured her lips in a fervent embrace. Sensing her reluctance, Lu Yunzhan suppressed the overwhelming urge within him. However, Duan Yingtang, unable to contain her strength, inadvertently pushed him against the car door. She beheld the young master leaning against the door, his expression inscrutable, believing a quarrel had ensued between him and the young mistress. The driver dared not look further or intervene. After taking a few breaths of fresh air, she hastily asked, Jean, are you all right? Lu Yunzhan rested his head against the car window, his eyes shut and breathing heavy as he replied, Don't touch me. Duan Yingtang's outstretched hand paused in midair. Having navigated the entertainment industry for so many years, she had not only witnessed the tumultuous nature of it, but also gained ample experience. Even though she initially struggled to comprehend the situation, upon seeing Lu Yunzhan's current demeanor, she was able to deduce the unfolding drama. It became evident that the issue stemmed from the solitary glass of wine he had consumed that evening. Duan Yingtang couldn't help but ponder. Was the target aimed at her or Lu Yunzhan? It must be her, after all. That glass of wine had originally been delivered to her. As a married couple, engaging in such intimate acts felt almost inevitable, especially since Lu Yunzhan had encountered this unforeseen calamity because of her. Yet, a lingering thought troubled her. If she were to be intimate with Lu Yunzhan now, would it be considered as an act of affection from Xiao Lu or as a duty from President Lu? Duan Yingtang paused. Realizing that both titles referred to the same individual, a sudden awareness of shyness washed over her. Oh? Her mind restlessly churned. Why was this vehicle moving so slowly? Chapter 108. Legally untouchable. The male high school student since Lu Yunzhan's amnesia, the most intimate gesture they had shared was merely a kiss. Any further progress had been stymied. They entered the house in a state of quietude, enveloped in an atmosphere thick with ambiguity and unspoken tension. Hesitantly, Duan Yingtang suggested, Shall I prepare a glass of honey water for you? As she turned to head towards the kitchen, her wrist was suddenly seized by Lu Yunzhan. His gaze, deep and unwavering like an abyss, bore into her as he spoke, his breath warm against the cool air. What I need right now is not honey water, but you. Although Lu Yunzhan felt as though he might burst from the intensity of his emotions, he still respected her wishes. He exhaled deeply, murmuring, Is it possible? Duan Yingtang could sense the firmness in the grip of the man's hand around her wrist, the veins on the back of his hand slightly protruding. Lu Yunzhan was evidently reaching his limit, yet he still honored her wishes. She stepped closer to him and, under Lu Yunzhan's mildly surprised gaze, wrapped her arms around his neck, exhaling softly, It is. After a brief pause, she chuckled lightly. As husband and wife, sharing a bed is perfectly legitimate. Almost as soon as her words fell, Lu Yunzhan lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Duan Yingtang reminded him, To the room. Lu Yunzhan responded in a hoarse voice, Though Lu Yunzhan had lost his memory, the instincts of his body remained intact. The following day, Duan Yingtang did not awaken until noon. The first sensation that hit her was one of discomfort, as if she had labored in the fields for weeks. She instinctively turned over, only to find her waist so weak that she collapsed onto the bed. Opening her eyes, her mind momentarily stalled before piecing together the events of the previous night. Lu Yunzhan had consumed alcohol, which had been tampered with. Then Duan Yingtang glanced to her side and found the expansive double bed occupied solely by her. The other side was already cold, evidently vacated long ago. She sighed. Indeed, one should tread carefully around high school boys. Pulling out her phone, she noticed that Xiao Ding had called her over a dozen times that morning. The last call, at 10 o'clock, had been answered. But she had still been asleep at that hour. Clearly, the only person who could have answered the call was one individual. The call connected, and Xiao Ding tentatively spoke. Hello? Duan Yingtang replied, It's me. Why do you sound like that? Are you up to no good? Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Ding immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if she had survived a calamity. Duan Yingtang could hear the exhalation of relief on the other end. She curiously inquired, What happened? Xiao Ding responded, It's nothing. Sister Tang, please rest well. I have already requested a day off for you from the director. Duan Yingtang had called regarding this very matter, and upon learning that Xiao Ding had secured her leave, she felt a weight lift off her shoulders. She had been quite frightened, having called several times without anyone answering. After countless attempts, the call was finally picked up, only to be met with a cold male voice. She was still asleep. Xiao Ding, puzzled, asked cautiously, May I ask who this is? The man paused before answering, her husband. Xiao Ding was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, I'm so sorry. I must have dialed the wrong number. She quickly ended the call, though separated by the phone screen. She could sense the man's inherent coldness and aloofness, a commanding presence that felt as intimidating as a predator's gaze, leaving her breathless with fear. Meanwhile, she lay sprawled on her bed, engrossed in her phone. Like a snail, she slowly rose from her slumber, intending to find a comfortable outfit, only to discover a neatly folded set of clothes placed by her bedside. Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Had Lu Yunzhan prepared this? When did her classmate become so thoughtful? She felt fresh and clean, likely due to the bath Lu Yunzhan had given her the previous night. After freshening up, she descended the stairs, only to find the living room empty. Duan Yingtang found herself at a loss to articulate her emotions. Disappointment mingled with a sense of melancholy, and a faint thread of disbelief lingered. Had Yunzhan truly abandoned her to go to work? Shoel, she mused. Your actions are rather callous. Amused yet exasperated, she turned to head toward the kitchen, only to perceive a slight commotion within. A murmur of conversation reached her ears, growing increasingly distinct. So, do we just toss in the rice? Should we wait for the water to boil? Can't we use cold water? I'm not trying to make congee. As she approached the kitchen doorway, she beheld a tall, elegant figure standing at the stove. The man, clad in a white shirt sans a tie, had rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, creating layers of creases. One hand wielded a ladle, while the other clutched a handful of rice. It was evident he was attempting to prepare a meal, yet it was equally clear that he lacked culinary skills, resorting instead to seeking assistance via his phone. Duan Yingtang recognized the voice on the other end as Displaced, recalling that he too was utterly inept in domestic matters. Was this a case of the last in the rankings teaching the second to last? However, she could not deny the flicker of joy that ignited within her upon seeing Yunzhan. The figure before her suddenly froze, as if a pause button had been pressed on his existence. Duan Yingtang approached, saying, "The rice must be washed thoroughly before it's added." Yunzhan, maintaining his gaze forward, responded stiffly, Then, with an awkwardness that betrayed him, he turned to rinse the rice. Duan Yingtang placed a hand on his arm, asserting, "Allow me to handle it." In the next moment, Lu Yunzhan appeared as if scalded, abruptly stepping back 2 paces, his expression exceedingly unnatural. Duan Yingtang blinked in confusion, questioning, "What is going on?" Chapter 109. Consumed thoroughly, no divorce. Save for the new year, Lu Yunzhan soon recognized that his reaction had been somewhat excessive. He cleared his throat and, maintaining a stoic demeanor, stated, "I will manage it myself." After a brief pause, he added, "You should rest." Duan Yingtang cast a skeptical glance at the man. Assuming his shyness stemmed from the events of the previous night, thus she refrained from pondering his unusual behavior further. Lu Yunzhan remained silent, turning to wash the rice. An odd sensation stirred within Duan Yingtang. She had expected him to retort, yet he remained mute. After silently observing his back for a moment, she suddenly spoke. "About last night." Lu Yunzhan's spine stiffened, and his movements in washing the rice slowed. "I know," he replied. An inexplicable silence enveloped the two. Duan Yingtang opted not to pursue the topic further, instead articulating, word by word, how to prepare the porridge. Lu Yunzhan was cooking a congee with vegetables and lean meat, a straightforward process that concluded with the addition of salt for seasoning. After standing for a while, Duan Yingtang's weary back began to protest. Seeing that Lu Yunzhan had turned off the heat, she decided to leave. She pilfered 2 images from the promotional Weibo of the studio, edited the captions, and clicked to publish. Fans, could you possibly be any more perfunctory? At that moment, a bowl of congee and a cup of milk were placed before her. A voice, devoid of emotion and indifference, resonated through the air. "Do not play with your phone while eating." The handsome visage bore little expression, save for a fleeting shyness reflected in his deep-set eyes. This statement seemed ill-fitting for a student like Lu. Without granting her the opportunity for further inquiry, Lu Yunzhan turned and re-entered the kitchen, soon returning with a bowl of congee. He discreetly observed her countenance, noting that her brow remained unfurrowed. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. In the afternoon, Lu Yunzhan was obliged to visit the company. Their hands briefly brushed against one another. He cast his gaze down upon the girl's earnest and delicate face, his eyes darkening slightly. Supporting her waist, he nodded with an impassive expression, Duan Yingtang raised an eyebrow, amused by his aloofness. Sensing her discontent, Lu Yunzhan added, "Be careful on the road." Duan Yingtang, amused to the point of laughter, retorted, "Fine." Before turning to ascend the stairs, Lu Yunzhan lingered, opening his mouth as if to utter something, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. Assistant Zhao noted a peculiar change in the demeanor of the CEO that day. While addressing work matters, Lu Yunzhan frequently seemed lost in thought, frowning multiple times during meetings, which led a certain senior executive to mistakenly believe there were issues with their report, completing their presentation in trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe. The other executives mirrored this tension, each on edge, anxious to avoid any misstep. As the meeting concluded, Assistant Zhao compiled the key points while following Lu Yunzhan toward the president's office. Suddenly, Lu Yunzhan halted mid-stride, prompting Assistant Zhao to come to a stop as well. With a perplexed gaze, she looked up, perhaps sensing a gaze upon her. She turned her head. Assistant Zhao observed that his president seemed to tense up entirely upon encountering his wife, as if he had committed some indiscretion. Duan Yingtang approached, fixing her gaze upon the man. "We need to talk." Lu Yunzhan glanced at Assistant Zhao. "I am a bit busy." Assistant Zhao, failing to grasp his president's intent, respectfully replied, "President Lu, if you are busy, I shall wait for you in the presidential office." After Assistant Zhao departed, the corridor was left with only the two of them. Duan Yingtang took a few steps closer to the man, while Lu Yunzhan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his body remaining rigid. Her eyes darkened suddenly, and she lifted her face, her almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on him, her tone flat. "Do you wish to divorce?" At her words, the man's pupils flickered, and without hesitation, he denied, "No." Duan Yingtang narrowed her eyes. "Then what do you mean by this? To consume everything and then flee?" Duan Yingtang continued, "I am not cold. Have you thought of an excuse? If you have, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau before it closes and obtain the certificate." Lu Yunzhan remained silent for a few moments before speaking. "I will not divorce." Duan Yingtang scoffed. "What? Are you planning to stay just for the new year?" Lu Yunzhan's gaze deepened as he looked at her. "If standing before you now is the 17-year-old Lu Yunzhan, would you still wish to divorce him?" She suddenly realized, her almond-shaped eyes gradually widening. Lu Yunzhan spoke in a deep voice. "I remember now. Of course, I have not forgotten the events that transpired during my amnesia." The image of a mature and composed CEO, cultivated over many years, collapsed utterly due to a single episode of memory loss. After he uttered those words, Duan Yingtang fell silent, only to murmur after a moment, "How did you suddenly remember?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzhan's gaze darkened. Indeed, what she cherished was the 17-year-old version of him during his amnesia. Lu Yunzhan paused. "This morning." Duan Yingtang. "What a surprise. So, just one time and your memory is restored? Had I known that DOI had such an effect, why would I have gone through such lengths to help Lu Yunzhan regain his memories?" Chapter 110. I like you, together forever nevertheless. It was ultimately a good thing that Lu Yunzhan regained his memories. She could not quite articulate her feelings. She merely felt a quiet sigh of relief within. Yet, she did not anticipate that the shift in his demeanor was due to the restoration of his memories. This meant that the person before her was not the young Lu, but rather CEO Lu. Duan Yingtang bit her lip, inexplicably sensing a hint of awkwardness. She touched her earlobe, searching for an excuse to slip away. "Well," Lu Yunzhan interrupted her, "I will not be getting a divorce." Duan Yingtang. "Oh." She feigned calmness as she nodded. "I never truly intended to divorce." After uttering this, the two fell into another silence, exchanging glances. Lu Yunzhan looked at her, suddenly lowering his eyelashes. His voice somewhat muffled. "Do you prefer the amnesiac version of me?" Duan Yingtang. "Why is this coming up again? Aren't you all the same person?" She reluctantly spoke. "Whether it's little Lu or you, I like both." Lu Yunzhan asked, "Did you like me before my amnesia?" Duan Yingtang was momentarily speechless. Lu Yunzhan held her in high regard, both in her career and in life. She had a laid-back demeanor. Had it been anyone else, they would certainly have commented on her lack of ambition. Yet, Lu Yunzhan never uttered a word of disapproval regarding her professional pursuits or her attitude towards life. In fact, he always made concessions for her. When she expressed disinterest in attending family gatherings, he ceased to bring her along. Moreover, he had never missed a single one of her parents' memorial days. Her throat felt constricted, as if something lodged within it, rendering her voice hoarse. "And you? Did you like me before your amnesia?" Lu Yunzhan gazed at her intently for a few seconds, then suddenly extended his arms, enveloping her in an embrace. The deep, husky timbre of his voice resonated in her ear. "I did." These two words struck her like a stone, sending ripples through her being. It was precisely because of his affection that he had chosen to present himself in a manner she adored. Lu Yunzhan inquired, "What about you?" Duan Yingtang swallowed hard, her confidence inexplicably wavering. "What do you mean? Do you prefer the me who was not forgetful or the me who was?" Duan Yingtang hesitated. Is there really a difference? Aren't they both you? Tentatively, she added, can I say I like both? Yunzhan replied coldly, no, you cannot. Frustrated, Duan Yingtang retorted, but they are both you. Yunzhan frowned, it is not the same. Duan Yingtang glared, what is different? You are not the 17-year-old you who has truly traversed time. She raised her delicate face, her expression grave as she asserted, you must not ask me this question again unless you acknowledge that the amnesiac Xiao Lu is not you. Yunzhan remained silent. Though he was reluctant to admit that the somewhat absurd youth was indeed himself, for it was undeniably him from beginning to end. But did you not only fall in love with me when I lost my memory? The hint of grievance lingered in his tone. Duan Yingtang sighed softly. I confess that my affection for you blossomed during your amnesia, but I do not believe that had you not lost your memory, I would not have come to love you. At her words, Yunzhan paused momentarily. Leaning against his chest, Duan Yingtang's voice was somewhat muffled. You surely do not lack this small measure of confidence, do you? Yunzhan tightened his embrace, burying his face in the crook of her neck. I do not. They say that the one who falls in love first is the one who loses. He found himself feeling rather despicable. Duan Yingtang gently stroked his hair, comforting him as she had during his amnesia. Even had you not lost your memory, had you not transformed into the 17-year-old Xiao Lu, I would eventually come to love you. After a brief pause, she chuckled lightly. Moreover, the you from your amnesia should be the truest version of you, should it not? Yunzhan retorted, his face taut, no. Duan Yingtang graciously refrained from exposing his pretense, her peach blossom eyes curving into a playful smile. When you were so indifferent to me at noon today, I began to wonder if you had lost interest in me after our night together. Upon hearing those words, Yunzhan's demeanor instantly darkened as he grasped her shoulders and pushed her away. It's not because I wish to sleep with you that I have feelings for you. Duan Yingtang replied leisurely, indeed, it is because you like me that you desire to be intimate. Yunzhan fell silent, suddenly reminded of the time when an amnesiac version of himself had also been accused of being a scoundrel. Realizing this, he felt an urgent need to vindicate himself. I have never been fond of anyone else. I only cherish this rose. Duan Yingtang's heart tightened painfully, her pulse racing uncontrollably. Whether before or after his memory loss, Yunzhan had always been enamored with her, and solely with her. A peculiar sensation of bitterness filled her nose. And when she spoke again, her voice carried a hint of suppressed emotion. Yet, you were so indifferent to me before. You might as well have written I am of noble status. You are unworthy across your face. This was a point Yunzhan found difficult to refute. And he could only apologize once more. I am sorry. Duan Yingtang continued to recount past grievances. You were frequently on business trips, leading me to believe you wished to avoid seeing me at home. Yunzhan immediately refuted this notion. Of course not. Perhaps feeling a bit shy to articulate his true feelings, his voice dropped significantly. I was afraid you did not want to be with me. How many precious moments had they missed over the course of these 3 years? Duan Yingtang threw herself into his embrace, articulating each word with clarity. Now, I will explicitly tell you that I like you and wish to be with you. There was a slight pause before she added, together forever. Chapter 111. A brief separation after marriage. Consulting the almanac before departing, Duan Yingtang could not help but chuckle. She was clearly a delicate young lady. Yet she had previously pretended to be an aloof flower atop a high mountain. A day's delay in filming meant that the plan to conclude work by early next month would have to be postponed. Perhaps it was only now, after 3 years of marriage, that they truly began to understand each other's feelings, making their relationship feel newlywed-like. However, the brief separation right after their marriage left Yunzhan rather disheartened, causing his mood to remain gloomy for several consecutive days. This somber demeanor had a palpable effect on the employees at the company, who conducted their tasks with extreme caution, wary of incurring the displeasure of their general manager. On this particular day, Meng Yantong made an unprecedented visit to the company. Upon entering the president's office, she unceremoniously reclined on the sofa, her tone languid as she remarked, "Let me hide here for a while." Yunzhan, having regained his memories, was no longer inclined to engage in confrontations with her as he had before. Yet he could not help but furrow his brow. "Who are you hiding from?" "Su family's third son," Yunzhan inquired. "How could you possibly be involved with him?" Meng Yantong let out a cold scoff. "He is unwell." Yunzhan's expression remained indifferent. "Next month." Meng Yantong clicked her tongue derisively. "Then you shall be left to your own devices until next month?" Yunzhan shot her a dispassionate glance. "You ought to attend to your own affairs." After failing to resolve matters with your first love, you now find yourself entangled with the third son of the Su family. Meng Yingtang. Lu Yunzhan perused the documents at hand, his tone devoid of emotion. Do you think I am as childish as you? Meng Yingtang let out a soft scoff, pondering the identity of the individual who had previously engaged in a verbal spar with her. Despite Lu Yunzhan's demeanor resembling that of his 17-year-old self, there was nothing else amiss, which often led others to overlook the fact that he was a patient suffering from amnesia. As she observed the man's cold and serious profile, an inexplicable sensation washed over her, making him seem strikingly akin to the aloof and mature Lu Yunzhan from her memories. His actions and mannerisms bore a resemblance as well. Suddenly, a notion flickered in Meng Yingtang's mind, and she tentatively inquired, "Have you remembered something?" Lu Yunzhan lifted his profound phoenix-like eyes and casually cast her a glance, replying, "Yes. To be precise, I have recalled everything." This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, nearly causing Meng Yingtang to tumble from the sofa. She hurriedly grasped the armrest to avert an embarrassing fall. You truly have regained your memory?" She stared at him in disbelief. Lu Yunzhan glanced at her with a casual sidelong look, his expression akin to that of someone observing a fool. Meng Yingtang was all too familiar with this gaze. Ever since Lu Yunzhan assumed control of the company and firmly established himself as the president of the Lu Corporation, he had rarely engaged in their previous banter, instead regarding her with a mocking, sardonic look, just like now. Meng Yingtang was nearly convinced that Lu Yunzhan had indeed recovered his memory. She furrowed her brow slightly, asking, "Does your sister-in-law know?" Lu Yunzhan replied nonchalantly, "Your sister-in-law is not as foolish as you." Meng Yingtang. Indeed, whether it was the amnesiac Lu Yunzhan or the one with full recollection, both were equally insufferable. Meng Yingtang, however, did not shift her body from the sofa, resolutely deciding to seek refuge with Lu Yunzhan. At that moment, Assistant Zhao knocked on the door and entered. "Mr. Lu, the head of Guan Group, has arrived." Lu Yunzhan nodded slightly. "Please show him in." Assistant Zhao acknowledged and soon returned with a young man. A familiar handsome face, one she had seen not long ago, came into her view. The man appeared unsurprised to see her there. Meng Yingtang abruptly turned her head to look at Lu Yunzhan, wanting to inquire if he was aware that the visitor was Gu Zheng. Although Lu Yunzhan's expression remained unchanged, a fleeting glimpse of astonishment crossed his phoenix eyes, indicating that he too was taken aback by the identity of the representative sent by Guan Group. The headquarters of Guan Group was not located in Yun City. However, years ago, they had opened a branch there, which had been struggling until this year when a new head was appointed, bringing some improvement to the business. Lu Yunzhan had not previously interacted with this new head, thus he was unaware of the individual's identity. Today marked their first encounter. Yet it turned out to be someone familiar. Lu Yunzhan concealed any emotional turmoil, addressing him with the same demeanor as he would a regular client. "Mr. Gu, please take a seat." Since she had no ties with Gu Zheng any longer, why should she avoid him? Thus, Meng Yingtang maintained her composure, picking up her phone to continue chatting with a friend. Gu Zheng settled into the office chair opposite Lu Yunzhan, calmly and indifferently stating his purpose for the visit. Work is work. Lu Yunzhan did not exhibit any bias simply because the other party was Meng Yingtang's first love. He conducted the business discussion with utmost professionalism. The man's voice, as calm and clear as the moonlight, resonated in her ears, causing Meng Yingtang to feel increasingly restless, as if sitting on pins and needles. Without a hint of hesitation, she gathered her belongings and departed. Gu Zheng, whose hand rested momentarily on the armrest, retracted it slightly, and, with a demeanor both courteous and refined, stated, "Let us proceed according to the plan. I apologize, Mr. Lu, but I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." The atmosphere in the president's office fell into a brief silence before Lu Yunzhan retrieved his phone and dialed a contact saved as Baby. "Baby, I have something here that I believe will pique your interest." Meanwhile, Meng Yingtang stood at the elevator entrance awaiting its arrival when she suddenly heard footsteps approaching from a distance. The footsteps halted beside her, and a cool, unruffled voice inquired, "Shall we talk?" With an impassive expression, Meng Yingtang replied, "I'm sorry, but I do not maintain friendships with exes." Thus, there was little for them to discuss. When the elevator arrived, Meng Yingtang stepped inside and pressed the closed door button. Gu Zheng extended his hand to prevent the doors from shutting. "I also need to go downstairs." Meng Yingtang stood in the corner of the elevator, arms crossed, her gaze cast downwards. As the doors closed, the confined space contained only the two of them. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the day of their reunion, though on that occasion, Meng Antong had been drenched by the rain, resembling a drowned rat, and Gu Zheng's condition had hardly been any better. Meng Antong's gaze shifted from the ground to the LCD screen displaying the floors. Never before had she felt the elevator ascend so sluggishly. Her tone was indifferent, no. Yet internally, she seethed, wishing she had consulted the almanac before venturing out today. Chapter 112. Sister, a good ex is like a ghost. As soon as the elevator came to a halt, Meng Antong promptly stepped out. Gu Zheng followed at a leisurely pace, maintaining a distance of 3 steps behind her. Upon exiting the Lu Corporation building, Meng Antong, who had been hastily walking, suddenly paused for a moment. Then, as if nothing had happened, she approached the man leaning against the car door. "What are you doing here?" The man, clad in a floral shirt and sporting oversized sunglasses, smiled. "Clearly, I am here to pay my respects." Meng Antong. Su Jiao's gaze shifted to the young man behind her, and he leaned in slightly, whispering, "Do you need assistance, sister?" Compared to the young man behind her, Meng Antong preferred to accompany Su Jiao. Thus, she reached out and removed the sunglasses perched on Su Jiao's nose, donning them herself. "Where are we going?" Su Jiao chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around Meng Antong's waist, "To the boxing arena. I have 2 matches tonight. Will you come cheer for me, sister?" With the sunglasses perched on her nose, Meng Antong appeared indifferent. "Let us go." As Meng Antong was about to leave with someone else, Gu Zheng could no longer hold back and called out, "Meng Antong, where are you going?" Su Jiao winked, signaling his understanding, and theatrically began to play his part. "Sister, who is he? Your admirer?" Meng Antong spoke in a nonchalant tone. "Ex. So it turns out to be an ex." Su Jiao elongated the last syllable slightly. "A good ex should be as good as dead." Gu Zheng's expression grew increasingly frigid. He did not look at Su Jiao, but fixed his gaze on Meng Antong, saying, "We need to talk." Su Jiao raised his hand slightly. "I apologize, but my sister's time has been completely booked by me today." Meng Antong replied, "If you wish to discuss work, go find my brother. As for anything else, let us refrain from conversation." With that, Meng Antong slipped into the car and gestured for Su Jiao to join her. Su Jiao closed the car door, then turned to face the man, whose countenance was dark and indifferent. He slightly curled his lips and, enunciating each word deliberately, silently declared, "You have no chance left." Gu Zheng understood his implication, and his gaze turned notably colder. Su Jiao approached the driver's side and got into the car. As soon as the door shut, he suddenly leaned towards Meng Antong. She instinctively leaned back. "What are you doing?" "Sister, please fasten your seatbelt," Su Jiao remarked just as a clicking sound echoed. Meng Antong replied, "Next time, just remind me directly." Su Jiao tilted his head with a smile. "Did I not mention? I am here to curry favor." Meng Antong, disinterested in further debate, urged, "Hurry and drive." Su Jiao complied. "As you wish, sister." It was not until the car was in motion and the wind began to blow in that Meng Antong realized the window was open. It had been closed when she entered. Suddenly aware of something, she glanced at the man who was intently focused on driving. Meng Antong's eyes darkened slightly, and in the end, she chose silence. She sat on a small stool, one hand holding a miniature fan while the other cradled her phone, engaged in conversation. "Hello, darling. I have something you would undoubtedly find intriguing." Duan Yingtang stretched her legs, her tone languid and nonchalant as she inquired, "What is it?" Yunzhan replied. Meng Antong has become entangled with Su Jiao. Uncertain, he added, "If you're curious to know more, I can have someone investigate." Duan Yingtang dismissed the offer, saying, "No need. I will ask Taozi later." "There's another matter," Yunzhan continued. Duan Yingtang, not accepting the chilled plum juice offered by Xiao Ding, replied in a slow drawl. "What is it?" Yunzhan asserted confidently from the other end of the line. "I intend to visit the set." Duan Yingtang retorted, "Is that a question or a statement?" "A statement," he affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Duan Yingtang consented, approved, "But do keep it discreet." Yunzhan expressed his displeasure, muttering, "We are legally married. Why must it feel like a clandestine affair?" Duan Yingtang explained, "Because I am rather inconspicuous in the production." The drama she was currently filming was a period piece, where she portrayed a junior apprentice of the protagonist, a role that did not afford her much screen time, resulting in her character meeting an untimely end early on. In the original narrative, this apprentice had harbored feelings for the lead, yet considering that the main female characters were already enamored with the male lead, it was deemed unnecessary to introduce another admirer. Thus, the production team chose to render her character's affections ambiguous. To put it simply, Her character's feelings for the lead could be likened to that of a fan's admiration for an idol. This truly infuriated the actress. It was only 2 days later that Yunzhan arrived at the filming location, and he came alone, without any assistance. Upon entering the site, he had to purchase a ticket, as it was a scenic area filled with various ancient-style buildings. Typically, half of the space was allocated for filming crews, while the other half was reserved for tourists. Dressed in a rather casual manner, Yunzhan walked along the path resembling a freshly graduated university student, albeit with a more striking appearance. Some tourists even mistook him for a celebrity and approached him, inquiring, "Aren't you so-and-so?" Yunzhan responded with a simple no, dismissing them. He found himself somewhat speechless, pondering the sheer number of people around. He overheard that some actors were filming nearby. A passerby struck up a conversation. Noting that everyone was there to observe, Yunzhan pointed to those holding support signs and asked, "Are they also here to watch?" The passerby replied, "No. Those are fans of Duan and Yingtang. They are the ones filming here." Perhaps because of his attractive looks, the passerby, feeling a sense of goodwill, asked, "Are you a tourist?" Yunzhan, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "No." The passerby then realized, "You're also here to chase stars?" After contemplating for a few seconds, Yunzhan nodded, "Sort of." "Whose fan are you? Yingtang or Rinshi?" Among the cast, these two renowned actresses had the most fans present that day. The passerby glanced at his face and thought to himself, with such looks, it's possible that the stars might chase after him. Chapter 113. She is my wife. Embracing Summer, the passerby was quite talkative, seemingly unfazed by his indifference, and curiously inquired, "So, which star are you pursuing?" The passerby wore a look of astonishment. "We share the same fandom?" Yunzhan furrowed his brows slightly. "What do you mean?" "It means we adore the same idol." The passerby exclaimed, as if encountering a kindred spirit, his enthusiasm blossoming. "Brother, you have great taste. Although our darling may not be the most popular, her beauty is truly captivating." "Daring?" Yunzhan's phoenix eyes narrowed, interrupting, "She is my wife." The passerby chuckled softly. "To be honest, I consider her my wife too." Yunzhan replied, "I have heard she is already married," he stated with a solemn expression. The passerby waved dismissively. "That doesn't stop me from considering her my wife." Yunzhan's expression darkened further as he shot a cold glare at the passerby. "Don't you have a wife?" The passerby sighed. "No, I am still single." Yunzhan remarked nonchalantly, "That much is evident." The passerby responded, "Are you rejecting our shared fandom?" "What does that mean?" Yunzhan nodded, "Indeed." The passerby fell silent. During the filming, the crew had set up numerous yellow caution lines outside, with security maintaining order to prevent anyone from sneaking in and disrupting the shoot. While waiting idly outside, Yunzhan noticed a tent set up nearby, seemingly distributing something. Curiosity piqued, he approached to take a glance. From the passers-by, he learned that it was a fan support booth for a celebrity, offering complimentary water and themed merchandise such as cups and stickers. As Yunzhan stepped forward, a young girl from the support group mistook him for someone seeking refreshments and promptly handed him a bottle of water, saying, "Please show more support for Duan." "Who is that?" Yunzhan frowned slightly, pondering whether all celebrities had fan clubs. The girl, sounding uncertain, replied, "I suppose so." Without further comment, Yunzhan turned and walked away. The girl was left bewildered, but recalling the handsome face she had just seen, she couldn't help but feel a thrill. She excitedly shared with her friend, "That guy just now is so handsome." Her friend shrugged it off. "Is he more handsome than our Jialu?" The girl hesitated, knowing she couldn't honestly agree without risking her fan status, so she chose silence. It appeared that the celebrity wasn't particularly famous, with only about 10,000 fans and no major roles in popular dramas to date. As she glanced at his social media, she mused, "He is rather good-looking. No wonder he has such attractive fans." Meanwhile, Duan Yingtang had just finished a performance. When Xiaoding handed her water, he also mentioned that someone had called for her. Xiaoding called out from behind, "Sister Tang, where are you going?" "To pick someone up," she replied, lifting her dress and jogging toward him. Yunzhan extended his arms, awaiting the girl to leap into his embrace. "The mountain does not come to me, so I shall go to the mountain." Yunzhan took a couple of steps forward and enveloped her in his embrace, his voice deep and soft. "I am embracing Summer, a Summer that belongs solely to him." She tilted her head to gaze at the finely chiseled contours of the man's face. "Have you eaten?" "Not yet. I will wait for you to eat together." Yunzhan scrutinized her face, his hand gently caressing her eyebrows and eyes. "How did you end up like this? What's wrong?" Is my makeup smudged? Not at all. Lu Yunzhan replied, though it appears somewhat peculiar. Duan Yingtang explained, my features are too striking. They do not suit the portrayal of an innocent and unpretentious character. So the makeup artist flattened them a bit. It is evident that she remains beautiful, yet there is a stark contrast to her original appearance. Lu Yunzhan respected her career. Despite finding her current look rather odd, he refrained from commenting and simply asked, can we go out to eat? Duan Yingtang shook her head. I only have half an hour for a break. I cannot go out. Lu Yunzhan raised an eyebrow. Then may I come in? Duan Yingtang, wishing to spend a little more time with him, replied, yes, but we must be discreet. This was indeed the first time Lu Yunzhan was so covert. Though he had come to visit his wife, it felt akin to a clandestine high school romance, fearful of being caught by the headmaster. Entering through the back door, Xiaoding stood a short distance away, craning his neck to peer. Sister Tang's husband? A voice, devoid of emotion, rang out. You are just an assistant? Duan Yingtang nonchalantly remarked. As a mere inconspicuous individual, what do I need so many assistants for? Lu Yunzhan glanced at the actress seated beneath the sunshade, surrounded by 3 or 4 aides, and remained noncommittal. Duan Yingtang inquired, Xiaoding, has the takeaway arrived? Lu Yunzhan furrowed his brow. Is takeaway all you're inviting me for? Duan Yingtang chuckled softly in resignation. As a young lady, my circumstances are limited. Shall we make do? After the shoot, I shall treat you to something splendid. Lu Yunzhan adjusted his sunglasses. If it's not a fine dining establishment, I want to attend. Duan Yingtang acquiesced. Very well. Xiaoding, hesitant to meet Lu Yunzhan's gaze for too long, felt that he appeared somewhat familiar. Silently and skillfully, she unfolded the table and arranged the meal. Chapter 114. A lottery. What others have you must have too. As the two dined, someone approached with a boxed meal. Duan Yingtang remained composed. I am not well acquainted with him. Lu Yunzhan scoffed. Would he deliver your meal if you were not familiar? Duan Yingtang replied, I truly am not acquainted. I have never engaged with him. Lu Yunzhan quipped, I see he not only intends to deliver your meal, but also wishes to present himself. With a huff, he continued, had I not arrived, would you now be enjoying a sweet lunch with him? Duan Yingtang retorted, can you not act reasonably when you are jealous? Do you hear the nonsense you are uttering? What is our relationship to him that you would argue with me over this? Lu Yunzhan was consumed by jealousy. Pointing to the food sent by the other party on the table, make it vanish from my sight within 3 seconds. Duan Yingtang found it futile to reason with someone in a jealous state, and could only comply with his wishes by removing the meal delivered by Du Junel. Xiaoding dared not approach the man, standing at a distance. As Xiaoding tidied up and prepared to leave, Du Junel's assistant unexpectedly approached. Xiaoding shook her head, no? Just as the assistant was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she heard Xiaoding add, he is Sister Tang's husband. The assistant was left in shock. Ignoring the stunned assistant, Xiaoding gathered her belongings and departed. The assistant felt conflicted, pondering how to convey this harsh reality to Du Gu. While waiting for the meal, Lu Yunzhan gazed at the delicate face of the girl opposite him and suddenly inquired, Wife, do you enjoy acting? Duan Yingtang contemplated for a moment. Acting is a part of my job. I believe no one in the world truly enjoys working. However, if one does not work, one might transform from a salted fish into a dried salted fish. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzhan refrained from uttering the words that had nearly escaped his lips. Then don't work. I'll support you. Instead, he shifted the conversation. I've heard that celebrities have fan clubs. Duan Yingtang responded, it seems that way. Then why don't you have one? As a relatively obscure figure with fewer than 30 active fans online, where would I establish a fan club? No, you must have what others possess. Duan Yingtang retorted. Have you ever seen a fan club with fewer than 30 members? Lu Yunzhan. Even if there is but a single fan, one must have a support group. Suddenly, President Lu made his presence known, and thus it was decided to proceed accordingly. The super topic square was established. Upon entering, the active fan discovered that the support group comprised merely 3 individuals, one of whom bore a username consisting of a series of random numbers, indicative of a newly created account. This account had only posted once, revealing it to belong to a fan of their beloved Little Sweethearts partner. The support group also featured a Weibo fan community, and with a spirit of exploration, the active fan applied to join. Upon entering the group, the active fan cautiously initiated a conversation. Hello? The active fan continued, yes, I am a fan of Yan. Soon after, another individual joined the group. Taozi, welcome, oh. Your ID seems oddly familiar. I am my sister-in-law, True Love. Your ID also rings a bell. In the next moment, both sent messages simultaneously. Su Mao Tao? Meng Mao Tong. Taozi, are you not afraid of being reprimanded by your brother for using that ID? I and my sister-in-law, true love. Fear not. He does not use Weibo. User 705-3471. I and my sister-in-law, true love. I give you 3 seconds to change that ridiculous name. I and my sister-in-law. True love, who are you? Do you control everything, including how people choose their names? 1 minute later, I and my sister-in-law, true love vanished from the group, replaced by a user named I raised the flag for my sister-in-law. Taozi, who told you to choose such a confrontational ID? Did your brother set you straight? I raised the flag for my sister-in-law. I did it for the harmony of the family. Do not allow this ID to be in vain. I will post a lottery on Weibo. You are to retweet it. Peach, I will post one too, and you retweet mine as well. Curious active fans clicked into my Weibo profile, where they indeed found that the other party had just posted a message a minute ago. Active fan, is this for real? While doubting the authenticity of the Weibo post, the active fan honestly retweeted it and shared it with friends and family. Upon checking the Weibo user named Peach, they discovered that this user had also posted a lottery announcement. Active fan. All their thoughts ultimately condensed into, wow, they are wealthy. Due to the substantial amount of the lottery, the news spread rapidly and the posts went viral. Consequently, upon checking, the notification bar turned red with 99 notifications, and the follower count surged from a mere 10,000 to several hundred thousand. Sister Zhou thought she must have misread the numbers, rubbing her eyes. Yet the digits remained unchanged. Sister Zhou, did I log into the wrong Weibo? Sister Zhou, what? Has her artist's account been hacked? Following the mentions, Sister Zhou found the 2 lottery posts and immediately grasped the situation. However, she was still puzzled about when her artist had acquired such affluent fans. After a moment, she spoke. Do not worry, Sister Zhou. They are not scammers. Chapter 115. The Unsung Heroes of the Entertainment Industry. The couch potato does not wish to turn over. Whose idea was it? Su Hetao decisively shifted the blame. Meng Yingtang posted first. Duan Yingtang. My current situation is quite satisfactory, and there is no need for alteration. Without a trace of hesitation, Duan Yingtang declared, I do not feel that way. Su Hetao. Fine. This is voluntarily choosing to be an unnoticed figure in the entertainment industry. Upon receiving her call, Meng Yingtang immediately understood she had come to settle accounts. Thus her first utterance was, it is Lu Yunzhan's intention. I am merely a hired hand. Duan Yingtang fell silent, then wearily placed a hand on her forehead. Do not follow his reckless lead. Meng Yingtang, devoid of any sense of guilt, replied, I also prefer not to follow his whims, but the compensation he offers is simply too generous. Duan Yingtang. She glanced at Weibo, and, under the momentum created by Meng Yingtang and Su Hetao's lottery posts, her name finally ascended to trending status. Most of the buzz stemmed from retweets and the envious expressions of other celebrities' fans. Just as Duan Yingtang was about to dial Lu Yunzhan, Sister Zhou's call came through first. Yingtang, I have a premonition that you are about to rise to fame. Why don't we seize the moment? After finishing this film, let us take on a variety show. I have already selected the perfect one for you. Duan Yingtang interrupted Sister Zhou's speech with an impassive expression. Sister Zhou, I wish to take a break. Sister Zhou, what do you mean by taking a break at this juncture? I have already enlisted the finest editor to compile your performances over the past few years. By capitalizing on this wave of popularity, you can shed the label of a mere decorative figure in the entertainment industry. Duan Yingtang remained unfazed. So, does that mean I would spend all 365 days either on set or in the recording studio? Sister Zhou, can you not exhibit a bit of ambition? Without diligent effort now, one will only face sorrow later, Sister Zhou remarked, her tone laced with frustration as she spoke into her phone. Duan Yingtang remained composed, replying, oh, but I possess wealth. Given her considerable affluence, one might wonder why she still felt the need to strive. Sister Zhou sighed, realizing she should relinquish any hope for this perennial slacker. With a weary heart, she inquired, so, what do you plan to do now? Withdraw from the trending searches? Duan Yingtang replied, no need. With her lackluster talent, it won't be long before this wave of attention dissipates on its own. After all, the entertainment industry is rife with fresh happenings. Sister Zhou could only watch helplessly as a rising star in the entertainment world slipped away from her grasp. Does the buzz fade that quickly? She pondered, momentarily taken aback by the trending topic. Being familiar with the industry, she recognized Yunzhan Entertainment as a notable company. She mused, Could this Luo be the vice president of Yunzhan Entertainment? At that moment of distraction, another trending topic surged to the second spot: Chumuching accomplice. Chumuching. Sister Shou recalled the name. She was a female artist under Yunzhan Entertainment who gained fame for her role as a supporting character in a popular drama, thus elevating her status to that of a third-tier artist. This year, she even had 2 dramas awaiting release. After delving into the trending search, Sister Zhou grasped the full context. An official announcement revealed that Luo had been accused of coercing female actresses within the industry, even resorting to drugging and threatening them, while Chumuching allegedly assisted him in luring victims to hotels. The public, upon learning of these revelations, erupted in outrage. Due to the revelations from marketing accounts, it has come to light that a once-injured female artist had previously voiced her concerns regarding this matter, only to have her statements suppressed, as evidenced by screenshots. The dialogue featured a man and a woman, with the female addressing the male as Mr. Luo. Could it be that these 2 individuals are Mr. Luo from Yunzhan Entertainment and Chumuching? Who were they intending to target at that time? Duan Yingtang was on a call with Lu Yunzhan, completely unaware of the unfolding events on Weibo. Mr. Lu displayed a commendable attitude of accountability, stating that he had instructed someone to remove the trending topic, and the attention of netizens had since shifted. Duan Yingtang chuckled softly. Did Antong inform you? Lu Yunzhan replied. That was hardly informing. She was clearly reveling in the misfortune. Amused, Duan Yingtang remarked, this time, consider it an act of atonement on your part. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Duan Yingtang brought her phone to her eyes and noticed a message from Xinyu. Xinyu. Yingtang, Chumuching is finished. Duan Yingtang, what happened? How could Chumuching be finished? Xinyu. Weibo link. I never expected Chumuching to end up like this. After clicking on the link sent by Xinyu and reading it thoroughly, Duan Yingtang's brows furrowed slightly. She slowly typed, I remember. Xinyu. Actually, it was Chumuching who posted rumors about you on the campus forum. Duan Yingtang, I know. Xinyu, you know? Duan Yingtang. There are always those who wish for me to be aware. She was neither deaf nor blind. She could hear the whispers behind her back. Xinyu was likely aware that revisiting past grievances at this moment might seem somewhat cruel. However, the transgressions of Chumuching during her university years were simply infuriating. She always regarded them with an air of superiority, as if glancing down upon mere insects. Now that Chumuching had fallen from her lofty perch, Xinyu could no longer restrain herself from divulging these incidents. In their dormitory, there was another girl named Kinkan, who hailed from a small county. During that time, Chumuching would often deride her as a country bumpkin, even going so far as to comment on her supposed odor, which compelled Kinkan to bathe daily. Yet Chumuching would still insist she reeked. Eventually, Kinkan could no longer contain her frustration and inquired what scent Chumuching believed she possessed. With her freshly manicured nails held aloft, Chumuching scoffed mockingly. What else could it be? Clearly, the smell of poverty. The mere recollection of Kinkan's pale visage in that moment, juxtaposed with Chumuching's unabashed ridicule, ignited a fury within Xinyu. Her fall from grace is nothing more than the consequence of her own actions. Chapter 116. The substitute, his most cherished rose Duan Yingtang, of course, felt no sympathy for Chumuching's current predicament. She merely found it somewhat perplexing. Given that these matters had previously been suppressed, why could they not be silenced this time? It seemed as if either this Mr. Luo or Chumuching had provoked individuals they could ill afford to offend. Not wishing to dwell further on the matter, Duan Yingtang noted that the public's attention had indeed shifted following the incident. Content with her role as a mere background figure in the entertainment industry, she instructed Xiao Ding to book her flight for the evening. At 10 o'clock, the plane landed at Yunzhan Airport. With a languid yawn, Duan Yingtang remarked, let us be off. Lu Yunzhan cradled his soft and tender wife. Contemplating the end of his solitary nights, he gently shook her, inquiring, are you asleep? Duan Yingtang lay obediently in his embrace, her delicate features marred by faint shadows beneath her eyes, hinting that she had not enjoyed restful slumber in recent days. He reached up to sweep a stray lock of hair from her face and leaned down to place a tender kiss near her lips. The car came to a halt in the garage of the Waterplay Orchid Courtyard. The elevator whisked them directly to the living room, where the driver set down their suitcase before taking his leave. Duan Yingtang, roused by the sound of a ringtone, stirred slightly, extending her hand from beneath the covers. Time passed quietly. Drowsily, she fumbled for her phone and answered the call. Before she could utter a word, the voice on the other end eagerly interjected, Lu Ge. I just remembered where I've seen your wife before. Duan Yingtang blinked in confusion, her eyes opening wide. At school, the caller exclaimed, "No joke, Lu Gu. You really know how to play. Your wife looks exactly like your first love." Duan Yingtang pondered the term first love. First love? Yes. The girl you fell for at first sight in college. Your wife looks just like. The caller seemed to sense her surprise and hesitated, tentatively calling out, "Wife?" Duan Yingtang replied, She took her time, pondering, "You mean I bear a strong resemblance to Lu Yunzhan's first love?" "No, sister-in-law, let me explain." Duan Yingtang's expression remained unchanged as she retorted, "You're just making excuses." Lao Yin. Indeed, during his university days, Lu Gu had a fondness for a junior, yet they never engaged in a romantic relationship. Thus, it cannot be deemed Lu Ji's first love, at most. It might be considered a secret crush. As he spoke further, Lao Yan's voice gradually dwindled. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open. As he stepped towards the bed, a male voice resonated from his phone, "Sister-in-law, you must trust Lu Gu. He truly only had a crush on that junior. To the extent that he doesn't even know her name." Lu Yunzhan halted in his tracks. Before he could finish his sentence, the phone was snatched away by Lu Yunzhan, who abruptly ended the call. Duan Yingtang made no effort to intervene, merely curving her peach blossom eyes as she quietly observed him. Lu Yunzhan. He mustered the courage to explain, he had too much to drink. He remained oblivious to what Lao Yin had divulged to his wife prior to his arrival. Lu Yunzhan, "All right, sister-in-law." His voice, devoid of any tumult, declared, "It is I, Lao Yin," feeling increasingly guilty, stammered, "Lu Gu." Lu Yunzhan inquired coolly, "What did you tell my wife?" Lao Yin replied, "I mentioned nothing significant. I merely recalled that sister-in-law bears a striking resemblance to the junior you had a crush on during university." There was a brief pause as Lao Yin cautiously asked, "Lu Gu, you don't think of sister-in-law as a substitute, do you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yunzhan refuted, "Of course not." Casting a glance at the closed bathroom door, he turned his back and lowered his voice slightly, "There is no substitute. The one I have always cherished is my wife. Lao Yin, my wife is from Yunjing University. Indeed, I never anticipated that my sister-in-law and we are actually alumni. My wife graduated in the class of 2X. What exactly do you mean, Brother Lu?" With an expressionless demeanor, "Have you never pondered that my wife is the very junior I secretly admired during my university days?" Was taken aback. He realized, "Wait, Brother Lu. Isn't your marriage with your sister-in-law a business arrangement?" Fell silent, and after a few moments, he spoke in a low voice. To her, "It may be a commercial union, but not for me." He had once believed that the fluttering of his heart during university would amount to an unrequited infatuation. Until Mr. Liang invited him to discuss a collaboration. He sat in the restaurant, witnessing the girl descending from Mr. Liang's car. In that instant, the roses, which had been wilting in his barren land, bloomed brilliantly once more. Naturally, his primary concern was whether she had a boyfriend. The most steadfast relationship would certainly be that of in-laws. Seeing that his cherished rose might soon be plucked away, immediately contacted Mr. Liang and proposed a matrimonial alliance. Thus, this despicable suitor, with utmost care, delicately plucked his most beloved rose. Chapter 117. Awakening in a daze to meet the in-laws after hanging up the phone. An inexplicable premonition washed over as he slowly turned his head. He tightened his grip on the mobile device, striving to maintain his composure as he inquired, "Have you finished washing up?" Tensed his body, his heart racing as though it might leap from his chest. She arched her peach blossom eyes, a playful smile dancing on her lips. "Does Mr. Lu have any interest in joining me for a wash?" Lu Yunzhan paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Under normal circumstances, he would have readily agreed without a second thought. However, feeling somewhat guilty at that moment, he hesitated for a few seconds before shaking his head. "I'll wash next door." Duan Yingtang cast him a sidelong glance, but chose not to press the matter. "Very well." With that, she turned and entered the bathroom. Lu Yunzhan was unsure whether to feel relieved or otherwise. "Good night." Holding his fragrant, soft wife close, Lu Yunzhan finally felt a sense of tranquility. He enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, still somewhat unsettled by the events of the previous night. He did not dare to disturb her, merely planting a gentle kiss on her cheek before departing. By the time she awoke, it was nearly noon. Su Hetao learned that she had finished filming and was lounging at home like a lazy fish, prompting her to invite her out for an outing the next day. Upon seeing her attire, Su Hetao couldn't help but whistle. Duan Yingtang languidly inquired, "Where are we going?" Su Hetao wrapped her arm around her. "To the boxing arena." Duan Yingtang shot her a sideways glance, as if to question her certainty. Su Hetao chuckled, My third brother has a match today. Duan Yingtang understood then. It appeared they were not the only ones attending the match. The largest boxing arena in Yun City awaited them. This was not Duan Yingtang's first visit. Su Hetao had brought her here twice before. However, she had never been particularly interested in the matches, which led Su Hetao to refrain from bringing her back again after noticing her disinterest. As they arrived, a match was in full swing, the air alive with the sounds of cheering spectators. Duan Yingtang rested her hands on the railing, casually observing the two young men engaged in a boxing match below. After a while, Su Hetao was swept up by the fervent atmosphere surrounding her, joining in the cheers for the red team. However, much to her dismay, the red team was ultimately knocked out, eliciting a chorus of sighs from the crowd. This boxing arena allowed for bets, and the next match featured Su Jiao facing off against the venue's star fighter. In a show of support for her third brother, Su Hetao decided to wager her pocket money on his victory. Duan Yingtang remarked, "Aren't you afraid of losing it all?" Su Hetao confidently replied, "If I lose, my brother will make it up to me. It's his lack of effort that would cause me to lose money, after all." Duan Yingtang shot her a sideways glance. "Do you have so little faith in your brother?" "Not exactly," Su Hetao said with a mischievous smile, "but one must be cautious, just in case." Without further comment, Duan Yingtang produced 500,000 and placed her bet alongside Su Hetao on Su Jiao's victory. Shortly after returning to the spacious second floor, Su Jiao entered the boxing ring to face the star fighter, who stood at an imposing height of 195 meters and boasted a robust physique. In contrast, Su Jiao, at 185 meters with a less developed musculature, appeared rather slender. Duan Yingtang observed the stark contrast in skin tones between Su Jiao and the star fighter. Noting that Su Jiao did indeed resemble a delicate pretty boy, she couldn't help but chuckle softly, and as she raised her gaze, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Meng Yintang, clad entirely in black, leaned against the railing with one hand while holding a slender lady's cigarette in the other, his expression inscrutable as he looked down at the match unfolding below. She only heard Su Hetao mention that Meng Yintang became involved with Su Jiao due to a case of mistaken identity. However, the specifics of their relationship remained a mystery to Su Hetao. Their primary concern was to protect her and prevent Meng Yintang from being bullied. Although Su Jiao was not as robust as a pillar, his movements were agile, and his punches were delivered with precision and swiftness. Half an hour later, the match concluded, with Su Jiao emerging victorious. Su Hetao was overjoyed, exclaiming that the winnings exceeded the pocket money her elder brother gave her. In light of her newfound fortune, Su Hetao generously declared that she would treat everyone tonight. The following days unfolded without any significant changes, and before they knew it, the heat of summer enveloped them. The entire villa was eerily quiet, save for the housekeeper bustling in the kitchen, while the lady of the house napped upstairs. Yunzhan glanced at the clock. It was 4:30. How long had she been asleep? The housekeeper pondered for a moment, replying that it had been nearly 3 hours. Yunzhan instructed the housekeeper to continue her tasks as he removed his tie and ascended the stairs. Upon pushing open the door, he was greeted by the cool air of the air-conditioned room, a stark contrast to the sweltering heat outside. Indeed, Duan Yingtang was still wrapped in her blanket, sound asleep on the bed, her hair splayed across the pillow, accentuating the delicate features of her face. Yunzhan crouched beside the bed, observing how the girl had gained a bit of weight from her sedentary lifestyle at home, her cheeks soft and plump. Unable to resist, he reached out and pinched one gently, finding it both tender and supple. Duan Yingtang furrowed her brow slightly, mumbling in her sleep, but did not awaken. Yunzhan chuckled softly, "Little sloth, it's time to rise." Duan Yingtang turned away from him, mumbling, "You're so annoying." Yunzhan spoke leisurely, "Let's visit your parents." She quickly sat up, her peach blossom eyes fixed on the man squatting by the bed. "What did you say?" "I'm nearly half asleep." Yunzhan gently caressed her flushed little face. "Have you forgotten? Tomorrow marks the memorial day for your parents." Chapter 118. Pregnancy. Arrival of the little prince. End of text. The memorial day for Duan Yingtang's biological parents is tomorrow. However, a year ago, she had already relocated her parents' ashes to Yunzhan for burial. Duan Yingtang yawned, lazily leaning against the headboard. "My parents' ashes have been moved to Yunzhan." Yunzhan, resting his chin on the bed's edge, lifted his phoenix eyes to meet hers. "I know." Duan Yingtang paused for a moment before acquiescing. While she went to freshen up and change clothes, Yunzhan busied himself packing their luggage in the room. Due to the numerous regulations surrounding domestic private flight departures, Yunzhan's mention of arranging a plane referred to having his assistant book their tickets for tonight's flight. The journey from Yunzhan to Tongqing takes merely 2 hours. Upon landing, they first enjoyed dinner before heading to her former family home. This residence, not far from the center of Tongqing, is a quaint 2-story house adorned in blue and white, complete with a modest garden. Pushing open the rusted iron gate, they were greeted by the begonia tree that her mother had mentioned in her diary. Yunzhan held her hand, his gaze captivated by the begonia tree in the yard. "This is?" he inquired. Duan Yingtang replied, "My parents planted it." Yunzhan, with unthinking admiration, remarked, "Your parents certainly have a green thumb." Duan Yingtang chuckled softly as she produced the key to unlock the entrance of the charming house. Due to its prolonged vacancy, the furnishings within were shrouded in white dust covers, and a fine layer of dust coated the floor. Yunzhan inquired, "Shall we call someone to clean up?" Duan Yingtang nodded in agreement, responding, "Yes." In the summer, darkness falls late, by nearly 8 o'clock. The sky had finally succumbed to night. The electricity in the quaint house had long been disconnected, rendering the lights useless. "My dear, do you remember which room you lived in as a child?" As the words left his lips, they arrived at the threshold of a room. Pushing the door open, Yunzhan illuminated the interior with a flashlight, revealing the master bedroom adorned with a wedding photograph hanging on the wall. Although dust had settled upon it, the joyous expressions of the newlyweds were still discernible. Duan Yingtang's appearance was a harmonious amalgamation of her parents' finest traits, particularly her enchanting almond-shaped eyes, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the man in the photograph. She fetched a cloth, intending to wipe the wedding picture, but Yunzhan interjected, "Let me handle that." The adjacent room was indeed a nursery, with pink walls and a soft mat covering the floor, upon which a crib rested. Duan Yingtang's recollections of this house were rather scant, as she had been scarcely 2 years old at the time. Yet, upon entering, she was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After exploring the house from top to bottom, they finally decided to leave. However, upon stepping outside, they were met with the silhouette of a figure standing in the yard. Yunzhan, instinctively alert, called out, "Who goes there?" The flashlight illuminated the figure standing beneath the begonia tree, revealing a middle-aged man who slowly turned to the side. He wore glasses and exuded an aura of gentility. The man spoke, "Do you know the owner of this house?" "My name is Suchi." He gestured towards the adjacent villa, indicating that he resided next door. Yunzhan regarded the man with a cold stare, inquiring, "Do you have business here?" Duan Yingtang nodded in acknowledgement. "That would be me." The middle-aged man smiled faintly. "Then I suppose you should address me as uncle." "Uncle?" Duan Yingtang and Yunzhan exchanged glances. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the man's residence. Suchi poured 2 cups of tea for them, and then took a seat, stating, "Your mother is Su Suiwan, my biological sister." Duan Yingtang did not readily accept his claim simply because he mentioned her mother's name, and Yunzhan furrowed his brow slightly as well. However, he had not harbored high hopes upon their arrival. Suchi discerned their skepticism but remained unperturbed, his tone still gentle. "When your mother got married, I was abroad participating in medical rescue efforts. That journey lasted over a decade, separating me from my only kin." Suchi had contemplated bringing his niece to live with him, yet at that time, he had contracted a virus, uncertain of his own survival. Duan Yingtang cast a glance at him. "Do you know what I'm thinking?" Yunzhan remarked, "In any case, I am certain it does not involve me." Duan Yingtang chuckled, burying her face in his embrace. "I simply do not know what to do." Yunzhan gently patted her back, reassuring her. "Everything will be fine with your husband by your side." Before departing, they paid a visit to Suchi. On one occasion, while dining, she even rushed to the restroom to vomit. Yunzhan took her slightest discomfort seriously and promptly summoned their private physician. The doctor took a glance at the device in her hand, resembling a thermometer, and smiled, "Congratulations, young madam, you are expecting." "Expecting? Expecting what?" 2 seconds later, Yunzhan was taken aback. A little prince was to join his private rose garden? No, it would be a little troublemaker. The future child would undoubtedly inform him. "Only my wife can occupy the passenger seat." Duan Yingtang was left speechless. When Meng Antong came over to play and saw the two nestled in a children's stroller, she remarked, "You two sure know how to have fun." Her curiosity piqued. She added, "Let me join in the fun." Duan Bao could only shake his head, affirming the undeniable bond between the siblings. Chapter 119. Side Story 1. The Aftermath of Pregnancy. The first time as a father, Duan Yingtang initially felt flustered and bewildered, but upon seeing the man's expression, her anxiousness dissipated. She playfully nudged him with her foot, her enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief. Mr. Lu, what are your thoughts? Duan Yingtang continued. Isn't it a tad premature to be considering kindergarten, especially when the baby is still in the womb? She turned to the doctor, inquiring, is there anything we should be mindful of? Yunzhan, too, fixed his gaze on the physician, attentively absorbing the advice regarding precautions. A more thorough examination at the hospital would be necessary in due course. The doctor tactfully suggested taking his leave. Duan Yingtang lifted her foot, intending to walk towards the sofa, when Yunzhan immediately and cautiously supported her. Duan Yingtang paused briefly, glancing sideways at the man. What are you doing? Yunzhan replied. I'm afraid you might fall. Duan Yingtang was amused by his demeanor, and then observed Yunzhan pressing his ear against her abdomen, his expression unusually solemn as if he were signing a multi-billion-dollar contract. After a few moments of silence, a sudden gurgling sound echoed. Duan Yingtang. A rare hint of embarrassment surfaced on her face. It's not the baby moving, it's that I'm hungry. The housekeeper, aware of her pregnancy, prepared meals that were rather bland, devoid of strong oils or fishy flavors. While Duan Yingtang was eating, Yunzhan sat beside her, propping his chin on his hand. Observing her closely, is your stomach feeling bloated? Duan Yingtang replied, not really. Sometimes I feel nauseous and very sleepy. It seemed all these symptoms were due to the little one. He said, I'll feed you. Duan Yingtang responded helplessly, please, calm down. I'm just pregnant, not incapacitated. Yunzhan hastily added, what a child's remark. What a child's remark. Duan Yingtang chuckled softly, I'm not a 3-year-old. Yunzhan pointed at her belly, stating, your age multiplied by its age equals 0, doesn't it? Duan Yingtang's peach blossom eyes slightly curved, laughter shimmering in her gaze. That's a flawed logic. Yunzhan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Duan Yingtang pondered something, her peach blossom eyes lifting playfully as she gazed at Yunzhan. Yunzhan reacted with great astonishment, exclaiming, it must be our child. Duan Yingtang replied leisurely, of course it is our child. Who else's could it be? Yet, she too had not anticipated the situation would unfold so dramatically. Observing Yunzhan's expression, it seemed he felt quite helpless. On a day when they were not supposed to win, they had unexpectedly succeeded. At this moment, it was already 11 in the evening, well past Mr. Lu's usual resting hours. Initially displeased with Yunzhan for waking his father in the middle of the night, Mr. Lu's demeanor changed upon realizing what his son had said. Even Meng Yuqiu had been roused from her slumber. In the dead of night, the couple rushed over to inquire about their daughter-in-law. They could only stand downstairs, pressing Yunzhan for the truth, how many months along she was and why it had taken so long to notice. Yunzhan responded to his father, it's my first pregnancy. I lack experience. Hearing this, Yunzhan retorted, we have our own family now. Mr. Lu, with a stern expression, countered, you two young ones have no experience. What if something goes wrong? Mr. Lu squinted his eyes. Is that your wife's perspective? Yunzhan asserted confidently, my thoughts reflect my wife's. Just as the father and son nearly engaged in a quarrel downstairs, Meng Yuqiu finally descended. Before Mr. Lu could utter another word, Meng Yuqiu pulled him away. Duan Yingtang dreamt of a cat that persistently rubbed against her belly. She attempted to shoo it away, but soon it returned, as if she were catnip. Then, she felt a hand resting on her abdomen, gently stroking it, as if it were a precious treasure. Duan Yingtang opened her eyes and, as expected, met the clear, bright gaze of a pair of phoenix-like eyes. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. With a heavy sense of fatigue and a hint of helplessness, she asked, what are you doing? Nothing, Yunzhan replied in a hushed tone, lacking confidence. You should sleep. Duan Yingtang glanced down at the hand resting on her lower abdomen. How can I sleep like this? Yunzhan stammered, I was just touching. Upon hearing his wife's tone, he dared not continue and quickly withdrew his hand. I won't touch anymore. Please go to sleep. Duan Yingtang commanded, hold me. However, Yunzhan felt no inclination to sleep. His mind was particularly alert, as if a lengthy cello piece were being played in his thoughts. So, I am going to be a father? He mused, contemplating the novelty of stepping into fatherhood for the first time. Chapter 120, Extra 2, The Aftermath of Pregnancy. A father's desire for paternity leave the following day. Duan Yingtang awoke naturally, stretching lazily with a yawn, only to find Yunzhan's intense gaze fixed upon her. His long eyelashes fluttered, and the faint shadows beneath his eyes suggested a sleepless night. After a moment of subtle silence, she inquired, you didn't sleep at all last night, did you? Yunzhan remained silent. but his lack of response confirmed her suspicion. Duan Yingtang, incredulous and slightly exasperated, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Aren't you supposed to go to work today? Do you think not sleeping will lead to immortality?" Burying his head in her neck, Yunzhan replied, "I couldn't sleep. Missing just one day of work won't bankrupt the company." Duan Yingtang. After the lofty persona of the aloof CEO crumbled, has even the workaholic facade now dissipated? Yunzhan suddenly lifted his head, struck by a whimsical thought. "How about I ask my father for paternity leave?" Duan Yingtang. "Wake up. I am the one giving birth. Why would you request paternity leave? Moreover, don't you think it's a bit premature for you to ask for it, President Liu?" Yunzhan, inspired by his own idea, actually called his father to request paternity leave, only to be met with a scolding. Yunzhan was quite disgruntled. Why shouldn't men be allowed to take paternity leave? I need to stay home to accompany my wife. With this remark from his father, Yunzhan became even more obstinate. The father and son, unable to persuade each other, ultimately parted ways in displeasure. During breakfast, Meng Yuqiu arrived with Meng Yingtang. Meng Yuqiu playfully teased with a smile, choosing not to say much. Yunzhan turned to glare at her. "Don't you have a belly of your own? Go touch your own." Meng Yingtang retorted, "How can it be the same? I'm not carrying a little baby in my belly." At this point, Meng Yingtang's eyes suddenly sparkled. "So, does this mean I'm going to be an aunt?" Yunzhan scoffed. "It's not your first time being an aunt. Why are you so excited?" Meng Yingtang. "Would it kill you to not douse my enthusiasm with cold water?" After lingering for a while, Meng Yingtang, utterly exhausted, decided to head upstairs for a nap. She took Meng Yuqiu's words to heart, hesitated for a moment while holding her phone, and ultimately dialed Su Qi's number. Upon sharing the news of her pregnancy, Su Qi responded with a warm voice, congratulating her and promising to personally celebrate when the child arrives. Before hanging up the phone, Su Qi casually inquired, "Yingtang, do you know why Liang Shuyuan chose to adopt you?" Duan Yingtang paused momentarily before responding, "I know." Su Qi's tone was somewhat indifferent. "It is an undeniable fact that the Liang family has bestowed upon you a debt of gratitude for your upbringing. Yet remember, your obligations to them are not substantial. Thus, there is no need to bear excessive psychological burdens beyond a mere sense of guardianship towards the only daughter of a dear friend." It was primarily Liang's father's compassionate heart that prompted him to consider the company shares left to his daughter by the couple. When Duan Yingtang married, Liang's father had privately mentioned his intention to grant her a portion of the company shares, but she had declined the offer. The Liang family's transformation from a modest three-story company to its current stature can be attributed fundamentally to Liang's father's capabilities, the shares inherited from her parents, along with her sacrifice of personal happiness for the benefit of the Liang family, were more than enough to offset the gratitude owed over the past 2 decades. She wished to remain free of further indebtedness to the Liang family. Of course, this did not necessitate a complete severance of ties. They could maintain a relationship akin to that of ordinary relatives. However, even though she did not proactively inform the Liang family of her pregnancy, they became aware of it nonetheless. Liang's mother and Liang Jinxiu brought some gifts, and without lingering, the mother and daughter quickly departed. Upon inspecting the gift, she discovered it to be a wooden carving of a pig. Calculating the time, the child was indeed expected to arrive next year, coincidentally the year of the pig. This little pig was exquisitely crafted, possessing an endearing charm, and was polished to a smooth finish, feeling gentle to the touch. The moment Duan Yingtang laid eyes on the little pig, she instantly deduced its sender. It could only be Liang Jingyuan, the sole individual who would present such a trivial gift. Naturally, she had informed Sister Zhou and Xiaoding about her pregnancy. Upon hearing the news, Sister Zhou nearly fainted on the other end of the line, exclaiming, "My dear artist, how many surprises are there yet unknown to me?" Sister Zhou continued, "Oh, greetings to the esteemed wife of the president. Farewell, esteemed wife of the president." It was indeed a gift from her husband, Yunzhan, the current head of the Liu family. Chapter 121, Extra 3. You cannot like him more, the continuation of pregnancy, and Meng Yuqiu frequently visited her, often bringing homemade soup or gifts for the baby. Uncertain of the child's gender, Meng Yuqiu and Su Hetao brought double portions of presents, one set for a boy and another for a girl. Though the baby had yet to be born, an array of tiny clothes and a little stroller had already claimed an entire room. The girl lay on her side in bed, feeling the heat of pregnancy, with the blanket only covering her abdomen, leaving her arms exposed. Yunzhan knelt beside the bed, gently caressing her slightly pale face. His hand rested on her belly as he softly admonished, You must behave and refrain from causing trouble for your mother. Otherwise, when you arrive, I shall spank you." Upon his arrival at the hospital, the baby had already made his grand entrance. He was a boy. However, Lu Yunzhan chose to check on his wife first. Duan Yingtang lay on the hospital bed, her complexion ashen, her hair dampened by cold sweat, clinging to her forehead, her lips devoid of color. Alarmed, Lu Yunzhan grasped Meng Yuchio's arm, inquiring if his wife was truly all right. Duan Yingtang opened her eyes slightly and glanced at him, then her lips moved. Moments later, she heard her husband's wife laboriously utter, "You are so bothersome. Can you be quiet and let me rest for a moment?" Lu Yunzhan replied, "All right." Duan Yingtang then drifted back into a hazy slumber. It was only then that Lu Yunzhan recalled the existence of his son. The newly arrived grandson was cherished immensely by old Master Lu, who held the child as if reluctant to let him go. When Lu Yunzhan approached the infant, his first reaction was, "Why is he so unattractive? Did I hold the wrong baby?" This earned him a sharp slap from his father. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Old Master Lu retorted. "Did you think you were born looking beautiful? You resembled a little red monkey." Lu Yunzhan said nothing in response. Instead, he requested, "Let me hold my son." His father cautioned, "Be careful when holding him." The newborn was soft and delicate. Under Meng Yuchio's guidance, Lu Yunzhan adjusted his hold. The baby made a couple of soft sounds, begrudgingly granting his father a moment of peace without crying. When Duan Yingtang awoke, it was already the following morning. Lu Yunzhan had kept vigil by her bedside throughout the night, and now he bore faint shadows beneath his eyes. Duan Yingtang smiled, her eyes resembling blossoming peach flowers, and asked, "Why didn't you go to sleep?" Lu Yunzhan replied, "I wanted to watch over you." Duan Yingtang glanced around the room and inquired, "Where's the baby?" No sooner had she spoken than a nurse brought the child over. As she held her son for the first time, she heard Lu Yunzhan comment, "Don't you think he is a bit unattractive?" Duan Yingtang gazed at her son nestled in her arms and replied, "He is not so bad." She looked up at Lu Yunzhan, her peach blossom eyes twinkling with a semblance of a smile. "I think he resembles you quite a bit." Lu Yunzhan raised an eyebrow. "Me?" He gestured to himself, incredulity evident in his voice. "Are you certain? Is this what I look like in your eyes?" He then pointed at the child. Duan Yingtang chuckled softly, choosing silence as she gazed at the baby. Lu Yunzhan, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction, remarked, "What is there to admire? He is merely a little red monkey. Why do you keep watching him?" Jealousy seeped into Lu Yunzhan's tone. "Do you prefer him more now?" Duan Yingtang shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you being childish? A child exists because of their father." Lu Yunzhan retorted with conviction, "Thus, you cannot favor him more." He added, "Even a biological son cannot usurp my wife." The child's eyes were round and glimmered like black pearls, his lips plump, his face soft and pale, and his eyelashes resembled two tiny black fans, with features that subtly echoed Lu Yunzhan's likeness. At the time of his full moon celebration, the child had yet to receive a formal name, and everyone affectionately called him Tian Tian. This nickname was bestowed by Lu Yunzhan, which prompted Lu's father to express his frustration, exclaiming, "A boy named Tian Tian? Are you attempting to make a mockery of him?" Lu Yunzhan defended his choice with earnestness. "Is there something unappealing about Tian Tian? Who dictates that boys cannot be named Tian Tian?" Lu's father found his son's naming skills utterly unimpressive, and thus, he resolutely claimed the right to bestow the child with a proper name. On the day of the full moon, Lu's father formally announced the child's name, Lu Tangjia. However, the villa was still under construction. As long as Lu Tiantian did not cling to his wife, Lu Yunzhan found himself quite fond of the little rascal, who, since learning to walk, could hardly resist taking a few steps on his own. She was idly staying at home, so she decided to go to the office to pick up Lu Yunzhan after work. Lu Tiantian had already started teething and could eat some solid food. Duan Yingtang fed her a bit of cake and then handed her a milk bottle, consuming the remaining cake herself. After Lu Yunzhan finished work, upon learning that they were at the CAF, he came directly over. Lu Tiantian, clutching the milk bottle, waddled around on the floor, seemingly having spotted him, and attempted to approach with her tiny legs, but unfortunately, the string tied around her waist held her back. Duan Yingtang chuckled, "It's just milk." She pulled out a tissue to wipe Lu Tiantian's little mouth, asking, "Where are you going?" Lu Yunzhan replied, "Ingwe Island." It was the small island that Lu Yunzhan had gifted her, a name bestowed by the man himself. Duan Yingtang paused momentarily, then tilted her head back and laughed. "All right." Chapter 122. Extra 4. If the amnesiac became Duan Bao, if line, this was supposed to be an ordinary day. Yet, Her gaze fell upon the man beside her. The unfamiliar room, the strange bed, and the unknown man. Duan Yingtang was bewildered. Why was she here? Just then, a pair of hands wrapped around her waist. A lazy, hoarse voice murmuring, "Wife." Duan Yingtang stiffened, and after a few seconds of dazedness, she reacted strongly. Leaping off the bed with an odd expression directed at the man. "Wife?" She furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Who was this person? Why was he calling her wife? Yunzhan, stirred by her reaction, naturally woke up. The two of them, one on the bed and the other on the floor, silently stared at each other for a few seconds. It was Yunzhan who first broke the silence, inquiring, "What's wrong?" Duan Yingtang, watching him with caution, responded, "Who are you?" Yunzhan paused momentarily, taken aback, and upon realizing the gravity of the situation, his expression shifted to one of mild astonishment. "What did you say?" "My wife actually asked me who I am." Duan Yingtang continued, "Where's this place? Why am I here?" "My dear, this is our home," Yunzhan replied, seemingly grasping the significance of the moment. He quickly sat up. "Do you not remember?" Duan Yingtang scrutinized him with suspicion. "Our home." "Indeed," he affirmed, stepping down from the bed and gently placing his hand on her shoulder, glancing around anxiously. "What's wrong? Please don't frighten me." Duan Yingtang stated firmly, "I am not your wife. I am only 16. It is impossible for me to be married." She paused, narrowing her eyes, and continued calmly. "Forcing a minor into marriage is against the law." Yunzhan could only respond with a stunned. All his thoughts coalesced into a singular exclamation of disbelief. What the hell? This is utterly absurd. He never anticipated such ludicrous circumstances would befall him. He awoke to find that his wife had lost her memory. No one had ever informed him that amnesia could be contagious. As Duan Yingtang made her way to the bathroom to freshen up, she caught a glimpse of her current reflection. Her face was unmistakably hers, though it bore a maturity far beyond her high school years. Suppressing the myriad of questions swirling in her mind, she completed her grooming and exited. Yunzhan, his expression grave, ended a call and, upon hearing movement from the bathroom, concealed his profound sorrow. Duan Yingtang sat calmly on the bed opposite him and spoke with composure. "May I ask you a few questions?" Yunzhan was quite astonished by his wife's adaptability. Nodding in response, he asked, "Do you want to know how old I am?" 25, she replied. "And what is our relationship?" Yunzhan answered without hesitation, "We are husband and wife. We got married 4 years ago." Duan Yingtang calculated that 4 years ago, she was just 21. Could she have chosen to marry so early? "And your name?" she inquired. "I am Yunzhan, 28 years old, with a respectable background, free of vices. I have a father, a stepmother, and a younger stepsister." Duan Yingtang. It seemed she had only asked for his name. Yunzhan tentatively probed, "Is there anything else you wish to know?" After a moment of silence, Duan Yingtang shook her head. "Not for now." Yunzhan suggested, "Shall we go downstairs for breakfast? You must be hungry." Following him downstairs, the housekeeper served breakfast at the table. Sitting at the dining table, Duan Yingtang scanned her surroundings with a keen gaze. Why was she so remarkably at ease? As if such situations were commonplace for her. She dared not meet Yunzhan's eyes, burying her face in her bowl as she ate her porridge. Yunzhan noticed her reaction and suddenly found his wife's amnesia to be rather endearing. He casually remarked, "Don't you want to know why we got married?" Duan Yingtang lifted her head, her doe-like eyes shimmering with curiosity. Without a hint of hesitation, Yunzhan replied, "Because we love each other deeply. We made the decision to marry." Duan Yingtang possessed no memories. Her belief in the words spoken by men was tinged with skepticism. The demeanor of the nanny suggested that she indeed held the position of the lady of the house. Moreover, awakening in Yunzhan's embrace that morning indicated a relationship akin to that of a married couple, as he had claimed. Other aspects remained open to interpretation. Within the confines of the house, Duan Yingtang discovered numerous traces of their shared life, even stumbling upon photographs of herself with Yunzhan. These myriad signs suggested that Yunzhan had not been deceitful. They were, in fact, spouses. Duan Yingtang pondered the question, would she marry someone she did not love? The answer was unequivocal, no. Marriage is not a trivial matter. She would not hastily choose a partner. Thus, Yunzhan's assertion that their union was born of love should hold truth as well. As she descended the stairs, she had largely come to terms with the reality of her marital status. The only lingering uncertainty was whether she had traversed dimensions or merely suffered from amnesia. Pausing for a moment, Duan Yingtang acquiesced. Yunzhan's appearance was strikingly handsome, with a subtly prominent nose, long and thick eyelashes, and slightly thin lips. He exuded an air of aloof elegance when not smiling. Why so tense? Yunzhan teased, arching his lips. Did you think I was going to kiss you? Duan Yingtang's ears flushed crimson as she turned her face away, replying, no. Yunzhan chuckled softly, his gaze playful, reflecting on how adorable his wife had been at 16. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Had her inner soul truly been replaced? Just then, a woman's voice broke the moment. Sister-in-law, where have you two been? At the entrance stood Meng Yingtang, cradling a child in her arms, her eyes reflecting a sense of suspicion as she observed the peculiar atmosphere between the two individuals. Duan Yingtang, unfamiliar with the other, found her gaze involuntarily drawn to the infant nestled in Meng Yingtang's embrace. Yunzhan gently supported her back, whispering an explanation. That is Meng Yingtang, my half-sister. The child she holds is ours. Duan Yingtang, taken aback, pondered for a moment. Our child? Chapter 123, Side Story 5. If the amnesiac became Duan Bao, if line completed, Meng Yingtang playfully tapped the infant's bottom and remarked, have you no conscience? Have you forgotten who bought you that toy airplane? Little Lu Tian, not yet even 6 months old, could not comprehend her words. She merely yearned for her beloved mother's embrace. Skillfully, she nestled into Lu Tian's arms. With her task accomplished, Meng Yingtang did not linger and departed swiftly. Duan Yingtang remained in a state of disbelief. Could this truly be her child? Their child with Yunzhan? Yet, considering they had been married for 4 years, it seemed rather odd that they had not had children by now. Yunzhan extended his hand. Let me hold her. Without a moment's hesitation, Duan Yingtang handed Lu Tian to him, casually grumbling. Why is she so restless? Yunzhan gently patted their son's bottom, saying, she must be preparing for something big. The little one, quite clever, was known to wriggle about when she was gearing up for a significant moment. Duan Yingtang inquired, what do you mean by something big? Yunzhan replied with a faint smile, remaining silent as he settled onto the sofa to change the infant's diaper, only to discover that she had indeed finished her business. Duan Yingtang, Lynzh, pinched his son's tender cheek with a cold smirk, saying, you should not be called LTNTIN, but rather LCHUQ. Perhaps sensing that Lynzh was speaking ill of him, LTNTIN pouted his little mouth, preparing to cry for his father. Before he could unleash a wail, a soft chuckle broke the tension. Duan Yingtang crouched down, resting her chin on her hand, and remarked, don't you think he resembles you? Isn't my husband handsome? Lynzh pointed at the tearful little creature, retorting, at least in 17 years, he might barely match my level of handsomeness. Duan Yingtang, with her enchanting almond eyes, gazed up at him, and an unspoken understanding hung in the air. Observing her expression, Lynzh felt a sudden impulse and leaned down to kiss her. Duan Yingtang froze, blinking in surprise, completely forgetting to react. Simply waiting for the man's lips to descend. Just as their lips were about to meet, a small hand suddenly slapped Lynzh's chin. She sprang to her feet, her ears slightly flushed, and diverted the conversation, saying, is he hungry? I'll go prepare some formula. With that, she turned and made her way toward the bar. Lynzh. He lowered his gaze, observing his son, who was gleefully wriggling in his arms. You little rascal, he feigned a fierce expression, pinching his son's soft face. Do you realize you just spoiled your father's moment? LTNTIN, oblivious, only laughed more joyfully. Meanwhile, Duan Yingtang skillfully prepared the formula, though her mind was somewhat blank. Why hadn't she dodged earlier? In fact, she had even seemed to encourage him. Duan Yingtang's eyelashes gently lowered, with hints of crimson at the corners of her eyes, as if it were instinctive. She followed Lu Tian's gaze and was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing moments later. Yunzhan adjusted the little one's head, speaking with earnest authority. What are you staring at? He is over 5 months old now and can be weaned. Duan Yingtang hesitated. Isn't it a bit early to wean at just over 5 months? Yunzhan replied. He has already sprouted his milk teeth. The last time you fed him. Didn't you say he bit you? Duan Yingtang rubbed her cheek with the back of her hand. Is that so? Yunzhan mumbled softly. And if he drinks, then what am I supposed to drink? Duan Yingtang's expression remained impassive. I'm sorry, but I heard that. Her gaze seemed to convey a silent challenge. As if to say, you wouldn't want to be outdone by a mere 5-month-old, would you? Yunzhan retorted with steadfastness. I'm merely assisting you in alleviating the discomfort. Duan Yingtang replied, thank you, but that's unnecessary. Yunzhan noted. Children at this age eat and sleep. Sleep and eat, akin to raising little piglets. Lu Tiantian, still sipping milk, had fallen asleep in Lu Yunzhan's embrace. Her eyes closed and her little mouth still making sucking motions. Lu Yunzhan gently placed the child in the crib, retrieving the bottle he had been holding. Upon opening the door, the inhabitants of the room were startled and hurriedly released their hold. A flicker of anxiety crossed Duan Yingtang's eyes. What brings you here? Lu Yunzhan raised an eyebrow slightly. This is my room too. His gaze swept over the girl's face. What were you looking at just now? Duan Yingtang remained unfazed, stating, I haven't seen anything. Lu Yunzhan approached, slightly leaning in, and lowered his voice. Would you like your husband to take a look? Duan Yingtang was taken aback, quickly regaining her composure as she pushed the man away. Are you a beast? I'm only 16. Lu Yunzhan's tone suddenly grew thick with allure, leisurely responding. Your body is ready at 25. Duan Yingtang exclaimed, Are you serious? Lu Yunzhan smiled, his phoenix eyes curving into a delicate arc. Besides, we are husband and wife. Everything we do is lawful. Duan Yingtang hastily distanced herself. Wait, I might not actually be your wife. Duan Yingtang nodded frantically, recalling that the doctor had mentioned there was nothing wrong with her body. There were no factors that could have caused her amnesia, leading her to consider that she might not have simply forgotten, but rather traversed into another realm. Lu Yunzhan, intrigued, remarked, Isn't that even more thrilling? Duan Yingtang retorted, Are you truly out of your mind? The consequence of teasing your wife too much is that Lu Yunzhan was forced to sleep in a separate room that night. Late into the night, Lu Yunzhan once again found himself climbing through his wife's window. Duan Yingtang, blissfully unaware in her slumber, instinctively curled into his embrace as he drew near, seeking warmth. Lu Yunzhan held his wife, finally finding peace in sleep. Fuming. Chapter 124, Extra 6. The 17-year-old Lu has truly arrived. Lu Gu, are we going to play basketball? Lao Yin entered with a basketball in hand, suddenly leaping and mimicking a shooting motion. Lu Yunzhan twirled the pen in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the examination paper laid before him. With a swift stroke of the pen, a dark inklet appeared within the parentheses. Not going. Old Yin approached, incredulous. You can't be serious, Lu. With mere months until the college entrance examination, one must balance work and rest, don't you think? As he spoke, Old Yin snatched the neutral pen from Lu Yunzhan's grasp and haphazardly stuffed the examination paper into the depths of the desk. He then placed his left hand on Lu Yunzhan's shoulder, saying, Young Master Lu, let us go. Dai Yu and the others are still waiting for you at the basketball court. Lu Yunzhan cast a fleeting glance at him, shaking off Old Yan's hand before striding towards the classroom exit. Old Yan chuckled lightly and followed. Wait for me, Lu. Lu Yunzhan shook his head, attributing his disorientation to having spent too long in the bathroom, surrounded by steam, causing a sense of suffocation. He approached his bed and lay down, intending merely to rest for a moment. However, upon closing his eyes, he unexpectedly plunged into a deep slumber. When he finally opened his eyes again, he felt a fleeting sharp pain in his head. Frowning slightly, he waited for the discomfort to subside before surveying his surroundings. Where's this? He pondered. Wasn't I in the dormitory? How did I end up here? Could it be a dream? He pinched the back of his hand, painful. This isn't a dream? Is it real? At that moment, a red Maserati slowly glided through the entrance, coming to a halt not far from Lu Yunzhan. The door swung open, and a pair of pink high-heeled shoes touched the ground as a woman emerged, raising her gaze to meet Lu Yunzhan, who stood at the threshold. Meng Yantong looked on, perplexed. Didn't your sister mention that her brother went on a business trip? With a new handbag in tow, Meng Yantong raised an eyebrow and inquired, What are you doing standing here? Are you perhaps here to welcome me? Lu Yunzhan gazed at the familiar visage of the woman before him, his tone probing. Meng Yantong? Meng Yantong replied, What's the matter? Are you surprised to see me? Indeed, it is Meng Yantong. Lu Yunzhan exclaimed in astonishment. How have you aged? Meng Yantong retorted. Is that even a sensible thing to say? Who has aged? I am merely 25. How could I possibly be old? However, upon his remark, Meng Yantong did begin to sense something amiss. Why did Lu Yunzhan appear so youthful today, resembling a high school student? She scrutinized him with suspicion. Have you discovered the elixir of youth? Lu Yunzhan wore a perplexed expression, a flicker of incredulity passing through his eyes. Hadn't he merely taken a nap? How had Meng Yantong transformed from a 15-year-old into a 25-year-old? At that moment, footsteps echoed from behind. Instinctively, Lu Yunzhan turned to face the approaching figure. Hadn't it been stated that there would be a 2-day business trip? He regarded the girl who had appeared, a look of confusion etched on his face, especially as her tone suggested an intimacy, as though they were well acquainted. The dilemma was that he did not recognize her at all. Yet, he could not deny her attractiveness. Duan Yingtang remarked, "What is peculiar about it?" Meng Antong pointed with her manicured fingers at Lu Yunzhan. "Look at his face. Doesn't it seem overly youthful? He looks just like a teenager. Such an excessive youthful aura, it hardly aligns with the style of General Manager Lu. What is this change in style?" Lu Yunzhan remarked, "I have always maintained this style." He then shifted his gaze towards Meng Antong, casting a sidelong glance at her and inquiring, "And what do you mean by acting like a high school student in their teens?" "I am indeed a high school student." "Goodness," Meng Antong responded. "You haven't lost your memory again, have you?" Duan Yingtang, observing the exchange, felt her initial astonishment dissipate at Meng Antong's words. After all, it was merely amnesia. She chuckled lightly, suggesting, "Let us head inside." Though Lu Yunzhan was perplexed by the expression directed at him, he couldn't shake off a sense of displeasure. He hesitated for a moment before following suit. With Meng Antong present, there was little to worry about. Besides, he needed to ascertain the current situation. Thus, the scene unfolded as it did. Meng Antong assumed an inquisitive stance. "Come on, tell me, how did you lose your memory again?" Lu Yunzhan, displaying no willingness to cooperate, shot her a glare. "What business is it of yours? Furthermore, let me reiterate. I have not lost my memory. I am Lu Yunzhan, 17 years old." Meng Antong shrugged. "You said the same thing the last time you claimed to have lost your memory." Lu Yunzhan retorted, somewhat irked. "Are you out of your mind?" "I said I haven't lost my memory." He scoffed. "Have you grown old and lost your senses?" Unable to tolerate it any longer, Meng Antong countered. "Who has grown old? Do you think you're still so youthful? You're practically an old man nearing 30. Duan Yingtang interjected to quell their verbal sparring. "Antong, can a person's memories change, but their appearance remains the same?" "Indeed," came the response. During Lu Yunzhan's last episode of amnesia, her appearance remained unchanged. However, the Lu Yunzhan before them now, though possessing the same facial features, appeared considerably more youthful. Duan Yingtang nodded and took out her phone to dial Lu Yunzhan's number. The Lu Yunzhan sitting across from them did not receive any ringtone. Yet, in the next moment, the call was connected. "Baby, what's wrong?" A familiar, deep voice resonated from the other end. No matter how composed Duan Yingtang tried to be, she was taken aback, her peach blossom eyes widening in astonishment. She brought the phone closer, confirming that it was indeed Lu Yunzhan's number, then her gaze gradually shifted to the Lu Yunzhan across from her. Taking a moment to collect herself, Duan Yingtang steadied her voice. "Where are you?" "In Lin City." The voice on the phone chuckled lightly. "What is up? Are you still half asleep? Didn't I tell you this morning that I was going on a business trip to Lin City?" Duan Yingtang inquired. "Are you really in Lin City?" "Yes. Please send me your location right away." Though the man on the other end was somewhat puzzled. He assumed it was his wife checking up on him, so he promptly sent her a location via WeChat. Simultaneously, the man's voice came through, as if seeking affirmation. "See, I didn't lie to you. I'm truly in Lin City." Duan Yingtang gazed at the location displaying Lin City, District XX, Daxia, falling into an eerie silence. Chapter 125, Epilogue 7. The 17-year-old Lu. What is her origin? Noticing her unusual silence, Lu Yunzhan asked from the other end. "What's wrong?" Duan Yingtang glanced at the youth across from her, who was surveying his surroundings with curiosity. After a moment of silence, she said, "Do you believe that the second Lu Yunzhan is sitting right in front of me?" Lu Yunzhan, perplexed, assumed she was jesting, thinking, "Is this some sort of prank?" Duan Yingtang remained silent. It was only when Lu Yunzhan began to grasp the gravity of the situation that he urged, "Turn on the camera." Duan Yingtang nonchalantly replied, "You're quite handsome." Young Lu cast her a sidelong glance, his tone laced with pride as he remarked, "You have an eye for beauty." Duan Yingtang fell silent. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yunzhan beheld a boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, albeit with a markedly youthful visage, his pupils flickering in disbelief. Could it be a ghost? How could two identical individuals possibly exist in the same world? Duan Yingtang heard the man rising from his seat, yet she remained unperturbed. For throughout their encounter, the young Lu had not exuded an ounce of malice. She reassured the man on the other end, "Don't worry, Antong is with me." Meanwhile, Meng Antong had begun to bicker once more with the young Lu. Amused, Duan Yingtang glanced at the boy seated on the carpet, engrossed in his game, and cautiously inquired, "Did you also foresee this?" Meng Antong fell silent. then displayed an expression that spoke volumes of her bewilderment. I believe there is simply no other explanation for the existence of two Lu Yunzhan. Duan Yingtang shook her head, asserting that she was not tired, and chose to remain at the bar, observing the youth not far away. Meng Antong relayed the happenings to Lu's father and Meng Yuqiu, and before long, they arrived. Mr. Lu first inquired of Meng Antong, "Are you certain this is not a prank orchestrated by Lu Yunzhan?" Meng Antong replied, "My sister-in-law has already called my brother to confirm. He is indeed in Lin City." Duan Yingtang insisted that he was fine. Meanwhile, the young Lu, engrossed in his game, heard a familiar voice and turned. His expression one of mild surprise. "Dad?" Mr. Lu gazed at his son's youthful visage, his tone wavering. "Are you truly Lu Yunzhan?" Young Lu stretched his long legs and bluntly retorted, "Have you lost your mind? If I am not Lu Yunzhan, who else could I possibly be?" He scrutinized Mr. Lu for a moment and added, "By the way, how have you aged so much? Also, I merely took a nap, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself here." Lu Yunzhan asked, "What is this place?" Mr. Lu replied, "This is your and your wife's home." Instantly, Lu Yunzhan wore an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, "I don't even have a girlfriend. How could I have a wife?" Lu Yunzhan continued, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leaping up in astonishment. "How could she possibly be my wife? If I had a wife, how could I not be aware of it?" Mr. Lu regarded Lu Yunzhan, equally lost in contemplation. Every action and word from this Lu Yunzhan mirrored that of the 17-year-old Lu Yunzhan. Not to mention, he bore the very face of the youthful Lu. Mr. Lu, undeterred, stepped forward and reached out to touch his face. Young Lu, startled by this gesture, recoiled 2 steps back, asking, "What are you doing?" Mr. Lu firmly grasped his shoulder, saying, "Do not move." Xiao Lu could only endure the discomfort as his father scrutinized his face with a thoroughness that felt intrusive. He quickly distanced himself from his eccentric father, confusion etched on his features. "Is there something on my face?" Yet, his father, with eyes sharp as an eagle's, fixed him with a penetrating gaze. "You claim you just woke up to find yourself here?" Lu Yunzhan nodded in affirmation. The others present were utterly bewildered. Moments later, Meng Antong could not restrain herself from exclaiming, "This situation is rather surreal, isn't it?" Meng Yuqiu, glancing at Lu's father, attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. "Mr. Lu, you never mentioned you had another son." Lu's father countered, "I have only Lu Yunzhan as my son. Where would another come from?" Lu Yunzhan found their bewilderment utterly perplexing, yet he sensed something amiss from their remarks. While it could be said that Meng Antong appeared older due to the passage of time, his father seemed to have aged significantly as well, looking nowhere near the age of 40. Moreover, his father had just referred to someone as his wife. Setting aside the fact that he was merely 17 and thus could not possibly be married, there was no recollection of such a person in his memory. So, where had this supposed wife emerged from? Duan Yingtang sensed someone's gaze upon her and lifted her head, meeting the boy's eyes, which he believed to be inscrutable. She offered a slight smile, her peach blossom eyes curving into an ambiguous expression that hinted at amusement. Lu Yunzhan promptly averted his gaze, yet his ears betrayed him, flushing crimson in the next moment. What was there to smile about? And why did it seem so enticing? Duan Yingtang's gaze lingered momentarily on the youth's ears, tinged with a hint of crimson, before the smile in his eyes deepened further. Lu Yunzhan cleared his throat, regaining his composure. "What year is it now?" Lu Yunzhan responded with confusion. "How could it be 202X? Have I truly traversed time? Who is your wife?" A deep, ominous voice suddenly emerged from behind. All eyes turned towards the entrance. Lu Yunzhan lowered his gaze and softly inquired, "Are you all right, darling?" Duan Yingtang shook his head, assuring, "I am fine." Upon seeing Lu Yunzhan enter from outside, the younger Lu could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. Duan Yingtang glanced between the mature Lu Yunzhan beside him and the youthful version across the room, resembling twins, and felt as though this world had indeed become fantastical. Lu Yunzhan regarded the youth opposite him, his expression unreadable as he spoke. "Tell me about your origins." The younger Lu replied, "What the hell? What origins could he possibly have? He doesn't even know how he ended up 10 years into the future. This is utterly absurd."